This is the text-to-speech podfic reading of All the Soul-and-Body Scars, by 1.21. Chapter 1. The back garden of number 4, Privet Drive, was meticulously kept. The wisteria grew in winding, colorful bursts, adding a magic to the outside of the home that the Dursleys certainly wouldn't have tolerated inside. Primrose and lavender dotted the neat flower beds, and a towering willow tree stood in the back corner. The garden fence was solid, sturdy, and routinely inspected by Vernon Dursley.
To keep those pesky neighbors out of our business.
Which, of course, never stopped Aunt Petunia from spying on theirs. However, the garden fence had one knot in it, which seemed to reappear at random whenever Uncle Vernon replaced the offending board. It was through this knot that Sirius, always in Padfoot form, kept an eye on his godson. He couldn't come nearly as often as he'd like, and even when he did make it, Sirius was often disappointed. Harry didn't seem to spend a lot of time outdoors, and Sirius only ever managed to catch quick glimpses of him as Petunia hurried him between the house and the car, or down the street to the Muggle shops. Those sightings never did anything to soothe Sirius's anxieties about Harry's life. He was always dressed in oversized clothes, being snapped at by his aunt and uncle. The Harry he remembered was a happy, laughing child, and if it weren't for his uncanny similarity to James, Sirius wouldn't even recognize the solemn child he saw now. He tried not to be seen when he visited Harry, not even as Padfoot. He'd given Dumbledore his word, albeit very grudgingly, on the night of James's and Lily's deaths that he would keep his distance and not reach out to Harry and the Dursleys. He wasn't sure if Petunia kept in contact with Dumbledore, but if she ever mentioned to him that a shaggy black dog kept hanging around, he knew he'd have to deal with a nosy headmaster on his doorstep. Still, he couldn't stay away. If Harry wasn't outside, Padfoot would put his front paws on the Dursleys' windowsill to peer into their sitting room in case he could spot Harry inside. More than once Petunia or Vernon had chased him off. He'd even had the Muggle dog catcher after him a few times. But Sirius kept coming back, because those rare occasions he got to see Harry were worth all the trouble in the world. Today was one of them. Sirius could hardly believe his luck when he'd apparated to Privet Drive to find Harry playing outside, actually playing, not just being dragged around by his aunt. He was in the back garden, pushing some toy cars around in the shade of the willow tree. Sirius quickly transformed into Padfoot and sat watching him through the knot in the fence, basking in the sight of his godson.
Merlin, James, you should see this kid.
Sirius thought to himself, though it came to him more as scents and images than words. It always did when he was Padfoot.
Like a mini version of you but with Lily's eyes. Smart as a whip, too.
Pride filled Sirius's chest at the sight of Harry playing cars, and it cranked up even further when he saw his godson reach for a toy motorbike. Sirius liked to think he'd sparked that in him somehow, impossible though it seemed. But he'd played cars with Harry when he was a baby, and he'd even taken him on the motorbike once under James's strictest instructions that he was never to tell Lily. Maybe it had been enough to make an impression all these years later. Few witches and wizards understood Sirius's passion for Muggle vehicles. Sirius hardly understood it himself. Sure, the motorbike was one thing. It went with his leather jacket and long hair and stack of 1970s records, and most importantly his determination to piss off his pure blood-loving parents. But his interest didn't stop with the bike. He liked to tinker, enough that he started working on cars and trucks and even a moped once. Once the war ended and his days became darker, the electricity that always filled Sirius's veins started to feel like it was burning him from the inside. Remus suggested aura training, curse breaking, even teaching. But Sirius needed something to occupy his mind and hands now, not after job applications and interviews. So he sunk a portion of his Uncle Alfred's inheritance into a run-down old building and turned it into a garage.
No,
Remus had said when Sirius proudly took him there a few days before the grand opening.
Absolutely not. What?
Sirius pouted.
You keep saying I need to get out of the flat. And I thought you liked that I'm interested in Muggle things.
That's not what I have a problem with. It's the name I'm objecting to.
Remus pointed at the sign over the bay doors.
Sirius Motors, really?
Seriously.
Sirius replied with a smirk, earning him one of Remus's trademark eye rolls. Watching Harry now, Sirius had a sudden image of him and Harry working on a car together, grease up to their elbows. He could teach Harry about broken alternators and failed oil pumps, show him how to fix it all using a combination of magic and mechanics. It was a far-off dream, but a happy one. It was hard to focus on, unfortunately, with the Dursleys in the back garden too. Apparently even they couldn't resist the pull of a fine spring day. Vernon and Petunia sat at the garden table, Vernon reading the newspaper, Petunia prattling on about the latest bit of gossip she'd picked up from the neighbors. Dudley, meanwhile, was standing underneath the willow tree with Harry. At first glance, Sirius thought they were playing some sort of game. But upon closer inspection, he realized that Dudley was pelting Harry with an onslaught of rocks and pebbles. Dudley laughed at his cousin. Harry, meanwhile, just flinched any time a rock hit him and tried to ignore it, sinking further into himself with each taunt. Vernon folded down his newspaper and looked over at the boys.
Little tyke.
He chuckled.
Good arm there, Dudders.
Padfoot growled. Whether out of boredom, cruelty, or a combination of both, Dudley seemed to decide that throwing one rock at a time wasn't good enough for him. He waddled over to the nearest flower bed, scooped up an entire handful of rocks, and chucked them all at Harry's face. Padfoot barked, but before he could act, Harry flung up his arms in defense and the rocks all seemed to bounce off an invisible shield. Things spiraled very quickly after that.
Mum?
Dudley shrieked, running as fast as his pudgy legs could carry him.
Mum, Dad, he's doing you know what.
Petunia screamed and flung herself to the ground, pulling Dudley down with her and shielding him with her body. Vernon threw down his newspaper with an angry roar and charged towards Harry.
What have I told you about that unnaturalness?
I didn't mean to.
Harry started, before Whap. His response was cut off by Vernon's backhand across his face. Harry's glasses went flying towards the lawn. That was all Sirius could focus on, because to focus on anything else meant he had to watch Harry fall to the ground, watch Vernon grab him roughly by the hand and haul him towards the house, hear his godson's pleas and cries of pain while his brute of an uncle dragged him across the yard. And Sirius couldn't be there watching that, because suddenly he was back at Grimmauld Place. And it was his blood he could taste in his mouth, his father's hand that had struck him across the face, his voice crying out while he was being dragged to the cellar.
That's enough, Sirius.
He heard his father say.
You are a black. I suggest you learn to control yourself.
Before the cellar door slammed shut and the darkness engulfed him. Sirius came slamming back to his own body with a gasp. He was in human form again, he couldn't even remember transforming, and the back garden was empty. The Dursleys must have all retreated inside. He could feel himself slipping back into those painful memories, but he fought to ground himself to the present.
Harry needs you,
he told himself, and it became a mantra.
Harry needs you, Harry needs you, Harry needs you.
Panic and bile were clawing their way up Sirius's throat, and a cold sweat had broken out across his brow despite the warmth of the day.
Later,
he told himself.
You can fall apart later.
Wordlessly, he summoned Harry's glasses to him, then took off running. He didn't have any kind of plan aside from his base instinct, get Harry out of that house. Sirius tore across their front yard, trampling Petunia's prized agapanthuses, and skidded to a halt on the front stoop.
Dursley!
Sirius shouted, switching between pounding on the door and ringing the doorbell incessantly.
Dursley, open up!
He was just about to kick the door off its hinges when an irate Vernon Dursley wrenched it open. Vernon's face was splotchy and flushed, and his beady eyes took in Sirius's appearance, disapproving of everything from his leather jacket to his ripped jeans to his scuffed-up Doc Martens, before he spat out.
What the ruddy hell do you want?
Sirius shoved past him into the entryway.
Where is he?
What do you think you're doing? Get out of my house or I'm calling the police.
Where's Harry?
Sirius roared, rounding on Vernon, who visibly recoiled.
There's no one here by that name.
Vernon spat, and it took every ounce of willpower Sirius possessed not to blast him through a wall.
Now get out of my house before I drag you out.
From the corner of his eye, Sirius could see Petunia hovering just outside the kitchen, Dudley peeking out behind her. Sirius turned towards them and looked Petunia in the eye, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lily there, but she possessed none of her sister's warmth.
He's your nephew.
Sirius said in a shaky voice.
Your sister's son. How could you?
But Petunia didn't even have the decency to look ashamed. She kept her arms crossed and her eyes averted, furiously chewing on her tongue while Vernon continued to bleat on in the background. Rage surged through Sirius's veins, and if it weren't for Harry still in the house, he thought he might have burned the place down. He must have looked it, too, for when he whipped his wand out of his pocket, Petunia screamed again and Vernon yelled something indiscernible.
Honum revelio,
he said, and the Dursleys shivered as Sirius's spell slipped over them. He felt 3 tugs indicating the 3 of them, and a 4th one to his left. Coming from a locked cupboard under the stairs. Sirius's heart dropped. He marched over to the cupboard and broke the padlock clean off with a flick of his wand. His instincts were telling him to charge, but a calmer voice had taken over and told him to go slow, be calm. It sounded like Remus, and it anchored him just enough that he could maintain control over the violent magic coursing through him. Hands shaking, Sirius reached out and slowly opened the door. Inside, the cupboard was pitch black. A single burnt-out light bulb dangled from the ceiling, but even if it were working, its string was so high that no child could hope to reach it. A musty, mildewy smell hung in the air. Cobwebs decorated every corner, a handful of broken toys littered the floor, and shoved at the back of the cupboard sat a stained and sagging cot. That was where Sirius spotted Harry, his knees pulled to his chest. He was clutching a ragged stuffed bunny, the only toy not broken or torn to shreds by the looks of things, though it was a close call. Harry jumped when he saw Sirius and scooted backwards, swiping furiously at his red-rimmed eyes. Sirius's stomach dropped through the floor. The sight of his scared and hurt godson was so overwhelming that he wanted to sit down on the cot and cry with him. He wanted to scream into the streets of Privet Drive, blast the Dursleys to smithereens, shake Dumbledore by the shoulders and demand what the hell he was thinking when he left Harry here. More than anything, though, he wanted to scoop Harry up and take him home.
Hi, Harry.
Sirius held his hands up and approached slowly.
Here. I brought your glasses back.
Harry eyed him fearfully as Sirius crouched next to the cot and held out his glasses. After a few seconds, he reached out a small hand and snatched them back. His movements were furtive, skittish, like he was always on the lookout for a trick or a trap. Sirius knew all too well the type of home life that created those habits, but he tried not to dwell on it.
Harry needs you,
he told himself, still fighting to stay in the present.
My name is Sirius.
He continued.
I was friends with your mum and dad.
At that, Harry's eyes lit up, and Sirius took it as a sign to keep going.
Your dad was my best friend. We went to school together, and I even lived with him for a bit. And when you were born, he made me your godfather. Do you know what a godfather is?
Harry thought about it for a bit, then he tentatively asked.
Is that, like, a fairy godfather?
Sirius's face broke into a wide grin.
Sort of. I could turn a pumpkin into a carriage if you want, and I can turn mice into horses. But I have a much more important job than that. It's my job to take care of you if...
Sirius's voice began to quaver, but he would not break, he wouldn't, damn it, keep it together, not in front of Harry.
If anything ever happened to your mum and dad.
Harry was still eyeing him with a certain amount of suspicion, but something softer had crept into his expression now. Sirius lowered his voice another octave and said gently.
Harry. I am so sorry I wasn't here sooner. I wasn't doing my job. I should have been here to protect you. But I'm here now, and if you want, I'll take you away from here. You can come live with me, and I'll take care of you.
Harry didn't react right away. He kept his small arms fastened around his bunny, looking at Sirius like he was trying to figure out the game. Finally he screwed his face up into a thinking expression and said slowly.
So, I wouldn't have to live with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia anymore.
He was puzzling out Sirius's words with that brand of logic unique to children.
No. You'd never have to see them again, if you didn't want to.
I would live at your house.
That's right.
Would I get my own cupboard?
No, you'd get your own bedroom. With a window, and a big bed, and as many toys as we can fit in it. And we'll decorate it however you want. Would you like that?
Harry nodded, and for the first time that day, a small smile bloomed on his face. Sirius felt like the sun had broken through the clouds.
Okay, then let's get your things. Come on.
Still moving carefully, Harry crawled off the bed and came to stand beside Sirius. He was still clutching his stuffed bunny close to his chest.
Are there any other toys you'd like to take, Harry?
Sirius asked, but Harry shook his head.
What about clothes? Where do you keep your clothes?
Harry pointed to a corner of the room, where a cardboard box full of clothing sat. Sirius moved over to it and started picking through it, trying and failing to hide his disgust. Everything here was at least 3 times too big for Harry and so old that some of the items were worn through with holes. And that wasn't counting the clothes the spiders had decided to nest in.
I'll tell you what, Harry, we'll buy you new clothes instead. Does that sound all right?
'Kay.
Harry replied. He'd reverted back to scared mode, his face half buried in his bunny, and Sirius didn't have to wonder why. Outside the cupboard, he heard the telltale rumblings of Vernon Dursley speaking. Sirius crouched down in front of his godson.
Hold tight to me, okay, Harry? I'll keep you safe.
With one arm around Bunny, the other around Sirius, Harry allowed himself to be hoisted up into his godfather's arms. He kept his face hidden in Sirius's neck as they emerged back into the entryway and came face to face with a fuming and puce-faced Vernon Dursley.
So, you're another one of those types, are you?
Vernon hissed. Sirius tightened his arms around Harry, who'd started shaking.
Well, I have no time for it. I'll not have you barging into my home, telling me how to run my household. That boy is a freak, and he needs to learn how to control his unnaturalness.
Vernon took another threatening step toward Sirius, who held his ground.
Put the boy down and get out of my house. Get out, now, or I'm calling the police.
It was clear to Sirius that Vernon Dursley was a man used to bullying his way through life and getting whatever he demanded. However, it was not clear to Vernon that Sirius was a man with very poor impulse control. And he was very close to losing what little control he had left.
Good.
Sirius retorted, his voice shaking with anger.
Call the police. Call them here so I can show them where Harry sleeps, and the lock you put on his door, and the bruises. Call them here so I can tell them how I watched a grown man hit a 5-year-old child in the face. Maybe Harry has some stories he can tell them, too.
Vernon had visibly paled, but Sirius wasn't done with him. He surged forward with his wand outstretched and watched with satisfaction as Vernon stumbled backwards. Several angry red sparks flew out of Sirius's wand tip of their own volition.
I should kill you.
Sirius growled.
I will kill you if you ever come near my godson again, any of you.
He shot a filthy look at Petunia, who flinched.
Now get out of my way.
And with that, Sirius strode out of the Dursley home and down the street, not stopping to look back until he and Harry were several houses away. But the farther away they got, the more Sirius's panic started to settle in. His grip on the present moment, tentative at the best of times, was starting to unravel. He had to get home, had to get them somewhere Harry was safe and Sirius could fall apart safely. Only when he heard Harry's quiet sniffles did Sirius stop. He took a moment to note their surroundings. Magnolia Crescent, thank Merlin, away from Privet Drive, before putting Harry down and turning his attention to his godson, who brought his arm across his face in an attempt to wipe away his tears. It broke Sirius's heart to see that. How many times had the Dursleys ignored and upset Harry or told him to stop his crying? How many times had he been locked in his cupboard so they wouldn't have to deal with him?
Are you hurt, Harry?
Sirius asked. A stupid question, he could see the bruises starting to form. But Harry nodded anyway.
Where are you hurt? Let's see.
Carefully, Sirius took Harry's glasses off and inspected his face. He had a black eye starting to form and a cut on the side of his face where his glasses must have met Vernon's slap. Then, Harry stuck out the hand not holding Bunny, and Sirius had to stifle down a gasp. His little wrist was covered in bruises, and 2 of his fingers were sticking out at odd angles. Suddenly it wasn't Harry's hand he was seeing but his hand, broken and bloody after his father stomped it into the drawing room floor. A cry of pain caught in Sirius's throat and he had to tell himself.
You're here, these are Harry's fingers, not your fingers, Harry needs you, Harry needs you, Harry needs you.
The urge to turn back and murder Vernon Dursley was almost overpowering. Sirius whipped out his wand to heal the injuries, but he stopped himself just in time. He was in a Muggle neighborhood, in broad daylight, and about to break every clause in the Statute of Secrecy. But more importantly than that, at least to Sirius, was the wild thrumming of magic coursing through his veins. Healers were calm and collected for a reason, and right now, he was too worked up to perform even the most basic healing spell. Tears were starting to form behind Harry's eyes again, and Sirius brushed them away before gently placing his glasses back on.
It's okay, Harry.
Sirius whispered.
You're going to be okay. Come here. I'm going to take you to someone who can help.
Chapter 2. The late afternoon sunlight was streaming through his office window, making Remus think of lazy days lolling on the Hogwarts grounds and swimming in the lake. Editing textbooks always made him nostalgic, especially the boring ones. Modern Insights into Ancient Runes might have a promising title, but it was just as dull as every other runes textbook he'd ever pored over. The only thing that had ever made that class tolerable was Sirius, who'd been forced to learn ancient runes as a child and therefore only took the class as an easy credit. And to prank the equally ancient Professor McKay and their stuffy classmates, which he did with reckless abandon. Remus smirked at the thought of one memorable class during 6th year. Remus was skulking in the back to avoid Gilderoy Lockhart, who'd asked him to Hogsmeade the weekend before then made a public spectacle of dumping him in the middle of the 3 broomsticks when Remus's shirt slipped enough to reveal one of his nastier scars. He had been so humiliated he'd taken one of the secret passages back to school and went straight up to bed, refusing to let even his friends speak to him. Unfortunately, Ancient Runes was his first class Monday morning, and though he'd almost skived it off, Remus's work ethic won out in the end and he'd reluctantly made his way to class. Lockhart wouldn't even look at him, which was somehow worse than him smiling or gloating, and Remus sank lower into his seat. He wished he'd taken James's invisibility cloak. Sirius collapsed into the desk next to him. Like everything he did it too loudly and too obnoxiously and today it grated on Remus's nerves.
Hey Mooney,
he said with a radiant smile.
Hey Pads,
Remus muttered.
Beautiful morning, don't you think?
Remus rolled his eyes.
Look, I don't really feel like talking.
You don't have to talk. I just think it's going to be a good day, that's all.
Remus was spared having to tell Sirius to fuck off by Professor McKay tottering into the classroom, leaning heavily on his cane and saying in a reedy voice.
Settle down, everyone in their seats. Take out your textbooks and turn to page 162.
A flurry of noise filled the air as everyone turned to the new chapter. Sirius caught Remus's eye and winked. Remus flipped him the bird.
I expect all of you to have finished the weekend reading on Marcomannic runes. Today I want you to. Yes, Mr. Black.
Professor McKay eyed Sirius's raised hand with a mixture of irritation and suspicion.
Professor, I was just discussing our latest reading with Gilderoy, and he said the most fascinating thing I've ever heard. I think he should share with the whole class.
Really?
McKay looked unconvinced, but Lockhart's smug expression seemed to clear away any skepticism he rightfully had. McKay waved a tired hand at him.
Well, by all means, Mr. Lockhart. Do tell.
Lockhart flashed the class a toothy smile as he stood up, then announced loudly.
I have a banana shoved up my ass.
The classroom exploded with laughter. Even Professor McKay cracked a smile, but Lockhart, red-faced and sputtering, looked horrified.
No.
He yelled.
I mean, I want a banana shoved up my ass. No, I like bananas shoved up my ass. I mean.
Whatever spell Sirius had used on Lockhart, he seemed unable to say anything other than sexually charged declarations about phallic-shaped fruit. Lockhart rambled on, drowned out by his classmates' laughter, whistles, and catcalls, but Sirius's voice dominated them all when he called out.
Hey Lockhart! What was it you said you did this weekend?
And Lockhart shouted back.
I ate a banana out of Slughorn's ass.
Remus nearly died.
That's enough.
Professor McKay finally made himself heard above the racket.
Lockhart, hospital wing. Black, detention. Now if you could all turn your attention back to page 162.
Remus was still wiping tears of laughter away when he finally turned to look at Sirius and was met with a warm smile. Not the usual cocky smile Sirius put on after a successful prank, but his genuine one, the one that reached his eyes. It was the smile Sirius saved for late-night conversations and quiet mornings after the full moon. The smile that pulled Remus in and made him feel like he was the only person in the room. It was hard to pinpoint the exact moment Remus fell in love with Sirius Black. But looking back years later, Remus thought that might be it. The slam of their front door jolted Remus out of his reverie, causing him to upturn his inkwell all over the half-edited manuscript spanning his desk. He cursed and cleared away the clean papers while trying to wipe up the sopping ones.
Remus?
Sirius called.
In here.
Remus called back. If he weren't so busy siphoning the spilt ink off with his wand, he might have noticed that Sirius had called him Remus, not Mooney. Never a good sign. Harried footsteps echoed through the hall and stopped outside their spare bedroom which served as Remus's office.
How was your reconnaissance?
Remus asked, still focused on his ink-soaked work.
Remus.
Finally, he noticed the tone. Remus whipped around in his seat and was about to ask what was wrong when his jaw dropped. His brain tried to make sense of the scene. Sirius, his gray eyes wide and terrified, holding a trembling Harry in his arms, who looked even more scared than Sirius. He was holding a battered and frayed stuffed rabbit tight to his chest.
Sirius.
Remus's voice was low and quaking.
What did you do?
He's hurt, Remus.
Sirius strode over to him and gently put Harry down. The action looked foreign against Sirius's wild and erratic energy, and all too soon, Sirius was pacing up and down the room while he rambled.
I had to take him. They were hurting him. His uncle, he broke his fingers, look. And they locked him in a tiny cupboard with no lights. His toys were all broken and his clothes were too big and his cousin was throwing rocks at him. And then his uncle, he hit.
Sirius gripped his hair with his hands.
I saw it, Remus, I couldn't leave him there.
Okay.
Remus stood up and placed his hands on Sirius's shoulders, stopping his frantic pacing.
You're okay. Hey, look at me, Sirius.
Remus moved his hands up to either side of Sirius's head, cupping his face and looking him in the eye.
You're okay. You did the right thing. It's okay. You're okay.
He recognized the signs of Sirius's trauma, knew that Sirius was locked in the memories of Grimmauld Place right now. But he also had a shaking and traumatized child at his feet, and he had to take care of him first. Trusting that Sirius could keep it together a bit longer, Remus knelt down and got his first proper look at Harry Potter in over 4 years. The messy black hair and bright green eyes he remembered straight away, but it was still unnerving to see them again in person. Harry was almost a carbon copy of James, and for a moment Remus couldn't speak through the emotion closing off his throat. He had Lily's eyes, but they weren't happy and alive like hers were. Maybe they could be one day, but right now, they were pained and scared. The sight of it spurred Remus into action.
Hi, Harry.
He offered up a kind smile, and he was relieved to see Harry give a small one in return.
My name is Remus, but my friends call me Mooney. I see you've got some cuts and bruises. Is it okay if I take a look? Try to make them better.
Remus slowly extended his hand, but Harry shrank back, reaching for Sirius's trouser leg. Sirius crouched down next to him and said,
It's okay, Harry. Mooney was friends with your mum and dad too. He wants to help.
But Harry's face was getting more suspicious by the second, and Remus didn't want to push it. Instead, he scooted backwards to give him more space.
I like your bunny, Harry.
Remus went on.
Does he have a name?
Harry nodded.
Snuggle Bunny.
He said, and Remus beamed. Lily's pragmatism was out in full force with her son.
That's a wonderful name, but Snuggle Bunny looks like he's hurt, too. Maybe I could help him. I can heal him so he doesn't hurt anymore, if you'll let me.
After thinking it over, Harry finally nodded and tentatively held Snuggle Bunny out to Remus, who took him with the utmost care. He turned Snuggle Bunny over in his hands, inspecting the damage. One of its eyes was missing, and the left ear was hanging on by a thread. Stuffing poked out of some of the seams, and bits of fur were missing in great patches. Still, despite the state of the toy, it was obviously well loved by Harry.
My goodness, poor Snuggle Bunny looks like he's been through the mill.
Remus commented.
That was Dudley.
Harry replied sullenly, half his face pressed into Sirius's side.
He always wrecks my stuff.
Remus tutted.
Well, that simply won't do. I won't have a poor bunny living like this under my roof.
Harry was looking at him curiously now, some of his fear replaced by interest. Remus inched a little bit closer as he asked.
Have you ever seen magic, Harry?
Harry nodded.
I do magic sometimes.
His eyes widened at his confession.
But it's by accident. I know I'm not supposed to, it's unnatural. Uncle Vernon says I'm a freak.
Remus's heart broke at that. Across from him, he saw Sirius's face darken and his hands ball into fists.
No.
Remus said softly.
No, that's not true at all. Your uncle is wrong. You're not a freak, and magic is not unnatural. You can do magic because you're a wizard. Your parents were wizards too, and so am I, and so is Sirius. Here, I'll show you.
He took his wand out of his back pocket, slowly, as he didn't miss Harry's flinch when Remus reached behind him. Holding it out flat on his palm, Remus said.
This is my wand. It's how I do magic. Watch.
Remus gripped his wand and pointed it at Snuggle Bunny.
Reparo.
He enunciated, and the bunny's ear reattached itself. Harry was spellbound, his face grew delighted as Snuggle Bunny's seams stitched themselves back up, its missing patches of fur reappeared, and a new eye popped up to replace the one that was missing.
Here you are.
Remus dusted a patch of dirt off Snuggle Bunny and held it out to Harry, who beamed as he took it back and hugged it to his chest.
Good as new.
From the expression on his face, Harry seemed to have never had a new toy of his own before. Remus supposed that was probably true, but while that thought might fill Sirius with anger, it just filled Remus with a heavy sadness. He edged even closer, and when Harry didn't move away, Remus said gently.
If you want, I can fix you up like I fixed Snuggle Bunny. Is it okay if I take a look at your hand?
After a moment's hesitation, Harry finally nodded and held his hand out. Remus had to fight to keep his face neutral as he took it in his. Harry was so small, his little hand so fragile, and the thought of someone deliberately hurting him was deeply upsetting. But healing charms required precision and care. He could practically feel the magic vibrating off Sirius next to him. He was too worked up from whatever happened with the Dursleys, his magic too unpredictable right now, and if Remus wasn't careful, he'd end up in the same place and be of no use to Harry. Remus took a few calming breaths and tried to empty the emotions from his mind. He'd become a very accomplished occlumens while he was undercover with the werewolves during the war. When he felt calm enough, he said,
I'm going to do a little bit of magic now, okay? I'm going to fix your fingers, make it so they don't hurt anymore. Is that all right?
Harry nodded, and Remus waved his wand as he cast his first diagnostic spell. It came back simple enough, bruises, scrapes, 2 broken fingers. Quick, easy fixes. But when Remus ran his second diagnostic to make sure he was mending the correct fingers, something else caught his attention. Bile rose in his throat when he realized what it was.
Harry, has your uncle done this to you before? Or your aunt, have they?
But his mouth had gone dry and he couldn't get the words out.
Moony?
Sirius asked, his arm tightening protectively around Harry.
What is it?
Remus glanced quickly at Sirius before muttering.
Old breaks.
He didn't want to go into any more detail while Harry was present, but Sirius went white at his words nonetheless. Turning back to Harry, Remus finally managed to ask.
Have your aunt and uncle hurt your hand before?
Harry nodded.
Only when I'm being bad.
What's being bad?
When I do magic. I don't mean to.
He added quickly, as though afraid Remus was going to scold him.
It just happens. I don't know how to keep it in.
And that was when the gravity of Harry's situation truly crashed over him. It sounded silly, Remus knew, but he'd been so caught up in the moment that he hadn't stopped to let the full weight of it all sink in. But here it was, wrapped up in one hurt, fearful child, and Remus felt sick. He'd allowed this to happen. Sirius had wanted to fight for Harry, but Remus was the one who talked him out of it.
Harry is safe with his family,
he told him.
We'd only be hurting him more if we tried to take him away.
Hell, forget taking him away, he hadn't even checked on him. His best friend's son, and Remus couldn't be bothered to drop by Privet Drive once in a while to see if he was okay. If it hadn't been for Sirius. Remus had accused him of being stubborn and reckless when Sirius had announced he was going to start keeping tabs on Harry. He'd thrown out platitudes like,
We have to heal.
And,
We have to move on.
all in the name of being reasonable. The memory now filled him with shame and self-loathing. Well, fuck reasonable. Half the time, Remus thought he only strived to be so calm and goddamn reasonable so people wouldn't see the wolf lurking underneath. He wouldn't be so reasonable anymore, not when it came to Harry. Suddenly, Remus understood how parents could carry their love for their children and their wrath for those who threatened them in one inseparable package. Harry wasn't his son, he wasn't even technically his godson. But Remus would kill for that kid. With a shaking breath, Remus brought himself back to the moment, focusing on Harry's apprehensive face.
That's because you're not supposed to keep magic in.
Remus told him softly.
And your aunt and uncle were wrong for trying to make you. Harry, I'm so sorry that happened to you. You're not bad for doing magic, okay?
Harry didn't look convinced, but he still replied, "K," in a small voice. It would have to be something they kept working on, Remus thought. But until then, they had more pressing matters to deal with.
Okay, time to heal that hand, then. Hold still, this might burn a little, but it'll feel much better once it's all done.
Harry put on a brave face as Remus began his work. A swish of his wand, a couple of small pops, and Harry's fingers were straight and mended once more. He also healed the cut on his temple, his skin stitching itself back together, but decided to summon a jar of healing cream from the bathroom for the bruises. He held it up for Harry to see.
I'm going to put some of this on your wrist and your eye, okay? It'll heal the bruises.
Harry nodded, and Remus noticed his eyelids had started to droop. Undoubtedly this had been a long and grueling day for him.
Sirius.
Sirius jumped at the sound of his name, and Remus didn't have to ask what he'd been thinking about. He was sure his mind had been trapped in the same place since he'd first seen Harry hurt.
Can you transfigure my armchair into a bed? And we should have some clean sheets in the hall closet.
Sure.
Sirius replied. He gave Harry's shoulders a light squeeze.
Watch this, Harry. Moony might be the best at fixing stuff, but no one can beat me at transfiguration.
Harry watched with dinner-plate eyes as Sirius turned Remus's battered old armchair into a twin-sized bed with a flourish of his wand. He summoned the sheets from down the hall and, with his usual egotistical flair, shrunk them and fitted them around the mattress.
Oh, so you can make a bed?
Remus wanted to say, but settled instead for a wry smile and roll of his eyes. Remus finished rubbing the healing cream into Harry's wrist and dabbed some onto his black eye. Harry recoiled a little at his touch, and Remus hissed sympathetically.
Sorry, Harry.
He said.
I bet that stings, hey?
Yeah,
Harry admitted.
Well, you're very brave. After this, I think you should have a nap, and you'll be all better by the time you wake up. How does that sound?
Okay,
Harry replied.
but I don't have any pajamas.
That's all right. We'll buy you some pajamas before you go to bed tonight.
Here, Harry.
Sirius interjected, and Harry wandered over to his outstretched arms.
Let's get you into bed. Moony and I will be right outside when you're done with your nap, okay?
Okay,
Harry crawled under the covers and curled up with Snuggle Bunny while Sirius tucked him in.
Do you need anything? Glass of water, a snack?
Harry shook his head.
All right, then. You get some rest. Come find us when you wake up.
Sirius took his glasses and put them on the side table before pushing Harry's hair back from his forehead affectionately. Remus had a sudden flashback of James always ruffling his hair so he looked like he was fresh from the Quidditch pitch. The thought of it brought a lump to his throat.
Sleep tight, Sprog.
Sirius led the way out of the spare room, Remus following behind him. He paused at the doorway to cast a silencing charm, ensuring it was set up so they could hear Harry but he couldn't hear them. With a final smile and a small wave to Harry, Remus gently shut the door behind him and went after Sirius. He found him in the living room resuming his agitated pacing, his breathing erratic as he walked back and forth across the floor. He was winding his trembling hands through his hair, threatening to pull it out by the roots, when Remus strode up and pulled him into a tight embrace. It was a gamble. Sirius didn't always like being touched when he was like this, and indeed, he froze up for a moment and Remus thought he'd misread the signs. But then Remus felt some of the tension leach out of his body and Sirius sank into Remus's arms, heaving a dry sob into his shoulder.
Oh, pads.
Remus murmured, rubbing slow circles across his back. He was close to falling apart himself, but he managed to keep it together and whisper reassuringly.
I've got you. It's all right, love, I've got you.
His hand.
He choked.
I know, but he's all right now, you got him out of there. Sirius.
Remus took a steadying breath.
I'm sorry, you were right, we never should have let him stay there. I'm so sorry I didn't listen to you.
Not your fault.
Sirius pulled back, his eyes red-rimmed but fierce.
Dumbledore is the one who has to answer for that.
Still, I should have been keeping an eye on him, too. I should have fought for him with you.
Sirius shook his head.
Forget it, Moony. This isn't on you. And you were here when I needed you.
He heaved a sigh, his face changing from anger back to distress.
I can't stop thinking about it.
Remus nodded.
Come here.
He said, taking Sirius's hand and leading him over to the couch. He pressed a kiss to Sirius's forehead before telling him.
Just sit, I'll make us some tea.
Remus headed for the kitchen and set the kettle to boil with a tap of his wand before scrounging through their cupboards for some clean mugs. He had a terrible habit of leaving half-drank cups of tea throughout their flat, and Sirius was always cursing his forgetfulness whenever he went to pull a record off the shelf only to find it blocked by a 3-day-old cup of English breakfast. Fortunately, he didn't have to do a walk of shame through the flat to find any forgotten mugs today. A collection was already growing in the sink, and a quick Scourgify cleaned them up well enough. Remus added a generous splash of fire whiskey along with the oolong and made his way back to the living room, where Sirius was sitting ramrod straight and staring blankly ahead.
Here, pads.
Remus said. He sat next to him and pushed the tea into his hands.
Drink.
Sirius did as he was told, and Remus was relieved to see some of the life returning to his eyes. He cleared his throat uncomfortably and continued.
Do you want to tell me what happened?
After a moment's hesitation, Sirius nodded. He didn't always want to talk about it. There were horror stories from Grimmauld Place that Remus knew he'd never hear about, but he was always glad when Sirius agreed to open up. Especially today, when it involved Harry. Haltingly at first, then with growing passion, Sirius recounted what he'd witnessed at Privet Drive. Remus grew angrier and angrier the more Sirius talked, and by the end of the story, he was gripping his mug so hard he thought he might break it.
You did the right thing, pads.
Remus said when he finally regained use of his voice.
He can't stay there. I don't care what Dumbledore says, he should have never been sent to the Dursleys in the first place. Fuck, Dumbledore.
Remus spat.
What the hell was he thinking?
He wasn't. At least, he wasn't thinking about what Harry needed. You know how Dumbledore is, he does whatever he thinks is best for the greater good, and who cares if anyone gets hurt along the way.
Remus tutted.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. You know you've always been hard on him.
After everything he put us through in the war? After he sent you straight into Greyback's pack with no backup from the Order? You're damn right I'm hard on him.
Sirius sighed and hunched over, resting his arms on his knees.
He'll be here soon, I expect.
You owled him.
Of course not, but here's Dumbledore. He'll know Harry is gone.
Well, he didn't know the Dursleys were abusing him. Or he did know and he did nothing about it, which is even worse.
He and Sirius exchanged a dark look.
Right.
Remus went on, rubbing a hand across his face.
We'll need to figure this out before Dumbledore gets here and tries to take Harry back. The wards on our flat are strong, but I think we'll need even more protection. We should probably get a secret keeper.
No.
It won't be like last time, Sirius.
I'm not trusting my godson's life to anyone but us. Not again.
Remus sighed.
All right, well, we can talk about that later. The wards will do for now. And there may be some runes we can use that will keep dark magic away. The only problem is that they tend to keep dark creatures away too, and I've grown rather attached to living in my own home.
Don't call yourself that, you're not a creature.
Doesn't really matter what I call myself. Ancient runes aren't concerned about being politically correct, and they'll keep me from crossing them whether I call myself a creature or not.
Fine, fine, no prejudiced runes then.
Sirius said with a smirk, and seeing him joke around again helped loosen the band of anxiety wrapped around Remus's chest.
What about making the flat unplottable?
I think we'd have to make the whole building unplottable, wouldn't we?
No, it's the same magic the Room of Requirement uses. Remember when we were making the map? We'd just have to.
But a loud rapping sounded on the door, cutting Sirius off and making him jump to his feet. Remus stood too and locked eyes with Sirius, who'd adopted an expression Remus most associated with their pranks from Hogwarts, the ones that went wrong and led to them all getting caught.
Well,
Sirius intoned dryly.
That was fast.
Remus made a noise caught somewhere between a laugh and a groan. He was just about to suggest they grab Harry and make for the flue when Sirius started marching towards the entryway, his jaw set.
Sirius, wait.
Remus hurried after him.
If it's Dumbledore.
I hope it is Dumbledore.
Sirius replied darkly.
He left Harry with those monsters, and I want him to answer for it.
We need some kind of plan first.
I've already got a plan. Protect the people I love, keep them safe no matter what.
He turned to look at Remus, raising his arms slightly before letting them drop back down to his sides.
That's it. That's the only plan I follow. And if that is Dumbledore out there, then there's no use putting this off, and I want to hear in his own words why he didn't keep Harry safe. Is that all right with you?
Remus recognized the fire burning in Sirius's eyes and knew there was no use arguing with him when he was like this. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, just as another round of knocks started up.
Fine,
he said quietly.
Let him in, let's get this over with.
Sirius shot him a crooked grin before turning back around to wrench open the flat door, revealing a placid-looking Albus Dumbledore. His usual half-moon glasses were perched at the end of his crooked nose, and though he smiled pleasantly at them, it didn't quite reach his eyes, which were peering at them sharply.
Sirius, Remus.
He greeted with a polite nod to each.
May I come in?
Not if you're here to take Harry back.
Sirius snapped in reply, crossing his arms across his chest. Dumbledore merely raised an eyebrow.
Might I suggest we discuss this inside? Away from prying eyes and listening ears.
When Sirius didn't move, Dumbledore sighed wearily.
I could force my way in, as you know, but I'd much prefer to do this under the pretense of amity.
Try it, old man. Of course, Professor, please come in.
Remus interjected, shooting Sirius a pointed look. While he was sure Sirius was stubborn enough to challenge Dumbledore to a duel here and now, he was less certain Sirius had any chance of winning it.
Would you like some tea?
Peppermint, if you have it.
They didn't have it, but Remus wasn't about to try too hard at playing host. He stepped back to allow Dumbledore inside and tried his best to avoid Sirius's increasingly hostile glare. Even though it was being directed towards their old headmaster, Remus still felt the anger radiating off him in waves, and he was grateful to have something to busy himself with while Sirius's scattershot emotions filled the room. Dumbledore, however, seemed happy to simply ignore Sirius. He wandered aimlessly around the flat, humming to himself while he took in the artwork on their walls and the books on their shelves. Remus felt like he was being flayed open and inspected. Very few people were allowed this intimate of a look inside his and Sirius's lives, and having Dumbledore here was putting him even more on edge than he already was. Remus was vividly reminded of the first time he'd met Dumbledore, nearly 15 years ago now, when the headmaster had shown up on the Lupin's doorstep unannounced. That visit had also started with tea, and it ended with Dumbledore changing Remus's life by offering him a place at Hogwarts. Since then, Remus had trusted Dumbledore implicitly. He'd joined the Order on Dumbledore's invitation, he'd done everything asked of him during the war, even when it brought him face to face with Fenrir Greyback. He'd trusted Dumbledore with his life. But a mounting tension was spreading through Remus now, and it threatened to split him in half, because Dumbledore had also left Harry with the Dursleys, and Remus couldn't reconcile the man he thought he'd known with the one in front of him now. His anger might not have been as explosive as Sirius's, but it was burning just as strong, and the side of him that still wanted to trust Dumbledore was warring heavily with the side that wanted to frog march his old headmaster out of their flat and away from his found family.
These are very unique sculptures, Remus.
Dumbledore said suddenly, causing Remus to jolt and summon their tea collection a little too enthusiastically. Tea leaves flew everywhere, but Dumbledore pretended not to notice. He gestured to the two wood carvings of a playing dog and a howling wolf, decorated in vibrant colors and intricate patterns.
From your travels?
Yes.
His response was more terse than he'd meant it, and Remus took a deep breath before continuing.
They're Alebrijes. I got them in Mexico.
I got them in Mexico for Sirius, and I don't want you looking at them. He barely managed to bite back his full retort.
Of course, I forgot your research took you to Central America. Do you still travel often?
Remus didn't think Dumbledore meant for his question to sting, but it did nonetheless. He had been naive to think he could follow in his father's footsteps and travel the world researching magical creatures. The few trips he'd managed were always complicated by his lycanthropy, causing Remus to either cut his trip short so he could rush home for the full moon or endure a painful transformation alone in a foreign country. The last time. Remus shuddered. He didn't like to think about the last time, when he'd awoken bleeding and wandless in rural India. Remus knew that giving up his world-traveling dreams was necessary if he wanted to live to see past 30, but he still felt the ache of that loss from time to time.
No.
Remus finally managed to get out.
I've been working as an editor for the last couple of years. I focus on that now.
Yes, I believe I saw mention in Transfiguration today of...
Oh, cut the bullshit, Albus.
Sirius barked, stomping over to stand protectively between him and Remus.
You didn't come here to chat about Remus's work or my shop or whatever other small talk you're going to unleash on us next, so just get to the point.
Dumbledore sighed.
Forthright as ever, Mr. Black. Very well. Shall we sit?
He led them over to the kitchen table. Remus bristled at being shepherded through his own home, but he acquiesced, levitating their pot of tea along with him. Once he and Sirius were sitting down, Dumbledore continued as though there had been no delay.
Judging by the reception I've received so far, I dare say you both know why I'm here. So I will, as Sirius put it, get to the point.
He took a sip of his non-peppermint tea before saying,
Harry must go back to his family.
No.
Sirius growled.
He is protected there.
Dumbledore went on.
In a way you cannot protect him here. His blood connection to Petunia through Lily ensures that Voldemort and his followers cannot hurt him as long as he resides with the Dursleys.
Voldemort is gone.
Sirius snapped back.
For now.
Dumbledore seemed unfazed by Sirius's anger, still speaking in that infuriatingly calm tone.
He is not gone forever. He will return, and when he does, Harry will be his primary target. We must bring him back to the Dursleys so he has Lily's blood protection. He is in danger as long as he's away from them.
He's in danger with them, Dumbledore.
Sirius leapt to his feet and began pacing again.
Do you know what I saw today? Vernon Dursley backhanding Harry across the face. He locked him in a mouldy old cupboard. He broke 2 of his fingers.
Sirius's eyes were wild and his hands were shaking again, but he spoke steadily and forcefully when he said,
No, no, I won't allow Harry to go back there. I'm not leaving him with a pair of child abusers.
Dumbledore bowed his head. He had the decency, at least, to look distraught.
I understand your concern.
No, you don't.
Sirius laughed, but there was no humor to the sound.
If you did, then you would have never left Harry there to begin with.
It was the safest place for him.
I was the safest place for him.
Sirius roared.
I'm his godfather, I would have protected him. He's a child, Dumbledore, not a chess piece.
I am done discussing this.
Dumbledore said shortly, and Remus noticed that despite his even tone, Dumbledore's eyes were blazing.
You will return Harry to the Dursleys today.
No, I won't. Who are you, anyway, to interfere in Harry's life? You're not Minister for Magic, you're not with magical law enforcement, you're just a headmaster. I'm his godfather. You had no right to take him the night James and Lily died. And the only reason I let you, is because I trusted you.
Sirius finally stopped pacing and turned to look at Dumbledore with a betrayed expression.
I trusted you to take care of him. And you just left him with those monsters. You let them.
Sirius broke off, shaking his head.
Well, I'm done with that. I'm not trusting you again,
Sirius mouthed his last words silently, his voice stolen by Dumbledore's sudden silencing charm. He froze, eyes widening in panic. Something savage erupted in Remus's chest. There was some magic he would never level against Sirius, no matter how innocent it seemed. He would never perform legilimency on him. He would never take him on sidelong apparition without Sirius's explicit consent. He would never use podfic-tts. And he would never, ever steal his voice with a silencing charm. Those were all tricks Walburga and Orion Black had used to control him, and the emotional scars still ran deep through Sirius's psyche.
Finite incantatem.
Remus snapped, waving his wand at Sirius, who gasped with relief as he regained use of his voice. Remus rounded on Dumbledore, about to cast him out of their flat, but Dumbledore seemed to have realized he'd gone a step too far. He put down his wand and raised his hands in a gesture of mock surrender.
I'm sorry, Sirius.
Dumbledore said.
That was inappropriate. Please forgive me.
Neither Sirius nor Remus moved. They stared at each other, unsure of where to go from here, but as usual, Dumbledore decided the direction and tone of the conversation.
I have no doubt you love Harry.
He carried on as though there'd been no interruption.
But the blood magic he has with his aunt is imperative to his survival. You are not his blood relative, so you cannot offer him the same protection.
And what about protection from his aunt and uncle?
Sirius retorted, a slight quiver now creeping into his voice.
What about when his uncle hits him? What about when he's locked in his cupboard for hours with no dinner?
Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond, but Remus beat him to it.
It's not just Harry's physical safety that's at risk with the Dursleys, Dumbledore.
Remus's demeanor was calm once more, but it was taking all the self-control he had to keep it that way.
They were punishing him for using magic. He's been trying to suppress it. A few more years of that, and he could have become an obscurial.
That hit Dumbledore like nothing else had so far, but Remus couldn't stand to look at him. After everything Sirius had told him, everything Harry had endured, that was what caught Dumbledore's attention. Remus blinked and looked away, seething.
His right hand,
he continued quietly,
is covered in poorly healed breaks. It came back on my second round of diagnostics, all 4 fingers, all broken at once, and badly healed. My guess is his aunt or uncle slammed his hand in a door as punishment. And that it's happened more than once.
He looked up and stared furiously at Dumbledore.
So you can make your threats, Dumbledore. Call the Auras, call the entire ministry down on us. But we are not giving Harry up. And if you truly care about his safety, then you won't ever make him step foot in the Dursley household again.
A small gasp sounded across the flat. All three of them turned to see Harry standing in the doorway of Remus's office, Snuggle Bunny dangling at his side. He shrank back at the sudden attention.
I have to go back.
Harry's voice barely carried across the room.
No, Harry.
Sirius strode over to him and put a gentle hand on his head, glaring at Dumbledore.
You're not going back. You're going to live here.
Harry leant into Sirius's leg, his eyes wide and suspicious behind his glasses. Looking at him in his too large clothes, bruises not quite healed, Remus's heart broke all over again. He thought he'd never seen a child look so small. Abandoning his argument with Dumbledore for the moment, Remus put his tea down and walked over to Harry, crouching down so they were at eye level.
Did you have a good nap, Harry? Feeling better?
Harry nodded, and Remus beamed at him.
Good. How about some hot cocoa? That always wakes me up after a nap. And you'll need a snack too. Would you like a cheese toastie?
Yes, please.
Harry replied.
You'll have to help me out, then. I'm hopeless in the kitchen, and I forget what goes in a cheese toastie. Is it Brussels sprouts?
No.
Harry wrinkled his nose at him, but he'd finally started smiling.
Really? Is it asparagus?
No, it's cheese.
Oh, cheese. Well, it's a good thing you're here. Otherwise we would have all been eating Brussels sprout and asparagus sandwiches for dinner. Will you come help me in the kitchen?
Remus held his arms out, and after a moment's hesitation, Harry left Sirius's side and allowed Remus to pick him up. Still thoroughly ignoring Dumbledore, Remus settled Harry on one hip and wandered over to the kitchen, still prattling on about anything that came to mind, anything to keep Harry distracted.
Do you like hot cocoa, Harry?
I don't know. I never had it. Dudley always drank mine.
Well, you're in luck. I make the best hot cocoa, and I bet Dudley's never had anything like it. The trick is to use real chocolate. Open that cupboard there, Harry, that's the one, and can you grab that red container down for me? There's a lad, good job.
He was vaguely aware of Dumbledore watching them, but Harry was taking his cues from them and Remus didn't want to let on that anything was wrong. So he stayed cheerful and goofy and managed to elicit a few laughs out of Harry. Sirius, meanwhile, stayed between them and Dumbledore, never taking his eyes off the headmaster.
Here, Harry, I have a very important job for you.
Remus plunked him down on the cupboard and handed him a large chunk of Honeyduke's milk chocolate.
I need you to eat as much of that as you can. It's an essential step in hot cocoa making.
Harry looked elated.
This is all for me.
Of course, I've already had enough chocolate today, and someone needs to do the taste test.
But then he's going to eat a vegetable.
Sirius muttered so Harry couldn't hear. Remus rolled his eyes and summoned the cheese and bread to start making Harry's sandwich. He had just charmed the knife to start slicing the cheese when Remus heard Dumbledore ask.
What kind of protective wards do you have on your flat, Sirius?
Remus spun around in surprise. Dumbledore was watching Harry with a solemn expression, though Harry was too absorbed with his slab of chocolate to notice. The slight droop to his shoulders and softening of his stance told Remus that Sirius had allowed himself to relax just the smallest amount, but he was still regarding Dumbledore coldly.
The usual.
He answered.
Anti-apparition, muggle repelling, confundus. We're also going to make it unplottable, and Remus found some runes we can inscribe.
Dumbledore nodded as he absorbed that.
Might I also recommend closing your flu connection? You can reopen it if you need to contact someone, but for Harry's safety, you should keep it closed otherwise.
Right.
And you'll need to choose a secret keeper.
No secret keeper. Not this time.
Sirius, the Fidelius charm is the best protection there is.
The Fidelius charm is prone to human error, Albus, as we've learned the hard way. I'm not going through that again. I don't trust anyone else to know our location. It's bad enough that you know it.
He added with a scoff. Dumbledore ignored the rudeness, bowing his head slightly instead.
If you insist. It is your home, and you are Harry's godfather, as you keep reminding me. But I must implore that you keep him out of the wizarding world. He can go out into the muggle world with you, but introducing him back into the wizarding population this young would be dangerous.
Fine.
Sirius said, his jaw clenched.
Will this be the end of it, then? You're not going to be showing up on our doorstep in 6 months trying to take him back.
I will not be.
Dumbledore sighed, a wave of exhaustion passing over his features.
I admit, I was too quick to pass judgment on the Dursleys. I believed Petunia could put aside her personal prejudices for her own nephew. I was wrong. And I am sorry for the very human cost of that error.
Sirius blinked at Dumbledore's unexpected apology, but didn't reply. He kept his guard on the edge of the kitchen, arms crossed and brow furrowed like he was a bouncer outside a muggle pub, while Dumbledore finished off the last of his tea and rose slowly from his seat. Remus had moved to stand next to Harry, who still seemed a bit leery, though less so now that Sirius and Remus were standing between him and Dumbledore. He was still sitting on the counter, swinging his legs as he nibbled on his chocolate, which was now melting spectacularly all over his hands. Dumbledore smiled warmly at him.
I expect I'll see you in a few years when you start school, Harry. If you're half the troublemaker your father was, I'm sure I'll have my work cut out for me.
He then turned to Sirius and Remus, and the twinkle in his eye looked like it had been snuffed out.
I don't think I need to impress upon you the seriousness of what you're undertaking. But I would like to reiterate it nonetheless.
We know what we're doing.
Sirius snapped.
I'm not sure that you do. That doesn't mean you're not up to the task. But you are two young men who, as far as I know, have not spent a great amount of time around children, and you are now about to assume the role of parents. That is not a small change. Harry will need schooling, boundaries, affirmation, and the odd helping of vegetables.
He glanced back at Harry with a mischievous grin.
Raising a child is more work than you can ever imagine, and it will test you and your relationship in ways you will not expect. So please, when I ask this, do not take it as comment upon your characters. Are you sure that you can handle this very demanding job?
Remus thought back to his own childhood, not the big moments, like birthdays and holidays, but the small ones. His father helping him with his homework. His mother comforting him when he had a nightmare. Both his parents lecturing him on the importance of honesty when he tried to lie about an antique vase he broke. A quick glance at Sirius told him that he was replaying similar, if less pleasant, memories in his mind. Finally, it was Remus who spoke up, though he couldn't quite summon the confidence he wanted.
We're sure, Professor, we're not taking this on lightly.
Yes.
Sirius whispered, then cleared his throat and repeated louder.
Yes, we're sure.
Dumbledore nodded.
Very well, then. I will leave you to it. If you do need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
And with a tip of his hat and swish of his cloak, Dumbledore strode out the door and was gone, leaving Sirius and Remus to wonder if they really were capable of putting Harry's interests first. Chapter 3. Sirius couldn't sleep. That wasn't exactly an unusual occurrence. Most nights he slept fitfully, plagued by either nightmares or his run-of-the-mill insomnia. Tonight, though, it was memories of the day's events that rattled around his head. He tossed and turned, trying not to disturb Remus beside him, but his mind wouldn't shut off. The rest of their evening after Dumbledore's departure had shown them just how unprepared they were to have a child in their lives. He remembered with painstaking clarity how nervous Harry had been, how he jumped at any sudden sound or movement. He and Remus had both strived to show him an endless amount of patience and kindness, but even their best efforts had fallen short. Sirius made their dinner too spicy, Remus failed to find a book they owned that was suitable for a 5-year-old. Then, with only half an hour to spare until the shops closed, they realized Harry didn't have anything except the clothes on his back, and Remus had to do a mad dash to the nearest Boots to buy him some pajamas, a toothbrush and clothes for tomorrow. Sirius had stayed behind with Harry, who'd watched fascinated as Sirius finished transforming Remus's office into a bedroom. He'd sacrificed some of Remus's office furniture to make him a nightstand, a dresser and a little desk, then levitated whatever remained to the loft above the living room, which would serve as Remus's new workspace. Harry was still nervous of any magic they performed, but curious nonetheless. He'd shyly offered Sirius some input on how he wanted his room decorated, and Sirius had turned his bedroom into a forest wonderland. Stags, does, wolves and rabbits adorned the green walls, and in one corner of the room, a real tree grew from the floor, lush branches and leaves spread in a canopy across the ceiling. Sirius even added a wooden swing to one of the branches.
Wow.
Remus had said when he'd returned with his shopping, looking the tree up and down.
This is very, wow.
Fortunately, he'd waited until they were alone to ask Sirius how he planned to water and prune the tree. But despite Harry's elation at his new bedroom and his slowly growing comfort around them, Sirius still felt that he and Remus were scrambling to make it all work, and he couldn't help but hear Dumbledore's parting words echo through his mind. When he'd first taken Harry from the Dursleys, Sirius had been so focused on just getting him somewhere safe that he hadn't stopped to think about the long-term consequences of what he was doing. But he was thinking about them now, and a pool of dread was slowly growing in his stomach. Because really, what did he know about raising a kid? There'd been no warmth and kindness in his own childhood, no motherly affection or fatherly pride. The idea of seeking comfort from either of his parents was laughable, and the only affirmations he'd ever heard from them were about how much of a disappointment he was. He wasn't the same as them, he knew that. But that didn't mean he knew how to be a proper parent either. James had taken to fatherhood like it was second nature, and Lily had been a loving and doting mother from the start. Even Remus, who loved swearing and sarcasm more than anyone, somehow knew how to act around children. Probably, Sirius thought bitterly, from years of having to put on his kid gloves to deal with Sirius. He shook his head with a growl of frustration. His thoughts were betraying him again, turning self-destructive and telling him things he knew weren't true. He needed movement, something to get him out of his head. Checking to make sure Remus was still sleeping soundly beside him, Sirius crept out of bed and down the hall. He was going over half-formed ideas of what he could do to occupy his mind, finish setting up Remus's new office, perhaps, or head over to Sirius Motors and pull a crankshaft out of something, when a small sniffling noise coming from the spare room told him he wasn't the only one awake.
Harry?
The door was already ajar, but Sirius knocked lightly nonetheless. The sniffling stopped immediately.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Came Harry's quiet reply. Sirius pushed the door open and stepped into the room to find Harry sitting up in bed and wiping his eyes.
You were crying.
Sirius went on. He sat on the edge of Harry's bed, careful not to come too close and spook him.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Sirius nodded sagely.
Well, I know you couldn't always talk about your feelings with your aunt and uncle,
he said, watching Harry carefully in case his words triggered something.
but you can talk to Moony and me about them. You're safe here, and you're allowed to feel and think whatever you want. You don't have to pretend that nothing is wrong when you're upset. Okay?
Okay.
Harry answered, but he avoided Sirius's eyes.
Okay. Now what's wrong? Did you have a bad dream?
Harry nodded.
I know how scary bad dreams can be. I have them, too.
You do.
Oh yes.
Sirius reclined next to Harry, trying to still keep his distance, but Harry scooted over and closed the gap between them. He lied down beside his godfather and leaned in, not quite cuddling, but clearly taking comfort from his presence.
What do you dream about?
Harry asked. A shiver ran down Sirius's spine. Locked cellar doors. Brandy-tinged hexes. Hallways lined with the heads of dead house elves.
Monsters.
He finally managed to get out, and with a great effort, he shot Harry a wan smile.
No monsters here, though. Moony and I check every night.
Harry was silent for a long time. Sirius thought he drifted off to sleep, but then he asked.
Do my aunt and uncle know where I am?
His little voice wavered, and Sirius couldn't help but put an arm around him and pull him closer. Thankfully, Harry didn't react other than to turn his face into Sirius's side.
No.
Sirius replied.
They know you're with me. But they don't know where I live. They won't find you here.
Okay, that's good, 'cause they were mean.
I know they were.
But you and Mooney are nice.
Yeah? You like Mooney?
Yeah, he gave me chocolate, and he got me pajamas with Transformers on them, and he was nice when he asked me to brush my teeth. And he read me that story about Bilbo. There weren't any pictures in it, but he did different voices, and he said he'd get me some books with pictures soon.
That was the longest Harry had ever spoken at once, and hearing all those words tumble out of his godson's mouth, especially when they were about Remus, filled Sirius's chest with love.
Is Mooney your boyfriend?
Harry suddenly asked. He hadn't expected this to come up so soon, and he'd really hoped that Remus would be here when they had to have this talk with Harry. He thought of evading the question, but immediately squashed that idea. Deciding that there was no use prolonging the inevitable, Sirius cleared his throat and answered.
Yes, Harry, he is.
Are you guys gonna get married?
Oh. That was easy. Sirius had been scrambling to prepare an entire age-appropriate speech about his and Remus's relationship, but he'd forgotten one important thing: kids weren't prejudiced until someone taught them to be.
Maybe someday. Do you think we should get married?
Yeah, and you should have a big wedding, with lots of chocolate, 'cause Remus likes chocolate, and presents.
Sirius laughed.
All right, Sprog, one thing at a time. For now, I think we should get you back to sleep.
Harry squirmed next to him.
Will you stay?
I can stay for a bit. I can't stay all night though.
But I'm scared of the dark.
Sirius cursed his thoughtlessness. Of course Harry was afraid of the dark, he was 5. He should have thought to keep a light on for him, but just as he was glancing around for the nearest lamp, another thought struck him.
Watch this, Harry,
he said.
I'll make you the best nightlight ever.
And with a wave of his wand, Sirius transformed the ceiling above them into a sea of bright stars, enchanted to reflect the night sky. Next to him, Harry gasped. The sound sent a stab of pain through Sirius's heart, because Regulus had reacted the same way, the first time Sirius did this trick for him. The enchanted stars were the only thing that kept Regulus's nightmares at bay. That, and Sirius's stories about the constellations. He spotted his brother's namesake now, twinkling away in the corner of Leo, but he couldn't bring himself to talk about that star. Not tonight. Instead, he pointed to a constellation up and to the right of Leo.
See that group of stars there? The broken W? That's Cassiopeia. The ancient Greeks had a story about her. Cassiopeia was a queen with a beautiful daughter named Andromeda.
By the time Sirius moved on to Ursa Major, Harry was sleeping soundly beside him, and when Remus awoke a few hours later to start breakfast, it was to find them both still side by side, fast asleep under their blanket of stars. Both Sirius and Remus were prepared for Harry's arrival to cause a lot of upheaval in their lives. It didn't, though, and that was the problem. Harry made himself as small and quiet as possible. He was the most well-behaved 5-year-old either of them had ever come across, but far from feeling relieved, it broke their hearts to see him so solemn and restrained. He wasn't just a shy child. Sirius recognized shy, after all, he'd shared a dorm room with Remus, Don't Bother Me I'm Reading, Lupin for 7 years. But Harry was scared. He watched their movements too closely, always on the lookout for signs that one of them was going to lose their temper or raise their hand to him. He flinched if either of them ever moved too fast, ran away if either of them raised their voice, and apologized for the tiniest missteps. One night, Harry spilled his milk at the dinner table and his face broke into a look of sheer terror, glancing between Sirius and Remus to see who the inevitable explosion would come from.
It's all right, Harry.
Remus had reassured him, flicking his wand to vanish the mess.
See, we can clean this up in a second. Do you want another glass of milk?
Most of the time, it was like Harry didn't know how to act like a kid. When they took him to a toy store, Harry had stared around at the toys dumbfounded and had no idea what to pick out. Remus bought him some Lego and books, and Harry finally settled on a couple of Transformer action figures, but only after several minutes of coaxing. Sirius doubted whether Harry had ever been allowed to choose his own toys when he lived with the Dursleys. He didn't even know he was allowed to want things. He was content to play alone, but if Sirius or Remus ever tried to join in, Harry would immediately stop what he was doing and wait to be told what to do. He liked to draw, but only if Sirius or Remus asked for a specific picture. When they finally insisted that Harry should draw whatever he wanted, he produced pictures of dark cupboards and sad people.
"You're no use to Harry in prison,"
Sirius had to keep reminding himself. Rather than return to Privet Drive and turn the whole neighborhood into a smoldering crater, Sirius joined Harry on the floor and drew with him. While Harry scribbled pictures of his cupboard under the stairs, Sirius drew dragons and sunshine and bright flowers, until one day, Harry shyly handed over a picture he'd drawn of a cat. A colorful, happy cat. Sirius and Remus proudly framed it and hung it on their wall. Finally, Harry started to open up during his third week with them. He laughed more. He talked more. He even started to initiate affection, surprising them both one night by crawling into bed with them after a nightmare. Nightmares were commonplace for Harry, even with his ceiling of enchanted stars. Most of the time, he would just pad his way over to Sirius and Remus's room and wait at the doorway until Sirius, always the light sleeper, would wake up and take Harry back to bed to tell him stories of the constellations, or occasionally just curl up with him as Padfoot. But this time, Sirius awoke to find Harry clambering up the bed with Snuggle Bunny and sliding under the covers between them. Sirius didn't say anything about it, just smiled and threw an arm over him while Harry nestled into sleep. By day, they split teaching duties between them. Remus had been appalled to learn that the Dursleys hadn't started teaching Harry how to read yet, but rather than enroll him in a Muggle school partway through the year, they decided to teach him at home and look at schools the following September. Remus taught him Tuesday through Thursday, Sirius taught him on Mondays, though Remus became skeptical of his teaching methods when Sirius took him to the Muggle cinema under the flimsy excuse that Harry needed to practice his money skills. Of course, Remus could be a wayward teacher, too, as Sirius learned when he returned home from work one evening to find a kitchen full of baked goods. Brownies, scones, biscuits and muffins covered their counters, and Sirius could only just make out Harry's messy head of hair poking out from behind a mixing bowl.
"What's all this?"
Sirius asked.
Chemistry,
Harry shouted. To Remus's credit, it was the most excited either of them had seen Harry since he'd arrived.
We were baking all day, 'cause Remus said I needed to learn how to do chemistry.
Next to him, Remus was taking care of a sink full of dishes. He seemed distant and distracted, reinforced by the fact that he was washing dishes the Muggle way instead of through magic. There were two things Remus resorted to when he was upset: copious amounts of baking, and Muggle cleaning. Sirius frowned, but he didn't want to bring it up in front of Harry, especially when his godson was so happy and full of life for a change. Instead, Sirius hung up his leather jacket and made his way over to the kitchen.
"Coming in for a hug, Sprog?"
he announced. That was another lesson they'd learned early on: they always had to warn Harry before they touched him or picked him up, otherwise he'd freeze and go into a panic. But as long as he had a heads up, Harry was an affectionate child who loved the attention Sirius and Remus doted on him, even if he didn't always know what to do with it. Sirius scooped up a giggling Harry and put him on his shoulders, then leant over to give Remus a quick peck on the cheek. Remus smiled, though it didn't quite meet his eyes.
"Did you have a good day?"
he asked Sirius.
"I did,"
Sirius replied.
"though not as good as the two of you had, by the look of things."
"Yes, I got a bit carried away. In fact, I should have started dinner by now. Why don't you and Harry go play while I put something together?"
"I can help. It'll be faster with both of us."
But Remus waved him off.
"No, go spend time with Harry. You haven't seen each other all day."
"All right. Ready, Harry?"
Sirius placed him back on the floor.
I'll race you to the Lego bin. 1, 2, go.
Laughing madly, Harry sprinted towards the living room and pulled his Lego bin out from beside the couch. He and Sirius lied on their bellies and started constructing a tower, which Harry insisted would be indestructible, even to the Decepticons, who were bound to attack any minute. Sirius loved hearing him make up his own stories, and he tried to join in as enthusiastically as he could, but his mind was still on Remus. Half an hour later, Remus called them to come eat, his mood still subdued. Remus perked up a bit during dinner, but Sirius could tell it was only for Harry's benefit. Whenever Harry was distracted, Remus returned to picking at his shepherd's pie and staring off into space, and his smiles were brittle and forced. Finally, once their plates were cleared, Remus cleared his throat and said,
Harry, why don't you go play on your own for a little while? Sirius and I have to talk about some grown-up stuff.
"'Kay,"
Harry replied. He looked a bit nervous, but after a smile from Sirius, he slipped off his chair and retreated to the living room. Sirius turned back to Remus, raised eyebrows replacing his grin, but Remus had started piling their dishes and wouldn't meet his eyes. Sighing, Sirius stood up to help him. Once the sink was full of soapy water and Remus had charmed the scrub brush to start cleaning the dishes magically, he turned to Sirius and crossed his arms, still keeping his eyes downcast.
Moony.
Sirius's voice was laced with concern.
I know. Sorry, the full moon is in a couple of days.
Shit.
Sirius cursed under his breath. Normally he was so conscientious about the moon, tracking its cycle just as closely as Remus. But with everything that had happened the last few weeks, it had completely slipped his mind.
I'm sorry, Moony. I didn't even think.
It's fine, I'm not bringing it up to make you feel bad. I just want to talk about the best thing to do about it, now that Harry's here.
Their options were limited, Sirius knew. He only trusted a handful of people, and none of them knew yet that Harry Potter was living with them. They didn't really make announcement cards for that sort of thing. But before Sirius could start to voice some of his ideas, Remus had started speaking again.
I'm going to go to the shack.
Remus continued.
You can stay here with Harry, and...
Wait, hold on.
Sirius held up his hands to stop him, shooting Remus an incredulous look.
The shack? The shrieking shack? What are you on about?
Well, you obviously can't spend full moons with me anymore. Someone has to be here for Harry. We can't leave him by himself.
I didn't think we were going to leave him by himself.
Sirius said sharply, insulted at the mere suggestion.
There are lots of people who could watch him. Mira, Andromeda, your dad.
But Remus shook his head.
Mira can't do magic, so she's out. Andromeda doesn't know about my furry little problem and I'd like to keep it that way. As for my dad, well, Harry's barely getting used to us. I don't want to introduce him to someone else so suddenly.
He's going to have to meet other people eventually, particularly your dad. Why not now?
It's not just that.
Remus sighed, rubbing a hand down his face.
The more people who know where Harry lives, the less safe he is.
Then we'll figure something else out.
Sirius growled.
But you are not going back to that shack, Moony.
There's no other option.
Yes there is, we just need to think it through.
I've already thought this through.
Well, it's the first I'm hearing about it.
Sirius's temper was rising, heat crawling up his neck and into his cheeks.
You always do this, you always make these self-sacrificing decisions on your own like you're doing me some kind of favor, when really, you're just locking me out and pushing me away.
It's my decision to make, because it's my condition to deal with.
No, it's not, it's ours. You're my partner, and that means we deal with this together.
Not this time. We have Harry to think of now, so you're going to stay here with him. I'm going to spend the full moon at the shack, and I don't want to argue about it anymore.
Damn it, Remus.
Sirius shouted, pounding his fist on the counter.
I won't watch you tear yourself up again. Not after all these years.
A little squeak sounded from the living room, startling both Sirius and Remus out of their standoff. They turned just in time to see Harry scurrying away from his Lego tower, scared off by their angry voices and Sirius's sudden outburst. He and Remus shared a distraught expression before abandoning their fight and cautiously going after him. They found him hiding behind the couch, cowering with Snuggle Bunny in tow. He flinched when they got nearer, an action that broke Sirius's heart in half. Carefully, he and Remus both crouched down and Sirius slowly moved towards him.
I'm sorry, Harry,
he said softly.
I didn't mean to yell. Moony and I were talking about something important and I got frustrated. Sometimes I yell when I get frustrated or scared. But I shouldn't have lost my temper like that.
Harry peeked out at him from behind his stuffed rabbit, eyes wide, and Sirius held out his arms.
Come here, Sprog,
he said, relieved when Harry slowly unfurled himself and crawled into Sirius's lap. He folded him up in his arms and started to gently rock him back and forth.
I'm sorry. I won't scare you like that again.
Harry was silent for a moment, allowing himself to be rocked, before quietly saying,
I thought you were going to hurt Moony.
No. Never.
Sirius kissed the top of his head.
I would never hurt Moony, or you. I just got frustrated. But I won't yell like that again, I promise.
Remus watched them both, his face weary and sad. After a few moments, he shifted over to join them, placing one hand on Sirius's lower back and stroking Harry's hair with the other.
I'll talk to my dad,
he told Sirius in an undertone.
I'll go see him tomorrow and explain what's happened. If he and Harry get on, he can watch him on full moon nights.
Sirius nodded, his chest loosening.
Thank you.
Chapter 4. With Remus gone early the next morning to spend the day with his dad in Wales, Sirius and Harry set off for Sirius Motors. It wasn't Harry's first trip to the garage. Normally he spent Fridays there so Remus could get some editing work done. Sirius thought Harry would be bored the first time he took him to the shop, but to his delight, Harry was fascinated with all the cars and wanted to know exactly how Sirius fixed them. He could see Lily's mind whirling behind those green eyes. She'd been curious and wanted to know how everything worked, too. The garage was just a short one-block walk away, and Harry was quiet and subdued for most of it. Sirius, still heavy with guilt for his outburst the night before, managed to elicit a small giggle out of him by announcing aloud,
Up we go,
and hoisting him onto his shoulders.
What should we fix today, Harry?
Sirius asked, bouncing him along.
The motorbike? The lorry? Mrs. Pattamore's van?
The motorbike,
Harry exclaimed as they rounded the corner to Sirius Motors.
Excellent, I was hoping you'd say that.
Sirius only employed one other person at the garage, Mira, a squib, who lived with her Muggle boyfriend, spent her weekends with her Muggle friends, and had no contact with her wizarding family back in India. Sirius and Remus were the only wizards she knew in Britain, which was why Sirius didn't have any qualms about letting her see Harry. If she did know who he was, she never let on, and Sirius knew she wouldn't tell anyone in the wizarding world.
Hi Harry.
Mira beamed at them when they arrived, throwing her long dark hair over one shoulder as she crouched down to greet Harry. She was always so happy to see him, and though Harry was still fearful around most adults, he'd finally started to warm to her.
Hi Mira.
Harry replied shyly, face going slightly pink.
I've missed you since last week. It's always so boring around here when I don't have you to keep me company.
She winked at Sirius before turning back to Harry with a brilliant smile.
So, what have you got for us today?
Harry started digging through his backpack, haphazardly pulling out crumpled sheets of paper that Sirius was positive were wrinkle-free when he'd packed them.
Remus gave me letters to practice, and he wants me to work on my phonics.
Sounds like we've got a busy day ahead of us then. Here love, you go to the office and get set up. I'll be there just as soon as I chat with Sirius.
Once you've done all your work, you can help me on the bike, Harry.
Sirius called after his godson's retreating figure. He turned back to Mira and asked.
Did Mrs. Pattamore call back?
She did.
Mira replied.
She gave the okay to go ahead with everything and asked if you could also tack on some new brake pads. Think you can get that done today?
I can. What about the Ryersons?
Good with the quote you gave them, but they're out of town until Tuesday, so they won't need the lorry back until then.
Perfect. Thanks, Mira. If it's still quiet this afternoon, feel free to head out early.
I'll do that. Thanks, boss. Shall I let Harry pick the music?
Sure, let him pick it. We'll see if my musical genius has started to rub off on him yet.
A few moments later, the opening notes of Queen's News of the World came on through the speakers.
Good lad.
Sirius thought, before summoning his tools and heading over to the garage pit. Their morning passed pleasantly enough. Harry split his time between the small office, where he worked on his homework and helped Mira with the phone, and the shop floor, where he brought Sirius various tools whether or not he needed them. The three of them shared a lunch of pulled panit and rice, then Sirius sent Mira home for an early day. It was mid-afternoon and Harry was coloring in the office while Sirius put the finishing touches on Mrs. Pattermore's van. The lorry he would get to next week, and he was just about to call Harry over to help him with his motorbike when a blue Ford Anglia drove up to the bay doors and a balding red-headed man stepped out.
"Hello,"
he said cheerily.
"So sorry, I haven't got an appointment, but I've been having some car trouble and I heard you're very good, so I was hoping you could fit me in to take a look. Of course, there's no rush, I can leave it here for a few days or however long you need."
Arthur?
Sirius asked blankly, interrupting the man's rambling.
"Merlin's beard, Sirius? I haven't seen you in ages."
Arthur stepped towards him, and Sirius gripped his hand in a hearty handshake.
Likewise. You're looking well. How are Molly and the kids?
Good, good, everyone's doing very well. Bill and Charlie are off to Hogwarts, Gryffindors both. Bill's made prefect, we're very proud, and Charlie is playing Seeker on the Gryffindor Quidditch team.
That's wonderful.
And you? How are you doing? I had no idea you were running a garage. Should have guessed by the name, I suppose.
Sirius laughed.
Yeah, it's more of a hobby project than anything. My uncle died a few years ago and left me an inheritance. But I couldn't just sit at home every day without something to do, so I opened the garage.
I'm relieved it's your shop, honestly. I wasn't sure a muggle shop would have been able to help me, you see.
And here, Arthur lowered his voice.
I've bewitched the thing to fly. It's got an invisibility booster too, so I'm not risking the statute of secrecy, but the damn thing keeps losing acceleration if I take it more than 50 feet up. I'm not sure if it's a mechanical problem or a magical problem.
I can certainly take a look. I had to work out quite a few kinks to get my motorbike to fly, so I know a thing or two about it.
Oh, splendid. This is such a splendid coincidence, of all the garages.
Sirius, I drew you a picture.
Harry suddenly appeared at Sirius's elbow, holding a piece of paper up.
It's you and me and Mooney, and we're all at the zoo talking to the snakes.
Sirius took the paper Harry was offering him, but his eyes were glued to Arthur, who'd caught sight of Harry's scar and was now staring at him with a look of astonishment.
My word,
he said quietly.
This isn't Harry Potter?
Harry looked curiously at Sirius, who'd knelt down to speak to him at eye level.
This is a beautiful picture, Harry. Why don't you go hang it up in my office? Wait there for me, I'll come see you in a few minutes.
Sirius watched Harry run off through the garage before taking a breath and turning back to Arthur, who was staring at him bemusedly.
Arthur, you can't tell anyone. Dumbledore is the only one who knows he's here. If other wizards knew, he'd be in danger.
Of course, of course. But why is he here at all? I thought he was living with his muggle relatives.
That situation turned out to be unsustainable,
Sirius answered.
He's living with me now. But please, no one can know.
I understand. And you have my word, I won't tell a soul.
Sirius let out a breath of relief.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, though, my Ron is about Harry's age. What would you think about a playdate? We're well off the beaten path, no one around for miles. He'd be safe there.
I don't know, Arthur, we aren't reintroducing him to the wizarding world until his Hogwarts age.
Of course, there's no pressure. Just a suggestion. If you did want him to meet some other wizarding children, just say the word. Our door is always open.
I appreciate that. And I'll think about it, I promise. This is all so new. I don't know what I'm doing half the time.
Arthur offered him a sympathetic smile.
You survived a war, fought with the Order of the Phoenix, yet there's nothing quite so terrifying as being a parent, right?
Sirius huffed a laugh.
It's true. I keep obsessing over everything that could go wrong, all the different ways he could get hurt or sick, all the different ways we could screw him up just because we said the wrong thing or treated him the wrong way.
One day at a time, Sirius.
Arthur said, reaching out and clapping him on the shoulder.
No parent is perfect, but we're all doing the best job we know how. Harry seems like he's in good hands with you.
I hope so. Now, let's take a look at this Anglia.
Sirius and Harry arrived back home just after 5 o'clock. Remus still hadn't returned yet, so Sirius made Harry a snack, then suggested he go play in the living room while Sirius made dinner. He was having a hard time focusing, though. Normally after a day of work, Sirius was happy and fulfilled, his mind calm and his usual wild energy down to a manageable level. But today, his thoughts were racing and he was struggling to get them under control. His run-in with Arthur Weasley had left him more shaken than he'd initially let on. It wasn't that he didn't trust Arthur to keep their secret, it's that it was so easy for him to stumble upon them in the first place. Sirius and Remus thought Harry would be safe in the Muggle world, but today had proven that they could always be found. The chances were slim, he knew, but Sirius couldn't help but worry about a former Death Eater finding them. His hands trembled at the thought of Harry coming face to face with someone like Bellatrix.
She's in Azkaban,
he told himself sternly.
She can't hurt us.
But the box where he kept his memories of life with the Black family was threatening to burst open. The day he tried to play with his Muggle neighbors, the day his parents discovered he was taking Muggle studies instead of arithmancy. Bella had been the one to rat him out on both those occasions, gleeful at the thought of Sirius's pain. But worst of all was that last night in Grimmauld Place, when his parents discovered his lack of interest in girls wasn't a form of rebellion or some phase that was going to pass. He shuddered, and for a moment, he swore he could feel his mother's nails digging into his shoulder, hear the start of a curse on his father's lips, see Regulus hiding in the corner.
No.
He slammed the box shut. He wasn't going to spiral, not anymore. Not when he had Harry to take care of now. His family had darkened enough of his past, they couldn't have his future, too. As for keeping Harry hidden from other wizards, well, perhaps his Friday visits to Sirius Motors would have to stop. But that was a discussion he and Remus could have another day. He glanced over at Harry now, playing quietly by himself with his Lego. He was doing a little better each day, but it still bothered Sirius to see his godson so skittish. The Harry he remembered had been a lively, bubbly child, chattering away in a nonsense language and climbing over everything. He was constantly exploring, grabbing whatever he could get his chubby hands on and always delighted by what he found. Children changed, he knew that. But this was such a drastic change. Harry's eyes were filled with fear, not joy. He watched Sirius and Remus much too closely. Sirius remembered looking at his own parents the same way. When you grow up in a volatile and abusive household, you always keep a watchful eye on your abusers, monitoring their moods so you know when you're safe and when it's time to hide. Harry was much too skinny. He was much too quiet. He flinched much too easily. Once again, Sirius imagined locking the Dursleys in a dark cupboard with no food or water and leaving them there to rot. Once again, Sirius reminded himself that he was no use to Harry in prison. He heaved a deep, centering breath. When the swirl of emotions inside him had calmed, he popped the macaroni cheese he'd been working on in the oven and walked over to where Harry was playing.
Hey Sprog.
Sirius lied down next to Harry and picked up a stray Lego block.
That's a brilliant castle you're building.
Harry offered up a small smile at the praise. He still wasn't used to it, but Sirius intended that he would be.
Thanks.
he replied shyly.
Looks like you could use a guard tower, though. Can I build one?
Harry shrugged.
"'Kay, if you want."
They worked on their Lego castle in companionable silence, Sirius stealing occasional glances at Harry. He wanted so badly to fix everything that was wrong, but as Remus kept reminding him, there was nothing they could do except hold space and be patient. That method didn't suit Sirius, who needed movement and action to feel like he was making any kind of a difference. He couldn't fight Harry's demons, he could only play Lego.
Look out, Harry, Smog is on the attack.
Sirius suddenly summoned the toy dragon that Remus had bought and made it levitate around the castle, spurting bursts of cool blue flame. Harry laughed and started assembling an army of toys to guard the castle.
"No. Because Thorin is here, and he's going to stop Smog."
We'll just see about that.
Sirius made Smog flit around the castle, dive-bombing Harry's toy army and always just missing them. Harry started shouting orders as he moved his toys around, adding more to their numbers and grabbing whatever he could find as a weapon against the dragon. He reached his hand out, and from across the room, one of his toy transformers came flying to meet him. As soon as he caught it, Harry dropped it as though he'd been burned, his eyes wide and terrified. Sirius stopped their game at once, letting the dragon fall to the floor.
What's wrong?
"I'm not supposed to do that."
Harry's breath hitched in his throat as he looked at Sirius with a panicked expression.
"I didn't mean to. I'm sorry."
Hey,
Sirius said soothingly.
it's all right. You didn't do anything wrong.
But Harry shook his head.
"I'm not supposed to do magic. It's unnatural. I'm not supposed to."
Harry, it's okay, look.
Sirius flicked his wand and summoned a second transformer from across the room.
Magic isn't unnatural. I can do it, too. We're wizards, it's the most natural thing in the world for us. See?
With another swish of his wand, he levitated Harry's transformer and spun it around. He shrank it down to the size of a beetle, enlarged it until it was bigger than the toy dragon, made it fight the other transformer. Harry watched it all closely, looking calmer but still skeptical.
"Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia always said I was a freak,"
he said quietly, though with less conviction now. A hot swoop of anger filled Sirius's stomach. He took another deep breath as he recited.
"You're no use to Harry in prison, you're no use to Harry in prison."
It was practically becoming his mantra.
Your aunt and uncle were wrong, Harry. They don't understand magic, and people are scared of what they don't understand. You can do magic because your parents could do magic. You're a wizard, just like your dad.
At the mention of his dad, Harry's face brightened a little.
"Was my dad good at magic?"
He was the best at magic. One of the most brilliant wizards I've ever met. You're going to be just like him, I know it. He'd be so proud of you if he could see you doing magic already.
Harry smiled, flushing slightly, when a thought suddenly occurred to Sirius.
Harry, have you ever seen pictures of your mum and dad?
He shook his head.
"Aunt Petunia said she didn't have any."
That lying.
Sirius knew for a fact that Lily had sent her pictures from their wedding day, but he stuffed down his anger so he could focus on the task at hand.
Wait here for a sec, Sprog.
He stood up and made his way across the living room and up to the loft. They'd always meant to turn that space into a reading area, but instead, it had become a collecting ground for boxes of old records and books. Now that Remus was working up there, his mess of manuscripts, inkwells, and old mugs of tea had been added to the clutter. Remus kept swearing he was going to clean it up, Sirius kept reminding himself that he loved Remus in spite of his messiness. After a bit of poking around, Sirius found what he was looking for, and he levitated the boxes out of the loft and into the living room below. Harry was hanging back, but once Sirius made his way back down the stairs, he ventured closer.
Come here, Harry.
Sirius waved him over to the couch.
These are all the photos we have of your mum and dad. Come take a look.
Harry bounded over and sat next to Sirius, looking eagerly at the boxes in front of them. Seeing his godson's excitement was like a salve over a very old and very painful wound, and it gave Sirius the courage he needed to go through these boxes for the first time in years. When James and Lily died, Sirius wanted to burn all their pictures. Not out of anger or spite, but because he didn't think there would ever come a day when he could look at them without being filled with guilt and self-loathing. Thankfully, he'd managed to keep some of his worst impulses in check, and settled instead on boxing the photos up instead of destroying them. The last time he'd looked at James's and Lily's smiling faces, it had been through a haze of fire whiskey and tears. But now, Harry was looking at him eagerly, and he thought he could manage this round sober. He pulled the first box towards him, hoping Harry wouldn't see the tremor in his hands.
"We should have brought these down the first night you were here,"
Sirius said, adding a layer of fake cheer to his voice.
"I wasn't thinking. Here, let's start with this one. This album is from when we were all at school."
Sirius opened the first page to a photo of James and Lily standing in a snowy Hogsmeade street, laughing with their arms around each other. Harry's eyes widened in delight.
"They're moving."
"That's right. These pictures are magic, so they move."
"That's my mum and dad."
"It sure is."
"Wow."
Harry breathed, and Sirius took strength from his voice so he could press on.
"Look at this one. That's your dad and Moony."
The next photo was taken somewhere on the Hogwarts grounds, James leaning against Remus and laughing. Remus looked embarrassed, but somehow also pleased, the way he always did when James got carried away. Sirius wished he could remember what the joke was. He turned the page, revealing a photo of James and Lily sharing a broom. Lily was sitting behind him, holding on to James's waist and beaming. Sirius remembered that day. He tried to convince Remus to hop on the back of his broom too, but Remus wasn't having it.
"He has glasses just like me,"
Harry exclaimed, leaning closer to examine the picture of James.
"He sure does. And messy hair just like you, and knobbly knees just like you."
Harry giggled as Sirius tickled one of his knees.
"But your eyes are just like your mum's."
Harry traced a finger over Lily's eyes. She seemed to follow Harry's movements, smiling like they were in on the same joke.
"I wish I could remember her,"
Harry said softly. Sirius put an arm around him and pulled him close.
"I know. I wish you could too."
It hurt, looking through these albums. Each new photo brought another memory, a fresh stab of pain. But mixed alongside that was the love he felt for his godson. Harry flipped through the albums hungrily, his eyes filling with fascination and delight at every picture he discovered. They saw pictures of James playing Quidditch, of Lily smiling arm in arm with, another stab of pain, Marlene McKinnon and Dorcas Meadows, of Christmases and birthdays and their wedding day. As they went, Sirius couldn't help but tell Harry stories. About the day in third year when he and James replaced the Slytherin's pumpkin juice with babbling beverage. About how James and Remus had found the secret passage to Honeydukes. About his Christmas tradition with Lily to exchange a new record every year. She'd gotten him into Fleetwood Mac, he'd gotten her into Talking Heads. Finally, they came across his favorite picture, Sirius standing with an arm around Remus, who was holding baby Harry. Remus was staring down at the squirming infant in his arms, looking elated and terrified all at once, while Sirius threw his head back and laughed.
"The day you were born was the happiest of your dad's life,"
Sirius told Harry then.
"He cried more than you did. Kept telling us you were going to be a brilliant wizard, the fastest Quidditch player to ever go to Hogwarts. He loved you so much."
Carefully, Sirius reached over and plucked the photo out of the album. It was a shame, really, to keep these all tucked away. Especially now that Harry was with them. Waving the photo in front of them, Sirius said,
"What do you say we put some of these up around the flat? That way you can see them all the time. Would you like that?"
"Yeah,"
Harry replied with a big grin.
"All right then. Let's pick our favorites."
While Sirius retrieved, or in some cases, transfigured, the picture frames, Harry kept going through the albums and choosing his favorite photos. He had good taste, Sirius had to admit. He took his time with each album, picking out photos carefully and deliberately. Sirius suppressed a chuckle. Harry might look just like James, but he acted just like Lily. At one point, Sirius was placing a frame on their bookshelf when Harry asked,
"Who's that?"
Who, Hare?
But the words got stuck in his throat as Sirius turned around and saw the picture in question. It was of all four of them, him, James, Remus, and Peter, whom Harry was pointing directly at. He thought he'd gotten rid of all the photos of Peter, but apparently he'd missed this one. Trying to ignore the icy fist now clenched around his stomach, Sirius answered in a shaky voice.
He was a friend.
"Are you still friends?"
No. Not anymore.
Sirius gently closed that album and directed Harry's attention to another photo.
Where should we put this one, do you think?
Once they'd put up all their favorite pictures and packed up the remaining albums, the two of them sat down to a quiet dinner. Sirius's mind was spinning, simultaneously going over his run-in with Arthur and why Remus was taking so long and the photo of Peter they'd stumbled across. Harry was quiet too, although that wasn't unusual for him, and he perked up when Remus finally walked through the door as they were clearing the table.
"Moony."
Harry ran over to Remus and took him by the hand, dragging him towards the living room.
"Come look. We found pictures of my mum and dad, and we put them up so we can look at them all the time."
Oh, that's brilliant, Harry.
Remus replied in a hoarse voice. His face was pinched and tired, and Sirius could already see the effects the almost full moon was having on him. Harry apparently noticed too, though he didn't know the cause. He frowned pensively at Remus.
I'm all right.
Remus said with a smile.
Just tired. I was visiting with my dad all day, and it was a long trip. But he's coming here tomorrow so you can meet him too.
Here, Harry, it's getting late. Why don't you go get ready for bed and I'll be there in a bit to read to you.
"I want Moony to read to me,"
Harry said petulantly.
"He does the best voices."
I know, but Moony is tired and he's going to have a rest. Go on, Sprog. Go brush your teeth. I'll be there soon.
"'Kay,"
Harry answered, then surprised them both by turning towards Remus and wrapping his arms around him in a hug.
"Night, Moony."
Good night, Harry.
Remus ruffled his hair affectionately.
I'll see you in the morning.
As Harry toddled off towards the bathroom, Sirius came up behind Remus and started rubbing his lower back, where he knew Remus would be hurting most the day before the full. Remus sighed and leaned into it.
Did you eat, Moons?
Sirius asked. Remus nodded.
I had supper at my dad's. I'm just going to turn in early, I think. See if I can get any sleep tonight.
Sirius followed him into their bedroom. He could hear the water running in the bathroom, but he cast a quick silencing charm behind him just in case Harry was listening.
I'm sorry we blindsided you with the photos.
He offered as Remus started digging through their dresser for a change of clothes.
I should have warned you before we put them up.
No, it's fine.
Remus replied, and Sirius was relieved to hear he meant it.
We should have put those photos up ages ago.
Yeah. I thought it would be hard, going through those albums. It was, but it was nice, too. Cathartic. Harry's never seen pictures of Lily and James before. The Dursleys never showed him any.
Not surprising, I suppose. I'm glad you showed him. And I'm glad you put him up.
Me too.
He let a few moments of silence stretch between them before clearing his throat and saying awkwardly.
So, Arthur Weasley came into the shop today.
Arthur Weasley, really, how is he?
Good. He saw Harry.
Remus whipped around, an alarmed look spreading across his face, and Sirius continued on before he could panic.
It's okay. He knows the risks, he won't tell anyone. He even suggested Harry go to the Weasleys for a playdate sometime. I guess he has a son around Harry's age.
Oh.
Remus slumped against the dresser, letting his pajama shirt fall to the floor.
Well, that would be nice, but we can't risk it.
Actually, I think we should take him up on it.
No, Sirius, we can't. We can't reintroduce Harry into the wizarding world yet. It's too dangerous.
But it's the Weasleys. We trust them. We fought with Gideon and Fabian in the Order for years.
I trust the Weasleys, but what if someone flews over? What if one of the kids mentions something to another wizard? It's too risky.
I know the risks. But he's lonely, Remus. He only has you and me for company, and honestly, I don't think he's ever had a friend his own age. That horrible cousin of his was certainly no friend to him.
That's true, I suppose.
He could tell he'd had an impact on Remus from the way he was studying the floor. If there was anyone who understood what it was like to live a lonely childhood, it was Remus Lupin.
He's not over what the Dursleys did to him.
Sirius went on gently.
He's still terrified of his own magic. It would be good for him to spend time with some other wizarding children, and we couldn't pick a better family than the Weasleys.
All right.
Remus caved.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But can we wait until after the full moon to work out the details?
Of course. How are you feeling?
He hated seeing Remus in the days leading up to the full moon. He always looked hollow and gaunt, like his body was carving itself out to make room for the wolf.
I'm fine.
Sirius scoffed at him, and Remus rolled his eyes and amended.
Well, all right, I'm not fine. But I feel like I do at any other full moon, so fine enough.
Do you think you'll sleep tonight?
I doubt it. I'll take on Harry duty, since I'll be up anyway.
Okay, well, at least try to sleep. Hey, if all goes well between Harry and your dad tomorrow, I thought maybe we could roam around the Cairngorms for the full. See if we can find those old ruins again.
Oh, yeah, sure.
He didn't want to think about what Remus's night would be like if Harry didn't get on with his dad, and based on Remus's noncommittal response, he was worried about it too. Sirius sighed and slipped his arms around Remus's waist. He wanted to just offer comfort, but there was still one last thing to tell him.
Harry found a picture of Peter.
He murmured, and he felt Remus stiffen against him.
I thought I got rid of them all, but I must have missed one. He asked who Peter was.
What did you tell him?
Just that he used to be a friend. I don't know how much Harry knows about the way his parents died. Actually, judging by the Dursleys, he probably doesn't know anything about it.
Remus nodded.
We're going to have to tell him about it someday. About what happened, what Peter did.
I know.
He nuzzled his face into Remus's neck and planted a kiss at his pulse point.
But not tonight.
Chapter 5. Remus could never sleep the night before the full moon. His body was thrumming with wild magic, responding to the pull of the moon like the ebb and flow of the tide. Sirius would often keep him company those nights, their whispered conversations and gentle touches carrying them into the morning light. But Sirius was asleep, and he so rarely slept through the night that Remus didn't want to disturb him. Instead, he was up and pacing the flat. He'd already checked on Harry, curled up on his side with Snuggle Bunny held close. Remus watched him for a few minutes, waiting for the telltale signs of a nightmare, a furrowed brow, a hand clutched too tightly. But Harry slept peacefully, his breath flowing in an easy rhythm. Remus savored the moment. They rarely saw Harry looking so relaxed. It was a few minutes past midnight when Remus wandered into the living room, thinking he might try to lose himself in a book. He was reaching for one of his trusted favorites when a sudden movement caught his eye. Remus tensed, about to reach for his wand, but then his mind caught up with his reflexes and he realized it was just one of the photographs Sirius and Harry had put up. When Harry had dragged him to the living room earlier that night, Remus was too distracted to give the photos much more than a cursory glance. Now, he reached for the nearest one and smiled as he took in James and Lily happily waving at him from the orchard behind Potter Manor. Sirius had been nervous about Remus's reaction to seeing these photos again. His concern was understandable, but it was always Sirius who had a harder time looking at them. For Sirius, seeing pictures of James and Lily reminded him of what he'd lost, of what Peter had cost them. But Remus liked seeing James and Lily like this. Happy, carefree, full of love for each other and the people around them. It was a sharp contrast to the last time he'd seen them. The memory was always floating just beneath the surface of his mind, and he shuddered as those images emerged now, James's lifeless body, Lily's glassy eyes. Sirius's anguished sobs as he knelt by his best friend's side. Remus wasn't even supposed to be in the country, the night that it happened. He was deep in his work infiltrating werewolf packs, and Dumbledore had tracked an up-and-coming pack to the Outer Hebrides. They weren't in with Voldemort yet, but it was only a matter of time, and Remus's mission was to infiltrate this new group and recruit them to the Order before Greyback found them. But Remus was tired. More than tired, exhausted and broken and burnt out. He and Sirius had split up a couple of months prior, the lies and secrets between them growing so great that they filled the room before either could even draw a breath. Sirius knew Remus was spending full moons with other werewolf packs, and he knew that Remus did it on Dumbledore's orders. But Remus wouldn't talk about it with him. He couldn't bear to see the look on Sirius's face if he told him of the bloodthirsty alphas, the scared teenage runaways, the cruelty of the pack order. And he didn't want to talk about Greyback. But Sirius kept secrets too. He returned late at night and wouldn't tell Remus where he'd been, went on order missions Remus hadn't heard of. He made plans with James and Lily that he didn't trust Remus to know about. Finally, it all became too much. Tensions grew, the shouting started, and the morning of the August full moon, Remus left. This time, he didn't come back. The night of Halloween 1981, Remus was already supposed to be up north getting to know his new pack members. His bag was packed, he'd gone over his travel details a dozen times, yet he couldn't bring himself to leave. Each time he tried, a spool of anxiety started uncoiling in his stomach. He would talk himself down, get to a calm place again, but the moment he stepped foot outside, there it was again.
Oh, sod this.
Remus finally muttered, angrily throwing his bag to the floor. The full moon wasn't even for another week and a half. His trip north could wait a few days. He marched out the door of his small cottage in Wales and disapparated, not to Scotland, but to the Leaky Cauldron, where he snagged a seat at the bar and started to drink, chasing happier memories at the bottom of every glass. The pub was busier than usual. Few people were venturing out those days, what with Voldemort at the peak of his power, but he supposed that people couldn't resist going out to blow off some steam for Halloween night. Remus kept to himself, even waving off a tall blonde who wanted to buy him a drink. He had no interest in company tonight. He had just started his third glass of beer when a sudden hush came over the crowd.
Louder!
Someone shouted, and Tom the barkeep turned up the volume on the radio. A frantic voice was speaking over the wizarding wireless network, and everyone held their breaths as the news broke. Voldemort had gone to Godric's Hollow that night. The Potters were dead, and somehow, Voldemort had been defeated too. A harsh buzzing filled Remus's ears, followed almost immediately by the roar of a cheering crowd. People were raising their glasses, kissing, shooting red and gold sparks out of their wands. Remus's grief turned swiftly to rage. They were celebrating. A family was dead, and they were celebrating. A man sloshing his pint all over the floor stumbled up to Remus and tried to hug him. Remus shoved him back and, in a rare moment of uncontrolled anger, punched him in the face. Before anyone could retaliate, Remus fled from the Leaky Cauldron, stumbled into the street outside, and disapparated to Godric's Hollow. He hoped the report was wrong, he hoped his friend's home would remain invisible to him, protected by an unbroken Fidelius charm. But suddenly the acrid smell of smoke filled his nose, and Remus opened his eyes to find the wreckage of the Potter's house before him.
No.
His own voice was so strangled that Remus hardly recognized it, just as he hardly recognized the ruins before him. Half the roof and an entire corner of the house had been blasted apart, the rubble littering the meticulous front garden Lily worked so hard on. Most of the windows were shattered, and the front door was hanging off its hinges. He didn't want to go in. He knew what he'd find, but his feet were moving without his permission. He slowly climbed the steps to the front porch. Just as he was approaching the wreckage of the door, he heard something coming from inside, a low, pained keening that tore through Remus's chest. Cautiously, Remus stepped over the threshold to find Sirius kneeling on the floor. He was white and trembling, his hands gripped tight through his hair as he rocked and sobbed next to James. He hardly glanced up as Remus approached and knelt next to him. For a moment, Remus could almost trick himself into thinking James was still alive. The light glinted off his glasses and lent life to his eyes, and his hair was as windswept as ever. But the illusion ended there. James's hazel eyes, normally so alight with laughter, were still and unseeing. His glasses were slightly askew, like they always were in life, and Remus reached out a shaking hand to straighten them before he stopped himself. Sirius was looking at him now, his face tear-streaked and broken, but Remus couldn't take it in. His mind was reeling. James was dead, he's dead, and Lily and Harry. He heard Sirius call after him as he tore upstairs, but Remus ignored him. He raced through the hall and burst into Harry's room, where most of the ceiling was blown away. Harry was nowhere to be seen, and Lily, sweet, funny, fiery Lily, was dead on the floor, her body strewn in front of the crib. Remus wanted to scream. He wanted to rage, he wanted to kill. But his body wouldn't respond. Instead, he fell against the door frame and slumped to the floor, his hand clasped against his mouth. He didn't hear Sirius follow him upstairs, but suddenly he was there. He dropped to the floor next to Remus, expression stony and unreadable. Remus didn't want him there. He'd shared enough of his grief with Sirius, couldn't he have one moment to himself to process that two of his closest friends were dead? But Sirius had answers that Remus needed. After some time, Remus finally moved his hand away from his mouth and tried to speak.
What happened?
He fought to keep his voice under control.
Fucking hell, Sirius, what the fuck happened?
Sirius drew a stuttering breath.
Peter.
What about him? What does Peter have to do with this?
His self-restraint, already tenuous, was beginning to slip away completely.
Merlin, Sirius, you were their secret keeper. How did?
I wasn't. I switched.
Remus's voice quivered.
What?
I thought Voldemort would come after me, so I was a decoy. Peter was their real secret keeper, we switched without telling anyone. Peter, he did this. He betrayed them.
Silence stretched between them, and Remus heard a lot of things in it that Sirius couldn't say. Peter was their secret keeper. Sirius didn't tell Remus about the switch. Sirius didn't trust him. He trusted Peter more than Remus, he thought Remus was the spy, when really. Remus turned away from him, back to the horror scene in front of him, taking in his dead friend and the empty crib. He could barely bring himself to ask his next question, but he had to know.
What happened to Harry?
He's alive.
A great wave of relief rushed through Remus.
I don't know how, but he survived somehow. He's gone now, though. Hagrid was here, he took him. Dumbledore's orders.
But, you're his godfather.
I know that.
Sirius snapped, glaring at Remus with sudden fury.
What, you think I didn't want him? That I just gave him up? I tried to keep him, I argued with Hagrid, but he wouldn't budge. Dumbledore told him to get Harry, so that's what he did, it didn't matter what I said.
Remus was well used to Sirius's emotional whiplash. Normally he would snap back with his own retort, but he didn't have the energy tonight. Instead, he just watched as Sirius's face fell and he leant back with a sigh.
They're gone.
He continued.
He took my motorbike and went to meet Dumbledore. Harry's going into hiding with his aunt and uncle. He'll be safe with them.
Another beat.
Why did he take your motorcycle?
I gave it to him. I won't need it anymore.
Sirius's face had hardened into a dead-eyed mask. Remus knew that look. He'd seen it before, normally right before Sirius did something stupid.
What do you mean? What are you planning?
He thought Sirius would refuse to answer him. Surprisingly, Sirius got to his feet and replied quite calmly.
I'm going to find Peter and kill him.
Before striding past Remus back towards the front door. And there it was again, the spool of anxiety, unraveling furiously until it was nothing more than a taut line of steel connecting him with Sirius. It grew tighter and tighter with every step Sirius took, and from nowhere, a single thought filled Remus's mind.
Don't let him go.
He didn't pause to question it. Remus scrambled up and ran after him, down the stairs, past James's dead body, through the front door.
Wait, Sirius, no. Don't.
Sirius was already back outside and about to disapparate when Remus caught up with him.
Sirius, stop.
He clawed at his shoulder.
Don't go after him.
But Sirius just shook him off.
It's what he deserves.
I know.
Remus managed to get in front of him and place his hands on his chest placatingly.
I know he does, but what would it cost you? You could end up in Azkaban for that.
It would be worth it.
Sirius shoved past him.
No, it wouldn't.
Remus was growing desperate. He couldn't explain the sudden bout of panic he was feeling, but he knew he had to act on it.
Sirius, stop. Just think about it.
He grabbed his arm and Sirius spun around wildly, looking like he was about to throw a punch, but Remus rambled on anyway.
Think. No one knows Peter was the real secret keeper. They're going to think you did this.
Let them think what they want. I'm not letting Peter go.
Killing Peter won't bring James and Lily back. It won't help Harry. It's not what James would have wanted.
James is dead because of that rat.
And you could end up the same. If Peter was Voldemort's spy, then he's cleverer than we ever gave him credit for. He'll have tricks up his sleeve you won't expect.
You think that bastard can beat me in a duel?
Sirius's eyes had taken on a dangerous glint.
Of course not, if it were a fair duel. But it won't be with him.
Remus had started to shake.
Sirius, please, I just have a feeling about this. I don't know why, but I do. Please, don't go after him. I can't.
He heaved a sigh.
I can't handle something happening to you too.
They stood there in a tense standoff, Remus's eyes pleading, Sirius's blazing. Finally, after several long moments, Sirius looked down and seemed to deflate.
I don't know what else to do.
He admitted in a small voice.
What do I do?
We go to Dumbledore.
He's gone. I don't know where he is.
Then we wait for him at Hogwarts. He has to know that you weren't James's and Lily's secret keeper. He might have to perform legilimency on you.
Sirius winced.
But he needs to know that you weren't the spy.
Remus could read the confliction in Sirius's face, and he knew he was warring heavily with his reckless streak that told him to go after Peter. Remus held his breath, and when Sirius finally nodded, he nearly cried with relief.
What do we do about James and Lily?
Sirius asked, turning back towards the house.
We can't just leave them in there.
Remus didn't like it either, but he didn't know what else could be done.
We have to. The ministry will get here soon, and we should be gone before they do. Come on, let's go. Can we side along? Is that all right?
What? Don't trust me to apparate to Hogwarts on my own.
Remus didn't, but admitting so wouldn't help their fragile alliance.
I would just feel better if we stuck together.
Grudgingly, Sirius stuck out his arm. Remus let him lead, and a second after he was pulled into the crushing darkness, Remus blinked his eyes open to find the Hogwarts gate before him and the smell of smoke replaced with crisp autumn air. The next few hours passed in a blur. They waited in Dumbledore's office, where Sirius's emotions came exploding out. He paced and raged, yelling and spewing profanities about Peter, Voldemort, the Death Eaters, his family, anyone who'd ever crossed him. He cursed Dumbledore's name for ever getting them involved in the Order. He fired spells around his office, and when the portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses began yelling back, he shot spells at them too. At one point he broke down and cried for a solid hour, then worked himself into another rampage and started all over again. The whole time, Remus just watched. He knew better than to try to comfort him, but inside, he was fuming. Sirius's emotions were so big that they sucked all the air out of the room, leaving no space for anyone else to feel anything. Did Sirius not think that Remus was grieving too? That Remus wanted to shout and curse everything within reach? He grew more resentful as Sirius's tantrum raged on, but Sirius couldn't notice anything beyond his own fury and grief. It was past dawn when Dumbledore finally appeared, looking travel-worn and weary but unsurprised to see Remus and Sirius standing in the wreckage of his office. Sirius immediately tried launching into another tirade, but this time, Remus decided to step in. He explained what had happened and that Peter had been the Potter's real secret keeper. Dumbledore listened, asked questions, corroborated their story where necessary, and just as the sun's first pink-tinged rays were creeping over the mountains, he dismissed them. Oh, he'd voiced the appropriate sympathies and condolences, assured them that Harry was safe and everything would be all right, but it felt too much like a dismissal for Remus's liking. Dumbledore's message was clear: the war was over. So was their usefulness. Remus and Sirius walked back through the castle in a daze. The memories these halls brought back were pressing in from every corner and corridor, happier times when their biggest worry was passing their Transfiguration final or winning the Quidditch Cup. Every step sent another wave of pain coursing through Remus, and he knew he wouldn't be able to hold it back for much longer. Finally, back at the gates, Sirius turned to him. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, but no words came out. He looked at Remus beseechingly, and Remus wanted nothing more than to fall apart with him. He wanted to pull him close and kiss him and take him home, curl up in bed with him for the next week. But he also wanted to yell at him, push him away, take all the anger and resentment pulsing through his veins out on him. He couldn't do either. Something had broken between them, and he didn't know how or if they could ever fix it. Finally, Remus broke the heavy silence.
I'll see you at the funeral,
he said, and he didn't miss Sirius's wince of pain at the word.
Yeah.
If you need me.
Right, you too.
He couldn't take it anymore. Remus turned on the spot and disapparated back to his cottage. He was exhausted, but he didn't think he could sleep. Instead, upon stepping through the front door, he made his way over to his tiny kitchen and started fixing a cup of tea. His hands shook as he reached for the box of Earl Grey tea bags. Unfortunately, he was all out of leaves, and boiled the kettle with a flick of his wand. He groped blindly in the cupboard for a mug, but before he could find one, his eyes alighted on something else, a glass baking dish, sitting where he could easily see it so he wouldn't forget, and just on instinct he thought to himself,
I must remember to return that to Lily.
Before his mind caught up to him. He froze, abandoning his quest for a mug and reaching to take the dish instead. It had contained Millionaire's shortbread, his favorite, sent alongside a bottle of fire whiskey the same day he'd moved into the cottage. A token of friendship to comfort him in the midst of his breakup with Sirius.
The squares are from Lily, the whiskey is from me.
The note had said.
Take care of yourself, mate, there are brighter days ahead. P.S. Lil says you can bring the dish back at Christmas.
He'd been so sure this would all be over by Christmas. He traced the dish edge, remembered the words written in James's messy scrawl, before a film of tears blurred his vision.
Fuck.
He choked. The flood of anger he'd been holding back came crashing through him and he couldn't keep it at bay anymore.
Fuck.
He threw the dish across the room, watched it smash into pieces against the wall.
Motherfucker.
He grabbed a mug from the cupboard and threw it after the dish, and another, and what the fuck was he thinking anyway, like a cup of tea could just fix everything? Like he just needed a hot bath and a good nap to get over the deaths of his best friends?
Fuck, goddammit, fucking fuck.
James was dead, Lily was dead, Harry was gone, and Peter.
Lying.
He smashed a plate against the wall.
Fucking.
He hurled a bowl at the fireplace mantel.
Coward.
He grabbed an armful of clean dishes drying by the sink and crashed them on the floor in front of him, watching with satisfaction as they broke apart at his feet. He kept going until every dish, every mug was smashed into pieces, and only then, only when the room around him looked as broken as he felt, did he allow himself to collapse on the floor and succumb to the grief and exhaustion overtaking him. He didn't move for hours. He didn't sleep for days. He forgot to eat. When he remembered, he didn't want to eat. He moved through his cottage like a ghost. At some points, he thought he was a ghost, because how else could everything be so cold and grey? He thought he might be dead. He wanted to be dead. A few days later, he attended the Potter's funeral. He sat at the back and kept an eye out for Harry, naively thinking Petunia would bring him. But of course she didn't. Her own sister, Harry's parents, and she couldn't be bothered to show up to the funeral. He saw Sirius, and though they locked eyes a few times, neither could bring themselves to make their way over. Remus returned to his cottage alone and crawled into bed, but not even sleep could provide relief when all he dreamt of were his friends' dead bodies and glassy eyes. The November full moon came the following week. Remus waited as long as he could, but the magic started tearing at his skin, and he finally had to admit that Sirius wasn't coming. He locked himself in his magically warded basement and endured one of the most painful transformations he could remember. The wolf seemed to know its pack was broken, and it took that anger out on itself. Remus awoke the next day caked in blood and covered in new scars. He almost relished the pain, he deserved it, he thought. Seeing his broken body brought him a twisted sense of atonement for every wrong choice he'd made during the war. If he hadn't shut Sirius out, if he and Sirius had trusted each other. Sirius. There had been no word from him, and Remus had started several angry letters that he never sent.
Where the fuck were you? I had to transform alone.
One read, before Remus crumpled it up and tossed it in the fireplace.
I haven't heard from you. Are you okay?
Another started, but Remus couldn't bring himself to finish it. After the chaos of November, the December full moon seemed to roll around faster than usual, and Remus thought surely Sirius would come this time. They were the only two marauders left, after all. But once again, Remus waited until the transformation began to twist muscle and fuse bone and he could wait no longer. He stumbled to his basement just in time and spent the night hurling himself at the walls and tearing at his own flesh. It was several hours past sunrise when he finally had the strength to crawl up the stairs and into his own bed, a jagged new scar now spanning the bridge of his nose. Time was blurry after that. Whether from his fresh scars or the transformation itself, Remus's body became racked with fever. His tiny cottage was suddenly filled with ghosts and hallucinations, his mother, looking just as she did before she died, pressing a hand against his forehead. James and Lily sitting on the edge of his bed, just out of reach, and talking to a worried-looking Marlene and Dorcas. Remus cried out, begged them to take him with them. He should have died, he said, it was all wrong. He should have died and they should have lived, please, take me, trade places with me. But the ghosts were indifferent to his pleas. Finally, and Remus honestly had no idea how long it had been, the fever broke. He staggered from his room and made his way to the bathroom, determined to clean the stale sweat and dried blood off him. On his way in, he caught sight of himself in the bathroom mirror and flinched at that ugly scar now splitting his face in two. Remus had a habit of never staring at his scars for long. He couldn't bear to see them, hated such visceral proof that his body belonged to the wolf. But now, he stared. He stared, and he grew angry. He should have made something to eat and gone right back to bed. Instead, he showered and brushed his teeth, put on fresh clothes, and ventured outside for the first time in weeks. The sun had just gone down and the air was bitingly cold, but he wouldn't be outdoors for long. He turned on the spot and disapparated into that pressing dark oblivion, his body screaming in protest at the pressure his latest injuries were being forced to endure. A moment later, he stood gasping and nearly retching at the door of Sirius's flat. It seemed odd to knock, after all, he'd lived here for 3 years and never had reason to knock before. But he felt he owed Sirius some civility. Or at least, as much civility as he could muster.
Sirius.
Remus pounded on the door.
Sirius, open up. Open the door, damn it.
When they'd been together, most people were under the impression that Remus was the calm one and Sirius was the loose cannon. That may have been true to the casual observer, but anyone who got to know them properly could see that while he might show more restraint than his partner, Remus still had a temper. And he was more than willing to act on it given the right circumstances.
Sirius, open this fucking door, or so help me.
Another minute of pounding, swearing, and threatening went by before Remus had to admit that Sirius was either not home or content to ignore him. But Remus was not content to just leave. Though he was tempted, sorely tempted, to blast the door straight off its hinges, he managed to keep that particular impulse in check. Instead, he trusted that Sirius had been too preoccupied following their breakup to change his protective wards, and a single tap of his wand on the doorknob proved him right. The door swung inward, and Remus stepped inside what used to be his home. Sirius had always been a surprisingly neat man. There may have been the usual jacket slung over a chair or a stack of dishes waiting to be washed. But for the most part, Sirius had kept their flat tidy and clean when they'd shared it. His home was a source of pride for him, especially after the miserable one he'd been raised in. Now, Remus almost thought he'd walked into the wrong flat. Heaps of clothes were piled on the furniture and every surface was covered in dirty dishes, forgotten takeaway containers, empty whiskey bottles. The flat had a dank, musty smell that Remus had certainly never come across when he'd lived there, and even the floor seemed to be sporting a layer of grime. Remus took a cautious step inside.
Sirius,
he called. He didn't expect an answer, and a quick hominum revelio confirmed that no one else was there. Remus was still angry, but now, it was tinged with a decent amount of concern, too. With no other ideas at the moment, Remus cleared a space off the couch and sat down to wait. He must have dozed off at some point, because he didn't hear Sirius enter the flat until he was already through the hall and walking into the living room. Remus startled upright, causing Sirius to whirl around and shoot a jet of red light from his wand that missed him by inches.
Merlin, Sirius, it's me.
Remus?
His words were slightly slurred.
What are you doing here? How did you get in?
You never changed your wards.
Sirius grunted.
Right. Well, I'll be sure to take care of that in the morning, then.
He stumbled towards the kitchen, and after a moment's hesitation, Remus followed him.
Where have you been?
Why do you care?
I'm worried about you.
Worry about yourself. You've lost weight.
Sirius twisted the cap off a bottle of fire whiskey and sloshed some into an already dirty glass.
Have you been eating?
Remus bristled.
I eat enough.
Right.
He knocked back the whiskey in a single swallow, then moved to pour himself another.
Would you take it easy with that?
Remus snapped, ripping the bottle out of Sirius's hands.
Since when do you drink like your father?
Sirius's face darkened.
Fuck you, Mooney. If I wanted to hear your lectures, we'd still be together.
He tried to snatch the bottle back, but Remus held it out of reach.
Give it back.
No.
He tried a summoning charm next, but his wand work was too sloppy and Remus's shield charm was too quick, both of which seemed to infuriate Sirius.
Damn it!
He shouted.
Would you just go home and let me drink in peace?
I think you've had enough for tonight.
Remus turned to dump the bottle down the sink, but in that moment of distraction, Sirius decided to charge him. He grabbed the bottle out of his hands and accidentally knocked into Remus. Not hard, but hard enough that someone covered in half a dozen fresh injuries would nearly black out. A wave of pain and nausea ripped through Remus's body as he fell to his knees, trying to catch his breath. He felt something hot and sticky trickling down his chest, a still healing gash had torn open.
Remus?
Sirius's voice sounded confused.
Are you? Oh, shit.
He dropped down next to him, the fire whiskey bottle rolling away, forgotten.
Shit, Remus, I'm sorry, I didn't think, come here.
Somehow despite his inebriated state, Sirius managed to get him to his feet. He tried to steer Remus towards the living room, but Remus pushed him away.
Fuck off, I'm fine.
You're not fine. Why didn't you take care of these, hey? Don't you?
His next question was cut off by Remus stumbling and barely catching himself on the edge of the kitchen table.
For Merlin's sake, Mooney, sit down. You can leave as soon as I've cleaned those, but I'm not sending you off to die of sepsis.
Resentfully, Remus lowered himself into a kitchen chair, but he wouldn't have bothered if he thought he could walk out the front door unaided. Sirius seemed to sense that, for he fixed Remus with a steely glare and said,
"Stay there. I've got a bottle of Dittany and silver in the bathroom."
He went to fetch the bottle and Remus considered his escape options, but before he could settle on a course of action, Sirius was back and kneeling in front of him. Remus looked away, but not before.
"Oh, fuck,"
Sirius breathed. He reached a tentative hand towards the new scar spanning Remus's face, only stopping himself at the last minute. Remus kept his eyes downcast as the silence stretched between them, unbearable, until finally Sirius whispered,
"How many did I miss?"
Remus cleared his throat uncomfortably.
2.
"Why didn't you tell me to come?"
I didn't think I had to.
Remus snapped, but Sirius was unperturbed.
"I thought you were spending full moons with the werewolf packs."
Why would I be doing that? I only ever joined the packs on Dumbledore's orders, like I told you 100 times, why the hell would I go back to them now?
Sirius seemed to shrink then, a forlorn look etched into his face.
"I'm sorry."
Remus didn't know what to say, so he just sighed. After a moment, Sirius held up the Dittany silver tincture and a cloth.
"Here. I'm going to clean those, okay?"
Remus nodded stiffly and allowed him to move in closer. Sirius dabbed at the scar on his face and one on his collarbone, but hesitated before moving any farther down. Remus was grateful for that. He felt he'd suffered enough embarrassment, and he was glad he could retain some small amount of autonomy by removing his own shirt. He peeled it off gingerly and let it fall to the floor next to him. If Sirius was surprised by the new collection of scars trailing Remus's body, he didn't show it, instead diligently cleaning each one with a careful press of his Dittany-soaked cloth. He also didn't say anything about the ribs poking through his skin, the bruises coloring his torso, but he summoned a jar of cream and held it up to Remus.
"This next?"
he asked.
"It'll heal the bruises."
Okay.
Remus replied, barely stifling a yawn.
"And you're going to start eating properly. I don't care if I have to come to Wales and pour a vat of soup down your throat myself."
Against his better judgment, Remus chuckled, earning a crooked grin from Sirius.
All right,
he said.
But you need to quit drinking. And cast a Scourgify charm every once in a while. Look at this place, I thought I'd wandered into Mundungus Fletcher's flat.
Sirius laughed, but it faded quickly. He locked eyes with Remus, storm gray burning into amber brown, and Remus had to stifle memories of when they'd still been together.
"I feel like I'm drowning, Moony,"
Sirius said softly.
"I don't know how to do any of this. I don't know how to go on without them."
Remus's breath caught in his throat.
I know, me either.
They let the silence reign between them after that, broken only by the occasional siren in the distance. Remus had always wanted to cast their walls with silencing charms, but Sirius had refused. He liked the noise, found comfort in the bustle of people and vehicles moving right outside their windows. Too much silence was oppressive. Too much silence brought him back to the pain-filled halls of Grimmauld Place. When Sirius finally finished rubbing the last of the healing cream into his bruises, Remus was dead on his feet. He allowed Sirius to help him put his shirt back on and stand up, his limbs feeling too heavy and sluggish to manage it alone.
"Take the flu,"
Sirius told him, guiding him towards the fireplace.
"I don't need you splinching yourself."
Remus was too tired to argue, so he merely nodded.
Thank you.
"Of course. I'll be at the next one, Moony, okay? I'm sorry I missed the last two."
You don't have to.
"Why wouldn't I? January 9th, right?"
Right.
"Okay. I'll see you then."
The two men stood there awkwardly, hands in their pockets. Remus opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say. He just knew that he didn't want to leave and go back to his cold, lonely cottage. A shred of trust and vulnerability had passed between them while Sirius was tending to him in the kitchen, and for a moment, Remus had almost felt the way he had when they were still together. That thought was back again, less urgent than it had been the night of James's and Lily's deaths, but pressing nonetheless.
Don't let him go.
Why, though? Why should any of this be on Remus? Sirius was the one who'd chosen not to trust him. He was the one who'd given Remus that last ultimatum.
If you run with that werewolf pack tonight, don't come back tomorrow.
Why should Remus hang on to someone who clearly didn't prioritize him? With that in mind, Remus ignored his anxious, niggling feeling and reached for the container of flu powder.
Bye, pads.
He threw a handful of powder in the hearth and stepped in after it, heading home. Remus spent the next few days trying to put Sirius out of his thoughts and crawl out of the dark space he'd been living in. He still slept too much and ate too little, but bit by bit, he was picking up the threads of his old life and stitching them into some semblance of normalcy. He read his books again. He cleaned the cottage. He wrote to his father. The weight he'd been carrying didn't go anywhere, even the smallest tasks took all his energy and wiped him out, but at least he was doing more than wallowing, even on the days when he could barely leave his bed. It was during one of those hard days that Remus's fireplace flared to life with a burst of green flames. Remus put down the meager sandwich he'd been picking at for supper and frowned. Hardly anyone ever called on him. In fact, other than the night he returned from Sirius's flat, he didn't think the flu had even been used since he'd moved in. A blonde woman's head appeared in the flames, and just as Remus started to tell her she must have the wrong flu, she suddenly cut him off.
Remus Lupin?
She asked in a clipped, businesslike tone.
Yes.
Remus answered.
Sorry, do I?
I'm calling on behalf of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. We have a patient here by the name of Sirius Black, and he has you listed as his emergency contact.
Sirius?
Remus strode over to the fireplace.
What happened? Is he all right?
He's been involved in an altercation. Our healers are working on him now, but I'm afraid I don't have any more information about Mr. Black's condition. I suggest you come to St. Mungo's and one of our healers can give you his prognosis.
Yes, of course, I'm coming. Thank you.
The blonde woman had barely disappeared when Remus was scraping the bottom of his flu container, pinching together the last remnants of powder and hoping it would be enough. He threw it in the fireplace and sighed with relief as the familiar green flames burst to life. He stepped through them, tucked in his elbows and shouted,
St. Mungo's,
before being whisked away. A few dizzying moments later and the flu network spat him out in the lobby of St. Mungo's Hospital. It took the harried welcome witch a few minutes before she could track down Sirius's location on the 4th floor. Spell damage, Remus thought with a groan, and he took off running to the stairs without even remembering to thank her. He expected to find a healer when he got to Sirius's room. Instead, a much more familiar figure was waiting outside his door. He rose stiffly out of a chair as Remus skidded to a halt in front of him.
Hello, Lupin,
growled Mad-Eye Moody.
Moody, what are you doing here?
His mind suddenly caught up to the fact that an Auror was guarding Sirius's room and Remus groaned.
Oh Merlin, what's he done?
Nothing that will go on his permanent record, lucky for him. But when you pick a fight with a group of Death Eaters, the Aurors do tend to get involved.
Death Eaters?
Not here, boy,
Moody hissed. He jerked his head toward Sirius's room and Remus followed him in, shutting the door behind him. Sirius was lying unconscious on the bed, face drawn and white as the sheets. Another Auror was standing by the window. Dawlish, Remus thought his name was, but he couldn't be bothered to remember it because all his attention was on Sirius's still form. Remus strode over to Sirius's bedside and dropped into a chair next to him. He wanted to take his hand, brush the hair back from his forehead, but Moody was watching so he settled for just wringing his hands in his lap instead.
He'll be all right.
Moody answered Remus's unasked question.
His healer is named Robson, she's around here somewhere. She'll give you the full rundown of his condition.
So what are you doing here then?
Remus asked in a strained voice.
If he's not dying and he's not going to Azkaban.
Keeping an eye out until you got here. He pissed off some powerful people tonight. We wanted to make sure no one was coming back for revenge.
Remus huffed.
Do I actually get to hear what happened, or are you just going to dance around it all night?
Moody narrowed his eyes at Remus's snark, but carried on with nothing more than a sigh of indignation.
We got a call around 8:00 tonight about a bar fight down in Nocturne Alley. Apparently, Black was drinking alone in the White Wyvern pub when he decided it was a good idea to start a duel with the Lestranges. I'm told he did pretty well for himself, considering he was outnumbered 4-1. But those aren't good odds for anyone. Honestly, I'm surprised he's not dead, the idiot.
A thick cloud had moved into Remus's brain, leaving him incapable of human speech. Fortunately, he didn't have to come up with any kind of response before Moody continued.
We got there in time to arrest 3 of them. Bellatrix, Rodolphus and Rubistan Lestrange all had priors and warrants out for their arrests, so thank you, Black. They're off to Azkaban now. Barty Crouch Jr. was involved too, but we don't have anything on him, and honestly, the kid might have just gotten caught up in all of it. We let him go. That left Black, and while some were in favor of chucking him in a cell for starting the whole thing, this changed their minds.
From his pocket, Moody pulled out a crumpled piece of paper and held it up.
We found this on Rodolphus Lestrange. It's the address for Frank and Alice Longbottom's house. Very few people know the home address of an Auror and his family, so I doubt the Lestranges were planning on dropping in for a social call.
They're all right, then.
Remus finally found his voice.
Frank and Alice are okay.
They are. Whatever the Lestranges were planning, they didn't manage to carry it out, and the Longbottoms have already been moved to a secure location.
Moody fixed Remus with both his eyes before saying very plainly,
I don't know what would have happened to the Longbottoms if the Lestranges had managed to make it over there tonight. But I suppose we can thank Black that we'll never have to find out. So we won't be charging him with anything. Even though he's the imbecile who attacked a group of known Death Eaters while he was drunk and outnumbered.
Remus felt a small bubble of nervous laughter in his chest, but it died before it could escape. This evening could have gone so much differently, and Remus felt that possibility pressing in on him, suffocating him.
We'll leave you for now, Lupin,
Moody continued.
Dawlish and I will take up posts farther down the hall to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. We'll keep Auras on watch until Black is discharged, then he's on his own.
Remus nodded.
Thank you.
He managed to choke out, but Moody and Dawlish were already gone. Remus felt a wave of relief once he had the room to himself. He felt like he was on display whenever Moody was around, his thoughts and feelings being picked apart. He wasn't sure if Moody was one of the Order members who believed him to be the spy before it was revealed to be Peter, but given the man's paranoia, it was highly likely. Remus preferred to spend as little time as possible with the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix. The battles and deaths they'd faced together were still too fresh. He turned his attention instead to Sirius, staring down at his friend's pinched face. Now that he knew Sirius was going to be all right, Remus's concern was starting to siphon off, replaced instead with a slowly simmering anger. And honestly, he wasn't sure who he was more angry with, Sirius or himself. He knew Sirius had self-destructive tendencies. If their 7 years at Hogwarts wasn't enough to prove that, their 3-year relationship certainly was. Sirius had been spiraling since the night James and Lily died, and Remus had known that. He'd seen the evidence just a few days before, but he'd left Sirius alone with nothing more than an admonishment to clean more. But then, he countered to himself, why was it his job to keep Sirius out of trouble? He was a grown man, not a child, and Remus couldn't be expected to manage his ex-boyfriend's life for him. He had enough going on without adding Sirius's issues to his pile. At least Remus had thought to check in on him. Sirius had let 2 full moons pass without once bothering to see if Remus was all right. This internal argument went on, Remus's agitation growing with each passing minute, until his thoughts were interrupted some time later by a pained groan. Sirius was stirring, his bloodshot eyes blearily taking in his surroundings.
Sirius.
Remus leaned forward and, before thinking better of it, acted on his earlier impulse and took Sirius's hand.
Remus?
Sirius managed to focus on him.
Hey!
But Remus was in no mood for pleasantries. He shook his head and said in a low voice.
You complete asshole.
Sirius raised his eyebrows.
You need to work on your bedside manner.
Shut up. What the hell were you thinking?
Sirius laughed, but the sound was hollow and forced.
I wasn't thinking, I was drunk. I saw Bellatrix and couldn't resist goading her. That's it.
No, it's not. What were you doing at the White Wyvern?
What? I can't go out for a drink now.
Not in Nocturne Alley, you can't. What were you doing there?
I just wanted a change of atmosphere. Somewhere nobody knows me.
Bullshit. First off, you hate Nocturne Alley. You haven't stepped foot there since leaving Grimmauld Place and you love to brag about that. Second, you're a black, everyone there would know you. So do you want to keep playing this game? Or do you want to tell me what's going on with you? Because I have nothing but time, Padfoot.
Maybe the use of his old nickname stirred something in Sirius. He huffed a sigh and looked away before answering grudgingly.
I've been looking for Peter.
What?
Remus's hand, still holding on to Sirius's, twitched involuntarily.
You're going to have to expound on that. Since when have you been looking for Peter?
Since the day of James's and Lily's funeral.
Sirius barked, his eyes now blazing.
I didn't go after him the night they died because you begged me not to, but I shouldn't have listened to you. I should have hunted him down and killed him in the street.
Several retorts ran through Remus's mind. 1, that he hardly qualified what he did as begging. 2, that he stood by his belief that openly murdering Peter Pettigrew would have landed Sirius a cell in Azkaban. And 3, that Sirius could go fuck himself. However, none of those seemed particularly constructive, so Remus took a deep breath and tried to keep his temper at bay, choosing instead to focus on the issue at hand.
And you think getting drunk in Death Eater pubs is the way to find Peter, do you?
I'm looking for information. Peter disappeared the same night Voldemort did, and there are an awful lot of Death Eaters who'd love to get their hands around Peter's neck. They seem to think he played a big role in Voldemort's downfall.
Remus sighed, finally letting go of Sirius's hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. His anger was building, and it had a definite target now. His voice shook as he tried to rein it in.
Sirius, you can't keep doing this. You're not going to find Peter this way, you're going to get yourself killed.
Then I'll get myself killed. I don't care.
Snap. There it was. His breaking point.
Well, I do.
Remus exploded.
You selfish prat, you think you're the only one grieving. James and Lily were my friends too. I lost them just as much as you did. But not only are you acting like you're the only one who's feeling anything, you seem happy to jump in the grave and join them.
Twin red patches colored Sirius's cheeks at Remus's words. He struggled to sit up, snapping.
I can't just let that rat get away with what he did.
Then tell me, Sirius, what's your grand plan? Check every rat in the world to see if it's Peter. Stake out the magical menagerie hoping Peter scampers by. You don't have a chance of finding him.
What is the matter with you? You should want Peter dead just as much as I do. Why are you so hell-bent on protecting him?
I'm not protecting him, I'm scared.
This shocked both of them into silence for a moment. Remus hadn't even been aware how true that statement was until he'd said it out loud, but he rambled on regardless.
I'm scared, okay, you and me, we're the only ones left. You're the only friend I have left in the world, no matter what happened between us.
He couldn't look Sirius in the eye.
James and Lily are dead. Peter is worse than dead. Marlene, Dorcas, Gideon, Fabian, all dead. Do you have any idea what it would do to me if you died, too? Or ended up in Azkaban? It would destroy me, Sirius. So yes, I'm scared, because I can feel you spiraling out of control and there's nothing I can do to stop it.
I'm not going anywhere.
As if to prove his point, Sirius took his hand again.
But how am I supposed to move on from this? He sold Lily and James to Voldemort. I can't just let that go.
You don't have to let it go, but you have to stop this manhunt. At least for now. We have no idea where Peter is, and if he's in Animagius form, then there's no way to find him.
Sirius started to argue again, but Remus talked over top of him.
He will surface again, Sirius. And when he does, I promise we'll kill him. But you can't keep hunting him like this. It's going to get you killed, I can just feel it. You need to stop, please. For me?
He hadn't meant to tack the "for me" at the end, hadn't meant to add himself to the equation. But it was out there now and there was no taking it back. Sirius sat there silently, looking thoroughly conflicted but somehow much more vulnerable than usual. Finally, he asked in a quiet voice.
Can I have some water?
Remus filled the glass on the bedside table with a tap of his wand, then gently helped Sirius into a sitting position. Sirius winced at the movement, and he seemed relieved to lie down again after drinking his fill. The small effort had drained his face of what color was left.
You should try to sleep,
Remus suggested, and it was an indication of how tired Sirius was that he didn't argue.
You don't have to stay.
I want to stay. Besides, I have nowhere else to be.
Sirius smiled softly, but it quickly turned into a grimace.
Remus, I'm sorry.
You've already apologized to me.
No, I haven't. Not properly, and not for everything.
Sirius worried his lower lip.
I fucked up a lot between us, and words won't make up for all that. But I am sorry. I'm sorry I didn't trust you with the secret keeper plans. I'm sorry I let you spend 2 full moons on your own. And I'm sorry I haven't been in touch with you since James and Lily died. You were right, I have been selfish. But I promise I'm going to try to make it up to you. I'm going to do better.
Remus didn't know what to say to that, and a lump in his throat kept him from speaking anyway. But he didn't have a chance to respond before Sirius's exhaustion carried him into sleep once more, leaving Remus to sit with his thoughts alone. It was a long few days after that. The damage Sirius had sustained during the duel was extensive, and though he was going to make a full recovery, it was an agonizingly slow one. Remus stayed by his side for most of it, only going home to shower and change clothes or catch a few hours of sleep that weren't spent curled in a chair. He brought something new to entertain them each time he returned: exploding snap, wizard's chess, a set of gobstones, the crossword from each morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. He found it was easier to fill their days with games and small talk than to discuss anything heavy. And really, what was there left to talk about? Better for them to piece together clues from a crossword than for them to piece together the shards of their fractured relationship. On Christmas Eve, Sirius was finally discharged, and Remus helped him stagger home. He got Sirius settled in, made him recite the healer's instructions on which potions to take, and went until he was satisfied Sirius had it memorized, and suddenly, that awkward air they'd successfully avoided the last week descended between them once more. He and Sirius stood facing each other in the entryway, unsure of what to say, until Remus finally broke the silence.
Well, I should get going, then. Leave you to it.
Right. Christmas Eve and all. I expect you have plans with your dad.
Right.
Remus nodded a little too enthusiastically, but he was having trouble recalling the rules of normal human interaction.
If you need anything at all, just send me an owl. Or call on the flu.
I will.
Sirius joined him in a bout of much too enthusiastic nodding.
I'll see you on the 9th, then. For the fall. I'll meet you at your cottage.
Oh, right, of course. I'll see you then.
See you then. Hey, say hi to Lyle for me.
I will.
Remus offered a strained smile, and with a final uncomfortable wave, he left the flat and disapparated back to Wales, where he spent a cold and quiet Christmas alone. He found that without the warmth of another person to laugh with, fight with, puzzle out his daily crosswords with, Remus fell back into his old habits. He lived like a ghost again, haunting the rooms of his cottage and chasing memories of the dead. He stopped measuring his life in days or even years. He measured it in moons. On the January full moon, Sirius showed up hungover and disheveled, but ready to spend the night as Padfoot. They ran wild through the moors of Wales, allowing themselves a freedom they hadn't felt in months. On the February full moon, Sirius didn't come. Remus locked himself in his magically warded basement and spent the night tearing at his own flesh. He was awoken the next day by Sirius's gentle hands, carefully lifting Remus up and tipping a glass of water into his mouth while he choked out apologies and tried to hide the smell of whiskey on his breath. On the March full moon, they fought. All the things they'd been bottling up since the war came spilling out. Accusations flew, excuses made, and the gulf between them seemed to widen. But as winter melted into spring, the iciness between them was melting away too. The next day was Remus's birthday, and he returned to his cottage with Sirius to find the walls covered in garish decorations and a large chocolate cake on the table. Sirius muttered a quiet,
"Happy birthday, Moony,"
as his cheeks flushed pink. On the April full moon, Remus broke down. He sobbed to Sirius about what had happened those months running with the werewolf packs. About the sweet 15-year-old girl who'd had her throat torn out when she wouldn't attack a Muggleborn. About the crimes he'd been forced to witness but could never stop. About Greyback, his grisly threats, his unwanted advances, his promise to Remus that he would find the man he loved and tear out his insides. Sirius held him while he cried, whispering reassurances and stroking his hair. On the May full moon, they frolicked beneath an inky black sky and howled at the stars. But morning brought another wave of darkness crashing down on them, and this time it was Sirius who bore it. He missed James, he missed Lily, they were dead because of him and he wanted to die too, because maybe then he could find peace, maybe then the pain would stop and the guilt would ebb away into nothingness. Remus held him like he was holding him back from the edge. On the June full moon, their touches became softer. On the July full moon, their hands started to linger. The morning after the August full moon dawned humid and dewy. They'd returned to the forbidden forest and spent the night exploring their old haunts, the moss-covered stone circles, the network of caves hidden behind waterfalls. As the horizon began to lighten, Padfoot nudged and herded the wolf back to their apparition point, getting them there just in time for sunrise. Remus's transformations were better with Padfoot present, but still painful. His bones snapped and bent themselves back into human form and Remus's howls turned into cries of pain as his body twisted itself into its own shape once more. He slumped over, but Sirius was there to catch him by the shoulders and help guide him towards the ground. Despite the burning in his joints and the aching in his back, Remus felt light and happy. They summoned Remus's clothes and wand from the tree they'd stowed them in before his transformation and he and Sirius spent a happy few moments bantering back and forth. Remus was still unsteady on his feet, however, and one overambitious movement sent him toppling to the ground. Sirius tried to catch him, but overbalanced himself, and together they fell to the mossy forest floor in a tangle of limbs, laughing at their own clumsiness.
Ow!
Remus managed between snorts of laughter.
"Good thing the moss was here to break our fall,"
Sirius said. He had fallen atop of Remus and was now propped up on his elbows, looking down at him with a rakish grin.
"Actually I think I'm the one that broke your fall."
He brought a hand up to his head.
"Ugh, what's in my hair?"
Another snort of laughter.
"Twigs. Here, let me, you're missing them completely."
Sirius carted his hands through Remus's hair, picking out the leaves and sticks now caught in his curls. Remus couldn't help but close his eyes and lean into his touch as Sirius's movements became slower, more deliberate. He opened his eyes to see Sirius looking down at him with a darkening expression. Cautiously, he moved his hand from Remus's hair to cup his face, stroking Remus's cheekbone softly with his thumb. Remus felt his heart speed up.
"Sirius."
Then Sirius's lips were on his, their bodies pressed together. Remus felt Sirius's burgeoning erection, felt his own cock harden as Sirius trailed kisses down Remus's neck and collarbone and chest, kissing the scars that crisscrossed his entire body. Shivers rippled across Remus's skin as Sirius made his way to his waist, kissing and sucking on the tender spot just beneath his hip bone, and when Sirius pushed his boxers down and wrapped a hand around his cock, Remus groaned and arched up in pleasure. The sound seemed to bring Sirius back to reality.
Wait,
he breathed, looking up at Remus.
Is this okay?"
Unable to find words, Remus just nodded, but Sirius didn't seem convinced.
"Remus,"
he went on.
"Are you sure?"
"Yes."
Remus finally gasped.
"Yes, I'm sure. Sirius, please."
Sirius grinned at the pleading in Remus's voice, and he kept his eyes locked on him as he licked a line down Remus's shaft. Remus shuddered, and when Sirius took him completely in his mouth, he nearly came right there. Sirius worked his mouth up and down Remus's length, his tongue stopping to circle the head of his cock every few seconds. Remus writhed his hips and moaned, one hand gripping the moss beneath him, the other wound through Sirius's silky hair, and just as he felt that he might careen over the edge, Sirius pulled back, kissing his way up Remus's body and back to his lips. Remus needed to be closer to Sirius, needed more of their skin touching. He grappled with the shirt Sirius was still inexplicably wearing, Sirius stopping to help him when it got stuck around his head. He emerged laughing, shaking his black hair around his shoulders, then crashed his lips against Remus's again, deepening their kiss with a turn of his head. Remus's hands found their way to Sirius's waist before fumbling with his fly. Gods, it had been so long since he'd been touched like this, since he'd been touched by Sirius. His hands were trembling, but Sirius stilled them with a touch of his own, his eyes tender.
"Let me,"
he whispered. He pressed his lips to Remus's collarbone, sucking and nibbling gently. Sirius sighed, and suddenly, his cock was against Remus's, slick with pre-cum. A burning pleasure pooled in the pit of Remus's stomach as Sirius began thrusting, one hand in Remus's hair, the other wrapped around both their cocks. Remus was lost in the pleasure of it, hips bucking and seeking friction, and Sirius was kissing him, and he was so close, and Remus needed more.
Sirius.
Remus gasped between kisses.
Wait, stop.
Immediately Sirius stilled, pulling back and looking at him worriedly.
"What's wrong? Are you okay?"
"I'm fine,
He bit his lip.
I want you to fuck me."
Sirius's eyes darkened even as his brow furrowed in concern.
"Remus, are you sure? We don't have to."
"I want to."
He planted another tender kiss on Sirius's lips, winning an affectionate hum from him.
"Okay."
Sirius let out a breathy laugh.
"Yeah, okay. Shit, where's my wand?"
He groped blindly beside them before finding his discarded wand.
"Do you want me to?"
"Yeah, you do it. Just, slowly, yeah. It's been a while."
He wanted to tell Sirius that there'd been no one else since they'd split, that there could never be anyone else. But he didn't want to hear Sirius's response. His heart couldn't take it if Sirius said anything different. Instead, he busied his lips with nipping Sirius's neck, leaving a line of love bites while Sirius waved his wand and cast the appropriate protection and lubrication spells they needed. After a few agonizing seconds, Sirius kissed him softly at the same time he pressed a finger inside him. Remus hissed at the feeling of the sudden intrusion. Sirius froze, but Remus just groaned.
"Keep going."
And Sirius continued his gentle probing, adding a second finger before hitting Remus's prostate and sending a thrill of electricity up his spine. Remus arched his back with a gasp and started moving with him, canting his hips for a better angle. He reached a hand between them and started stroking Sirius in long, sure movements, pulling a deep moan out of Sirius's chest.
"Fuck, moons."
Sirius's breath was ragged.
"Inside me,"
Remus commanded.
"Now."
And Sirius growled in pleasure. He withdrew his fingers, and before Remus had a chance to miss the contact, it was replaced with the hot, blunt head of Sirius's cock. Remus had forgotten the sensation, it had been so long since he'd bottomed, and the burning wave of pleasure pain took him by surprise. He grunted, tightening up before taking several deep breaths and forcing himself to relax. Sirius had paused to give them both time to adjust, but Remus could feel him shaking.
Fuck, Remus, you feel incredible,"
he rasped. His eyes were burning with desire, but Remus recognized the apprehension there too. Before Sirius could say anything else, Remus grabbed the back of his head and pulled his face towards him, crushing his lips in a bruising kiss.
"You too?"
he gasped, then moved his hands to Sirius's hips.
"Fuck, pads, move."
Sirius didn't need telling twice. He drew his hips back and snapped them forward again, his face pressed against Remus's hair as he found his rhythm and moved in strong, confident thrusts. His cock was driving into that sensitive bundle of nerves and fuck. Remus cried out in unbridled pleasure, saying Sirius's name over and over again like a prayer. He lost himself in Sirius's movements, adrift in a sea of ecstasy, barely aware of what his hands were doing as they roamed his partner's body. When Remus felt himself on the brink, he gripped a hand around the base of his cock to stave off his oncoming orgasm, but Sirius gently touched his wrist.
I'm close.
He panted in Remus's ear.
Don't hold back.
Sirius wrapped a strong hand around Remus's cock and took over, matching the pace of his hips while he stroked, and Remus was done for. He couldn't last, not with Sirius making those sounds and pumping his cock so surely. Not when the last year had been spent so achingly, bitterly alone, his mind filled with memories of Sirius's scent and his laughter and his body. He'd missed him, gods, he'd missed him so much. A cry caught in Remus's throat, and a moment later, he was spilling into Sirius's hand, nearly sobbing as he bit into Sirius's shoulder. Sirius was close behind him. His body tensed, then Sirius came with a shuddering breath, his eyebrows knitted together as a look of sudden vulnerability passed across his beautiful features. Sirius collapsed on top of Remus, breathless, one hand still buried in his hair. Remus traced his fingers up and down Sirius's back, planting feather-light kisses across his neck. He reached for his wand, and Sirius shifted slightly as Remus muttered a spell to vanish their mess. Remus looked up at Sirius, but the smile on his lips froze as he saw Sirius's tear-streaked face.
Pads,
Remus said softly. Sirius looked away, swiping furiously at his eyes.
Sorry.
He choked.
I'm sorry, Mooney, I can't do this anymore.
The happy bubble that had been filling Remus's chest suddenly popped, but before he could stutter a response, Sirius continued.
I can't keep pretending I'm not still in love with you. Fuck, I love you, I've always loved you, and I fucked it all up.
The tears were falling in earnest now. Sirius rolled off Remus and onto his side, covering his face with his hands. Carefully, Remus turned towards him and wrapped a hand through Sirius's hair, cradling the nape of his neck and bringing his forehead to rest against Sirius's while he blubbered on.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I didn't trust you, Moons. You were gone with the werewolves every month, and I was always so scared for you. I didn't know where you went or what you did. Then that goddamn prophecy came out, and Dumbledore said there was a spy in the Order, and I got so wrapped up in my own head. I stopped trusting everyone, but I never should have stopped trusting you.
The sobs racked Sirius's whole body now, and all Remus could do was hold him and rub the back of his neck soothingly. He kissed Sirius's temple, wiped the tears away with his thumb.
It's okay.
Remus said softly, and he was surprised to find he meant it.
It's okay, Pads. I didn't exactly make it easy, did I? I closed myself off from you. I told myself it was easier that way, to keep you separate from everything that was happening.
Tears spilled out of Remus's eyes now too.
I thought I was protecting you, but I was pushing you away.
Sirius shook his head.
If I just trusted you, if I didn't trust Peter.
No.
Remus's voice took on a steely note.
I know what you're going to say and I don't want to hear it, Padfoot. It is not your fault. Peter betrayed James and Lily, not you.
I should have killed that rat.
Remus shuddered at the pure venom in Sirius's voice. He didn't like to think of that, of Sirius tracking Peter down, facing him alone. He didn't like to think of what could have happened if he hadn't convinced Sirius not to go after Peter that night.
Maybe.
Remus conceded.
But he can't hide forever. Peter will come back one day, and when he does, we'll kill him together.
Together?
Remus smiled at the hopeful expression on Sirius's face. He kissed the tip of his nose and wrapped his arms around Sirius's waist.
Yeah.
Don't let him go.
Together.
Mooney?
Sirius's voice brought Remus back to the present, and he turned to see Sirius ambling into the living room, wiping the sleep from his eyes.
You all right, love?
Remus swallowed a lump in his throat.
Yeah.
He replied hoarsely.
Couldn't sleep.
Sirius came up behind him and put his arms around him, nestling his head into Remus's shoulder. He looked at the photo Remus had been taking in, the one of him holding baby Harry, Sirius's arm around him. They were both laughing, the secrets and resentments that would threaten to break them apart still to come. Normally Remus didn't like having his photo taken, didn't like his scars captured and immortalized in film. But Lily had taken this one, and like everything Lily did, it was graceful and beautiful. The sunlight was streaming through the windows, highlighting the auburn in Remus's hair and smoothing out the scars on his face, but Remus was half convinced the light was radiating off Lily herself. That's the way she was, Lily cast light wherever she went, and you couldn't help but catch some of it as it rolled off her in waves. Remus took a shuddering breath, pulling Sirius's arms tighter around him.
Oh, moons.
Sirius sighed. He kissed him lightly, just beneath his earlobe.
Come here. Come back to bed.
Remus let Sirius lead him gently by the hand, past the photos of their friends' ghosts, past the bedroom of their orphan son, back to their own room cast in the soft glow of the almost full moon. They fell into bed together, pulling each other closer, hands tangled in hair, lips pressed against skin. The warmth of Sirius's mouth was everywhere, and Remus's body arched in response, but it wasn't enough, he needed more. Slowly, with whispered permissions and guiding hands, Remus slid behind Sirius and carefully, lovingly entered him. They rocked together as one, taking their time, neither man feeling rushed, simply wanting to be. But soon, their bodies started moving faster, finding a rhythm all their own. Remus lost himself in the body of the man in front of him, lost himself in a sea of memories, floating alongside the love and pain and promises kept and broken over the last 10 years. He returned to himself just as Sirius came with a gasp of his name, and Remus followed soon after, moaning and gripping Sirius tighter as his orgasm took over. Afterwards, they lied together boneless and content. Hands tangled in hair. Lips pressed against skin. They didn't say it often, they didn't have to, but tonight, Remus wanted to. He ran his hands through Sirius's hair and tucked a lock behind his ear.
I love you, Pads,
he murmured. Sirius tilted his head and pressed a kiss to Remus's lips, smiling.
Love you, moons.
Chapter 6. Harry liked lots of things about his new life with Sirius and Remus. He liked having a collection of toys and books that were just for him and that Dudley had never wrecked. He liked that he was free to wander the flat without being shouted at for touching the walls or furniture. He liked all the snacks that Sirius and Remus gave him, especially the sugary ones Remus snuck him when Sirius wasn't looking. He liked the secrets they kept between the three of them, because they were the good kind of secrets, and they made Harry feel like he was part of a real family. Secret snacks, secret magic tricks, secret nicknames. He especially liked the nicknames. Moony and Padfoot and Sprog, and one-time Prongslet, but that one made Sirius look sad after he said it, so he didn't use it again. It was okay though. Harry liked being called Sprog. However, the one thing Harry didn't like was meeting new people. Whenever a new person had come to 4 Privet Drive, the Dursleys tended to lock Harry in his cupboard for the duration of their visit, which could have lasted anywhere from a few minutes to several hours. Even if he wasn't locked up, visitors were never fun for Harry. Mrs. Fig was boring. Dudley's friends were mean. Aunt Marge was even meaner. Remus's dad was coming to visit today, and he was new. He didn't think Sirius and Remus would lock him up while he was over. Harry was supposed to meet Lyle, and he couldn't meet him if he was inside a cupboard. But trust was still a new, fragile thing for Harry, and while he, mostly, trusted Sirius and Remus to not lock him up, Lyle was new, and Harry had no idea what his thoughts were on the matter. Sirius seemed nervous too. That was another thing Harry didn't like. He'd learned quickly that Sirius sometimes got nervous and it made him pace the flat or tug his hair or rub his arms. He was never mean to Harry when he got like that, but Harry had decided that he loved Sirius, and he didn't like seeing him upset. Remus was always good at calming him down, but Remus had come home last night looking ill, and he looked even more ill today. Harry had also decided that he loved Remus, so he added Remus getting ill to his list of things he did not like. When a knock sounded on the door, the energy in the room changed. Harry, always so sensitive to the subtle ways grown-ups expressed their feelings, felt it immediately, but it was a good change. The room felt lighter. Sirius answered the door and Harry got his first look at Lyle. He looked like an older version of Remus, right down to the jumper he wore over his button-up, and he was carrying a bag full of toys, a stack of books, and a tub of Rocky Road ice cream. Laughing, Sirius took the items from Lyle's arms before pulling him in for a big bear hug. Remus smiled and hugged Lyle too, then they said a few words in a musical language Harry didn't understand. He tried to be brave when Lyle crouched down to meet him, but before Harry could work up the courage to say hi, Lyle pressed the ice cream into his hands and told him it was very important that he and Harry eat the whole thing. Harry liked ice cream. He decided then that he liked Lyle too. They spent the night eating ice cream and playing Lego and reading the new books Lyle had brought him. Harry found he had the same kind, steadfast disposition as Remus, and it made it easy to relax around him. Lyle got them takeaway for their dinner, let Harry stay up an hour past his bedtime, and when he finally tucked Harry in, he created the same galaxy of stars on his ceiling that Sirius always did.
"Good night, Harry,"
Lyle said in his lilting accent.
"Sleep well."
Lyle turned to go, but before he could take a step, Harry asked in a quiet voice.
Grampy Lyle, where did Sirius and Remus go?
"Well,"
Lyle lowered himself down to the edge of the bed.
"Remus had something he needed to take care of tonight. He has a condition he deals with. Like an illness. When it gets bad, he has to go away for the night, and Sirius goes with him so he can help."
Harry didn't like the sound of that at all. If Remus was ill, he should be in bed drinking tea and soup, not sent away from home.
But why does he have to leave?
It's a very unique condition, so he has to go somewhere special to treat it properly. It's only for the night though. He'll be back in the morning.
Is he going to be okay?
He'll be fine. He's dealt with this for a long time. He might be a little ill-looking tomorrow and need a day in bed, but he'll be up and about after that.
Okay.
Lyle smiled at him, but it didn't quite reach his eyes.
"I know it sounds scary. But try not to fret, Cariad. You'll see Remus tomorrow, I promise."
He tousled Harry's hair and moved Snuggle Bunny closer.
"Now it's bedtime. The faster you fall asleep, the faster tomorrow will come."
Lyle was right, and Harry woke up the next morning to the smell of pancakes and bacon. He was thrilled to see that Lyle had put chocolate chips in the pancakes. Sirius only ever added berries to his, and he thought of how much Remus liked chocolate and how happy he'd be to have chocolate with breakfast. When the door opened a few minutes later and Sirius and Remus came walking in, Harry leapt down from his chair and sprinted towards them. He only caught a quick glimpse of Remus before Sirius swept him up in his arms.
"Morning, Sprog,"
he greeted.
"Did you have fun with Grampy Lyle?"
We had the best time.
Harry exclaimed.
We ate ice cream and Chinese food and played with Legos and Transformers, and we read 3 new books. And guess what? Grampy Lyle can make stars on the ceiling just like you and Minnie.
"Well, of course he can, he's a great wizard, your Grampy Lyle. Did he tell you he used to travel all over the world hunting ghosts and monsters?"
Harry gasped.
No.
"Oh, no one wants to hear about that,"
Lyle said with a wave of his hand, although Harry very much did and he would have to remember to ask him for stories sometime. Lyle's eyes looked past the two of them and over to Remus.
"How are you feeling, Remus? Up for some breakfast?"
"Not just now, thanks,"
Remus replied in a hoarse voice.
"I'm going to sleep for a bit first."
Sirius put Harry down then, and Harry got a proper look at Remus. He was pale and sickly, with purple bags under his eyes. He was standing slightly hunched over and was leaning heavily against the wall. It scared Harry, seeing Remus in such bad shape. Harry moved towards him, but not before Sirius touched his shoulder lightly.
"Easy with Mooney today, Sprog,"
Sirius said.
He's not feeling very well this morning, so he's going to rest until he feels better.
Are you sick?
Harry asked Remus nervously.
Just a little.
Remus gave him a wan smile.
I'll be all right. Don't worry about me.
Harry did worry though, especially when Sirius had to help Remus walk across the flat and Remus went right past the chocolate chip pancakes without even a bite. He could hear Remus and Sirius conversing in low tones, so when Lyle had busied himself with the pancake batter again, Harry crept down the hallway and stood just outside the master bedroom door to listen.
Shouldn't have been that bad,
Sirius was saying.
There was no eclipse, and it's not the supermoon for another 2 months. Why was your transformation so bad this time?
Stress, I expect.
Remus answered quietly.
You know how these things go, Pads. Sometimes it's bad for no reason we can infer.
Except normally we can infer it.
It's been a strange month. Between adjusting to life with Harry and squaring off with Dumbledore and figuring out how to handle full moons, I've been more stressed than usual. We both have.
I hate when you're hurt like this.
I'm not crazy about it either.
A little gasp escaped Harry's mouth. Remus was hurt. He thought back to the times he'd been forced to say he was ill when really he'd been hurt. Is that what was happening with Remus? Did someone hurt him last night? Before he could figure out what to do next, the door creaked open and he saw Sirius standing there.
Harry?
He asked. He still had the same kind gray eyes and gentle hands, but Harry thought about him hurting Remus, and suddenly Sirius looked tall and scary. His stomach twisted itself into knots.
Did you hurt Moony?
He blurted out before he lost his nerve.
What?
Sirius's face switched from looking stunned to hurt to distressed, and he dropped down to his knee in front of him.
No. Gods, no, Harry, I would never hurt Moony.
I heard you. You said he's hurt. Who hurt him?
No one. He's just ill. That's all, I swear. Moony gets ill sometimes, but I promise, no one hurt him.
What's he ill with?
It's a chronic illness. That is, it happens regularly.
Why did you say he was hurt then?
Sirius sighed.
I meant he was hurting. From being ill. Not that someone hurt him.
Harry.
Remus appeared behind Sirius in the doorway, a blanket draped over his shoulders. Harry edged around Sirius and came up to him, hugging his arms around Remus's legs.
It's okay.
Remus said gently.
I'm all right.
He knelt down next to Harry like Sirius did, although Harry noticed it took him a bit longer to do so, and he didn't miss the worried crease that appeared between Sirius's eyebrows when he did it.
Harry, you know Padfoot would never hurt me, right? He's not like your uncle.
I know.
Harry whispered miserably.
How did you get hurt then?
It's just an illness. I've had it since I was a little boy, about your age. Sometimes I get sicker than usual. Last night was one of those times. But I'm really, really lucky to have Padfoot, because he helps me when I get sick. Your dad used to help me too, when we were at Hogwarts together.
He did.
Always.
Did my mum help too?
Yes, of course. She couldn't help me the same way your dad and Padfoot did, but she helped me in her own way.
Remus smiled at him.
I promise that when you're older, I'll tell you more about it so you can understand. But just know that when I get sick, you don't have to worry. Padfoot takes care of me.
Okay.
He looked down at the floor, too embarrassed to meet Sirius's eyes.
I'm sorry, Pads.
Oh, Sprog, you don't have to apologize.
Sirius replied softly.
I understand why you got upset. I don't like it when Moony is ill, either. Here, let's help Moony get back to bed, then you and I can go eat all of Grampy Lyle's pancakes.
Sirius helped Remus up, and Harry went and got Snuggle Bunny so Remus wouldn't be alone. Then the two of them returned to the kitchen where Lyle was waiting with a sympathetic smile and a mug of hot cocoa for Harry. After eating their fill of chocolate chip pancakes, Lyle said goodbye and promised he'd see Harry soon. It wasn't long before Sirius got nervous again, and after pacing the flat for a bit, he went to the kitchen and started making a batch of Millionaire's shortbread. Harry helped for a bit, especially when Sirius asked him to taste the caramel, But then he wandered off to do some coloring and play with the new toys Grampy Lyle had brought him. Harry was nervous, too. It was late afternoon when Remus finally stumbled out of bed. Harry curled up on the couch with him to show him all the pictures he'd drawn, and Sirius brought them millionaire's shortbread and tea, and he tucked them up in a blanket and started reading them the twits. Remus fell asleep soon after that, then Sirius fell asleep reading in the big armchair. By the time Harry started drifting off, he felt happy and warm and safe again. Home. That's what he liked most about his new life with Sirius and Remus. No matter where they were or what they were doing, Harry felt like he was home for the first time in his life. Remus needed several days to completely recover from the full moon, during which time Sirius reached out to Molly and Arthur to arrange Harry's playdate with the Weasleys. They set it for the following Wednesday, and with Sirius busy at the garage, they agreed Remus would get Harry ready that morning and go with him to the burrow.
You be good today, Sprog,
Sirius said as he was heading out the door, thermos of coffee in one hand and his toast in the other.
Mind your manners, and be sure to thank Mrs. Weasley for having you over.
I will.
Harry was practically vibrating with excitement while he waited impatiently for Remus to finish stuffing Harry's backpack with everything he'd need.
You got everything, Moons?
Sirius asked.
Did you remember the chocolate frog cards?
Yes, I've got them.
Remus said exasperatedly, waving a hand at Sirius.
Go on, get to work, you're late enough as it is.
Sirius scoffed.
I own the place. I can be as late as I want.
But he still headed out the door with a final wave to them both and a muffled
Yuff you highs.
through a massive mouthful of toast. A few minutes later, Remus and Harry apparated a little ways outside the village of Ottery St. Catchpole and started walking towards the burrow. Harry kept up a non-stop stream of chatter the whole time, holding on to Remus's hand and swinging their arms back and forth.
Do you think they'll have any Legos?
I don't think so, Harry. Wizard children don't really know about Lego, but I bet they'll have lots of other toys you can play with.
What about owls? Will they have owls?
Oh, they'll definitely have owls. And real live garden gnomes. And I think there's even a ghoul that lives in their attic.
Wow.
Harry breathed, as though all his wildest dreams could be fulfilled by an ornery attic ghoul. Harry let a few moments of silence pass before he stopped walking and said in a quiet voice.
Remus, what if they don't like me?
What? Why on earth wouldn't they like you?
I don't know.
Harry played with the hem of his shirt nervously.
I never had any friends before, and none of Dudley's friends ever liked me.
Dudley's friends just did whatever they told him to. I bet they would have liked you if Dudley wasn't around.
Harry remained silent, so Remus crouched down next to him on the dirt path. They could just see the top of the burrow peeking out from behind the next hill.
Harry James Potter,
he said softly.
You are the kindest, smartest, funniest child I've ever met. It would be impossible for them not to like you. Just wait, you'll see how likable you are when you meet the Weasleys. They're going to love you.
Harry offered up a small smile at his words, and Remus beamed back at him.
Now come on.
Remus continued.
We don't want to be late for your first playdate.
They walked the rest of the way in an easy silence, Harry still holding Remus's hand. He let go when they crested the final hill and came into sight of the burrow. Remus hadn't been here in years, since Gideon and Fabian had invited him and Sirius to bonfire night while the war was still on. The Privet brothers died just a few months later, Remus remembered with a pang. Sirius didn't sleep for days after they heard the news. Now, however, Harry was taking in the burrow with a look of pure elation. Certainly nothing like it had ever been seen in Little Whinging, too many stories slanting up and down, crooked windows and doors, chimneys sticking out at every angle. The sight of it made Remus smile fondly.
It looks like a playground,
Harry exclaimed, and Remus laughed.
Yes, I suppose it does.
He admitted.
Don't try climbing it though, that won't end well for anyone.
They knocked on the door and received no answer, though they could hear a cacophony of shouts and bangs coming from inside. Remus tried again, and when Molly still didn't come to the door, He opened it a crack and poked his head in.
Molly.
He called.
Molly, it's Remus and Harry.
Yes.
Remus could just barely hear her above the noise, and she seemed to be mid-argument with one of the children.
Fred, no, put him back. Yes, come in, Remus. Put him back now, that rat is not a toy. Oh, Ginny, what have you got in your hair?
Inside, Remus counted no less than 5 flaming-haired children running amok, an agitated-looking Molly in the midst of it all. She held her daughter with one hand, one of her sons with the other, and was speaking sternly to whom Remus assumed was the boy's twin.
No, George, not until you've had your lunch.
She caught sight of Remus and Harry then, and her face split into a wide smile. Hoisting her daughter onto her hip, she shooed the twins away with a shouted,
"And you two stay out of the chicken coop,"
before making her way over to the front door.
Remus, I'm so sorry, it's not usually this chaotic around here. Or at least, it's usually slightly less chaotic.
No trouble at all, Molly.
Remus replied. Indeed, Harry looked positively thrilled by the noise and bustle of the house.
Are you sure you're okay taking on one more?
Oh, pish posh, what do you think all the noise is about? We're all so excited Harry is here today.
She put her daughter down, who promptly ran off to the sitting room, before turning to Harry.
Hello, Harry dear. It's so nice to finally meet you.
Hello, Mrs. Weasley.
Harry replied shyly, his cheeks turning red.
Such a polite young man. You'll have to teach my boys some manners. Would you like to meet everyone? My son Ron is the same age as you.
Harry nodded, so Molly turned back to the sitting room and called.
Ron, come here, come meet Harry.
Ron Weasley came running up to them. He was tall and gangly for his age, and his freckled face was sporting a wide smile. Remus suspected he didn't often have a friend come over to play specifically with him, what with all these siblings around, and his eagerness was palpable.
Hi.
Ron greeted, and with the lack of shame most children possessed, he blurted out.
Can I see your scar?
Ronald, manners.
Mrs. Weasley scolded him, but Harry didn't seem to mind, just grinned and lifted up his fringe.
Cool.
Ron said, getting within an inch of Harry's forehead so he could examine it properly.
Do you collect chocolate frog cards? Wanna trade some? I still need a gripper.
Okay, I don't have very many yet though.
That's okay, you can have some of mine. I have lots of doubles.
Harry's face lit up at that, and he turned around to look at Remus.
Remus, can I go play with Ron? And can I have my chocolate frog cards?
Of course.
He handed Harry's backpack over to him.
They're all in there, have fun.
And with that, Ron raced Harry through the house and back to the sitting room where the twins were waiting.
Do you need to head back soon, Remus?
Molly asked him.
Do you have time for some tea first?
Remus was quite torn, actually. He did have a lot of editing he needed to do. He wasn't getting through nearly as much work since Harry had moved in with them, and the steady pileup of his manuscripts and decrease of his paycheck was becoming noticeable. Still, he was nervous about leaving Harry for the day and didn't want to go home until he was settled in.
Tea sounds lovely, thanks Molly.
Remus replied.
Just through here.
They made their way over to the kitchen, where Molly set the kettle to boil with a tap of her wand. Once they both had a strong cup of Darjeeling in front of them, Molly pushed a plate of biscuits towards him and ignored Remus's, admittedly weak, protests until he caved and helped himself to a few.
I can't tell you how good it is to see you again, Remus.
Molly said.
It's been, what, 6, 7 years?
Something like that.
They both knew precisely when they'd last seen each other, at Gideon's and Fabian's funeral, but it was a painful memory, so pretending they didn't remember the exact date was kinder to both of them.
I'm happy to see you and Arthur are doing so well. Your family is beautiful.
They're a nightmare.
Molly groaned, eliciting a laugh out of Remus.
But beautiful too. They are sweet kids. Usually when they're asleep, but still.
She took a sip of tea before continuing on.
And you? Helping to raise Harry Potter. Quite a turn of events.
It was, yes. I could hardly believe my eyes when Sirius brought him home. But it's been wonderful, really.
I'm so happy to hear that. And how good of you, supporting your friend through this. Sirius must be very thankful for your help.
A lump of ice formed in Remus's stomach at her words. He dreaded moments like this, when he was forced to either keep his relationship a secret or come out to someone new. He thought telling his close friends and family about Sirius would be the end of it, but it wasn't. He and Sirius had to come out again and again, opening a joint account at Gringotts, buying a new set of bedroom furniture, even just going out for dinner. They were always coming out just by living their lives, and it was exhausting. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should correct Molly's assumption or just smile blandly. Most wizards didn't care about sexual orientation, but there were still some, especially those from old pure-blood families, who believed relations should only exist between a man and a woman. And despite how kind and unorthodox the Weasley family was, they were still an old pure-blood family. Remus had a sudden flashback to Sirius, broken and bloody at 16, sitting on the Potter's couch after he escaped from Grimmauld Place for the final time. That had been his coming-out experience. But he'd never shied away from his sexual identity. He wore it proudly, and Remus knew if he were here, Sirius wouldn't hesitate to correct her. Steeling himself with a large gulp of tea, Remus replied shakily.
Actually, Molly, Sirius and I are together.
Together?
Yes, as a couple.
He tried to sound as nonchalant as his partner would, but it just came out sounding stilted and awkward.
That is, Sirius and I, we're a couple. Have been for some time.
Oh, Remus, I'm so sorry.
Molly covered his hand with hers, and suddenly, everything felt light and friendly again.
Gid and Fabe never mentioned that, those gits, but I shouldn't have assumed.
It's all right, really. Happens all the time.
But how wonderful for Harry, then. I thought he was just getting his godfather back, but he's got a full set of parents instead. Well.
Molly turned pink as she admonished herself.
Not that anyone could ever replace James and Lily.
No, we'll never take James's and Lily's place. But he's safe now, at least, and very loved.
Was he not before?
Molly's tone was cautious.
With his aunt and uncle?
Remus shook his head, the anger suddenly seething through him, making it too difficult for words. He still couldn't think about the Dursleys without the urge to curse something.
They never cared for him,
he said darkly, making sure to keep his voice down so the kids couldn't hear.
They hit him, told him he was a freak because he could use magic. Locked him in a cupboard as a punishment. Hell, he slept in that cupboard. They wouldn't even give him a bedroom while their own son had two. They always made him feel like he was unwanted or a burden. You should have seen him when he first arrived. I've never seen a child so sad.
Gods.
Molly whispered, her eyes wet.
I had no idea.
No one did, if Sirius hadn't seen it himself.
Remus drew a shaky breath.
Well, I'm just glad he got Harry out of there when he did. And, I'm sorry, Molly, I didn't mean to upset you by telling you all that. But if Harry is going to be spending time here, I just want you to understand his background. He's come a long way in just the last few weeks, but he still gets scared when someone yells. Sometimes he's scared of his own magic. And he doesn't like closed doors.
I'll make sure he feels safe here. Thank you for trusting me with that, Remus. I'm glad you told me.
Of course, I just hope Harry and your kids get along. He needs some friends his own age.
Oh, I don't think that will be a problem.
Molly said, eyes twinkling, and nodded behind him. Remus turned to see Harry, Ron, and the twins lying on the sitting room floor, swapping chocolate frog cards between them and loading Harry up with the ones they had doubles of. Harry was talking away non-stop, looking carefree and happy and like he belonged. Remus only stayed for another half hour or so. He told Molly that either he or Sirius would be back before dinner to pick Harry up, and that he'd open the flue in case she needed to get in touch with him. Then, with a final goodbye hug to Harry, he stepped back outside and disapparated home. The rest of his day passed fairly quickly, and he was happy to find it was one of his more productive days in a while. He finally finished editing Unfogging the Future, a task he'd put off repeatedly due to his complete loathing for the subject of divination. But with that out of the way and sent back to the publishing company, he could finally start on one of the more interesting subjects. Not that any editing work was particularly interesting. He'd been asking his boss to send him more defense against the dark arts books, since that was one subject he was actually engaged in. She'd put him off for a while, but she seemed to finally be taking his request seriously, since the last 5 manuscripts he'd received were all defense textbooks, non-fictions, and memoirs. For once, he wasn't dreading the stack of parchment in front of him. Sirius surprised him by coming home early. Remus was in the kitchen making his afternoon tea when Sirius's arms slipped around his waist and he nuzzled into his neck. What started as chaste kissing turned quickly into a hot and heavy snog fest, then suddenly Sirius was on his knees and Remus was clutching the counter with one hand and Sirius's hair with the other. The two of them tumbled down the hall and into the bedroom not long after that, Remus's tea quite forgotten. After lazing around in bed for a while, they cleaned up, a second round in the shower proving more time-consuming than either of them had planned on. Then Remus started dinner while Sirius left to pick up Harry. He was just pulling the quiche out of the oven when the front door opened and Harry came barreling into the kitchen. He had a generous number of grass stains covering his clothes, but Harry was too excited and talking too fast for Remus to ask him about them.
There was a ghoul,
was the first thing Harry yelled upon seeing Remus. He had chucked his backpack next to the kitchen table and was now holding onto the back of one of the chairs, bouncing up and down.
Mrs. Weasley said he's been there forever and ever. We tried to go look at him, but Percy caught us and made us go back downstairs. And they gave me so many chocolate frog cards. I got Morgana and Circe and Merlin and Ptolemy and loads more.
Harry punctuated this exclamation with a little spin.
And Mrs. Weasley made us all sandwiches for lunch and let us eat them by the pond. And they have this rat, Scabbers. He's so smart, he'll take food right out of your hand. He climbed into my backpack and tried to come home with me, but Mrs. Weasley caught him. Oh, and guess what? They taught me all about Quidditch. It's brilliant, it's played on brooms and there are 4 balls. My dad played Quidditch, right? Do you know how to play Quidditch?
Relieved he could finally get a word in edgewise, Remus replied.
Yes, your dad was a brilliant Quidditch player. I didn't play on the team, but Sirius did.
You did.
Harry grabbed Sirius's arm and attempted to swing from it, which Sirius acquiesced by raising his arm up until Harry's feet were off the ground.
What position did you play? What did my dad play?
I was a beater,
Sirius answered.
But your dad got all the glory. He was a chaser, and he was the top scorer at the school.
That's what I played today,
Harry shouted. Remus legitimately thought Harry might explode from all the energy he was exuding.
I wanted to try flying, but Mrs. Weasley said we were too young, so we just ran around the orchard, but it was still so much fun. Do you know how to fly? Can you teach me?
Sirius snorted.
What sort of godfather would I be if I didn't teach you? I can't let James Potter's son go his whole life without learning how to fly. Here, Sprog, we can start right now. Ready?
Remus opened his mouth to protest, but before he could, Sirius had swished and flicked his wand to send Harry levitating a couple of feet above the floor. Harry laughed ecstatically, shouted,
Higher!
And Sirius raised him up a few more feet.
Sirius!
Remus tried to sound stern, but the sight of Harry so happy took all the edge out of his voice.
What? Come here and spot him, if you're so worried.
I'm putting a salad together. You're the one who keeps saying we need to eat more vegetables. Why you're so concerned about that but fine with Harry sailing through the air, I'll never know.
Before long, Harry was at the same level as the loft, zipping and flying through the air as Sirius directed his movements from below. He was laughing and whooping, completely unrestrained, and Remus felt like for the first time, he just might have stepped out from the shadow his time with the Dursleys had cast. Chapter 7. During their first few months with Harry, Sirius and Remus were the happiest they could ever remember being. It wasn't that anything had been missing from their relationship, they had just never realized how much deeper it could go. They still had the occasional argument, these things couldn't be avoided when two or more people merged their lives together, but overall, they were happy and fulfilled and united in something bigger than themselves. Between the two of them, they had found a healthy rhythm. Finally, Sirius no longer felt like he was just reacting to everything. He could plan, he could prepare, he could be proactive in his parenting. He typically knew what to expect out of both Harry and Remus in any given situation, although one day, Harry turned that completely around by having a minor temper tantrum. Sirius celebrated that small meltdown though, up until then, Harry had rarely felt safe enough to express his own anger and frustration, choosing instead to shut down and draw into himself. It marked a turning point for the three of them, and as Harry's confidence grew, so did their world. Together, they started exploring more of the country. It started small. One Sunday, Sirius and Remus resumed their weekend tradition of visiting their favorite record shop, this time swinging Harry between them as they walked down the street. Harry didn't know much about music, but Sirius was determined he'd listen to only the best albums and learn about all the greats. Or at least, who Sirius considered to be the greats. He'd been forced to hide his grimace one day when Harry ran up to him in the store excitedly, clutching the album of one of Sirius's decidedly non-great artists.
Pads, look!
Harry thrust Bat Out of Hell towards him as far as his arms could reach.
He's on a motorbike, just like you. You have to get this one.
Oh. I think we might already have that one at home, Sprog.
Sirius said uneasily.
No we don't.
Remus, who knew exactly how Sirius felt about Meat Loaf, glanced away from the Ramones album he was holding to look at him mischievously.
Come on, Padfoot, that album was practically made for you. We must add it to our collection.
Must we?
Sirius shot back.
Yes, yes, yes.
Harry handed the album over to Remus, who cheerfully added it to his own stack.
We can listen to it tonight.
At no point did Sirius love the music of Bat Out of Hell. What he did love, however, was how excited Harry got during the motorcycle revs of the title track, or how freely he danced to Paradise by the Dashboard Light. He especially loved how Harry started referring to it as our album. And that was how Sirius grudgingly became a Meat Loaf fan. Their record shop trips became a Sunday tradition, but that wasn't the only place they went. Depending on where Remus was directing Harry's education that week, they started spending their weekends at museums, aquariums, zoos, planetariums, art galleries, well, one art gallery, after Harry and Sirius had deemed it
very dull
and
would not return,
respectively. It wasn't long before they started taking longer trips, packing up their bags for a weekend away at the beach or the Highlands. They even went camping once, but only once, since none of them possessed any real outdoor knowledge other than where a werewolf might roam around safely. As a result, they had botched it completely, and Remus ended the outing by insisting that they spent
quite enough time running around outside, so there's no need to add camping to the mix, is there?
But Harry had loved it, despite the hiccups, so Sirius was determined they'd go again. This time with more firewood. Lyle still watched Harry on full moon nights, and they began to spend many happy days at his cottage in Wales, too. Lyle would take them to the river and teach Harry how to fish, while Remus lazed on the shore reading a book and Padfoot splashed around upstream, scaring all the fish away. Then they'd head back in for tea and pasties and ghost stories, which was what Harry called any story Lyle told about his days studying ghosts and Boggarts. But the place Harry loved visiting more than anywhere, even more than Lyle's cottage, was the burrow. Remus still voiced his concerns occasionally to Sirius. What if he was seen? What if someone found out? But Harry's confidence had increased exponentially since spending time with other wizarding children, until even Remus had to admit that the benefits seemed to outweigh the risk. Every Wednesday, Harry came back from his weekly playdate with the Weasleys full of energy and rattling off the day's stories, so quickly that Sirius and Remus could hardly keep up.
Ginny stuck gum in George's hair and Mrs. Weasley had to cut a big piece out. Ron was holding his teddy bear and Fred turned it into a spider. It was so gross. Scabbers went missing and we couldn't find him anywhere, so Mrs. Weasley thinks the ghoul ate him. Fred and George broke into the broom shed and went flying over the orchard, and Ron and me were going to have a go, but then Mrs. Weasley caught them and they got in trouble.
March turned into April turned into May, and somehow despite all of Sirius's anxieties, Harry was happy. He was safe. He was loved, and he loved back, until one day, Sirius couldn't remember how they'd ever lived without him. Everything would have been perfect were it not for Remus's continued struggles with the full moon. The March transformation seemed to have been a one-off, brought on by the stress of their drastic lifestyle change. But then April's full moon coincided with a total lunar eclipse, and the change was even harder on him. By the time they were approaching May, Sirius was a nervous wreck. He hated this time of year. Spring typically meant back-to-back supermoons, a hard transformation at the best of times. But after 2 other bad full moons, it would be worse than usual. Sirius tried to remind himself that Remus had been through bad transformations before. He'd suffered alone for nearly 10 years until the Marauders managed to become animagi, and he would have transformed alone during their summer holidays. There'd been other times, too, but Sirius felt too ashamed to ruminate on them for long. The full moon after the prank, when Remus had refused to let anyone join him at the shack, their estrangement after James's and Lily's deaths, when Sirius was too wrapped up in his own misery to think of anyone else. Unfortunately, thinking about the other times Remus had undergone hard transformations did nothing to make Sirius feel better about the one coming up. It just put him in a bad place plagued with nightmares, insomnia, and compulsive hair-pulling. Remus noticed right away, since Sirius's dark episodes tended to fill the whole flat whether he wanted them to or not. But he tried to put on a happy front for Harry. He knew Harry felt responsible for the emotions of the adults around him, and Sirius never wanted to put that burden on him. He wouldn't be the reason why Harry shrank back into his habits from number 4, Privet Drive. So they went to the zoo. And the aquarium. And the record shop, and the cinema, and the ice cream parlor, until the May supermoon arrived and Sirius could finally take his darkness out of the flat and unleash it on the moonlit moors where he and Moony roamed. The wolf was wilder that night, charged by the proximity of the moon. But it fought harder to stay at sunrise too, so that when the transformation was finally complete, Remus collapsed in a shaking heap and couldn't be woken for nearly an hour. Sirius just bundled him in a cloak and cradled him against his chest, waiting, while he tried to ignore the cruel voice that kept repeating stats on the average werewolf's life expectancy and insisting that this was the full moon that had finally been too much. Sirius breathed a shaky sigh of relief when Remus stirred at last. He went through his usual post-full moon routine of administering potions and salves, Remus grumbling about it the whole time because even after all these years, he still resented needing to be taken care of. Finally, Remus felt well enough to travel and Sirius took him home, where Harry was waiting with an armful of stuffed animals that he insisted would help Remus feel better. He and Harry ate, Remus slept, the 3 of them eventually migrated to the couch, where they curled up together in a heap and dozed off to the sounds of David Bowie. Remus spent the next few days resting, carefully supervised by both Sirius and Harry. Sirius knew this annoyed him, and he really did try to let Remus have some of his independence back. But he couldn't help it, the moment Remus tried to do anything more strenuous than shave, Sirius was up and taking over for him, ignoring Remus's heated protests. Meanwhile, Harry kept bringing him snacks and mugs of tea, whether asked for or not. While it was very sweet, 5-year-olds have a limited capacity for motor skills, so this more often ended with Sirius having to clean up his mess. Finally, Remus felt back to his normal self, and he proved this to a skeptical Sirius one morning by performing some rather ambitious maneuvers on him in bed. Harry had already been dropped off with the Weasleys for the day, so they were taking full advantage of an empty flat and the freedom of not having to keep their voices down. It was Wednesday, Sirius had decided to take the day off, and he had very few plans that involved leaving the bedroom. The 2 of them lazed side by side in bed, spent and happy, Sirius filling out the crossword in the Daily Prophet and Remus absorbed in a book.
Hum.
Sirius mused, tapping his quill on the newspaper.
8 letters long. Hysteria grows. Starts with an A.
Remus thought for a moment.
Alahotsi.
He answered, and Sirius made a trilling noise and filled in the space with a flourish.
That's it. You brilliant man, let it be known that your ass is now only the second sexiest thing about you.
Remus snorted.
I'll be sure to alert the masses.
Another half-hour of comfortable silence passed, Sirius occasionally throwing out clues for Remus to puzzle out with him. At last, he finished the crossword with a theatrical voila, and flipped back to the front page to read the paper through properly. It was a lot of drudgery. The Minister for Magic was being criticized for his changes to protocol at Azkaban. The Potion Standards Council was calling for an international regulation on cauldron thickness. Ludo Bagman had announced he was leaving not just the Vimborn Wasps, but Quidditch in general. And on the very next page, a large announcement that had Sirius shoving the newspaper right under Remus's nose.
Moony, look at this.
He pointed excitedly to the page.
Puddlemere United is playing the Holyhead Harpies next month. James's favorite team versus Lily's favorite team. We have to take Harry.
Remus took the paper from Sirius and squinted at it, frowning.
We can't take him to a Quidditch match, Pads.
He admonished.
But he'd have so much fun. He hasn't stopped talking about Quidditch ever since he started spending time with the Weasleys.
Yes, but we said we'd keep him out of the wizarding world until he's Hogwarts age. What if he's recognized?
I've been thinking about that. Remember when we were in the Order, all the magical concealment and disguise Moody made us learn? We were pretty good at it. We could do the same thing for Harry, change his hair and eye color, cover his scar. And us, of course. I've always wondered what you'd look like with a mustache.
The day I grow a mustache is the day I've given up on life.
Remus retorted.
Look, it's a bit too risky, isn't it? Even with disguises, I'm barely comfortable taking him to the Burrow, let alone into the wizarding world at large.
But look how well his time with the Weasleys is going. Besides, I'm not suggesting we bring him back into the wizarding world completely. I know that's too dangerous. But one Quidditch game? We can do that. It's not even a World Cup match.
Dumbledore said.
Dumbledore does not get a say in this. Come on, Moony, James would kill us if we let his kid make it to 11 without ever seeing a Quidditch game.
James and Lily would both kill us if Harry got hurt because we put a Quidditch game over his safety.
Remus pointed out, but Sirius could tell his resolve was weakening.
He's not going to get hurt. We'll both be with him. And you don't even like Quidditch, so you can just watch him the whole time.
Well, that's true.
Remus sighed.
Fine, one game, but the tickets have to be from both of us. It's not fair that you always get to be the fun one and I'm always the rule stickler.
Sirius let out a bark of laughter.
You? The rule stickler? Right. Tell me, oh strict one, how many vegetables did Harry eat at lunch yesterday?
He didn't need any vegetables. He had banana bread.
Banana bread. Merlin's beard, Remus.
What? I made it with whole wheat flour. I'm not a complete degenerate.
Sirius laughed again and planted a kiss on the corner of Remus's mouth. He moved to take the newspaper back, but before he could, Remus had pointed to another headline.
Sirius, did you see this? The Minister for Magic's son is missing.
What?
Right here, page 2. Barty Crouch Jr., son of Minister for Magic Bartimaeus Crouch Sr., has officially been declared missing.
Remus read.
Crouch Jr. was last known to be heading to Eastern Europe on behalf of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, where he works as a foreign relations advisor. However, colleagues lost contact with him after several days, launching an international search team. Blimey, that's big news.
Good riddance, in my opinion.
Sirius said darkly.
If something's happened to Crouch, it can only make the world a better place.
You won't hear any arguments from me. I remember what you told me about that night with him and the Lestranges.
Remus tightened his grip on the paper.
Anyone who uses a killing curse should be tried and sent to Azkaban, even if they missed their target.
It was a close call that night.
It was, and I don't like thinking about it.
A tremor rippled through Remus's hands, and Sirius reached out to still them with a touch of his own.
Neither do I,
he said softly. Then, taking the newspaper back and tossing it to the floor, Sirius crawled across the bed and straddled Remus's lap, looking at him with a hungry expression.
So make me think about something else instead.
Remus hummed as Sirius leant down and kissed him, softly at first, then more urgently. He kept his hands carded through Remus's hair, away from any lingering pain or injuries the full moon may have left, but Remus grabbed Sirius's waist and pulled him forward, eliminating the space between them. Sirius gasped as Remus rolled his hips against him.
Shit, moons.
He growled, but Remus was already peppering Sirius with kisses, trailing them from his lips down his neck and onto his chest, eliciting little noises from Sirius as he nipped at the sensitive skin there. He brushed his knuckles over Sirius's cock, hard already, and chuckled when he felt it twitch.
Anxious, are we?
He teased.
I don't know about you.
Sirius grumbled.
But I haven't been getting laid nearly as much since the 5-year-old moved in with us.
And whose idea was that?
Shut up and fuck me already. We only have an empty flat for a few more hours.
Patience, Padfoot.
Remus chided, but contradicted himself by performing a lightning-quick position change, flipping Sirius off his lap and onto his back. Sirius gasped at the sudden movement, then Remus was climbing on top of him and kissing him heavily, one hand wound through his hair and the other pressed softly against his throat. Sirius moaned and arched his back off the bed, and Remus met his body with his own, grinding their hips together slowly. They continued that way for several minutes, shedding one piece of clothing at a time until they were completely naked, but just as Sirius was about to take things further, Remus flipped him over again, this time onto his front. Sirius turned his head in time to see Remus grab his wand and cast a quick charm before disappearing farther down the bed.
Moons, what are you? Oh.
Sirius shuddered as Remus's breath ghosted over his skin, as he planted soft, open-mouthed kisses down his arse, as he gently started exploring him with his tongue. Sirius swore under his breath, then Remus was pulling him apart and lapping at him with such precision and expertise that Sirius forgot words completely. He dissolved into a moaning, babbling mess, rocking back into Remus's mouth with trembling muscles. He was lost in the pleasure of it, hands gripped tightly in the sheets, but when he unclenched one hand to move it toward his cock, Remus reached out and held his wrist.
Not yet,
he instructed between gasps.
Remus.
Gods, he was actually whimpering, he was so undone.
Remus, please.
Not yet,
he repeated.
Soon, I promise.
Sirius whined in frustration, but Remus's words had shot straight to his cock. He loved it when Remus was in control like this, when he took charge and went after exactly what he wanted. Sirius was putty in his hands, and Remus knew it. He would wait all day if Remus told him to. Fortunately, while the two of them might get off on their power plays, Remus was not a cruel man. He returned diligently to his work, adding a finger to the mix and sending a burst of pleasure through Sirius's body when he found his prostate. Sirius kept his hands balled in front of him, cursing and moaning while his cock throbbed with want. Then Remus's tongue was gone completely, replaced with 2 fingers pulsing in and out of him in long, languid strokes.
Fuck, you're so fucking hot right now.
Remus suddenly panted in his ear. He was lying over top of Sirius now, one hand working his arse while the other supported his weight.
Tell me what you want me to do to you.
Fuck me.
Sirius gasped.
Gods, Remus, I want you to fuck me.
Yeah.
Remus gave another crook of his fingers, pulling a low timbred moan out of Sirius.
How do you want me to fuck you?
All of Sirius's limbs were quaking now.
Hard.
He stuttered out.
Fast. Fuck, Remus, I'm not going to last long.
Remus pulled back then, but before Sirius could miss the contact, Remus's body was pressed over top of his and his cock was against the cleft of his arse, already slick with lube. Remus wrapped an arm around Sirius's chest and kissed his ear.
Ready, love.
He whispered, and at Sirius's noise of affirmation, he pushed inside him in one fluid movement. Sirius gasped, not in pain but in pure ecstasy, but because Remus was Remus and would always put Sirius's comfort first, he instantly stilled.
All right.
he asked, a slight waver to his voice.
Fuck, yes.
Sirius panted, and Remus huffed a laugh before withdrawing and slamming into him once more. Remus began fucking him in short, quick thrusts, his cock brushing against Sirius's prostate and sending sparks of electricity up and down his spine. Sirius canted his hips and pressed back, trying to get more of Remus inside of him, and Remus took it one step further by hooking his arms around Sirius's shoulders and pulling him up and back until Sirius's back was plastered against Remus's chest. The sudden shift sent tremors through Sirius's body and tore a guttural cry from his throat.
Fuck, Sirius, you're so perfect like this.
Remus groaned. He had one hand on Sirius's waist and one hand wrapped through his hair, tugging just enough for Sirius to feel the tension but not so hard that it hurt.
So fucking perfect, fuck.
Remus's movements were becoming more erratic now as they careened closer to the edge, his breath coming out in short bursts. He moved his hand from Sirius's hair down to his rock-hard cock and it only took 1, 2, 3 strokes before Sirius was crying out, his climax pulsing out of him in hot, powerful bursts as white stars exploded behind his eyelids. Sirius lost all sense of time and equilibrium, until he suddenly found himself face down again with Remus on top of him, still talking nonsensically.
Shit, fucking, damn, Sirius.
Remus gasped. He drove Sirius deeper into the mattress, aftershocks pulsing through him with every thrust. His still sensitive cock was hovering on the precipice of pleasure, of pain, but fuck, Remus was hitting the exact spot that made Sirius's eyes roll into the back of his head. He moaned appreciatively as Remus nipped at his shoulder.
Fuck, Remus.
And that was all it took. Remus shuddered fiercely as he came, his hips jerking to their own staccato rhythm. He intertwined his hand with Sirius's on the bed, anchoring them together while he rode out the waves of his orgasm before falling heavily onto Sirius's back, spent. They lay there in blissful aftermath for a minute, trying to catch their breaths, until Remus finally shifted off him and reached for his wand to vanish their mess. Sirius watched him through half-lidded eyes, smiling muzzily. When Remus finally settled back down, Sirius wrapped his arms around him and pulled him close. He slipped a leg between Remus's thighs and started running his fingers up and down his back, tracing light patterns.
God almighty, Mooney.
Sirius murmured, pressing a kiss to his bite-swollen lips.
I think I actually died for a moment there, I came so hard.
Remus chuckled, mindlessly playing with a lock of Sirius's hair.
Same.
He said.
That was intense.
Yeah.
Sirius agreed. He nuzzled into Remus's neck and was rewarded with a warm little hum.
I'll need at least 5 minutes before I'm ready for another round.
And Remus laughed and smacked him lightly on the arm.
Fuck off, I'm ruined for the rest of the day.
He said it jovially enough, but Sirius didn't miss the slight rasp to Remus's voice or the dark bags that still lingered under his eyes. He pulled back to look at Remus properly, and his concern must have shown because Remus continued with,
I'm fine, Pads, it was just a joke.
Sirius shook his head.
We shouldn't have gone that hard. Not so soon after the full moon.
I'm the one who set the pace, if you'll recall. Besides, it's been days since the full moon.
And you're still feeling it. Don't lie, I can tell you are.
Remus sighed.
Only a little.
He admitted, averting his eyes, but they snapped back at the small hitching noise Sirius made and Remus quickly placed his hands on either side of his face.
Hey, come on, I'm fine. I'm a little sore, but I'm always a little sore, this is normal. I'm fine.
He didn't mean to say his next words, but they slipped from his mouth unbidden.
Someday you won't be.
Remus's eyes widened.
Sirius.
No, Remus, I know we don't talk about this, and I'm sorry to bring it up now.
He laid his hands over top of Remus's and met his anxious expression with one of his own.
But ever since we took Harry in, fuck, I can't stop thinking about it. What are we supposed to do without you?
You don't have to worry about that.
Of course I do. It's all I worry about, and now I worry about it for Harry's sake too. You know the numbers on werewolf life expectancy as well as I do.
Those numbers are skewed.
Remus reminded him, and it really wasn't fair that he could talk about his hypothetical death so calmly while Sirius unraveled at the mere thought.
They're brought down by werewolves who are sent to Azkaban, werewolves who are sentenced to death, werewolves who are homeless or live below the poverty line. Hell, the Ministry even counts people who are killed during an attack as werewolves, before the bite has even turned them. A lot of children have lowered those stats thanks to Greyback's crimes.
A cold shiver rippled over Sirius's skin at that thought. He knew Remus had come close to being one of those numbers himself, and it was only Lyle's quick thinking and defensive spellwork that had prevented it.
The truth is,
Remus went on softly,
that I'm an anomaly. As far as I know, no other werewolf transforms with an animagius every month. They either transform alone and rip themselves to shreds, or they transform with other werewolves and risk being killed by prejudiced wizards or their own packs every month. But you keep me safe.
He shuffled forward and rested his forehead against Sirius's, the extra contact offering some much-needed comfort.
You watch my back on full moons, care for me when they're done, and keep me fed and housed in between. So the average werewolf life expectancy doesn't apply to me. I could live to be 40 or 140, we don't know. But what's the use in tearing ourselves up about it now?
I didn't used to think about it so much,
Sirius admitted, his voice strained.
But now we have Harry, and, fuck.
He broke off to swipe furiously at his eyes. Remus just waited patiently, rubbing small circles into his back until Sirius collected himself enough to carry on.
You know,
he finally managed.
When we first took him in, I just thought of it as looking after our best mate's kid. But that's not what it's turned into, is it? We're a family now. I mean, we're all ragged edges and unprocessed trauma, and we all have different broken bits jutting out here and there, but we fit, don't we?
Yeah,
Remus croaked.
We do.
And, gods, Harry loves you so much. He needs you. So while I can't stand the thought of something happening to you, now I can't stand it even more, because something happening to you means that Harry gets hit with another broken bit to carry around, and he's lost so many people already. He can't lose you too.
Well, he can't lose you either,
Remus replied.
And neither can I, for that matter. What if something happens to you? Hey, Harry gets 2 more broken bits because he's lost his whole family in one go again.
What are you talking about?
Remus's words had jolted Sirius out of his own spiral long enough that confusion had replaced his anxiety.
I mean, obviously it would be ideal if nothing happened to either of us. But if I kicked the bucket first, Harry would still have you.
No, he wouldn't. I mean, I would be there as much as I was allowed to be. But I'm not his godfather, so I have no custody over him.
Oh. Fuck, Remus, I didn't even think about that.
Oh good, said the cruel voice in his head, something new to worry about, but Sirius shook it off and continued.
Surely Harry would still live with you, though, if something did happen to me? You might not be his godfather in name, but you've been acting as a parent just as much as I have.
I doubt the courts will see it that way,
Remus said darkly.
Unless I have paperwork to prove some kind of legal claim to Harry's guardianship, I'm not guaranteed custody. And if this were any other child and I were any other man, we might have a fighting chance. But we're not. He's Harry Potter, and I'm a known werewolf. The Wizengamot would likely rather hand me a death sentence than sole custody over the boy who lived.
Well, shit, that's bleak.
As usual, Sirius's emotions were doing a complete 180, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that they were on the upswing now instead of their usual downward plummet. Having a goal to focus on single-mindedly always helped.
So let's get you that paperwork then.
Remus scoffed.
It's not that easy.
Have you looked into it?
Well, no, I mean, a bit, but...
Remus squirmed awkwardly in his arms.
They won't grant custody to anyone in a non-legalized partnership.
But, that's ridiculous.
He sputtered.
Why would it matter if our partnership is legal? You're my partner in every way that counts, whether that's documented in their courts or not, so...
Sirius trailed off, and Remus turned his eyes on him, searching.
Pads.
He prodded when Sirius remained silent, and suddenly, something clicked into place.
So we should be legal.
He finished quietly.
What?
We should be legal. Let's get married.
Remus was dumbstruck.
Are we? But, we're men.
Sirius rolled his eyes.
Yes, Remus, we're men. The penises tipped me off, believe it or not.
Remus waved his joke aside.
I just meant, we can't, can we?
Gods, all that time you spend with your nose in a book, and you still hardly know our own legal system. Of course we can. Maybe the Muggle courts still have outdated views on that sort of thing, but the wizard courts don't care what's between your legs so long as you sign their papers and pay their fees.
Wow, this is turning into the most romantic proposal of all time.
Will you marry me or not, you knob?
Sirius demanded, but they were both laughing by that point. Remus pulled Sirius in for a hard, but entirely too short kiss that left Sirius panting against his mouth and needing more.
Ask me again sometime properly,
Remus murmured.
Oh Moony, if you want me on my knees, you know I'm always willing to oblige.
Fuck off.
He snorted, and started to say more before Sirius pulled him in again, chasing kiss after kiss. Sirius kissed him like he did that first time, 17 years old and glowing from the half a bottle of wine they'd shared on the roof of Gryffindor Tower. The wind was vicious that night, but Sirius couldn't feel the cold so long as Remus's lips were on his. It was the first time his mind had ever quieted. Remus could still quiet it with just the gentlest touch. When they finally broke apart, it could have been seconds or minutes or hours later. Sirius cupped the side of Remus's face and whispered,
I will, you know.
Remus had already started to drift off to sleep.
Will what?
Propose. Properly.
Oh.
A dopey smile spread across his face.
Okay.
And they nestled in closer, Sirius's anxieties forgotten because he had Remus's skin pressed to his skin, and Remus's breath mixed with his breath, and all he wanted was to drift with this man on this bed in this moment, forever. Chapter 8. Remus was having a bad day. It had started pleasantly enough. He and Harry had seen Sirius off to work before heading out to the Weasleys, where Remus had fit in a lovely if altogether too short visit with Molly. On his way home, he decided to treat himself by stopping at his favorite cafe for a tea latte and a chocolate croissant. He'd even dropped drinks off to Sirius and Mira, who were having an unusually busy morning and very much appreciated the caffeine boost. Upon arriving home, he'd put on his favorite Pink Floyd album and dove right into his stack of work. His morning had moved along quite smoothly until around 11 o'clock, when Remus finished editing one manuscript, 3 days ahead of schedule, might he add, and reached for the next. He frowned when he saw the author's name, but it was the title that made his jaw drop.
What?
Remus flipped to the table of contents. He flipped to the first chapter.
Ever-loving fuck.
He ripped his way through the manuscript, skimming the pages until he reached the final chapter, his blood boiling more with every word.
What the fucking fuck is this?
Furious, he snatched the manuscript off his desk and stormed downstairs to the fireplace, where he quickly turned their flue connection back on before throwing a handful of powder in the hearth. The emerald green flames burst to life, and Remus tossed the manuscript down to the floor as he got down on his knees and thrust his head into the fire.
Corinne Brewer.
He snapped.
Protego Press.
The dizzying trip through the Flue network lasted only a moment before Remus found himself looking up at his editor-in-chief, Corinne, a battle-hardened journalist who'd been a frontline reporter during the rise of Grindelwald and the resulting Wizarding War. A bad knee and worsening eyesight kept her stuck at her desk with the publishing house, but she still ran her team like they were back in wartime, and she didn't take kindly to interruptions. Today, her iron-gray hair was hanging to her shoulders in ringlets. She was sitting at her desk poring over a piece of parchment, and she glanced up irritably as Remus appeared in the fire.
Lupin,
she said in her clipped, hoarse voice.
What can I do for you?
You can explain how this rubbish of Lockhart's managed to find its way onto my desk.
Remus replied, ruder than he meant to, but Corinne merely cocked an eyebrow.
You don't want the Wanderings with Werewolves manuscript. You specifically asked me to send you more defense against the dark arts work.
Yes, but I'd hardly call what Lockhart does defense against the dark arts. We're not really going to start publishing his work, are we?
Corinne sighed and put the parchment down, rubbing at her temples.
And why wouldn't we?
Because it's a complete crock. You must know that. I'd be shocked if even half of what he's written is true.
Whether it's a crock or not, Lockhart is a huge account for us. I'm hardly going to turn away money like that, am I?
But what about our ethics? The man is a blowhard and a liar. I mean, in this Wanderings with Werewolves rag, he claims he defeated the Wagga Wagga werewolf with a amorphous charm. A charm? Bullshit. There is no cure for lycanthropy, and certainly no charm that can turn a werewolf back into a human.
The book has already been vetted, Lupin. I don't care if what he's written is true or not, so long as it flies off the shelves like all his other books did.
But Corinne.
Stop.
She was staring at Remus coldly now, her hands folded in front of her.
You don't want the manuscript? Fine. Pass it on to Sarah and she can take care of the Lockhart account and collect the paycheck for it. But don't come at me, in my own office, and start lecturing me about the ethics of the business. Money is our business, and Lockhart brings in a lot of it. If I want your opinion on the authors we sign, I'll ask for it. But otherwise, stay in your own lane, Lupin.
With that, she picked up the piece of parchment she'd been holding and resumed staring at it. When Remus didn't immediately leave, she added sharply.
Was there something else you needed?
Well, if I'm not editing the Lockhart manuscript, then I'm out of work for the moment.
Is that so? Well, I'll be sure to send something worthy enough of you as soon as it crosses my desk. Until then, I don't have anything for you.
An angry knot had started twisting itself together in Remus's stomach, but he managed to keep his retort in check.
Right,
he said through a clenched jaw.
Thanks, then.
And he pulled his head out of the fireplace and sat back on his heels in their living room as he fought to get his emotions under control. It was with a great amount of restraint that he managed to not throw Wanderings with Werewolves directly into the fire. Instead, he smoothed it out best he could and wrote a note to Sarah.
This one would do better with you. Good luck, RJL.
Before tossing it on the kitchen counter next to their pile of unsent mail. With nothing else to do now, Remus took to stalking through the flat and needlessly cleaning rooms that were already clean, muttering angrily to himself as he replayed his conversation with Corinne in his head.
Something worthy enough.
He growled while he dusted off a dustless vase.
We'll see, you stay in your lane, Corinne.
It wasn't as though he needed the money. Sirius had more than enough to last their lifetimes, and perhaps even 2 more lifetimes if they stopped getting so much takeaway. But Remus couldn't just take his money and not contribute to their household income himself. His pride wouldn't let him. Sirius, who'd never wanted for anything between living with the Blacks and living with the Potters, could never understand this. The way he saw it, if he had enough money for the both of them, why on earth would Remus continue to work? It had always been a sore point between them, especially during the rocky time after Remus stopped traveling but before he started editing. Remus had a hard time finding work during that period, and once he'd been sacked for a 3rd time because his boss had learned of his lycanthropy. Sirius put his foot down and told Remus he was to stop demeaning himself with these dead-end jobs and just let Sirius take care of him. That went over horribly, and it led to one of their worst fights since the one that ended their relationship the first time. But once their tempers had cooled and the dust had settled, Sirius and Remus reached a tentative truce. Remus would let Sirius take care of him more. But Sirius had to accept that Remus would continue to work and continue to contribute financially, even if it wasn't much. He had to feel like an equal partner in the relationship. Sirius had been the one to suggest trying a freelance job, and once Remus started editing with Protego Press, it turned out to be the perfect fit for them. Remus got to work on his own schedule. Sirius didn't have to fret about Remus overworking himself near the full moon, and neither of them had to worry about a nosy coworker finding out about his lycanthropy. Speaking of which, Remus stopped for a moment and rubbed his lower back, which had been aching since last night. It was 4 days to the June full moon, the last supermoon of the season, and already he could feel its strength. The moon always pulled at him, tugging at the threads that kept his calm and reasonable mask sewn in place. But the supermoon, gods, it didn't just pull at him, it shredded him apart. And despite what he told Sirius, He was always dreading the time when he wouldn't be able to stitch himself back together.
It'll be over soon,
he told himself. 4 days to the supermoon. 4 or 5 days to recover. Then they'd be into July, with their Quidditch game to look forward to and Harry's birthday at the end of the month. He and Sirius had already started planning it, and while they couldn't make it as large and extravagant as Sirius wanted, he'd been adamant that sneaking a unicorn into the flat was well worth breaking the statute of secrecy over. They were still determined that it would be the best birthday he'd ever had. Not that the bar was high. For his last birthday, Harry said the Dursleys had given him a single coat hanger and ignored him the rest of the day. Even after dusting everything in sight, Remus was still angry and anxious. He had just started to debate whether or not he ought to rearrange their record collection by genre instead of artist when the fireplace flared green flames again. He thought it might be Corinne ringing him back, most likely to tell him off some more, but then Molly Weasley's face appeared in the flames, looking pinched and worried, and all thoughts of work were pushed from Remus's mind.
Molly!
Remus dropped the feather duster he'd still been holding and strode over to the fireplace.
Is everything all right?
I'm afraid not.
Molly answered somberly.
Harry seems to have taken ill, poor thing. He's been asking for you and Sirius. He wants to go home. Can you come get him?
Of course, I'm coming through now, hang on.
Molly withdrew her head, and Remus stepped towards the hearth. He tried, unsuccessfully, to stifle the panic he felt clawing up his throat. Harry, ill? What was he ill with? He hadn't been ill before, and Remus had never taken care of a sick child. What was he supposed to do? What if he needed to go to hospital? Which one did they go to? St. Mungo's, and risk alerting the wizarding world to Harry's living situation? Or a Muggle one, where they might not know how to help him?
Breathe,
he told himself.
Just breathe. Get him back home before you start panicking.
Remus fumbled for the container of flu powder, nearly dropping it before he managed to grab a handful and throw it into the fireplace.
The burrow!
He shouted, then tucked his arms in as he was whisked away. He emerged in the burrow's cramped kitchen to find a vexed-looking Molly. He could hear the sounds of the other Weasley children playing outside, but the house was quiet and still, which set Remus's nerves on edge even more.
Where is he?
Remus asked, stumbling in his haste to get to Harry.
Just over here.
Molly led him to the sitting room, wringing her hands the whole time.
Oh, the poor dear. He just came down with it suddenly, too. He was fine one moment then laid up the next. Here we are. Harry, dear. Remus is here to take you home.
Remus rounded the corner to find Harry curled up on the couch, knees tucked up to his chest and both his hands clutching his forehead. His glasses were on the side table next to him, and he blinked blearily at their approach. The moment Remus sat next to him on the couch, Harry crawled into his lap and pressed his face into Remus's chest, making muffled sniveling sounds.
Hey!
Remus said softly, cupping the back of Harry's head.
Hey, what's wrong? You're not feeling well.
Yeah.
Harry sniffed, rubbing his face back and forth on Remus's jumper.
My head hurts.
Does it, love? Come here, let me take a look.
Remus gently pried Harry's face off him and leaned in to examine him properly. He pressed one hand to Harry's forehead, which was warm and flushed, and the other he placed carefully on his neck. To his relief, Harry's glands were not swollen, but a sticky sheen of sweat clung to his skin, and his eyes were wide and pained.
Looks like you have a bit of a fever. We can take care of that, though. Shall we get you home? Get you tucked in with Snuggle Bunny.
Harry nodded sulkily before flinging his arms around Remus's neck and pressing his face back into his chest. Remus wrapped his arms around him and hoisted him up, rubbing his hands soothingly along Harry's back.
It's all right, Sprog. We'll get you fixed up.
He pressed a kiss to the top of Harry's head before stooping down to grab his glasses and turning back around to face Molly.
Thank you for calling me, Molly. I hope he wasn't contagious. I'd feel terrible if your kids came down with anything.
Oh, don't worry about that. Just take good care of Harry for us so he can come back for a visit soon.
Molly moved over to them and placed her hand next to Remus's on Harry's back.
You hear that, Harry dear? You just focus on getting better so we can see you next week.
"'Kay.
Harry said quietly.
Thanks, Mrs. Weasley."
Yes, thank you, Molly.
With a final nod, Remus moved to the burrow's back door, stopping briefly to scoop up Harry's backpack from where it rested against the wall, then stepped into the sunshine and disapparated back to their flat. The moment they reappeared back at their building, Harry started crying again and grinding his head into Remus's chest. Remus winced sympathetically.
I'm sorry, Harry,
he said.
I thought disapparating would be better than the flu, but I bet that hurt your head, hey?
Harry nodded sullenly.
Okay, let's get you to bed, and I'll see what I can find that will help your headache.
The problem, Remus found once he'd tucked Harry in and was digging through their medicine cabinet, was that all their potions and medications were dosed for adults, not children. It seemed like a huge oversight now, and Remus cursed their lack of foresight. He was a terrible potioneer himself, so he didn't want to try brewing something for Harry now, and he couldn't very well leave Harry on his own while he ran to the Muggle shops to buy some children's Tylenol. Sighing, he made his way over to the all-but-forgotten telephone in the front hallway to call Sirius. He rarely used the telephone since his mother died, and while they talked on and off about getting rid of it, they'd just never gotten around to it. Remus was grateful for this now, since Sirius was often around Muggles during the day and he'd have a time explaining why a talking Patronus just interrupted them, or how the mirror in his pocket was suddenly calling his name. Still, it felt odd to dial the numbers he knew off by heart but never actually called.
Sirius Motors, how can I help you?
Said a breathless Mira after several rings.
Mira, it's Remus. Is Sirius free?
Oh, hi Remus.
Remus could hear the sounds of something clanging in the background, mingled with the faint tune of some horrible T-Rex song.
He's talking to a client right now. Can I have him ring you back?
Could you get him, actually? Sorry, it's urgent.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Hang on.
Remus waited 2 long, agonizing minutes, during which time he mentally reviewed their stock of potion ingredients and tried to think if they were missing anything. Finally, Sirius picked up the phone and said cheerfully.
Moony? You know, if you wanted to get me alone.
Harry's ill.
Remus interrupted, which changed Sirius's tone immediately.
What do you mean, ill? What's he ill with?
I don't know, he's got a fever and a headache. But I don't have anything to give him, and you know I can't brew a potion to save my life. I need you to come home and help me take care of him.
Right, okay, right, of course, I'll come as soon as I can. I need to get rid of this customer first, so just take care of him until I get there?
Remus scoffed.
No, Sirius, I thought I'd nip down to the pub for a pint.
He snapped.
Yes, of course I'm going to take care of him, you sod.
Easy,
Sirius said reproachfully.
There's no need to get so defensive.
Well, I hate this. I'm useless here, and I hate being stuck at home while you're...
It occurred to Remus that perhaps he wasn't talking about Harry being ill anymore, but Sirius wasn't letting him off the hook that easily.
While I what, exactly?
Nothing, never mind.
Are you angry with me for something?
No, of course not. I'm stressed, and, look, just get here soon. I haven't seen him like this before.
And before Sirius could say anything else, Remus hung up the phone. He waited there for a few moments, hand still resting on the handset, thinking Sirius might call him back. But he didn't, so with a heavy weight settling into his chest, he walked down the hallway back to Harry's room. As soon as he sat on the edge of the bed, Harry curled into him, clutching Snuggle Bunny in one hand and Remus's jumper sleeve with the other. This in itself was unusual. Harry had become much more affectionate these past months, but he wasn't normally so clingy.
Sirius is on his way,
Remus whispered, swinging his legs onto the bed and lying back against the headrest. Harry just mumbled something indiscernible and pressed his face into Remus's lap.
He'll whip something up for your headache. Do you want a story while we wait?
Harry nodded, so Remus started reciting the story of the Fountain of Fair Fortune, smoothing out Harry's hair while he talked. He could feel the tension racking his small body, and though he suggested a couple of times that he try to sleep, Harry would just shake his head and cling on to him tighter. Finally, the front door opened and Remus could hear Sirius's heavy footsteps echoing through the flat. He appeared at Harry's bedroom door a few seconds later, still in his leather jacket and Doc Martens, his hair windswept and coming undone from its bun. Sirius's face was tight and anxious, and he wasted no time in crossing the room and dropping down on the bed next to them.
"What's wrong, Sprog?"
Sirius asked, placing his hand on Harry's back.
"Moony said you've got a headache?"
Yeah.
Harry finally lifted his head up, and Remus felt a sharp pang when he realized he had tears in his eyes.
It won't stop hurting.
Harry started crying in earnest then, and Sirius quickly scooped him up and held him against his chest.
"Shh, it's all right,"
Sirius said quietly, rocking him back and forth.
"I'll have you fixed up in no time. I have everything I need to make you the perfect headache cure. I can even make it taste good, so it'll be easy to drink."
I don't want it to hurt anymore.
Harry gasped between sobs.
And I don't want to go to sleep, 'cause she can see me.
"Who can see you?"
Sirius locked eyes with Remus, who shrugged, just as confused as he was.
The mean lady.
"Do you mean your Aunt Petunia?"
Sirius asked, but Harry just cried harder and buried his face in Sirius's chest. Sirius made gentle shushing noises and cradled him closer.
"Okay, tell you what, I'll make you a potion for dreamless sleep too. That way you'll have no more nightmares."
Harry just hiccuped and nodded, and Sirius kissed him on the forehead before passing him back to Remus.
"You stay with Moony, Sprog. I'll be back as soon as I can with your potion."
With Harry so upset, there was no point in trying to continue any stories. Remus just hugged him close and tried to provide comfort while Harry's cries slowly subsided. It took all Remus's effort not to fall apart too. His one job left, his most important one at that, and he couldn't even do that properly. While he wasn't technically sacked from his other job, he couldn't think about that now. He'd just get angry, and Harry needed him to stay present. Sirius eventually returned, a green potion in one hand and purple in the other, and he sat down on the edge of the bed again and offered the green one to Harry.
"Here you go. One headache cure. Drink that up and see if it helps."
Harry took the vial with both hands and tipped it back, not even pausing to sniff or otherwise examine it first. He smacked his lips when he was done.
That tasted like apples,
Harry said, and Sirius beamed at him.
"Thought you'd like that. Your headache should start to go away in a couple of minutes."
"Did you have lunch, Harry?"
Remus asked. Harry shook his head.
Mrs. Weasley made me a sandwich, but I wasn't hungry.
"You should eat something now then. It might help you feel better. How about a cheese toastie?"
Harry nodded, and Remus ruffled his hair before standing up and looking at Sirius.
"Watch him while I'm in the kitchen."
"No, I thought I'd go to the pub."
Sirius deadpanned. Remus could tell from the look in his eyes that he was not happy with him, and apparently, so could Harry. He glanced between them anxiously.
Are you guys fighting?
He asked in a small voice.
"No, of course not."
Remus answered, at the same time Sirius grunted out a no. Remus thought he could do a bit of a better job acting like he wasn't annoyed, but hiding his emotions had never been Sirius's strong point. Instead, Remus smiled at Harry and said,
"Cheese toastie then, and I'll make you some hot cocoa too. Be right back."
He was relieved to leave the bedroom and the stifling energy Sirius gave off whenever he was in a mood. But he'd only been in the kitchen for a few minutes when Remus heard a door close softly behind him, and he turned to find Sirius padding quietly down the hall.
"Don't bother with the cheese toastie, he's out like a light,"
Sirius said when he reached the kitchen. He leaned against the wall and crossed his arms.
"Oh, you gave him the sleeping potion?"
Sirius shook his head.
"Didn't have to. As soon as his headache cleared up, he dropped off. We'll let him rest for now."
"Right."
Remus put down the block of cheese, looking anywhere but at Sirius. A tense silence stretched between them, until Sirius finally huffed a sigh and said gruffly,
"So are we going to talk about this then?"
"Talk about what?"
"Whatever it is I've done that's got you snapping at me out of nowhere."
"It's not you."
"The hell it isn't."
"No, Sirius, really. Look, I had a bad day at work, and I took it out on you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you."
Sirius kept his arms crossed, but his face had softened slightly. He kept his tone blunt though when he asked,
"What happened with work then?"
Remus reached across the kitchen counter to where he'd carelessly tossed the manuscript, next to the other letters they hadn't gotten around to posting yet, and passed it over to Sirius. He busied himself with putting the cheese and onions away while Sirius examined the manuscript with a frown.
"Lockhart? I didn't think he published with your house. What's this got to, wait? Wanderings with werewolves?"
Sirius gripped the manuscript tightly and whipped his head up, panic spreading across his face.
"Shit, Mooney, he didn't write this about you, did he?"
And that, out of everything, startled a laugh out of Remus.
"No."
He chuckled.
"That idiot. He wouldn't recognize a werewolf if it went out for a drink with him in Hogsmeade."
Sirius smiled weakly, but he still looked worried.
"What happened, then?"
The two of them migrated to the couch, where Remus told him about his conversation with Corinne and how she'd all but told him not to expect more work anytime soon. Sirius listened patiently, but Remus could practically feel what his brain was dying to say out loud. Sure enough, as soon as Remus stopped talking, Sirius jumped in with,
"But you don't need that job, Moons. You never did. I have more than enough money for all three of us."
"It's not about the money,"
Remus replied, straining to keep the irritation out of his voice.
"I want to work. I want to do something with purpose, something fulfilling. And this job is neither."
"Then what are you upset about?"
"Because normally I can push it out of my mind. I can ignore how empty this job makes me feel or how little it matters. Then I find wanderings with werewolves in my pile of work, and it reminds me that this pompous ass,"
Remus smacked the manuscript,
"is out there living my dream, and I just get to read about it. I'm expected to edit his shit manuscript, fixing all his comma splices and dangling modifiers and toning down the moronic, superlative language he chooses."
"You don't actually believe this nonsense he writes though, do you?"
Sirius had turned towards him to rest his hand on Remus's knee, and the return of physical contact between them was a welcome relief.
"We've talked about this. Lockhart was a rubbish wizard, and he's never done a hard day's work in his life. There's no way he suddenly became an expert on dark magic overnight."
"I don't believe it, no."
Remus sighed and leaned back into the couch.
"But that just makes it worse, doesn't it? That I'm being penalized for pointing out his blatant lies. Maybe I could have gone about it better, but I was just so angry. He's knowingly spreading misinformation about werewolves with this latest book, and there's more than enough of that going around already. As for his other books, well, I doubt there's an ounce of truth to them. He's either made it all up out of thin air, taken credit for a load of other people's work, or both. Meanwhile, I actually care about this sort of work and want to do it properly, but I can't. I'm stuck at home, waiting around for the next full moon, while Lockhart is sent traveling around the world to write lies and squander the amazing opportunity that's been given to him."
Sirius wore a wary expression, and Remus thought he could guess why. The last time Remus had spoken like this, he'd followed it with the declaration that he was going to start traveling and researching dark creatures, and while Sirius had always been supportive of that, he had never handled the stress of it well. Remus had returned home more than once to find Sirius in the midst of a full-blown panic attack, even when he was home on schedule.
"Bad memories,"
Sirius had always chalked it up to, but wouldn't talk to Remus any more about it.
"So what are you saying, Remus?"
Sirius asked now, his tone cautious.
"You want to start traveling again?"
Remus shook his head.
"You know I can't. Even if I could, we have Harry now, and I wouldn't want to be away from him that long. I don't know what I'm saying. I didn't realize I was holding all this in until I picked up that bloody manuscript today. I guess I just want my work to matter."
"Your work with Harry matters,"
Sirius said softly, shifting closer to him.
"I know it's not as exciting as hunting down chimeras, but that must count for something."
"It does."
Remus nestled in next to him as Sirius wrapped his arm around him, allowing himself the comfort Sirius was trying to give.
I feel like I let him down today though.
Why? Because you couldn't brew a potion. That's Barlock's and you know it.
The one subject I could never master.
Please, an A in your potions, Owl, is hardly something to scoff at. You're certainly cleverer than Gilderoy Dung-Four-Brains Lockhart.
Remus chuckled in spite of himself.
Do you remember that ancient runes class, when you jinxed him so he could only talk about bananas?
I jinxed him so he could only talk about bananas up his arse. And yes, of course I do. That tosser, he got off easy, if you ask me.
He pressed a kiss to Remus's temple.
Nobody hurts my Mooney.
Well, it certainly made for the most memorable ancient runes class we ever had.
Not like that's a difficult feat. That class could have been so interesting, but McKay sucked all the fun out of it.
I don't know why you stuck with it for so long, if you already knew runes. Were the extra credits really worth the time and boredom?
Sirius snorted.
I didn't take that class for the credits, you wanker. I took it for you.
For me?
Remus twisted his head around to look at him.
Was I that helpless at runes?
No, but, second year, when we were choosing our electives, it was the only class I could take that would be just the two of us, without Peter or James. And I liked that.
Sirius shrugged awkwardly.
I liked having something that was just ours. Even if it was only a dumb ancient runes class.
Oh.
A warm glow filled Remus's chest.
I like that, too. And I like that we have lots of things that are just ours now. A whole life full of them.
Sirius's eyes were tender as he took him in.
Yeah, we do.
He cupped his hand to Remus's cheek and leaned in for a soft kiss, breaking it only to rest their foreheads together.
Remus?
He murmured.
Will you?
But before he could finish his thought, a high-pitched scream rang out from down the hall. Sirius and Remus were up and sprinting towards Harry's bedroom in an instant, wands drawn. Sirius got there first, threw open the door with a bang and charged in, searching for whoever or whatever had pulled that terrifying sound out of his godson. Remus made his way to Harry, who was crying and thrashing in his bedsheets, and scooped him up in his arms. He was shaking uncontrollably, his breaths coming out shallow and short. Remus cradled him close against his chest and tried to calm him down.
What happened, Harry?
He asked urgently.
What is it?
Harry just buried his face in Remus's neck and sobbed, a sound that shot straight to Remus's heart and shattered it into pieces.
Hush, you're safe.
He didn't know if he was trying to comfort Harry or himself.
You're safe, I've got you, it's okay. I've got you, love, you're safe.
Finally, Harry lifted his tear and snot-stained face to look at Remus. Sirius had joined them by then, his patrol around the perimeter of the bedroom revealing nothing. He wiped the tears from Harry's face with his shirt sleeve.
What happened?
Remus repeated.
Did you have a bad dream?
Was someone here?
Sirius added. Harry shook his head.
I was somewhere else.
He choked out.
The mean lady was there, and she was talking to me, except it wasn't me. She said.
But Harry was too overcome to speak anymore. 2 fat tears leaked out of the corners of his eyes and rolled down his cheeks, then his arms were around Remus's neck again as he heaved another sob.
Hush, it was only a dream.
Remus whispered. Harry shook his head, but didn't make any other noise except his crying.
Just a bad dream. It wasn't real, it was only a dream.
You're okay now, Harry.
Sirius wrapped his strong arms around both of them, his chest to Harry's back, and that extra layer of strength and protection seemed to be what Harry needed to regain control of his breathing.
You're okay. We're here. You're safe.
They stayed like that for several minutes, Harry still trembling and hiccuping in their arms, until he finally slumped forward with exhaustion. Remus kissed the top of his head and met Sirius's eyes, which were filled with the same question he'd been turning over in his mind.
What now?
Chapter 9. Things didn't get easier after that. They finally managed to calm Harry down, but he refused to go back to bed, even with promises of a potion for dreamless sleep. Instead, he clung stubbornly to Remus's neck, until Remus finally sighed and accepted that his evening would be spent carrying an almost 6-year-old around. Sirius just made them some tea and set them up on the couch with a blanket and a stack of books. He sat with them for a bit, taking some comfort from the sound of Remus's calm, steady voice reading to Harry, until he noticed the time and decided he'd better get dinner started. He threw together a curry, hardly paying attention to the ingredients, but it turned out fairly well. Harry liked it, but he was practically falling asleep at the table the whole time, so as soon as he'd finished, Sirius got up and moved towards him.
"Come on, Harry,"
he said, lifting him up.
"Let's try to sleep again."
I don't wanna sleep.
Harry mumbled, then ruined the sentiment with a large yawn. Sirius just smiled at him.
"I know. But you'll take that potion for dreamless sleep, and you won't have any nightmares waking you up. And Moony and I will be right down the hall whenever you need us."
He stayed close to Harry while he went through his bedtime routine, making sure he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and changed into clean pajamas. He took his temperature, which had thankfully gone down since that afternoon, then helped Harry climb into bed and drink the full vial of purple potion. Remus came in behind them with the book he and Harry had been reading, but he didn't even make it through one page before Harry was out. Sirius thought that was the end of it, but at around midnight, they were woken up by that same terrified scream. He and Remus scrambled out of bed and rushed down the hall to Harry's bedroom, only to find Harry clutching his forehead and crying again. He was trying to say something, but it was coming out as gibberish, and eventually he just gave up and sobbed into Sirius's pajama shirt. So they tried again, a vial of Sirius's headache cure. A vial of potion for dreamless sleep. They moved him to their bed this time, thinking that might help, but Harry only made it a few more hours before he was up and crying again. This time, when Sirius moved to comfort him, Harry threw up all over himself and part of the bedspread.
I'm sorry.
Harry kept choking out.
So sorry.
"There is nothing for you to be sorry about,"
Remus told him, both kind and firm at the same time. Sirius took him to the bathroom to get cleaned up, Remus vanished the mess and got new bedsheets, and eventually the three of them managed to fall back into a restless sleep and didn't wake up again until late the next morning. They had another rough day. And another rough night. By Friday though, Harry was finally feeling better. His headache was gone, he didn't have any nightmares when he fell asleep for a nap, and though he was clearly tired, he was more chipper than he'd been in days. Sirius would have been ecstatic, except of course, as soon as one person he loved started feeling better, the other one went downhill. The supermoon was only 2 days away, and Remus was clearly suffering from its effects. He moved stiffly through the flat, he had dark bags under his eyes, and their 2 sleepless nights with Harry had taken a heavy toll.
"We shouldn't leave Harry alone with my dad this time,"
Remus muttered that evening. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, getting a back massage from Sirius that he pretended he didn't need.
"He's still scared about those dreams, you should stay with him, just in case."
"I am not leaving you alone with a supermoon, Remus, so don't even think about it."
"But..."
"No. Harry is fine, and in case you've forgotten, your dad managed to take care of a kid who turned into a werewolf once a month. I think he can handle a headache and some bad dreams."
Neither of them said what they both feared but couldn't give voice to: what if they weren't just dreams? It was with a great amount of reluctance that Remus left the flat Sunday evening. No matter how many times Sirius insisted that Harry would be fine and Lyle assured him that he had it all under control, Remus had to be practically dragged out the door. Soon though, it didn't matter what Remus's worries were, because the moon rose and his mind and body were taken over by the wolf. Moony was restless that night, chasing after first one scent then another, and Padfoot had to run himself ragged just to keep up. The two of them finally collapsed as dawn broke, Padfoot in exhaustion and Moony in pain, skin rippling and bones twisting with the transformation. Animal howls turned into human cries of anguish, then Remus was back, unconscious and shivering feverishly. Sirius crawled over to him and pulled him into his lap, inspecting the damage and ignoring the voice that said,
"This time, it was all too much this time."
But it wasn't. Sirius cleaned his wounds. Remus eventually stirred. Sirius held him back while he fought weakly to stand up and get back to Harry. It wasn't a very long struggle, and one overambitious movement sent Remus toppling back into Sirius's arms anyway. Finally, once he was satisfied that Remus was full of enough pain potion and covered in enough healing salves, Sirius carefully helped him up and disapparated them back to the flat. Remus nearly sent them both toppling to the ground in his haste to get inside, but he needn't have worried. Harry was fine, sitting at the table happily and scarfing down a plate of eggs and sausages served to him by Grampy Lyle, and they both reported there had been no more nightmares or headaches. Remus was in poor shape, though. He crashed into bed, flushed and trembling, and immediately fell into a fitful sleep. Sirius stayed with him, tending to him best he could, but there wasn't much he could do except try to keep him hydrated and wait for the worst of it to pass. Lyle stuck around longer than usual so he could help keep an eye on Harry, but none of them strayed far from the master bedroom. That evening, when Remus still hadn't woken, Sirius asked Lyle if he wanted to stay overnight, but Lyle shook his head. He was due up north, he said, and had to get home to pack, but would Sirius please keep him posted on Remus's condition? Sirius promised he would. Later that night, Remus woke up lucid enough to shakily drink some broth Sirius had made for him, but couldn't stomach anything more substantial. He wanted a shower though, so Sirius helped him limp across the flat to the bathroom. Remus insisted he was well enough to shower on his own, repeatedly shooting down Sirius's protests until Sirius threw up his hands in frustration and left him to it. He returned to Harry's bedroom, and he had just gotten him tucked in for the night when a rattling noise and an almighty thud echoed through the flat. Sirius raced down the hall and back to the bathroom, where Remus had collapsed in the shower and taken the curtain and curtain rod down with him.
Damn it, Remus!
Sirius shouted, fighting his way through the mess to reach him. He wasn't angry, he was scared, and he always shouted when he was scared.
Would you just swallow your pride and let people help you for once in your damned life?
Remus was stirring feebly where he was draped underneath the curtain, and Sirius ripped it off him and jumped in the shower, clothes and all. After satisfying himself that Remus hadn't sustained any head injuries, he began to inspect the rest of him.
Look at you, you're going to have a great bruise here, you knob.
Sirius choked out.
And you've reopened that gash on your back.
Sorry.
Remus said in a rasping voice.
I don't want you to apologize, I want you to let me take care of you when you obviously need it.
Padfoot.
Harry had appeared at the door, nervously peeking around the corner.
Is Mooney okay?
He's fine, Sprock, he's fine.
Sirius didn't sound convincing even to himself.
Just go back to bed, please Harry. I'll be there in a bit.
He finally got his wits about him enough to turn the shower off, then dried off both himself and Remus with a flick of his wand. He wrapped a towel around Remus to preserve some semblance of decency while he half carried him back through the flat to their bedroom, Remus muttering angrily the whole time.
You, shut up.
Sirius said shakily. He deposited Remus on the bed and immediately went to work healing the wound on his back, which was stubbornly resistant to Sirius's best charms due to its magical origin. He sighed and summoned one of his healing salves. It was the only thing that helped, even if it did its work slowly.
I don't need you taking care of me.
Remus grumbled. Sirius just laughed darkly, unamused.
Yes you do. At least, after the full moon you do.
Well, I'm sick of it then.
Mooney, there's no shame in needing help.
I didn't say I was ashamed, I said I was sick of it.
Remus rounded on him with sudden fury in his eyes, though Sirius didn't think it was truly directed at him.
I am sick and tired of being laid up every month, unable to even bathe myself without help. We're all pretending like I can live a normal life, but I can't, and I'm tired of pretending that I can.
Sirius tried to interrupt him, fill him with platitudes about how his life was normal and just as fulfilling as anyone else's, but it was like Remus could sense them coming for he steamrolled on.
And don't try to argue with me, Sirius Black, you know it's true. I'm tired of planning my life around the moon, around my injuries. I'm tired of being discriminated against if anyone gets even an inkling of what I am. You want to know why the average werewolf doesn't live to see 45? Because there are only so many years any human being can stand this sort of life before they put themselves out of their own misery.
Don't you dare speak like that, Remus.
Sirius cut across fiercely.
Don't ever speak like that. It's been a string of bad moons, that's all. It's been an exhausting few months for you, but that doesn't give you the right to.
He paused to regain control of his erratic breathing.
You can't say things like that. We need you. I need you, Harry needs you. You're so important to us.
Harry needs you.
All the fire had gone out of Remus's voice, and he just slumped into the bed.
I'm not his godfather. He'd get on just fine without me.
Was this the moment, Sirius wondered? Was this the moment he told Remus they were going to make it all official, got down on one knee, gave him the ring he'd been carrying around for the past 2 weeks? His fingers twitched towards his pocket. He'd almost done it the other night, before they'd been interrupted by Harry's cries. But, no, this wasn't the right time. This was supposed to be a joyful moment, and he couldn't do it when Remus was so obviously hurting. Instead, he took a steadying breath and threaded his fingers through Remus's hair.
Harry would not get on fine without you,
he said gently.
And neither would I. I'm sorry you're hurting, love. I'm sorry you have to deal with this every month. If I could take it all away from you, I would.
But Remus's face remained stony, and Sirius knew there was no point trying to reason with him now.
You should get back to Harry,
Remus said, emotionless.
I don't want to leave you alone right now.
Don't worry, Sirius, I'm not going to do anything. Couldn't if I wanted to.
Remus.
I'm fine. Go take care of Harry, please.
He heaved a sigh.
I'll be here when you get back.
Sirius didn't like any of this. Normally he was the one who spiraled into dark thoughts, and though he knew Remus was prone to them too, he hadn't seen him like this in a long time. Between taking care of Harry and getting Remus through the full moon, Sirius was emotionally drained, and he felt like he was on the verge of a depressive episode or a panic attack himself. He needed to keep it together though, at least until Remus was healed up and feeling like himself again. Reluctantly, he left the master bedroom and went down the hall to check on Harry, who was sitting up in bed anxiously. That was another habit Sirius didn't like, Harry always feeling the stress of the adults around him. He and Remus tried to keep him out of whatever issues they were dealing with, but nights like tonight, it was hard to hide what was going on. Harry was so sensitive anyway, he nearly always picked up on their emotions. The Dursleys had done a real number on him. After repeatedly reassuring him that Remus was fine, followed by agreeing to read one last bedtime story, Sirius finally managed to get Harry down for bed. He returned to their bedroom to find that Remus had fallen back asleep, his brow furrowed and sporting a thin sheen of sweat. Sirius cast a cooling charm on their sheets, then carefully crawled into bed next to him and got ready for his vigil. He could already tell he wouldn't be getting any sleep that night. If he thought a good night's rest might help Remus feel better, Sirius was sadly mistaken. The next morning, Remus was still in a dark mood, and though he was moving around a bit better, he was still bitter and shut down. Sirius couldn't help but keep close by, always trying to coax Remus into eating something or taking another draught of pain potion. But by late afternoon, Remus had clearly had enough. Sirius had just crossed the threshold to their bedroom to check on him for the umpteenth time that day when Remus put down the book he was reading and glared at Sirius exasperatedly.
I need you to go,
Remus said, his voice still hoarse. Sirius raised his hands innocently.
I was just coming to see if you needed more water, but all right, I'll be in the kitchen.
No, I don't mean just go from the bedroom. Go from the flat.
What?
You've been hovering all day, and you're driving me crazy. Go, take Harry, get out of here for a few hours so I can have some peace.
I can't just go.
Sirius sputtered.
You're still recovering, you need me.
I don't. What I need is some time alone.
Moony, you're being unreasonable.
Maybe.
Remus finally met his eyes, and Sirius was surprised to find they looked tender and remorseful.
I know you're just trying to take care of me, and I know I've been a right prick today. But I'm tired and in pain, and every time you come in here, it makes it all worse. I feel like I'm on display with you, and it's made me agitated and overstimulated. So please, for the sake of our relationship, take Harry and go do something out of the flat for a few hours while I stay here and rest. I just need a few hours peace.
Sirius sighed anxiously and ran a hand through his hair.
I guess I could go to the garage for a bit. Catch up on some work.
Good, do that.
You promise to call me with the mirror if you need anything?
I promise.
And if I order you takeaway, will you eat it?
That I can't promise.
And at last, Remus offered him a small grin.
But I know how to order something if I get hungry.
All right.
Sirius finally conceded.
We'll be back by 8 o'clock, mind, so I can get Harry to bed on time. And if you haven't eaten anything by then, I'll force more broth on you.
Fine, now will you take your anxious energy somewhere else, please?
Sirius bristled, and if this were any other occasion, he would have snapped something back. But he couldn't when Remus was still in such bad shape, even if he was being a right prick. His words, Sirius reasoned, not mine. Instead, he bowed out of their bedroom without another word and went to the living room, where Harry was lying on the floor and playing with his Legos.
Come on, Sprog,
Sirius said, kneeling down next to him.
I've got lots of work to catch up on, so we're going to go to the garage for a bit.
But I want to stay with Moony.
Harry replied, a slight whinge to his voice.
I know. But Moony needs his rest, and he can't keep an eye on you while he's doing that, so you're stuck with me for a bit. Don't worry, we'll be home before bedtime, so you can check on Moony then.
'Kay,
said Harry sullenly, and he got to his feet and reluctantly helped Sirius pack up some toys before they headed out for the garage. He perked up when they got there though, and Sirius promised him takeaway from his favorite restaurant for dinner. Once Sirius had Harry set up with his toys and coloring book in the office, he started to chip away at the veritable mountain of work he had waiting for him. He hadn't been into work for nearly a week, but Mira had still been accepting clients and appointments on his behalf. If he didn't have magic to help him along, he would have needed a month to get through all the tasks waiting for him. Fortunately, he'd become very adept at reworking spells and charms to do straightforward mechanic work, and in a matter of minutes, he accomplished half a dozen oil changes, 3 tire repairs, 5 brake pad replacements, and reattached the fender and smoothed out the dents on a Cavalier that had recently been in a crash. That left the fun stuff for him, solving electrical issues, rebuilding a differential, repairing a clutch. Those sorts of projects he preferred to do by hand, with magic as an aid when he needed it. He was quite proud of his magical mechanical knowledge. Some of his spells he'd invented himself for very specific problems, like the one he developed to help him change out spark plugs. Some days he thought he should write a book on everything he knew. Of course, the only wizard who would be interested in the subject was probably Arthur Weasley. He'd been elbow-deep in engine grease for about an hour when the front door suddenly slammed shut. Sirius jumped, but the gear work he was doing required precision and care, so he didn't dare move his hands.
Sorry, we're closed.
He called over his shoulder instead. He didn't hear a reply, just the slow clack-clack-clack of heels on concrete. A cold shiver ran down Sirius's spine. Moving slowly so as not to cut himself, Sirius carefully withdrew his hands from the engine and looked around.
Hello?
He called, but again, no response. Sirius wiped his hands clean and withdrew his wand. Silently, he cast a quick hominum revelio and felt 2 tugs, one coming from the office, indicating Harry, and one coming from the other side of the garage. The killing curse came at him so quickly, Sirius barely had time to get out of the way. He could feel the heat of it as he ducked and rolled to the side, an old Ford Cortina taking the brunt of the spell for him instead. Its windscreen shattered upon impact, and from across the garage, a familiar high-pitched laugh rang out.
Hide and seek, cousin. Surely we're too old for such games.
Sirius froze where he'd landed on the floor, paralyzed by the rush of fear and hatred that surged through his veins. Bellatrix. What was she doing here? How did she get out of Azkaban? He hadn't heard of any breakouts, and surely it would have made the news if her case were retried and she'd been released. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands began to shake as unbidden memories of both childhood and wartime overtook his mind. Suddenly, he thought of Harry alone in the office, and a new kind of fear spurred him into action. He still couldn't see where Bellatrix was, so he ran, half-crouching, across the garage floor towards Harry. Curses flew after him, Sirius barely evading them and wincing as sparks and flames shot up around him instead, the spells wreaking havoc on the vehicles they hit. He cast a shield charm in time to stop one curse coming right at him, ducked to avoid another, and when he finally reached the office, he slammed the door behind him in time to stop a third. The curse thundered into the door and cracked it down the middle, but thankfully, it held. He didn't have much time, though. A second spell or a swift kick would be all that was needed to break it open. Sirius quickly reinforced the door with a hastily muttered protective ward, just as another curse slammed into it. The door shuddered, but remained intact. He knew it wouldn't hold for long, he had a minute at most.
"Harry?"
he called. Sirius whirled around the office, but he found only an abandoned pile of toys and a half-finished coloring book.
"Harry, where are you?"
Boom. Another curse sent the door rattling in its frame, and Sirius had to fight his own mind to stay anchored in the present. Memories of his friend's glassy eyes and tortured bodies came flooding back to him, pulling him back to the past, but Sirius couldn't let himself be swept away now, not when Harry needed him.
"Harry!"
he called again. Sirius checked under the desk, looked behind the filing cabinets, but Harry wasn't here. Bile rose in his throat. Just then, a final curse sent the door splintering into pieces. Sirius threw up his arms to protect his face, the shrapnel cutting into his hands and forearms instead. Then Bellatrix was standing where the door had been, spinning her wand and wearing a deranged smile. Azkaban had not been kind to Bellatrix. She'd managed to get her hands on some new robes since her release, but they did nothing to hide her starved, gaunt frame. Her hair was tangled and wild around her hollowed-out face, her teeth yellowing, but her eyes hadn't changed at all, they had the same feverish, sadistic glint as the last time he'd seen her.
"When had that been? Before or after Regulus's death? Was she the one who killed my brother?"
"Dear Sirius,"
she drawled, and to an outsider, she may have even sounded kind.
"I dropped by your flat tonight, but you weren't home. Your half-breed pet was, though."
It was like someone had plunged a dagger into his heart. Blood pounded in his ears as Sirius spat out.
"If you've so much as touched him."
But Bellatrix's cold laugh cut him off.
"As if I would dirty my hands. Now, where's the Potter boy?"
"I don't know what you're talking about."
1,000 red-hot knives were suddenly stabbing into Sirius's skin. He yelled in pain as he collapsed on the floor, trying to roll away, trying to do something to put an end to this torture, put an end to himself if that's what it came down to. Just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Bellatrix loomed over him, sneering.
"That is just a taste of what you can expect if you don't cooperate. I'll ask again, where is Potter?"
Shakily, Sirius stood up again. He met Bellatrix's cruel eyes, then spat at her feet.
"Go to hell, Bella."
"Cruci."
"Expulso."
The floor beneath Bellatrix exploded, sending her flying backwards into the garage. Sirius didn't stop to see where she landed or if she got back up before he was hurtling through the doorframe and sprinting back through the garage, scanning everywhere for Harry and calling out his name.
"Harry!"
Sirius shouted, not bothering to keep his search quiet if Bellatrix already knew he was here.
"Harry, where are you? Harry!"
A sudden roaring sound reached his ears, and Sirius turned in time to see a wall of flames rise up behind him. Acrid black smoke reached his lungs, clogging his airways and obscuring his vision. Sirius coughed, flinching away as the intense heat of the fire seared his skin. The flames charged towards him, consuming everything in their path, spurred on by magic or years' worth of engine grease, he didn't know. But Sirius's blinding panic sent him stumbling onward, searching desperately for Harry while trying to outpace the fire.
Harry!
The flames licked up the sides of the garage, burning away Sirius's photos, his framed albums, the pictures Harry had drawn for him during the countless hours he'd spent here. An entire life, gone in an instant, but Sirius had no time to mourn it. Not now, not while his godson was still trapped somewhere in this inferno.
Please, please, let me find him, gods, please let him be all right. Harry, Sprog, where are you?
An explosion tore through the air, sending Sirius sprawling. He thought it must be one of the cars exploding, the flames having no doubt reached its gas tank, but then he saw Bellatrix walking through the flames towards him. She had blasted her way through a trio of parked cars and was advancing on him with her wand outstretched. Sirius rolled to his feet and threw 2 back-to-back stunning spells at her, which she deflected with a flick of her wand, then retaliated with another Avada Kedavra. Sirius dove behind a mini just as the curse blew a crater in the garage floor where he'd been standing.
Come out, Sirius.
Bellatrix called tauntingly.
You've nowhere to hide now.
Sirius.
His voice seemed so small, Sirius thought he must have imagined it at first. Then he heard it again, coming from somewhere near his right.
Sirius.
Harry?
Sirius army crawled on his arms and knees, searching under vehicles for Harry. Dirt and grit ground into the cuts on his arm, but Sirius hardly felt his injuries over the adrenaline surging through him. Behind him, the flames were growing louder, the heat on his back more intense. Had it already started burning his clothes? He was covered in sweat and soot, lightheaded from the smoke.
Harry!
He hissed. He could hear, somewhere behind him, Bellatrix in her pursuit, but Sirius had already turned down another row of cars and remained out of sight. He hoped he wasn't leaving a trail of blood behind him.
Harry!
Sirius, I'm over here.
The flames had nearly reached them now, and that's when Sirius saw the garage pit, still partially covered by the Volvo he'd been working on, and Harry's wide, terrified eyes just peeping up from the pit's edge. Sirius sobbed and went momentarily limp in relief, then hurriedly crawled over to him.
Harry, thank Merlin.
He rolled under the Volvo and into the pit, sweeping a trembling Harry into his arms the moment he hit the floor. Harry threw his arms around his neck and started crying and babbling into his neck.
Sirius, I'm sorry. I saw the mean lady come in so I hid. I'm sorry.
Shh, you did exactly the right thing.
Sirius retreated farther back into the pit, away from Bellatrix's approaching footsteps and the still raging flames. Something about what Harry had said was nagging at him, but he didn't have time to follow that particular thread right now. Instead, he tightened his arms around Harry and whispered in his ear.
I'm going to get us out of here. Hold tight to me.
He cursed himself now for setting up anti-apparition wards at the garage, but it was a problem he could work around. Frantically, he started searching the pit floor for his toolkit, and just as he'd wrapped his hand around a wrench, he heard Bellatrix call out once more.
Flee if you wish, Sirius. I just hope Remus is more fun to play with than you are.
Sirius froze, his wand pointed at the wrench but the spell ripped from his throat at Bellatrix's words.
You may still be able to reach him, you know.
She continued.
If you hurry.
Sirius squeezed his eyes shut, trying to quell down the rising panic he felt taking over his body. He knew this was a taunt, an attempt to lure them into a trap. But the thought of Remus lying defenseless at the hands of Bellatrix was sickening, and if he really could get to him in time. He weighed it all, Harry in his arms, the encroaching flames, Bellatrix mere feet away. And Remus, hurt and alone in their flat, hardly able to walk since the full moon, let alone duel. He could go to him now, get him to safety along with Harry. He looked down at Harry, so small and so trusting, and made his decision. He just prayed it was the right one. With one shaking hand, he reached his wand towards the wrench and whispered.
Portus.
The wrench glowed blue. He met Harry's eyes as he quietly counted down from 3. Then he felt the port key hook them behind their navels and they were whisked away in a blur of heat and roaring sound. Remus had been dozing on and off for the past hour. He didn't exactly feel good about kicking Sirius out of the flat, but he had felt like he was being smothered and knew it was only a matter of time before he snapped and said something unforgivable.
Take your anxious energy somewhere else.
He felt a hot swoop of shame at the memory of those words, and he wanted to call Sirius and tell him to come home just so he could apologize properly. He didn't, though. Sirius would be home soon, and the extra time alone would give him the space he needed to clear his head. He thought half-heartedly about calling the Thai restaurant down the street for takeaway, if only to prove to Sirius that he didn't need to worry about him so much after the full moon. But his pillow was so soft, and he was so bone-achingly tired, and it felt so good to just give in to the warm wave of sleep engulfing him again. He woke shortly after to the sound of footsteps echoing through the flat. He listened as they stopped in the hallway, then came towards the bedroom. Remus stretched languorously and rolled onto his back just as the footsteps stopped at the door.
Sirius,
he said, stifling a yawn. Remus sat up in bed, turning a muzzy smile towards the doorway, then froze. Ice water ran through his veins as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing, but his brain had seized up in shock.
You!
He finally breathed. Remus dove for his wand on the bedside table, just as a flash of red light shot across the room. He felt the pain of the stunner as it hit his chest, felt the spasming loss of muscle control, then everything fell to darkness. Chapter 10. The fresh air was such a shock to his smoke-filled lungs that Sirius doubled over coughing the moment his feet hit solid ground. He could still feel Harry's weight resting reassuringly in his arms, but everything else was a haze. He couldn't even remember where he directed the port key, just that Harry was safe. His vision swam and suddenly Sirius was on his knees, coughing and wheezing while his system tried to clear the smoke from his airways. He could hear Harry asking him something, if he was all right, but he couldn't find his voice to answer. Harry was shaking his arm, trying to pull him up, but the world was starting to go black at the edges.
"I'm up, Neo,"
spoke a stern voice, and Sirius could breathe again. He gasped in great lungfuls of air, then looked up to see a worried and confused-looking Professor McGonagall standing over him, the familiar outline of Hogwarts Castle in the background.
"Black, what on earth are you doing here?"
she demanded. But Sirius had no time to explain. He had to get to Remus. Still trying to catch his breath, Sirius staggered to his feet and rasped.
"Professor, I need you to take Harry."
"What?"
McGonagall said, at the same time Harry yelled.
"No."
"Bellatrix is out of Azkaban. I don't know how, but she attacked us. Please, I need you to keep Harry safe while I go back for Remus." "He's okay, he has to be okay,"
he repeated to himself. His mind wouldn't let him dwell on any other possibility except for Remus safe and unharmed at home. McGonagall's face was shocked as she absorbed the impact of Sirius's words.
"Bellatrix less strange. But, what?"
For the first time he could remember, his old Transfiguration professor was at a loss for words.
How could she possibly be out?"
"I don't know, but she is."
Sirius snapped, more impatient than he meant to be, but he'd been counting down the seconds since they'd arrived and he didn't know how long he had to get to Remus.
"Please, Professor, take Harry back to the castle with you. I'll be back as soon as I can."
"Pads, no, I want to stay with you."
Harry latched onto his sleeve and looked up at him with pleading, tear-filled eyes.
"Don't leave me."
His words shot an arrow straight through Sirius's heart, but he couldn't reason with him now. Physical safety above emotional safety, that's what he'd learned growing up. Harry was physically safe now. He had to make sure Remus was physically safe, then he could focus on Harry once he was back.
"Once we're both back,"
he corrected himself. Sirius put a hand on his godson's head.
"I have to, Harry,"
he said shakily.
"Just for a little bit."
"No, don't go."
"I need to get Moony, then I'll come right back."
"No."
Harry was pulling harder on his sleeve now, his voice more panicked.
"No, no, no."
Every word cut deeper and deeper, and Sirius fought to keep himself together.
Harry.
He stifled a dry sob.
Please, Sprog, go with Professor McGonagall. Just for now.
McGonagall crouched down and took Harry's hand.
Here, Harry.
She said, surprisingly gently. Harry didn't pull away from her, but he didn't take his eyes off Sirius or release his hold on his shirt sleeve either.
You said you'd never leave me.
He shouted as twin tracks of tears ran down his face, and Sirius felt his words like a physical blow.
You promised.
For the first time since they arrived on the Hogwarts grounds, Sirius stopped counting. He locked eyes with Harry, then knelt down and put both of his hands on either side of Harry's face.
Listen to me, Harry.
He said, voice gravelly.
I promise I am coming back for you. You hear me? I'm not leaving forever. I have to go get Moony, but then I am coming straight back. Do you understand?
Finally, haltingly, Harry nodded, his lower lip quivering. Relief flowed through him, and Sirius planted a kiss on the top of his head and pulled him in for a tight hug.
Stay with Professor McGonagall, Sprog. Do what she says. I'll be back soon.
And with that, he rose and ran back across the Hogwarts grounds, trying to block out the sound of his godson's cries. As soon as he was past the school gates, Sirius turned on the spot and disapparated back to their flat. He expected to arrive in the alleyway, their usual apparition spot away from Muggle eyes. But instead, Sirius was in the hallway right outside their front door. His stomach plummeted, their anti-apparition wards were down. And if their anti-apparition wards were down, it meant their other protective wards had been broken, too. Saliva rushed Sirius's mouth as he fought to keep from vomiting.
Please, gods, let him be safe.
Sirius thought furiously, but the moment he turned their unlocked door handle, he knew it was futile. He tumbled into the entryway and ran madly to the master bedroom, not even thinking about his own safety or what might await him there.
Remus?
He panted as he threw open the door. But the bed was empty. Remus's wand was lying on the floor, and his half of their pair of two-way mirrors sat unmoved from its spot on the bedside table.
No.
Sirius breathed.
Remus? Remus!
He went charging through the flat, screaming Remus's name and running in and out of every room, tearing open closets and cupboards in case he missed something, anything, any sign that might tell him where Remus had gone. But there was nothing.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Sirius gripped his hair and pulled, the sensation keeping him tethered to the present. Suddenly, the nausea that had been building since his encounter with Bellatrix took over, and Sirius sprinted to the bathroom before he was sick all over the floor. He skidded down to the toilet just in time and retched, his insides spilling out into the bowl. He heaved again, and again, until all that was left in him was bile, but his body wouldn't stop. Maybe it thought if he were completely empty, he could be numb, free of the crippling emotions swirling through him. He broke out into a cold sweat and started to shake. At last, with nothing left in him, Sirius shuddered and fell back against the tub. Tears sprang to his eyes as he rubbed his still bleeding arm across his mouth. He didn't know what to do. What could he do? Remus wasn't here, and though there were no overt signs of a struggle, there was no way Remus would leave the flat without his wand. And he'd promised Harry he was bringing Moony back.
Think, Black.
Sirius scolded himself, though it came out sounding like Mad-Eye Moody. He'd been thrown back into a war, and 5 years away had dulled his soldier's instincts, but they were coming back to him now. Sirius drew a sharp breath and squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block off all emotion, though he'd never been as adept at occlumency as Remus.
Fuck, Remus, where are you?
Still, he cleared his mind the best he could and laid out the facts. Remus was not here. As far as he could tell, he also was not dead. That meant he'd either been taken by whoever broke through their wards, or he'd escaped in time, wand or not, and gotten somewhere safe. Where would he go? Lyle's cottage. That would be where he went next. Sirius snapped his eyes open and clambered to his feet, shaky but determined. He turned into the pressing darkness and disapparated to Wales, hoping against all odds that Remus was there. The smell of smoke was the first thing he noticed, and for a moment, Sirius thought he'd accidentally gone back to the garage. But then he opened his eyes and was horrified to see Lyle's cottage engulfed in flames, smoke billowing into the air.
Fuck, Lyle.
Sirius charged towards the cottage, but the searing heat pulled him up short.
Shit, fuck.
What could he do? He could perform a flame-freezing charm, make himself impervious to the flames. Add on a bubblehead charm so he could walk into the cottage and search for Lyle. But even as he was planning it, Sirius knew it was hopeless. Nothing could have survived that blaze. His heart lifted ever so slightly when he remembered Lyle had said he was going to be traveling north. He may have left before the fire had started, he might be far away and safe. If he'd been trapped inside. Sirius couldn't even entertain the thought.
Fuck.
He muttered again as he fell to his knees. Then he screamed it.
Fuck.
He slammed his fist into the ground, punched it over and over with all his might. The earth shredded his knuckles and turned them bloody, but he kept going. Maybe he would break his fingers, maybe he would shatter his hand, and wasn't that better than feeling everything coursing through him now? The rage, the fear, the despair, and worst of all, the guilt, that he hadn't reached Remus in time, that he'd left him. Finally, his hand dripping blood, Sirius slumped over himself and wrapped his arms around his legs, pulling himself into a tight ball. He couldn't look away from the fire before him. All their photographs of hope, all of Lyle's research, Remus's childhood home, gone. Had Bellatrix done this too? Or did she have help, some other Death Eaters rallying behind her demented cause? No. Death Eaters only rallied for one person, and that was impossible. He was dead, he's dead.
For now.
Dumbledore's words, spoken months ago in their kitchen, came rushing back to him.
He is not gone forever.
He couldn't be back. But the pieces fit, and Sirius felt cold, overwhelming dread at the picture they were forming. There was still something missing though. Even if he was back, even if he'd somehow broken Bellatrix out of Azkaban, directed her to go after them, they couldn't have known that Harry was living with him and Remus, or where the three of them lived. They weren't in the same flat they had lived in during the war, so anyone who'd been around in those days would have been operating off old intel. No, something else was at play here. Sirius felt like the answer was just within reach, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. And Lyle had gotten swept up in all of this. They'd targeted him. They must have known, somehow, that Lyle was their only family, and... Fuck. He wasn't their only family. Sirius shot to his feet like he'd been electrocuted. His brain was running so fast he could hardly process the thoughts racing through it, but he didn't try to slow it down or question what he was doing. He just disapparated, so frantic he thought he might splinch himself, but he emerged onto a muggy Somerset Street unscathed. He didn't even pause to see if any muggles had seen him, he just charged towards the little stone house with the yellow door he knew so well. From the outside, all seemed well, but Sirius wouldn't let his guard down until he'd seen for himself. He pounded on the front door and held his breath. He noticed the few spots of paint peeling on the window shutters, the clumsily decorated, "Welcome" sign on the front porch clearly done by a child's hand, proof of a home well loved, nothing like what he'd grown up with. But a black still lived here, and when Andromeda opened the door, Sirius turned his wand on her.
Sirius.
Her eyes widened in shock, taking in his bleeding arms and ash-stained face and the death grip he had on his wand.
What?
What was the first record you ever gave me?
Sirius demanded.
What's going on?
Just answer the question, Andy.
The first record I ever gave you.
Even with a wand pointed at her face, Andromeda remained grounded and cool.
Bowie, wasn't it? Hunky-dory?
Sirius breathed a sigh of relief, then stowed his wand in his pocket and pulled Andromeda in for a fierce hug. She hugged him back tightly, as though this hadn't been the strangest and most threatening greeting she'd ever received. Then again, she'd grown up with Bellatrix, so it probably wasn't. Finally, Sirius broke their embrace and stepped back.
Where are Ted and Dora?
Upstairs. Why, where are they supposed to be?
Andromeda narrowed her eyes at him, her irritation at being out of the loop etched in every line on her face.
Sirius, what is going on?
Bellatrix is out.
Andromeda went white as a sheet.
No.
Yes. She already came after us, and she might target you next. You have to leave, now.
It was a sign of either how much she trusted Sirius or how much she feared Bellatrix that Andromeda did as he asked without a moment's hesitation. She spun on her heel and sprinted up the stairs, yelling for Ted and Dora. Meanwhile, Sirius made his way to the sitting room and started setting up protective wards. They weren't going to be there for much longer, but he wasn't taking any chances. He closed their flu connection, set up anti-apparition wards, and cast both an intruder charm and a caterwauling charm. He could hear panicked voices from upstairs, Dora asking what was happening while Ted tried to calm Andromeda down. He couldn't be a part of it, though. If he had to look Dora in the eye and tell her he was the reason she had to leave her home, he would fall apart, and he needed to keep his soldier's mindset. Just for now, just until he was back with Harry and the rest of his family was safe.
Except for Remus. Except for Lyle.
His chest constricted, signaling the start of a panic attack, but he willed it back down. He knew, though, that he would have to let it out sooner or later. A few more minutes passed, Sirius peering out the sitting room window acting as sentry, before Andromeda came running back downstairs, a heavy trunk thudding behind her. Sirius abandoned his guard duty in time to see Ted and Dora trailing after her, each with a hastily packed trunk of their own. Ted's had half his robe still sticking out of it, and Dora's was straining against what he assumed was some sort of containment charm.
Sirius.
Dora's eyebrows shot up beneath her spiky, bright blue hair. She dropped her trunk and ran over to give him a hug, knocking over an umbrella stand in her haste. Sirius wrapped his arms around her, but he felt like he was on autopilot.
What are you doing here?
Making sure you and your parents get out of here safely.
He replied, just as Ted pulled him in for a back-breaking bear hug.
Good to see you, old man, good to see you.
Ted said genially. He stepped back and clapped Sirius on the shoulder.
You and Remus got away all right, then?
For a moment, Sirius couldn't breathe. His eyes must have betrayed him, for Ted's face dropped and his mouth opened into a small O. He looked like he was going to say something else, but Sirius couldn't handle it. He couldn't take having to answer a follow-up question, didn't want to hear Remus's name thrown out so casually, as if it didn't drive a dagger right into his chest. His lungs constricted again, and he felt the tremors start to take over his limbs.
Later.
He told himself.
Fall apart later.
He stuffed the panic down once more and continued in a rush.
You got everything?
Thankfully, Ted didn't push him for more information, just nodded.
Good thing Dora just got back for the summer, and good thing she kept ignoring us when we told her to unpack. Her trunk was mostly ready to go.
Where are we going, Sirius?
Andromeda asked. She kept her emotions behind a calm mask, but Sirius could tell from the thin line of her lips and the crease between her eyebrows that she was scared.
Hogwarts.
He answered.
No one can touch us there.
Hogwarts.
Dora whined.
I just came from there.
And you'll go back without a complaint, young lady, didn't you hear Sirius?
Andromeda snapped.
It's the safest place for us.
Dora rolled her eyes in typical 13-year-old fashion, but didn't say anything else.
We'll take a port key.
Sirius continued.
I've closed the flu and cast anti-apparition wards, and I don't want to risk lifting them, even for just a few seconds. Andy, can you grab me something I can use?
Here.
She bent down and pulled a gaudy, pink and gold floral vase out from the bottom shelf of a bookcase.
Ted's aunt gave that to us years ago. Never could stand it.
Sirius took it from her and placed it on a side table. Drawing his wand, he pointed it at the vase and said,
Portus.
The vase glowed bright blue, trembling a little, then grew still.
We have 30 seconds. Here, Dora, come round this way. You've got your trunk. Good. Ted, Andy, there's space here.
It took a bit of shuffling, but finally, the four of them were situated around the table, one finger touching the vase, and in the case of the Tonks's, one hand holding their trunks. Sirius kept his eyes on his watch.
Remus gave me this watch, gods, what if it's all I have left of him?
And counted down.
3, 2, 1.
That familiar hook jerked him behind his navel, then they were up and soaring through a howling wind. Sirius couldn't see through the blur of color to confirm if everyone else was still with him, but then they slammed down on solid ground. Dora's trunk burst open upon impact and sent her clothes and books flying everywhere. She toppled into Sirius and knocked them both over, Andromeda saved from the same fate only by Ted's steady hand.
Everyone all right?
Sirius helped Dora up and gave her a quick once-over.
No bruises, I think.
Ted replied.
Sirius.
Sirius turned in time to see a mess of black hair, then Harry was wrapped around his legs. Sirius stooped over and picked him up, holding him tightly as Harry shook and babbled on almost nonsensically.
You were gone for so long.
He cried.
I didn't think you were coming back.
I promised you, didn't I?
He murmured. For just a moment, the anxious band around his chest loosened and Sirius could breathe a little easier.
I told you. I will always come back for you.
Harry made a muffled affirmative noise and held on tighter, his tears soaking Sirius's shirt. Over his untidy hair, Sirius could see Professor McGonagall tending to the Tonks's. Ted was talking to her in a low voice, Dora was scooping her belongings back into her trunk, but Andromeda had her eyes glued to him. With a jolt, Sirius realized he'd never told her that he'd taken Harry in.
Sprog?
Sirius unpeeled Harry from his chest and looked down at him.
Do you feel up to meeting some of my family? My cousin Andromeda is here with her husband and daughter. They're really nice, and I bet they can't wait to spoil you.
Harry nodded, then poked his head over Sirius's shoulder and looked around.
Where's Moony?
And there it was again, the tightness in his chest, the hitch in his breathing. Sirius's vision tunneled as he fought for air, and out of fear of passing out, he lowered Harry to the ground and knelt in front of him.
Pads.
Harry said nervously.
Where's Moony? You said you were going to get him.
He's gone, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone.
Sirius continually repeated to himself. Sirius was vaguely aware of McGonagall and the three Tonkses standing nearby, close enough to offer support but far enough to give them their space. He wanted them closer, though. He wouldn't be able to go through this again, so he needed them to hear him the first time. He locked eyes with Andromeda, pleading, and with a nod she walked forward. The rest of the group tentatively followed her lead.
Harry.
He finally managed to croak. He placed both his hands on Harry's small shoulders, though he couldn't tell which one of them he was trying to comfort.
I did go back for Moony. But he wasn't there. I looked all over the flat, but he was gone.
What do you mean?
Harry's eyes were wide and scared.
Where did he go?
I don't think he went anywhere on his own, Sprog. You know Moony loves you so much, he would never leave. I think.
Sirius thought to himself.
I think he's being tortured, I think he might be dead, I think I may never see him again.
Merlin, what did he say? He was just a child.
I think someone may have taken him.
Harry's eyes spilled over with tears, and the sight of it sent Sirius spiraling even further. He fought to stay present, fought the panic now overtaking his body, but he couldn't keep it back anymore. The tremors started, and like a burst dam, the panic flooded through him. Suddenly he was shaking uncontrollably.
Who?
Harry asked.
Like the mean lady.
Maybe.
Sirius finally managed to choke out. He could barely speak.
But we have to go get him.
Harry yelled, swiping furiously at his eyes.
She might hurt him. We have to find him.
Harry.
No. You said you were going to get Moony, and you didn't. You have to bring him back.
He tried to tell him that Mooney could be anywhere, that he hadn't the slightest clue where he might have gone. But his mouth felt like it was full of cotton and a buzzing noise filled his ears, his panic attack ramped up, and he was drowning in it. Harry was still yelling at him, uncharacteristically angry, but Sirius couldn't tell what he was saying. All he knew was the pure, unfiltered fear surging through him. His heart beat madly, thrashing against his chest as he struggled to breathe, but he could barely get air into his lungs. He saw, as though from a great distance, Harry stop and mouth his name, Professor McGonagall take Harry's hand again, Andromeda rush forward, but Sirius wasn't there anymore. He wanted out, his body wasn't safe and he wanted out of it. Sirius curled in on himself and tried to remember what Remus always did to guide him through his worst panic attacks, but the thought of Remus sent him even further into a blind panic. Remus was gone, and Sirius was alone, locked in the recesses of his mind again, where the dark halls of Grimmauld Place were always waiting to swallow him up. He felt someone grab his shoulder and Sirius cried out and flinched away, thinking of his father's cruel grip dragging him to the cellar. He was trapped, and without Remus he would never find his way out again. Suddenly, he felt something cool pressed to the back of his neck. Words reached him.
Breathe, Sirius, with me now. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Good, again. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4.
He had no idea who was there, if anyone really was there, but he followed their instructions nonetheless. Sirius grappled with his breath, choking and wheezing, but finally managed a slow inhale. He held it for a moment, then shakily let it out.
Good, again. Breathe in, 2, 3.
Cough, sputter.
That's all right. Try again. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Good, Sirius, very good. Again. With me, now. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4.
Slowly, painfully slowly, the adrenaline started to ebb away. It took a piece of him with it, though, and when Sirius finally regained control of his body, he felt like someone had hollowed out his insides, leaving him as nothing but a burned-out husk of a human being. His limbs were heavy and tired, and all he wanted to do was burrow into a blanket and sleep until he forgot this entire night. Instead, he looked up and found himself staring into the bright blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore, who was holding a cold cloth to the back of his neck and guiding Sirius through slow, steady breaths. When he saw Sirius was present again, he smiled.
Hospital wing,
he said kindly.
Madame Pomfrey will fix you up, then come find me in my office.
He readjusted the glasses on his crooked nose.
We need to talk.
Chapter 11. The pain in his head was the first thing he was aware of, a dull ache in his left temple, throbbing to the beat of his own pulse. Remus opened his eyes, then immediately squeezed them shut again when the room wouldn't stop spinning and a wave of nausea swept through him. He groaned and tried to roll over, but his body was too stiff and sore to obey. Without his vision, Remus had very few clues as to where he was. He felt a hard, dusty wooden floor beneath him, and the pain of lying there for hours resonated through to his very bones. It was stiflingly hot, so he couldn't be in a basement, and the air had a musty smell to it that he associated with neglect and disuse. He strained his ears, but he couldn't hear anything beyond the sound of his own ragged breathing and the blood pounding in his ears. He strained to get up again, this time with a bit more success, and managed to prop himself into a sitting position against the wall. Just that small movement sent him into another dizzy spell, so he pressed his face into his knees while he waited for it to pass. How long had he been here? He tried to piece together his last fragmented memories, but they were all a blur of pain and fear and anger. He was still in his t-shirt and joggers, his comfy relaxation clothes, he thought sardonically. He remembered diving for his wand, but he couldn't remember if he'd managed to grab it in time, and he'd just started exploring his pockets when a voice rang out from the other side of the room.
Your wand's not there.
Remus jumped and forced his eyes open again. The room swam, but he fought through it until everything came into focus. He was in a fairly large attic, the roof above him sloped, rafters filled with cobwebs. The windows were boarded up, and the walls were covered in a dreadful peeling, yellowing wallpaper that may at one point have been pinstriped. Something moved in the corner, drawing Remus's eye. He froze, trying his hardest to convince himself it was someone else, anyone else. Peter Pettigrew stepped out from the shadows. When Remus saw Peter in their bedroom, just before he'd been stunned, he thought he must be hallucinating. But this was no mirage. Peter was there, plumper than he'd been during the war, but with the same beady, watery eyes and pointed nose. His hair was thinner and wispier than Remus remembered, less substantial, and so light that it was almost colorless.
Peter!
Remus growled. He stumbled to his feet and tried to charge him, but Peter whipped out his wand and sent him flying backwards with a bang. Remus hit the wall and slid down, almost passing out again.
Don't do anything stupid, Remus.
Peter sounded nervous, which Remus thought was a bit rich, seeing as he was the one with the wand.
So long as you cooperate, we can keep this easy.
Oh, we can keep this easy, can we?
Remus scoffed, rubbing the back of his head.
Good, I wouldn't want things to become difficult or anything. This whole abduction has been an absolute lark so far.
Just like when they'd been at Hogwarts together, Peter had no idea how to respond to Remus's sarcasm. He opened his mouth stupidly for a few moments, then prattled on.
Just do what he wants, and you'll be fine. He doesn't want you. Not really.
Who doesn't want me?
When Peter didn't reply, Remus just sighed irritatedly.
What are we even doing here, Peter? Where have you been hiding these past 5 years?
Around.
Peter answered evasively.
I've been keeping my ear to the ground, waiting for when it might be safe to return to the wizarding world. Then Harry Potter walked through my door, and everything fell into place.
What are you talking about?
Suddenly, Remus felt like he'd been hit with a sledgehammer. All the color drained from his face as he croaked.
Scabbers.
Yes. Scabbers.
Peter puffed his chest out a little, gaining more confidence the longer he talked.
It wasn't terrible, life as a pet rat, especially one living off Molly Weasley's cooking. But I wanted my life back, and delivering Harry Potter straight to the Dark Lord was a surefire way to get it.
Remus tried to keep his terror at bay, but he thought of Harry stuffed into another room somewhere in this house, scared and alone, and he was suddenly filled with cold, paralyzing fear. And Sirius, what had happened to Sirius? He wouldn't have let anyone take Harry from him, he would have died first, so what if?
So that's where you come in.
Peter continued, halting Remus's anxious train of thought in its tracks.
You lead us to Potter, and you get to live.
He was safe. Peter didn't have him. Nervous laughter bubbled up in his chest, escaping before Remus could clamp it down. He was so relieved Harry wasn't in Peter's clutches that he forgot, for a moment, that he was powerless and trapped at the end of a Death Eater's wand. Peter scowled, but before he could say anything, the attic door burst open. Remus's laughter died in his throat when he saw Barty Crouch Jr. sweep into the room, followed closely by Bellatrix Lestrange. Crouch had grown up since Remus had seen him last. His boyish face was more defined, more angular, and it matched his cruel eyes. His straw-blonde hair, once an unkempt mop, was now tidy and neatly combed. Bellatrix, on the other hand, looked particularly bedraggled next to him, with her tangled hair and shabby clothes. She was cradling a bundle of robes close to her chest, looking down at it with the same adoring expression a mother might wear while coddling her baby. Whatever fragile alliance the three of them had, they seemed reluctant to let Peter be a part of it. Crouch curled his upper lip and sneered.
Get out, Wormtail, our master wants a word with the half-breed.
Peter tried to draw himself up, though it was clear Crouch intimidated him.
You can't order me around,
he said meekly.
You wouldn't even be here if it weren't for me.
If it weren't for you?
Yes.
Peter continued, building steam.
I'm the one who found the Dark Lord. I'm the one who led you to him.
But Crouch shut him up with a slash of his wand. A long, deep cut appeared across Peter's shoulder and he stumbled into the wall, yowling in pain.
You pathetic rat.
Crouch seethed.
You, who spent the last 5 years in hiding, while our master needed us. While I was out there scouring the globe for him, I remained loyal, I narrowed down the search to Albania, and you only came crawling back when it served you.
He raised his wand again, and Peter recoiled, but Crouch lowered it without firing a spell, looking smug. Bellatrix cackled wildly.
Poor little Wormtail, always so skittish.
She said in a sing-song voice.
Scurry back to your corner, little rat. Stay if you wish, but remember your place. You're worth no more than the filth on my shoes.
Peter scuttled back into the shadows, whimpering pathetically and pressing his hand against his wound. Remus watched this all unfold with increasing dread. There could be only one master, one Dark Lord they were referring to, but that was impossible. He was dead, destroyed, not a trace of him left after the night he went to James's and Lily's house. Dumbledore had always said Voldemort would return one day, but if he had, then why hadn't he shown himself? It was the only shred of evidence Remus could cling to that let him stay in denial. Bellatrix turned towards him then, and Remus forced those horrible thoughts out of his mind so he could focus on the issue at hand, mainly, Bellatrix Lestrange sauntering forward, her eyes fixed hungrily on Remus and her wand outstretched. He hated how much she looked like Sirius, the same elegant nose, high cheekbones, pointed chin. But where Sirius was all warmth and fire, she was cold as ice, a twisted mockery of the man he loved.
Lupin.
She spat his name as though it were a bad taste in her mouth.
Beast. Half-breed. Of all the vile, shameful choices my cousin has made over the years, none have brought more dishonor on the noble and most ancient house of Black than you.
Remus looked up at her defiantly.
I consider that the highest compliment, Bella.
He said calmly, and was rewarded for his snark with a swift kick to the ribs. Remus grunted, determined not to cry out. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction.
If it were up to me,
Bella continued sharply,
I would have killed you the moment Wormtail, and I found you in that hovel you call a home. But, Wormtail thought you could be useful. Let's see if he's right.
Remus laughed, so hollow it was foreign to his own ears.
You're wasting your time. I have no information on Harry.
Is that so?
Yes, I don't know where he is, and I'm not his secret keeper. You could torture me for days and be no farther along on your search, so if that's what you have in mind, then save us all the trouble and just kill me now, would you?
Remus mimed looking at his watch.
I'd hate to make you late for your next poorly executed plan.
Remus spoke confidently, but his knees were trembling and his insides had twisted themselves into knots. He knew how they would react to his words, but he couldn't help himself. Wandless and hurt, words were the only weapons he had left, and he intended to wield them like a blade. Sure enough, Bellatrix's face morphed into a mask of rage. She raised her wand and pointed it at Remus, who flinched involuntarily, knowing what was coming.
Crucio!
She shrieked. Fire erupted all over Remus's body as white-hot knives pierced his skin, were driven into his very bones. He was screaming, writhing, all pretenses of dignity forgotten. He must be dying, surely, no human could survive this sort of pain. Then, it was over. His senses came back to him in pieces, and he felt another of Bellatrix's kicks before he heard her shouts.
Know where he is. Tell me. Where is he? Where's Potter?
I don't know.
Remus gasped.
Honestly, I don't know. I have no idea where he is.
Crucio.
His skin was being flayed open, his bones split down the middle, and Remus couldn't hold back the screams of agony that took over him. This was the worst pain he'd ever been in, worse than his most gruesome transformations. He was going to die here, he knew it, and all he could think about was how he was never going to see Harry and Sirius again. This time, Remus wasn't aware when Bellatrix lifted the curse. His muscles kept spasming and waves of pain washed all over his body while she yelled at him.
Where is Potter? Where would he have gone? Answer me.
I don't know.
He groaned. His throat was raw and hoarse.
I don't know where he is.
Liar.
He is telling the truth, Bella.
The new voice that rang out was deep and cold, so cold that it chilled Remus to his very core. He shivered, even though his skin was still aflame from the Cruciatus curse.
It can't be.
He thought sluggishly, his face pressed into the floor.
Please no.
Let me face him.
The voice continued.
My lord.
Bellatrix said in a hushed voice.
This half-breed is not fit to be in your presence. I can deal with him, my lord. I will break him.
I told you, he is not lying.
The voice snapped.
Let me face him, and do not make me repeat myself again.
Remus finally managed to pull himself into a seated position and collapse against the wall again, though every muscle howled in protest at his movement. He opened his eyes in time to see Bellatrix conjure a wingback armchair from nowhere, then, to Remus's confusion, she placed the bundle of robes she'd been holding atop of it. Only when Bellatrix shifted out of the way did Remus see what lay inside. He had to stifle down a cry of fear and disgust. A pair of red, slitted eyes stared back at him, gleaming even in the low light of the attic. This thing, it couldn't even be called human, was dark red, scaly, feeble yet radiating power and hatred. Remus couldn't look away from its flat, snake-like face, its spindly limbs. His stomach gave a heave and he had to fight not to vomit.
Remus Lupin.
Voldemort hissed.
You know who I am.
Yes.
Remus whispered.
How?
He swallowed, nearly retched, tried again.
How are you here? What are you?
Silent, beast.
Bellatrix whipped out her wand and performed the same slashing motion that Crouch had used on Peter. Remus felt the skin on his chest tear open and he cried out, slamming his hand against the wound to stem the bleeding. Blood dribbled out from between his fingers, but the gash didn't seem deep. Voldemort turned his lipless mouth into an approximation of a smile.
It's all right, Bella. It is natural to have questions. I don't mind indulging the werewolf.
He locked his scarlet eyes on Remus's once more.
You ask what I am. A mere shell of what I used to be. This body is temporary, an unfortunate but necessary step before I return to my full power. As for how I am here, you never really believed I could be killed, did you? That muggle and mudblood-loving fool Albus Dumbledore didn't.
You should be dead.
Remus pressed, his voice shaking.
The killing curse rebounded. You shouldn't have survived that.
Ah, yes, the killing curse.
Voldemort nodded.
The one that should have killed Harry Potter, had his foolish mother not sacrificed her life for his. Very old magic, and I admit, I was foolish to overlook it.
My lord.
Bellatrix said softly.
You mustn't speak of yourself in this way.
I will speak this way if it is the truth, Bella.
Voldemort said sharply, a bite of impatience in his voice, before turning back to Remus.
But no matter, I took steps long ago to ensure myself against mortal death, and they paid off. I was stripped of my body, yes, driven to faraway lands where I could do no more than possess the weakest creatures. Years I waited, sure my loyal Death Eaters would come to me. And at last, they have.
Voldemort flicked his head towards the corner by the door, where Peter was still cowering.
Wormtail found me first, helped by his rodent friends. But it was Crouch who led the real search.
At his words, Crouch straightened up and leaned forward, his face yearning for praise from his master.
Crouch managed to evade the Aura's clutches, but unlike my other Death Eaters who walked free, he did not blend back into normal life. He searched for me, secured a role at the ministry that allowed him to travel, comb through country after country until he narrowed it down to the forests of Albania. He used his father's powerful name to pull strings at the ministry. And now, he's the one pulling the strings of his father.
Remus blanched at the deranged smile Crouch wore, at the smug tone of Voldemort's voice, but most of all, at the implication of their words.
With the Minister for Magic in our pocket, it was all too easy to release Bellatrix from Azkaban. Now I have returned with my most loyal followers at my side, well, except for Wormtail.
Voldemort threw Peter a disgusted look.
I could have returned to power in mere months, not years, had Wormtail come to Crouch's aid sooner. He knew Crouch was searching for me, but instead he hid, too gutless to seek out his master until he could guarantee his own worthless life. I admit, I wanted very much to kill him.
From the corner of his eye, Remus saw Peter cringe.
But, cowardly as he is, he has proven to have some use. He came to Crouch with very valuable information on the location of Harry Potter. He went deep into the forests of Albania and conversed with creatures Crouch could not. And finally, he found me.
His eyes flitted towards Peter's corner again.
That is why you live, Wormtail,
he said loudly.
Do not forget your loyalty again.
No, my lord.
Peter stammered.
Never, my lord.
And yet, my mercy has already been tested.
Voldemort sighed.
I asked you to bring me Harry Potter and kill any who stand in your way. Instead, you bring me his half-breed nanny.
My lord.
Peter turned sheet white.
You know I only live to serve you. I thought he could be useful, my lord. The boy was not there. Bellatrix went on to find him, but I thought you could find use for the half-breed.
Of course I can find use for him, you fool. My point is that I should not have to improvise to make up for your incompetence.
Voldemort turned the intensity of his gaze back on Remus.
And now I must make do with what I have. You, half-breed, you will find Harry Potter, and you will bring him to me.
I won't.
Remus shook his head.
Even if I knew where he was, I would never let you near him.
You seem to be speaking as though you have a choice in the matter. Crouch, will you instruct our new friend on his mission?
Crouch marched across the room, eyeing Remus up menacingly. He came to a halt next to Voldemort's chair, pointed his wand towards Remus, and said,
Imperio.
Madame Pomfrey tutted at the state Sirius was in. His panic attack was the least of it, smoke inhalation, cuts everywhere, wooden shrapnel embedded in his arms, not to mention the fingers he'd fractured while he was punching the ground outside Lyle's burning cottage in a blind rage. He hadn't even felt the pain in his hand until the adrenaline had left him. Harry stayed glued to his side the whole time. Andromeda had whispered to Sirius that he felt guilty, convinced the panic attack had been his fault. Sirius told him over and over that he'd done nothing wrong, but Harry didn't seem convinced. Although, Sirius thought dully, maybe he just wasn't being convincing. He felt scooped out and hollow, and even the smallest efforts took all his energy. He was trying to take care of Harry the best he could, but he was pouring from an empty cup. The Weasleys arrived just as Madame Pomfrey was finishing up the last of her work on Sirius. He'd remembered, halfway up to the castle, that they would be in danger too, and nearly started to hyperventilate again until Dumbledore sent Professor McGonagall off to fetch them. Now, Molly came tumbling into the hospital wing, followed closely by Arthur and 7 loud red-headed children arguing hotly amongst themselves.
Sirius. Harry.
She blustered, then wrapped her arms around the two of them. Sirius hugged her back and tried to take whatever comfort he could from it. Molly couldn't have been more than 10 years his senior, but right now, he felt like he was being embraced by a mother, and he badly needed it. His own mother had never done anything so common as hug her children, and Sirius still craved the affection he was denied in childhood.
Thank Merlin you're all okay.
Sirius said hoarsely when they finally broke apart. Molly waved him off.
We're fine, we're fine.
Sirius could tell from the look in her eyes that she already knew about Remus, and he couldn't decide how he felt about it. He appreciated not having to repeat the horrible fact that Remus was missing, but on the other hand, the more people who knew about it, the more real it felt, and Sirius wasn't ready to deal with the full ramifications of that reality yet.
Could you watch Harry for me?
He blurted out before she could say anything about Remus, then winced at his lack of tact.
Sorry, it's just. I have to talk to Dumbledore, and Andromeda and Ted are getting settled into their room somewhere.
Of course I can watch Harry.
Mrs. Weasley said kindly. Sirius turned towards his godson. Harry was solemn and still, sitting quietly on the cot and resting his head against Sirius's arm. He'd barely stirred when Molly walked in.
Harry,
he said very gently.
Is it okay if I go talk to Professor Dumbledore for a little bit? Are you okay staying with Mrs. Weasley and the others?
Harry shrugged.
It's fine,
he muttered. Sirius kissed the top of his head.
I'll be back as soon as I can, Sprog. I promise.
Come on, Harry.
Ron called excitedly, completely misreading the room.
Bill said he would show us where the giant squid lives.
And that, at least, got the faintest of smiles out of Harry. After ensuring that Harry was all right with the Weasleys, Sirius left the hospital wing and set out for Dumbledore's office. Each footstep echoed like lead through his body. He was so tired, so empty. He couldn't do this. He couldn't face another conversation about this long, awful night. Madame Pomfrey had made him drink a calming draught before he left, and while he didn't feel the jagged edges of panic scraping at him anymore, he didn't feel much else either. He just wanted to curl up in the dark somewhere. But his feet kept taking him through the hallways, down the stairs, past the Great Hall, until he finally stopped at the stone gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. He said when he got there.
Acid pops?
Nothing. A prickling wave of irritation swept over him.
Okay. Chocolate frogs? Pumpkin pasties? Sugar quills?
Still the gargoyle didn't move. He could have sent a Patronus, but happy memories were far beyond his reach by now. Besides, Sirius thought darkly, it was the principle of the matter. If Dumbledore couldn't even be bothered to give him the correct password, or show up to wait for Sirius's arrival, then why should Sirius waste his time? He was just about to turn away when he heard the grinding of stone on stone. The gargoyle leapt away as the door opened, and Dumbledore stepped off his spiral staircase and emerged in front of him in the corridor. He nodded at Sirius.
"Thank you for coming, Sirius,"
he said.
"Please come in."
Dumbledore swept his arm out and gave a small half-bow, gesturing for Sirius to go ahead. Sirius rolled his eyes at the pomp and fanfare before stepping through the doorway and onto the spiral staircase, Dumbledore close behind. Once they were inside his office, Dumbledore drew up a chintz armchair for Sirius and sat behind his desk. The portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses were all snoring in their frames, and Fawkes the Phoenix slept soundly by the door with his head under his wing. Sirius envied them. He badly wished he could just down a potion for dreamless sleep and crawl into oblivion, rather than sitting in this office, dreading this conversation. The last time he'd been here was after James's and Lily's deaths, and now Remus.
He's not dead,
he told himself firmly.
He can't be dead.
Dumbledore peered at him over his steepled fingers as though he could see the thoughts running through Sirius's mind. At last, he drew a breath and said gently,
"I need you to go over what happened tonight, Sirius."
Sirius ran a trembling hand through his hair.
"Please no,"
he croaked.
"Please don't make me go over it all. Not now."
"I'm sorry,"
Dumbledore said, and he sounded it, too.
"Tonight has been a terrible night. But I need you to tell me what happened if we have any hope of protecting Harry and rescuing Remus."
Sirius felt his chest lift the smallest amount.
Rescue him? I thought. I didn't think.
"You didn't think I would want to search for him?"
Dumbledore gave a small shake of his head.
"I've given you little reason to trust me as of late, but despite what you may think of me, I do care about you. And I have no intention of leaving Remus in the hands of Lord Voldemort."
His words sliced through Sirius like a knife. He'd had his own suspicions, of course, but hearing Dumbledore vocalize them made everything feel so much more real.
"He's back, then?"
Sirius asked shakily.
"You think he's back?"
"I do. And I promise I will tell you everything I know or suspect, but first I need to hear what happened tonight so I have a full picture of what we are dealing with."
Sirius nodded solemnly. He closed his eyes for a moment, steeling himself, then began to speak. He told Dumbledore everything that had happened that night, Bellatrix showing up at the garage, their wards broken and Remus missing from their flat, Lyle's cottage set aflame, his race to reach Andromeda. By the time he'd finished, his hands had started shaking again and his throat was sore. Dumbledore waved his wand and conjured up a steaming pot of tea, which he poured into 2 cups.
"Lemon and honey,"
he said, pushing a cup across the desk to Sirius.
"It will help."
"Thank you,"
Sirius murmured. He cradled the cup in both hands, savoring its warmth, before taking a small sip. The hot liquid seemed to offer him the strength he needed to keep talking.
So what's going on then, Dumbledore?
He asked.
How did Bellatrix get out? How did Voldemort come back? How did this all happen? And how do you know?
Well, what I know and what I suspect are two very different things.
Sirius clenched his hand around the cup, trying to restrain from smashing it.
Fine, but Remus's life is on the line, so your suspicions had better be pretty damn accurate.
They normally are.
Dumbledore replied without a hint of ego, then got up from his desk and strode over to one of the cabinets.
What I know,
he continued while he searched the cabinet's drawers,
is that the dark mark has been growing stronger for weeks now. I also know that around the time that started, Barty Crouch Jr. went missing in Albania. Although he's safe and sound now, the Ministry is claiming it was nothing more than a miscommunication. But I also know that Albania is the last place Lord Voldemort was rumored to be hiding.
Dumbledore finally straightened up and turned around with a handful of newspaper clippings. He placed them on the desk in front of Sirius, who leaned over to read the headlines.
Minister for Magic's son disappears in Eastern Europe.
That was the article Remus had read to him that lazy day in bed weeks ago.
Barty Crouch Jr. confirmed safe.
Well, he'd missed that one, but it wasn't exactly good news anyway.
Minister for Magic criticized for Azkaban reforms.
That rang a bell, but he couldn't remember the details.
Now here is what I suspect,
Dumbledore continued, settling back behind the desk.
I suspect, as I know you do, that Crouch Jr. is a fervent Death Eater. I suspect he has spent the last 5 years searching for Lord Voldemort and that he finally found him in Albania and returned him to corporeal form, whether his old body or a transitional one, I'm not sure. Either way, I suspect Lord Voldemort is back in Britain, and that the Minister for Magic is now under his control.
Sirius felt the weight of that statement sit heavily in the air.
You think he's Imperiist?
Imperiist, or possibly an imposter taking Polyjuice potion. I am inclined to believe the former, however, based on intel I've gathered from my contacts throughout the Ministry.
Such as?
Crouch has never missed a day of work in his life. Now, he's rarely seen at the Ministry at all. He's been missing meetings, delegating to his staff more than usual. When he does come in, it's to make strange decisions and radical changes to policy. His recent reshuffling at Azkaban, for example.
Dumbledore tapped the newspaper clipping in question.
He drastically reduced the number of Dementors on guard duty, including in the highest security wing where prisoners like Bellatrix Lestrange were kept. Now she's escaped, and not a word of it in the Prophet? No, the public would have been informed of such a breach, unless the Minister for Magic himself wanted it kept quiet. Or rather, someone controlling the Minister for Magic.
But, Dumbledore, if he is under the Imperious curse, and if Voldemort and Crouch are the ones behind it, then the entire wizarding world is in danger.
Sirius's mind reeled at the very thought. Voldemort had never breached that far into the Ministry during the First Wizarding War, and if he'd done it now without anyone else realizing, the damage would be catastrophic.
We have to warn people.
How? We have no proof, and if we start shouting our suspicions from the rooftops, we could tip Voldemort and Crouch off and lose the only advantage we have.
Sirius threw his arms up in frustration, accidentally sloshing his tea everywhere, and started pacing back and forth in front of the desk.
So, what, then?
He snapped.
We stay quiet about it in the hopes we can use the element of surprise. What good does that do? How does that help Remus?
We are going to find Remus,
Dumbledore said placatingly.
You can't promise that.
He hated to say it, but Sirius had no strength left to hold back all his fears.
He could already be dead.
I do not believe that is the case. If Voldemort wanted him dead, we would have a body instead of a missing person.
Sirius's breath caught in his throat at the bluntness of those words, but Dumbledore carried on regardless.
What Remus's purpose is in all this, I cannot yet say. But I do believe he is alive. And where we find Remus, we will find Voldemort and whatever Death Eaters have returned to his side. Our goal now must be to extract Remus from wherever he's being kept and attack Voldemort before he has a chance to gather even more power, putting an end to his return before it's even begun.
And how do we do that? You've already said the Ministry is no help. We have no allies, no starting point. We have no idea where Remus is.
No, we don't. But we do have a starting point. And it begins with our allies.
Dumbledore leveled his piercing gaze at him.
It is time we recalled the Order of the Phoenix.
Chapter 12. This is how it went. Crouch would cast the Imperious Curse. Remus would fight it off. Bellatrix would use the Cruciatus Curse to try to weaken his resolve, until Remus felt like his bones had all shattered and his skin had been peeled off. He had a few seconds of rest. Then they did it all again. And again. And again. He didn't know how long that first day lasted, but he didn't break. Maybe he would have, were the stakes not so high. But if he broke, he would be Voldemort's puppet, and he could do all kinds of harm to Harry and Sirius once he found them. It turned his stomach just to think about it, and while Sirius might be cautious enough to ask Remus a security question, Harry wouldn't know any better. He couldn't risk that. So he employed every occlumency trick he knew and drew on every ounce of willpower he possessed. He fought Crouch, fought the voice shouting at him from within his own head to get up and walk. Once, he was imperious just long enough to make it to the door, but he froze with his arms still outstretched and forced Crouch's voice out of his head before he could touch the handle. Then the Cruciatus Curse slammed into him once more, and he lost himself in a world of pain. They did it again. And again. Finally, mercifully, he passed out from the pain and sheer mental exhaustion. When he came to, the sun had set and there was a small cup of water on the floor in front of him. Remus staggered forward on his hands and knees and wrapped both hands around it, trembling so much he worried he might spill it. The idea that it might be laced with poison or veritaserum didn't cross his mind until later, but he was so desperately thirsty that he didn't care, he just chugged it as fast as he could. It was pitifully small, and it did little to soothe his raw and bloody throat, but he licked at every drop of moisture he could get before resentfully setting the cup down again. The attic was empty now except for Remus, moonlight streaming in through the slats of the boarded-up windows. Moving slowly and carefully, Remus stood up. He was feverish and shaky from the after-effects of the Cruciatus Curse, and he had to steady himself with one hand against the wall. Pain radiated through every nerve in his body, but he took small steps and started exploring the attic. What he was looking for, he didn't know, but this was the first time he'd been left unsupervised and he was going to make the most of that. Unfortunately, the room yielded very little. Every crack and corner was sealed up, the boards on the windows unmovable, the door locked and cast in silencing charms. There were no other items or furniture in the room with him except the small cup he'd just drained, which wasn't even made of glass or metal but of plastic, so he couldn't use it as a weapon. A bucket sat in one corner, and Remus balked when he finally realized what that was for. He explored the attic for much longer than was necessary in an effort to keep his mind occupied, but Remus's already limited energy stores were soon depleted and he had to stop. He curled up against the wall again and wrapped his arms around himself, trying to somehow think his way out of his dire situation. He started by making a list of what he knew and what he didn't know. The list of what he didn't know was endless. He didn't know where he was, how long he'd been here, how many other Death Eaters were in the house or what sort of security measures had been taken to keep him locked up. He didn't know what Voldemort's next steps were or who else he might target. He didn't know where Harry and Sirius were, although that lack of knowledge brought relief rather than fear. As for what he knew, well, not much, other than Voldemort was alive, Crouch and Peter had returned to his side and Bellatrix had escaped from Azkaban. He knew Crouch had imperioused the Minister for Magic, his own father, and he knew that he would be next if he didn't keep fighting. He knew that Harry and, presumably, Sirius were safe, and that if he could resist the Imperious Curse long enough, they would stay that way. He also knew that the longer he resisted the Imperious Curse, the closer he got to his own death. Voldemort would only let him live if he proved useful, and Remus had every intention of remaining as useless as possible. It was the only way to keep Harry and Sirius safe, and it was a sacrifice he would make again and again if he had to. He didn't want to die. He wanted to watch Harry grow up. He wanted to be there when his Hogwarts letter arrived, take him to platform 9 3/4 and watch him board the Hogwarts Express, spoil him over holidays and help him with his homework. He wanted to grow old with Sirius. He wanted more long nights and lazy mornings, days where they didn't leave their bed, where they did nothing but hold each other and communicate through touch rather than words. But those days were over, and that was the final thing Remus knew, that he was going to die here. And he knew that it would be worth it, for them. He held back a sob at the thought of the two of them going on with their lives without him. But would they ever be able to live normally again, whether he was with them or not? Voldemort was back, and he was clearly still hell-bent on hunting down and killing Harry. He'd mentioned that his current body was temporary, so Remus assumed it was only a matter of time before he was back to his full strength. And with the Minister for Magic under his control, he would be unstoppable. He would rise to a level of power and influence in the wizarding world that he'd never reached before. He had to warn them. If he could somehow get a message out about what was going on, then maybe they could get ahead of it. He wasn't sure if Sirius even knew that Voldemort was back, but if he could reach him, then Sirius could inform the right people and take Harry into hiding far away. They might have a chance at normalcy before this all caught up to them. Remus scrubbed a hand over his face and took a deep breath, attempting to clear his mind. It had been years since he'd managed any wandless magic, and the last time he'd done it had been when he was just a child. Still, he concentrated on reaching the pool of magic that resided somewhere within him, trying to remember how it felt to touch it and wield it before he ever picked up a wand. He thought of the first day they took Harry to the record shop and said,
"Expecto Patronum."
Nothing. He tried again, this time remembering the first time Sirius had kissed him, wild and unrestrained as they celebrated their Quidditch Cup victory on the roof of Gryffindor Tower.
Expecto Patronum.
Still nothing. Not even a whisper of silver. He stuffed his mounting panic and frustration to the back of his mind and kept trying. The day the Marauders revealed they'd become animagus for him, the first time Sirius said that he loved him, the day he met a tiny baby Harry.
Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum.
He said it over and over into the darkness, willing it to work, until his exhaustion overtook him once more. He drifted off thinking of Sirius's face, the touch of his hands, the ghost of his lips pressed to his. That was day 1. On day 2, he was awoken with a hard kick and Bellatrix's looming face. On day 3, they finally remembered to pass him half a loaf of stale bread. On day 4, he made it several paces outside the attic door before he broke free of the imperious curse. After that, the days started blurring together. Not even the rising and setting sun helped him keep track of how long it had been. He drifted in and out of consciousness with no regard for whether it was dark or light outside. Any moment awake was a moment spent in pain, but he could deal with pain. He had over 20 years of full moon transformations as his baseline, so what was a little more pain now? Perhaps Crouch and Bellatrix finally realized that, because one day, they didn't come. They also didn't bring him any food or water, so Remus spent his time curled against the hunger pains and wandlessly trying to fill his plastic cup with water. He was beginning to sense that it wasn't the incantation that mattered so much as his intention, but no matter how many times he tried, his cup remained stubbornly empty. Finally, his vision swimming, Remus succumbed to a particularly strong dizzy spell and lay his head down, giving in to sleep before he passed out. He awoke with cracked lips, a parched throat, and Voldemort's reptilian face staring at him. Remus scrambled backwards, trying to put as much space between them as possible. Voldemort just watched him coolly, Crouch and Bellatrix standing on either side of the armchair he occupied. A tense silence stretched between them, broken finally by Voldemort's cold, silky tone.
"You are stronger than I gave you credit for."
The sound of his voice made Remus's skin crawl.
"A full week and Crouch and Bella have yet to break you. I have been very disappointed in my Death Eaters, and Lord Voldemort does not suffer disappointment well."
He saw both Crouch and Bellatrix shudder almost imperceptibly, but if Voldemort noticed, he paid them no mind.
"Tell me, half-breed, does one little life really deserve so much of your pain? Are you really willing to trade your life for his?
It was rhetorical, he knew, but his words still infuriated Remus enough that he started to answer before Voldemort talked over top of him.
I will kill him, you know. You are only prolonging the inevitable. Harry Potter will die at my hands, and your sacrifice will have been for nothing, just like his mudblood mother's.
Fuck you.
Remus finally managed to spit out, and Bellatrix retaliated with another Cruciatus curse. He lost himself to the pain, unable to suppress a scream as white-hot razors sliced his skin open. When it finally stopped, Remus was left shaking and weak. He was getting weaker and weaker each time.
Your courage is admirable, but misguided.
Voldemort continued as though there'd been no interruption.
Why die needlessly when you could walk out of here free and unharmed? Bring me Harry Potter and I will let you live, you and Sirius both. The two of you will be safe from my Death Eaters and free to live your lives, I give you my word on that.
Remus pushed himself back into a sitting position, willing himself to look into those red eyes. He shook his head.
Your word means nothing.
Voldemort sighed.
Very well, Lupin, have it your way.
He reached out his scaly hand, which Remus was surprised to see clutched a long and gleaming wand.
Imperio.
As usual, Remus's mind went blank. He felt as though a thick and heavy fog had moved in, obscuring his thoughts and dulling his senses. He could still tell his body was in pain, but he was removed from it now, like it belonged to someone else. Normally, this was the part where Crouch's blunt force mental attack began, his voice shouting at him to get up, walk, move to the door. But no such instruction came this time. Still, he could tell he wasn't alone. He felt something insidious moving in him, slithering through the recesses of his mind and winding itself alongside his thoughts, until Remus couldn't tell his voice apart from the intruders. It was more terrifying than anything he'd experienced so far.
Sirius will die without you. You know him, he'll jump headfirst into some foolish mission and take on more than he can handle. Bellatrix will hunt him down and kill him, or he'll get himself captured too, just like you, and they'll torture him for days. Go to him now, before he gets pulled into this war.
No.
Remus's own voice was sluggish, like it was being dredged up from the bottom of a lake, but it was still there.
He won't do that, not when he has Harry to take care of.
He can't keep Harry safe. No one can. James and Lily already died trying, and you and Sirius will die too. If his own parents couldn't protect him, what chance do you have?
I can protect him.
You can't. This is out of your hands now. It's prophesied, and interfering will only get you killed, as well as Sirius. You've lost so many people already. Are you willing to let the man you love die as well?
Suddenly, the voice dragged up the memory of Sirius's smile, the sound of his laugh, the smell of his aftershave. Remus swore he could feel the soft locks of his hair running between his fingers.
Go to him. You can't protect Harry, but you can protect Sirius.
No.
Just leave. Once you're away from here, you can shake the Imperious curse. Your mind will be yours again, and you can take Sirius and Harry somewhere safe.
That was true. He'd fought the Imperious curse for a week now, he could keep doing it. He just needed to break free from his attic prison, then he could find Harry and Sirius and keep them safe.
Yes, exactly. Freedom from pain, from confinement. The sun on your skin again.
His skin warmed at the thought. Remus thought of long swaying grass, a cool breeze on his face.
Now's your chance. You've already beaten the Imperious curse. Leave, now, while they think you're still being controlled.
Yes, he had to leave.
Hurry, before they catch on.
He had to go. He could make it to Harry and Sirius if he left now.
No.
His own voice echoed through his head so loudly and so suddenly that Remus physically recoiled from it, and with that small movement, the spell was broken. All his pain rushed back to him at once, his thirst, his hunger. His mind was his own again, but he could still feel the tendrils where Voldemort's thoughts had merged with his own, like termite tunnels left behind in an otherwise healthy tree. He felt used, rotten, as though he couldn't trust his own thoughts or instincts anymore. It was so much worse than anything Crouch had ever done. Voldemort tisked, and Remus looked up in time to see him hold out his wand once more.
Let's try this again, shall we?
Sirius had been at Hogwarts for a week, and already he felt like he was about to combust. Since his and Harry's arrival, he'd thrown himself into his work for the Order of the Phoenix with a fury, volunteering for as many missions as Dumbledore would allow. Any energy he had left after spying on known Death Eaters or scouting their known haunts, he poured into his time with Harry. Sirius didn't miss how much Remus's absence was weighing on his godson, and he was determined to keep Harry as happy and preoccupied as possible. This meant foregoing a lot of sleep, but Sirius didn't care. He wasn't sleeping anyway, and when he did, he would fall into a hellish dreamscape of long hallways and locked doors. Remus was always on the other side of one, screaming, but no matter how much Sirius tried, he could never break through the door to reach him. He'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, and immediately check on Harry in the other room of their Hogwarts guest suite to make sure he was safe. Then he'd transform into Padfoot and tuck himself into a tight ball to wait for morning, when he could push Dumbledore into sending him on another mission to track down Remus and locate Voldemort's makeshift headquarters. They'd found nothing yet. Mad-Eye Moody was back at their side, along with a young Auror named Shacklebolt he'd plucked from the ranks himself. Sirius had been on a few missions with them, along with Emmeline Vance, Elphias Doge, Sturgis Podmore, and Daedalus Diggle, who annoyed Sirius to no end, partly because of his personality, but mostly because he'd been assigned to keep an eye on Harry while he lived with the Dursleys and had clearly failed that simple task. The Longbottoms were also helping as much as they could, but with Frank's recent promotion to head Auror and a son of their own to care for, they had to be careful. Frank and Alice passed as much information as they could from inside the ministry but rarely joined them in the field. No matter what he did though, Sirius couldn't quell the flames that threatened to burn him from the inside out. He tried his best to hide it from Harry, but with Remus missing and no information on what might be happening to him, Sirius was always one step away from another breakdown. He was suffocating from carrying around so much guilt, not only for failing to protect Remus in the first place, but for spending so much time away from Harry now. He was torn between his duties to the Order and his duties as a godfather, and as much as he tried to put 100% of his energy into both, he felt like he was failing on all fronts. Thankfully, Harry was never alone in the Hogwarts castle and its sprawling grounds. He had the Weasleys to distract him, and after taking some time to warm up to them, the Tonkses too. Harry could always be found with some combination of friends and caregivers giving him their undivided attention, Ted showing Harry how to get into the Hogwarts kitchen, Ron and Ginny taking him exploring through the castle towers, Bill and Charlie marching him out to the Quidditch pitch, and Andromeda and Molly always ready with a story or a hug whenever Harry requested one. One day, he even found Harry in Hagrid's garden, sitting on the half-giant's enormous shoulders and listening raptly as Hagrid told him about the ideal soil conditions for growing pumpkins. Today, Harry was down on the lake's edge with a handful of Weasley children. Ted and Dora were leading the queue, and judging by the buckets of kitchen scraps they carried, they were trying to tempt the giant squid to come out for an impromptu feeding. Sirius watched them from a window on Hogwarts's second floor. He was restless and anxious. Mad-Eye and Emmeline were out scouting an old mill the Death Eaters used to use as a meeting place, and Dumbledore had ordered Sirius to stay behind and get some rest. He couldn't rest, though. When he rested, his mind started to race, churning out horrible images of where Remus might be or what might be happening to him. For all he knew, Remus was at that mill, hurt and scared and wondering why Sirius hadn't found him yet. Sirius clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into the flesh of his palms and keeping him tethered to his body. He should be down on the ground spending time with Harry, but he couldn't face him right now. Whenever they were together, Harry asked him if they'd found Moony yet, and it was getting harder and harder to see his crestfallen face when he told him no. Harry needed Remus, and every day they didn't find him, his chances of survival grew even slimmer. A full week had gone by already, and he didn't know anyone who'd survived as Voldemort's prisoner for longer than a week. That was it. He didn't care what Dumbledore said, he couldn't stay here, standing around uselessly while Remus was in danger. He was about to push himself off the window frame where he was leaning and march outside when a familiar voice called his name, and he turned to see Andromeda sauntering down the hall towards him.
Going somewhere?
She asked, leaning on the wall next to him.
Just a walk,
replied Sirius, earning him a mighty snort out of Andromeda in return.
You? A walk?
She crossed her arms and peered into his eyes knowingly.
I've never known you to just go for a walk, and you're certainly not starting now. No, you're off to search some abandoned hideout or shake a Death Eater down for information.
A prickle of heat crawled up Sirius's neck.
So,
you can't go charging off like that. It's reckless, it's dangerous, and while I know that's your typical MO, you have Harry to think about now.
Harry is fine, he's safe. Remus is not.
I know.
Andromeda said softly, and surprised Sirius by taking his hand. He wondered if she could feel the grooves his fingernails had dug into it over the past week.
And how do you think Remus will feel once we get him back and he finds out you've gotten yourself hurt doing something stupid? You need to keep yourself in one piece for him.
Sirius, who'd been expecting an argument, deflated at her kind words and sunk back against the wall.
What if we don't get him back?
We will.
How can you know that?
Because I know the two of you. I know that if anyone can get through this, it's Remus, and I know that you won't leave a single stone on this earth unturned to find him. He'll be all right. But in the meantime, you have a child to parent.
She turned towards the window and smiled, watching the children as they cheered every time a tentacle reached out to snatch at a chunk of cabbage.
When did that happen, by the way?
Sirius released a shaky sigh, thinking back to the day he'd taken Harry out of the Dursleys' home.
almost 4 months ago now. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, sorry I didn't do a better job of staying in touch.
Andromeda waved away his apology.
I understand. Adjusting to life with a child is difficult enough, let alone when that child is Harry Potter. But I must say, fatherhood suits you.
I'm not his father.
No.
Her expression was much too understanding.
James will always be his father. But you're doing a wonderful job in his stead.
Sirius felt a sudden burning behind his eyes, and he blinked and looked away before Andromeda noticed.
Maybe. But I can't keep it up. I can't do this without Remus.
You won't have to. We'll find him, Sirius, I swear to you. Bellatrix has hurt our family enough, and I'm not letting her get away with any more. I will burn this world down myself before I let her do anything to Remus.
He wanted to argue with her, for no reason other than to release the pressure of the toxic thoughts that kept swirling through his head. What if they never found him? What if he was already dead? He'd heard stories of people being tortured into insanity. What if that happened to Remus? But the steely look in Andromeda's eyes stopped him from voicing any of that. She meant it, she would hunt Bellatrix down herself if it came to it, if that was what it took to protect them from the sort of pain Bellatrix reveled in. He wondered for a moment how she'd ended up in Slytherin instead of Gryffindor, but then he realized that Andromeda represented all the best qualities of Slytherin House, her determination, resourcefulness, intelligence, and a fierce protectiveness over what was hers made Andromeda the sort of person he thought all his Slytherin relatives should aspire to be, and they'd cast her out of the family for it. A sudden warmth engulfed Sirius's chest, and he allowed himself to indulge it by putting an arm around Andromeda's shoulders.
I'm sorry I got you dragged into all this, Andy, but I'm glad you're here with me.
Andromeda leaned her head against him.
Me too, cousin.
They stayed like that for several minutes, watching as the giant squid eventually swam off and the kids started playing a game of tag instead. Even Ted and Dora joined in, and the sight of Ted running away from a gang of children half his size was ridiculous enough that they both ended up in stitches. Sirius was just thinking about going down to join them when he saw a figure moving across the grounds, coming from the direction of the school gates. Sirius frowned, squinting, then froze with recognition.
Shit!
He muttered to himself.
What?
Andromeda craned her neck to see what Sirius was staring at.
Who's that?
Stay here. No, go to the kids, get them all inside, but don't start a panic.
You're putting me into a panic.
It's probably fine, but I need you to get them all inside, just in case.
With that, he turned and ran for the nearest staircase. He could hear Andromeda keeping pace behind him, but as soon as they made it out the front doors, she carried on towards the lake while Sirius veered off to the right. He was torn between hope and fear, but he kept his wand gripped tightly in his hand as he crested a low hill and came face to face with Lyle. He looked wan and tired, his clothes rumpled and his face lined with worry, but his eyes brightened as soon as he saw Sirius coming towards him.
Sirius!
Lyle started to rush forward, but Sirius pointed his wand at him and stopped him in his tracks. Lyle's face went from happy and relieved to hurt and confused, but he held up his hands and didn't reach for his own wand. He hated doing this. Lyle had been like a father to him for nearly 10 years, and after Remus, he was the man Sirius trusted most in the world. All he wanted to do now was embrace him and thank the gods he was all right, but he couldn't. Not until he'd checked.
Where were we when Remus and I first told you we were dating?
Sirius asked, trying to keep the tremor from his voice. Despite the less-than-friendly welcome he was receiving, Lyle's voice was steady and calm when he replied.
Florian Fortescue's. Remus had just dropped his ice cream on your lap, and I believe you had a rather creative suggestion on how he might clean it up.
His words broke something in Sirius, and suddenly Lyle was pulling him tight against him and letting Sirius sob into his shoulder. He could hear Lyle whispering quiet reassurances to him, his musical voice spinning out a mixture of English and Welsh that calmed Sirius down until he could speak again.
I thought you were dead.
He cried.
Your house, the fire.
Lyle said quietly, now rubbing his back.
But the buggers haven't got me yet. I was already in Edinburgh when they attacked. I just came home to a pile of ashes. But it's only a house. You three are what I've been worried about.
He took a step back and inspected Sirius's face as though expecting to find answers there.
What happened? I went to your flat and the wards were all down. Then I checked your garage and, well.
A sharp pang shot through Sirius's gut. He'd hardly even thought of the garage since their encounter with Bellatrix, and though he already knew the answer, he had to ask anyway.
Was there anything left of it?
No.
Lyle shook his head sadly.
I'm sorry, Sirius. I know how much that place meant to you.
Well.
Sirius offered a half shrug.
It's only a garage.
Lyle smiled.
That's right. As long as you three are okay, that's all that matters.
You three. Oh gods. Lyle didn't know, and he had to be the one to tell him. He didn't think he could get through it again, especially not to Lyle. How could he break it to this kind and generous man that his kind and generous son was missing, all because Sirius had failed to protect him? Sirius's face must have betrayed him, because Lyle's smile drooped and he asked again.
Sirius? What happened?
So Sirius took a deep breath and told him. He wasn't sure how he was going to handle yet another retelling, but a numbness took over and Sirius felt detached from himself as he went over it again. He could feel his mouth shaping the right words, his voice making the right sounds, but it was as though he were far away from his body. He could see Lyle's expression grow more and more somber as he talked, but Sirius couldn't connect with his own emotions enough to comfort him. When he was done, the two men stood there, all the warmth between them gone and replaced with something that felt horribly like stone.
He blames me.
Sirius realized.
He blames me, and he should. It's my fault Remus is gone, my fault his only son is missing.
Neither of them said anything for a while, Lyle staring off into the distance and Sirius focused on the ground. Eventually, Sirius couldn't take the silence anymore, so he broke it with a strangled,
I'm sorry.
What?
Lyle finally turned to face him, but Sirius still couldn't raise his head.
I'm so sorry, for what happened to Remus.
Sirius.
Lyle surprised him by reaching out to gently grip his shoulder.
You don't honestly think that's your fault, do you?
I left him.
He told you to leave. And you couldn't have known what was going to happen.
No, he couldn't have, and he'd been told as much by Dumbledore and Andromeda and the Weasleys, but he still couldn't shake the belief that if he'd just been faster, he could have reached Remus in time and saved him from whatever fate awaited him now. He'd failed Remus, how could Lyle bear to look at him? But Sirius didn't want to argue with him. Instead, he cleared his throat and muttered,
"Come on, let's get you set up in a guest suite,"
before turning to lead them back to the school. Harry was ecstatic to see Grampy Lyle again, and the two of them fell back into their easy rapport as though no time had passed. Sirius spent the rest of the day with them as Harry led Lyle to all his favorite spots, the kitchens.
The elves will give you any kind of food you want, Grampy Lyle, even if it's not snack time.
The Quidditch pitch.
I'm not allowed to ride my own broom yet, but Charlie said he'll take me up on his if Sirius says it's okay.
Hagrid's hut.
And he grows these huge pumpkins. But Hagrid is really big, so maybe they're just regular-sized pumpkins for him.
And Gryffindor Tower, where the entire Weasley family was staying.
I think I want to be a Gryffindor when I grow up. But I know you are a Ravenclaw, Grampy Lyle, so I don't want to hurt your feelings.
They gathered that evening for dinner in the Great Hall, and even with everyone else there, Harry stayed glued to Lyle's side the whole time. He kept up a non-stop stream of chatter, pointing up at the ceiling and telling Lyle it was just like his ceiling back home and maybe they could all have a sleepover in the Great Hall and look at the stars. Sirius finally interrupted long enough to dissuade Harry from that idea. Later that evening, Sirius had just managed to get Harry down to bed when Harry grabbed his hand and asked,
"Pads, did they find Moony yet?"
He slowly lowered himself down to the edge of the bed and placed a hand on the side of Harry's head.
"Not yet, Sprog,"
he said sadly. He'd tracked down Mad-Eye and Emmeline soon after their return to Hogwarts Castle, but they both said the mill was a dead end. No one had been there in years.
Oh.
Harry seemed to shrink a little, as he always did when Sirius told him there was still no sign of Moony.
I thought maybe Grampy Lyle would know where he is.
"I'm afraid not. But don't give up hope yet, Harry. We're going to find him."
He'd had so much conviction in his voice when he first said those words to Harry a week ago. Now, they just felt like a lie.
I've been looking for him too.
Sirius smiled.
"Yeah? Where have you looked?"
In my dreams.
Sirius felt like he'd been plunged into ice water, but before he could respond, Harry continued.
It makes sense if the mean lady has him. I saw her before, so I thought maybe I could look for her again and find Moony too. But I haven't found them yet.
"Harry."
He had to swallow several times before he found his voice.
"Is that who you dreamt about? When you got your headache at the Weasleys, you saw Bellatrix? The lady who attacked the garage?"
Yeah, I told you that already.
Harry fixed him with a look that clearly communicated he thought Sirius needed to pay better attention.
I kept dreaming she was talking to me, except it wasn't me, I was somebody else. And I thought it was just a bad dream, but then she came to the garage and I saw that she was real.
Sirius's head swam as all the pieces from the last couple of weeks began to fit together. He remembered Harry talking about the mean lady in his dreams, but Sirius thought he was just remembering his Aunt Petunia. Harry was right, though. He'd referred to Bellatrix as the mean lady more than once since she'd attacked the garage, but Sirius had been so distracted with Remus's disappearance that he didn't put it together. Dumbledore needed to know about this. Clearly Harry had some kind of connection, and if he was having visions, they could use them to find Remus. No, Sirius wouldn't use him like that, not until he really knew what was going on. He and Dumbledore might be on somewhat better terms these days, but he still didn't trust him with something as sensitive as this. He couldn't hand Harry over and let him become some kind of experiment.
"You're right, Sprog,"
Sirius finally replied shakily.
"You did tell me that. Listen, if you ever see her in your dreams again, I need you to tell me right away, okay? As soon as it happens, you come find me and tell me."
He didn't want to worry Harry or burden him with something so heavy, but Harry seemed to accept the gravity of Sirius's tone without flinching. He nodded solemnly, already wise beyond his almost 6 years, and Sirius feared that he was growing up too fast, but he loved him so fiercely at the same time.
"'Kay,"
Harry said.
"I will."
Chapter 13. Remus plunged into a memory of Sirius. They were in the kitchen together, a record playing in the background while Sirius cooked supper, making it up as he went, like usual, which drove Remus crazy. Sirius never made the same dish in the same way twice. He was always improvising, substituting, experimenting. The results were delicious, but it frustrated Remus to no end when he requested a certain dish and Sirius had no idea how he'd made it. Sensations and emotions from the memory filled Remus's mind. He could smell the mixture of onions and cumin sizzling on the stove, hear David Bowie asking if there was life on Mars. He could even feel an exasperated sort of fondness fill his chest as he watched Sirius sniff at a bottle of seasoning, shrug, and dump a liberal amount into the curry. They were in their old flat with the small kitchen, where they were constantly having to contort themselves to move around each other. Indeed, as Remus tried to squeeze past to start the dishes, he accidentally bumped into Sirius's back. A regular enough occurrence, but rather than ignore it as he normally would, Sirius reached out and grabbed Remus's wrist, sidelining him from his dishwashing quest, which had been half-hearted at best, and pulling him in for a kiss. Remus hummed and responded with enthusiasm as Sirius snaked his other arm around his waist and pressed them closer together. He could feel the rough stubble of Sirius's cheeks, the smooth skin of his arms beneath his hands. He could even taste the faintest trace of Earl Grey on Sirius's mouth. He knew what came next. Sirius would rest their foreheads together and suggest that now they were back together, maybe it was time they moved to a new flat so they could start over somewhere fresh, leave this flat behind along with the war and all it had taken from them. But the memory shimmered in Remus's mind's eye, like he was looking at it through a heat wave, and Sirius frowned.
"You know, if we had a bigger kitchen, these gangly great limbs of yours wouldn't run into me nearly so often."
That's what he was supposed to say. But the frowning Sirius instead said,
"Do you hear something?"
Suddenly, their front door burst open and half a dozen Death Eaters poured inside, wands out and spells blazing. Sirius whipped around and pressed his back to Remus's chest, trying to shield him. Remus reached for his own wand, but before he could grab it, Bellatrix had surged to the front of the horde, her maniacal eyes fixed directly on Sirius.
Avada Kedavra!
She screamed, at the same time Remus shouted.
"No!"
Sirius didn't even try to move. The jet of green light hit him squarely in the chest and he dropped like a ragdoll. Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius's waist and lowered him gently to the floor, his hands already roving over Sirius's body as though they might somehow undo the damage.
"No!"
he muttered. Remus cupped his trembling hands to either side of Sirius's face, but those grey eyes he loved so much were lifeless and unstaring.
"No, no, no. Sirius, come back, please, love, come back to me."
But Sirius was not coming back. Bellatrix had won, her shrieking laughter now filling the flat as she raised her wand again and
"No!"
raised her wand again and
"No, this isn't real."
She raised her wand again and
"No, that's not how it went. That's not what happened, this isn't real."
Remus slammed back to himself with a gasp. Sirius's body, the kitchen, the scent of their curry all disappeared and were replaced with reality, the dingy attic, the hard floor, the fiery pain lancing through his entire body. Across from him, Lord Voldemort sat in his tall winged-back armchair, breathing heavily and staring furiously at Remus. Remus felt no small amount of satisfaction upon seeing Voldemort's weakened state. The past few days, although time had become elusive and nearly impossible to measure, his captors had been forcing Remus to endure a new kind of torture, watching Sirius's death over and over again. Some cruel mix of the imperious curse and legilimency granted Voldemort access to the most intimate corners of Remus's mind. He would reach in and pluck out a memory, big or small, it didn't matter so long as Sirius was part of it, then twist it and reshape it into something monstrous. Each time, Remus was forced to relive the memory but with a new ending, Sirius, dead on the ground. Each time, he heard the message Voldemort was trying to weave into his subconscious.
This is what will happen if you don't comply.
23. That was how many times Remus had watched Sirius die now. 23 memories, 23 deaths. Remus understood, they'd been unable to break him physically, so now they were trying to break him mentally. Every time the corrupted memory finished playing out, he could feel the imperious curse seeping in, trying to wrest control from his fragile mental state. The only way he'd manage to keep hold of his own mind was by remembering the true memory, the one that lived underneath the distorted one. It was becoming more and more difficult though, and Remus had started to doubt whether his own reality and recollections were even accurate. More than once, he'd tried to remember something and couldn't recall if he was remembering the real details or the fake ones Voldemort had planted. The only saving grace was that this exercise seemed to wear out Voldemort nearly as much as Remus. His weak, temporary body obviously tired very easily, and after only 3 or 4 deep dives into Remus's mind, he was forced to retire and leave Crouch and Bellatrix to take over. Neither of them could manage the same kind of mental torture as their master, so they reverted to their usual cycle of imperious cruciatus rest repeat. Now, Voldemort fixed his murderous red eyes on him and said,
"You are proving to be most useless to me, Lupin. Lord Voldemort does not tolerate uselessness."
Remus kept his lips sealed. The absolute exhaustion, pain, and fear he was carrying kept him from making the scathing remark he wanted, but no matter. Voldemort was carrying on with his monologue like a trained Shakespearean actor.
"Do you know how long you've been here, half-breed? 13 days. 13 days, and the furthest the imperious curse has managed to get you is 3 paces beyond the attic door. Perhaps you'll break, perhaps not. Either way, I am done with this exercise. Crouch, Bella."
He waved at his Death Eaters.
"Take me back downstairs. We shall talk there."
Please, my lord.
Bellatrix said breathlessly.
Let me stay with the half-breed. Let me make him regret ever defying you.
Later, Bella. The half-breed will be yours to do with as you wish, but first we must plan. Come.
Voldemort held out his frail arms and Bellatrix carefully lifted him up, the two of them looking like some horrible perversion of mother and child. Crouch, meanwhile, waved his wand to make the armchair disappear before leading them away. Remus heard the door lock behind them with a click. As soon as they were gone, he stretched his aching legs out in front of him and leaned back against the wall. 13 days. He'd been away from Sirius and Harry for nearly 2 weeks. His stomach knotted up with guilt at the thought of what Harry must be going through. He was only a child, and even a completely emotionally healthy child would blame themselves if an adult in their life suddenly disappeared. With Harry it would be even worse, compounding the trauma the Dursleys had already left him. And Sirius. Remus knew Sirius's heart as well as he knew his own, and he didn't have to stretch his imagination to know what he was currently experiencing. Sirius responded to most crises with equal parts panic and anger, his panic fueling his anger until he was an uncompromising ball of fury. It's what had made him such a formidable soldier during the war. It was also what made him rush headlong into situations without thinking about the consequences, and what brought him to his darkest places once the anger finally subsided and he was left with nothing but a spool of raw anxiety. Flashes of the twisted memories ran through Remus's mind. Sirius, dead on the kitchen floor. Sirius, dead on the lawn of Lyle's cottage. Sirius, dead at the Hogwarts gates.
No, no, no.
Remus gripped his hands through his hair.
It's not real, it's not real.
But it felt real. Those memories were as real to him now as the originals, and he couldn't shake the image of Sirius's dull, lifeless eyes. He tried to remember his eyes as they really were, sparkling with life and his barking laughter, but all he kept seeing were glassy gray eyes, staring without seeing. Remus curled up and buried his face into his knees, screaming. They'd taken his last refuge away from him, his mind. He could handle the pain, he could handle the torture, he could even handle the imperious curse when it was just Crouch's battering ram-like attacks. But this this was too much. His mind was tainted now, corrupted with Voldemort's false memories and cruel narratives. Remus's mind had always been his safe haven, it was where he could retreat when he needed to escape his childhood loneliness or the pain of the full moon. When his body betrayed him, Remus could always count on the stability of his mind. But now, that trust was broken, a strangled cry escaped his throat as he rocked back and forth on the floor, switching between sobbing and screaming as image after image of Sirius's dead body came to him unbidden.
It's not real, it's not real, it's not real.
He clung to that phrase like a lifeline as he tried to ride out the sea of memories now flooding in. Eventually, the waters receded, and Remus was left a shivering wreck. His body was feverish and his throat swollen and parched, not just from the screaming and dehydration, but from what he suspected was some sort of infection his body was fighting off, brought on by the damp and mold of the attic, no doubt. He reached for his cup of water only to find it was still empty. Nobody had refreshed it before they left. A primal sort of rage ripped through Remus then. It wasn't even directed at anyone, just rage that these were his circumstances, that this was how he was going to die, feverish and weak and simply wanting one goddamn cup of water. Remus blinked. The cup in front of him was full. Was this another trick of his mind? Some sort of hallucination brought on by stress? Remus leaned forward and dipped his finger into the cup, but it was there, cold, clean, fresh water. Without thinking, Remus dove forward and wrapped his hands around the cup, shakily bringing it to his lips as he drank it down. Rivulets of water dribbled out from the corners of his mouth, but he didn't care, he could get more, because he knew how now. He finished off the small glass and set it on the floor in front of him. He didn't think the incantation aguamenti, he didn't even think the word water, he just focused on what he wanted and tapped into that ancient pool of rage and emotion and need that he could now identify as uncontrolled magic. The cup filled. He'd done it. He'd performed wandless magic. Laughing with both relief and delirium, Remus refilled the cup again and again as he drank his fill. He tried not to overdo it, knowing he could end up making himself sick if he drank too much too fast, but he was so desperately thirsty that he couldn't stop himself. When he finally felt sated, he leaned back against the wall to revel in this newfound power. His feelings of victory were short-lived, however, as a sudden wave of exhaustion crashed over him. The room tilted, and Remus had to plant his hands on the floor to keep himself upright. He thought maybe it was a delayed effect from that afternoon's mental torture, but then he realized that the vat of power he'd tapped into was suddenly much harder to reach. What had at first felt like an ocean had now dried up to the size of a puddle. That didn't make sense. Magic didn't just disappear, you either had it or you didn't, and you couldn't use it up by doing something as simple as an aguamenti charm. But this was a new way to access his magic, and Remus had to admit that he wasn't entirely sure what the rules were. The way in seemed to be through sheer instinct, or perhaps some kind of meditative state, but with a myriad of both physical and mental injuries sapping his strength, Remus didn't feel very capable of either. He took a deep breath and tried again, reaching inward and trying to cast a Patronus. Right away, he felt his magic skitter away from him. Remus chased it, only to run into what felt like a mental brick wall. White stars burst behind his eyelids and Remus let out a yelp, clutching his head as a current of pain ripped through it. Okay. Simple spells only, then. He didn't know how to cast a Patronus this way, so sending a message was out of the question. That left only one option. If he couldn't get a message out, then he would have to get himself out. The complications of such an escape made up a long and varied list, and there were too many factors he didn't know. He had no idea what the layout of the house was or if any other Death Eaters or defensive spells guarded the exits. He didn't know where in the country he was, or indeed, if he was even in Britain anymore. Even if he did manage to escape the house, he didn't know where he would go from there. He couldn't transport himself magically, so he'd need to rely on Muggle methods instead. He didn't have any Muggle money on him, he didn't know if he was anywhere near a town, and if he had to walk to find civilization, he didn't know how far he could make it before he either collapsed or was recaptured. That was what he didn't know. What he did know was that if he didn't escape, he would die here. Soon, by the sounds of it. And he knew that Sirius and Harry needed him to live. To sound the alarm on Voldemort's return, yes, but also to be part of their family. Sirius had said it enough times, but Remus didn't think he really believed it until this moment. They needed him. Harry needed him. So really, what more was there to debate? Remus closed his eyes and tried to still his mind. He focused on his breath until that current of raw magic reappeared, ready to be directed, not controlled. He thought of the locked attic door, about how he needed it to be unlocked. He imagined the mechanisms inside, the right combination of pins that would trigger the lock's release, and just when Remus was about to give up, he heard the faintest little click. The sound of the bolt unlatching was barely audible, but Remus jumped all the same. He scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the door, nearly losing his footing in the process. He hadn't realized quite how much strength he'd lost until he was up and moving around. Carefully, and moving glacially slow, he reached out his hand and turned the handle on the attic door. It swung open. Remus clapped a hand over his mouth to keep from crying out loud. It was open, he could leave. He tried to tamp down on his excitement and relief before he got carried away with them. The hardest part was far from over, and unlocking a door wandlessly would be a cinch compared to sneaking through the rest of the house undetected. Moving slowly and stealthily, Remus crept onto the attic landing and down the stairs. He kept his back to the wall, putting as little weight as possible on each step so they didn't creak. At the bottom, he faced a long hallway, doors on either side leading to what Remus assumed were bedrooms. He seemed to be in some sort of manor, though it was clearly abandoned and starting to decay. Black mold speckled the ceiling above him, the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the wallpaper was peeling even worse than in his attic prison. The attic stairs didn't continue down through the rest of the house, so Remus was forced to start navigating the hallway. He kept his ears strained for any noise or voices, but all was silent so far. Through a large window at the end of the hall, Remus could see a small village downhill from where the manor sat, and to the left, the start of an old, overgrown graveyard. Judging by the height of the house, he estimated he was about 3 stories up. 2 floors to go, then. The hallway continued to his right, so Remus abandoned the window and walked until the hallway ended and a sweeping mahogany staircase began. He could see footprints now, left behind in the floor's dust, and Remus felt a sense of foreboding that he was following his captors to wherever they resided in the house. But there was nowhere else to go. If there was a servant staircase, he hadn't come across it, so Remus slowly slinked down the stairs to the next level. The second floor was much grander than upstairs, though still obviously neglected. Faded old paintings lined the walls, and the fact that they weren't moving gave Remus his first clue that wherever he was, it must be a Muggle home. He could see the main staircase now, where the second-floor hallway opened to the main level below, and though Remus wanted to sprint to it, he kept his slow and steady pace. He was halfway down the hall, no more than 10 feet from the stairs, when he suddenly heard voices coming from the room directly on his right. Remus froze, heart hammering in his chest. He was so close, he just needed to get past this last door, then the staircase and freedom were his. But he didn't know how he could do that without being seen. The door was only partially open, so it was possible they wouldn't see him if he was careful, but he could hear Bellatrix speaking and she sounded so close to the door that Remus didn't dare move.
I don't understand, my lord,
she said.
I thought you needed Harry Potter to perform the ritual.
I wanted the Potter boy, it's true,
came Voldemort's cold reply.
But I must think in terms of practicality now. The longer we wait to perform the resurrection ritual, the more time my enemies have to rally against me.
Surely no one knows you've returned.
Thanks to your mistakes, Sirius Black may very well know.
His retort cracked like a whip through the room, but the sound of Sirius's name, confirmation that he was alive, sent Remus's heart soaring.
He's surely run to Dumbledore with his suspicions by now. You should have killed him when you had the chance.
Forgive me, my lord. I've failed you.
You have, and you will pay for that failure when the time comes. But for now, I need you here, preparing for the resurrection ritual.
My lord.
That was Crouch now.
If we don't have Potter, then whose blood will we use for the ceremony?
We will use the half-breeds.
A stunned silence followed this proclamation. In the hallway, Remus didn't dare breathe for fear it might give him away, and he had to strain his ears to hear over his own frantic pulse.
Surely he is not suitable, my lord.
Peter sputtered.
If you would allow, I can find you a better candidate. Give me a day, 2 at most, and I will return with a wizard who is more suitable for your lordship.
Why, Wormtail, you move me. Are you so concerned for your old friend? Is it with him your loyalty lies?
No.
Peter's voice was squeaky with fear.
No, never, my lord. My loyalty is to you alone.
Do not lie to me.
Voldemort hissed.
I always know. You think I do not see the revulsion in your eyes. You regret ever returning to me. Your offer to fetch me a substitute wizard is nothing more than your own cowardice, a ploy to escape your duty to me and return to your life as someone's fat and lazy pet rat.
No, my lord. I have no wish to leave you, none at all.
Liar.
I merely meant that, well, Lupin is a half-blood. A half-breed. Surely blood such as his would be an insult to your lordship.
My lord.
Bellatrix interrupted Peter's stammering.
Loath though I am to admit it, I must agree with Wormtail. A pureblood would be more befitting your lordship.
More befitting, I see, or perhaps you have lost your faith in me, Bellatrix. Perhaps you wish to delay the ritual altogether, or even desert me.
Never.
Remus heard a thump, and he could imagine Bellatrix falling to her knees to grovel in front of her master.
My lord, I would never desert you. My devotion to your lordship has never wavered.
Yes.
Voldemort almost sounded amused.
That is true. Rise, Bella, I have never doubted your loyalty. In fact, when the time comes tonight, I will allow you to perform a most essential task for me. One befitting my right-hand Death Eater.
My lord, thank you. I beg you to understand the good of my intentions. I wish only for the purest of blood for you, to give you the best.
What is best for me is to return to my body. I am weak in this state, still reliant on Nahini for feeding every few hours. For 2 weeks you have failed to break Lupin, and without him, we have no clear path to Potter. I am tired of waiting. I have spent 5 years waiting. We will perform the ritual tonight. We will use the half-breed's blood. My father's bone sits waiting for us in the cemetery outside. And when I've returned to my body with my Death Eaters at my side, I will find Harry Potter and kill him myself.
Remus realized that his legs were shaking, his palms slick with sweat. He needed to go, now, before whatever ritual they were planning could get underway and Voldemort returned to his full power. He needed to find Harry and protect him from whatever storm was coming their way. Creeping ever so slowly, Remus peeked around the doorframe to catch a glimpse of the room's occupants. Voldemort was in his armchair, Crouch, Bellatrix, and Peter in front of him. Their backs were to the door, shielding Voldemort's view, and if Remus moved now he might be able to make it past them unseen. In 2 silent strides, Remus was past the door and moving towards the staircase. He was nearly giddy with relief, but he couldn't celebrate yet. He still had to somehow find his way out of the house. He rounded a pillar to move down the stairs, only to find his path blocked by an enormous, diamond-patterned snake. Nagini's huge and writhing body was coiling up the stairs. Thick and sinuous, at least 12 feet long, she was nearly at the top of the staircase when she spotted Remus. She reared up, ready to strike, and Remus took a stumbling step back. He had nowhere else to go, no other way out of the house, and if he retreated any farther he would be within sight of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Fear and panic kept Remus frozen in place as Nagini opened her mouth and flicked out her tongue. He reached for his store of magic, not sure yet what he would do with it, but he knew he didn't stand a chance against her without it. She didn't strike, though. Rather, she started hissing and spitting while keeping her eyes locked on Remus. He couldn't understand why she didn't attack, but then he heard something even more terrifying, a hissing response coming from the room behind him. She was talking to Voldemort, and there was only one thing she would be telling him. Remus launched into action just as he heard Voldemort shout.
He's escaped, after him.
Nagini shot forward with her jaws stretched open, but Remus leapt to the side and she missed him by a hair. Remus hit the floor hard and his momentum carried him into a roll, but he was firing on pure adrenaline now, so he was up and sprinting down the stairs the next moment. He felt the tremors as Nagini struck the landing where he'd just been, heard her release a guttural sort of growl as she whipped her massive body around. She lunged towards him again, but Remus threw his hands out and sent her sailing back with a burst of uncontrolled magic. Nagini slammed into the stone railing, but the Death Eaters were hot on his trail now too. Remus turned and ran, dodging stunner after stunner and using his reserve of magic to throw up what he hoped was something equivalent to a shield charm. He reached the bottom of the staircase, tripped, righted himself, and ran towards the front door. He was almost there, just a little bit farther. A horrible, excruciating pain ripped across his body, paralyzing him from the waist down. Remus cried out, his vision tinging black at the same time he found himself on the stone floor. The door was just a few feet ahead of him, and though he tried to crawl forward on his shaking arms, he couldn't move. Something had hit his right leg, it felt like it was engulfed in flames, and the pain was radiating through the rest of his body. A heavy weight settled on him, pinning him down, and the pain suddenly intensified. Remus tried to scream but he'd lost his voice to the shaking and hyperventilating that was taking over. He managed to muster just enough strength to turn his head and look back. Crouch, Bellatrix and Peter had all reached the bottom of the stairs and were headed towards him, but it was Nagini who had caught him first. She'd clamped her jaws right through the flesh of his upper thigh, fangs sunk deep enough to splinter bone, and she held him in a vice-like grip. Blood was pouring out of the wound and pooling around his waist. Remus must have passed out for a moment, because the next thing he knew, Crouch and Peter had him round the arms and were hauling him back upstairs. He couldn't hold back the grunts and shouts as every little jostle tore through his flayed nerves like wildfire. His vision spun, the black started to creep in, and Remus just managed to cling to consciousness as his captors dragged him back to his attic prison. As soon as they were inside, Crouch and Peter threw him on the floor. The pain was coming in waves now, and Remus swore he could feel his entire body pulse in time with his beating heart. Biting down on the scream that was threatening to burst out of him, Remus wrapped his hands around the wound on his leg, but the flesh was so mangled and the blood flowing so fast that it hardly made a difference. Above him, he heard Crouch sniff in derision.
Looks like he's going to lose half his blood.
He aimed a kick at Remus, who hardly felt it above the agony left behind by venom and fangs.
Let's hope it's the Muggle half.
A pity,
said Bellatrix. She must have followed them in.
I had such fun planned for the two of us. Shall we just take his blood now, my lord? There's more than enough of it in the house.
No,
Voldemort replied.
The blood must be fresh for the ritual to work. That means he has to stay alive until then. Crouch, bandage him up. Make sure he doesn't bleed to death in the next few hours.
Crouch's rough hands dug into Remus's shoulders as he flipped him onto his back. Remus groaned, vaguely aware that he was being dragged across the floor and propped up against the wall. The pain in his leg had started to dull, replaced instead with a bone-deep cold. He couldn't stop shaking and he thought, as though from a great distance, that his body was probably going into shock, but he couldn't remember why this was a bad thing. He was just so cold and so tired, he badly wanted to give in to sleep.
Oi, stay awake.
A slap in the face roused Remus, and his vision focused enough that he could make out Crouch's angry expression bearing down on him.
Drink this.
It didn't even occur to Remus to refuse. He accepted the potion Crouch was pushing on him and drained it without a second thought. Soon, warmth began seeping back into his limbs and he felt more alert, but he also became aware of the blinding pain in his leg again. Remus gasped and clutched his injury, only to find it had been tightly wrapped in bandages. Blood was still seeping through, but slowly.
That will do,
Voldemort said. Remus looked up to see him in Bellatrix's arms, Peter cowering behind them.
Time is of the essence now. The half-breed won't live much longer, and we have much to do if we are to hold the resurrection ritual tonight. Come, we must prepare.
Bellatrix turned and carried Voldemort back out of the room and down the stairs, crouched close behind them. Peter was the last one out. He shot one last look at Remus before following the others.
Peter!
Remus croaked. Peter stopped at the threshold, his hand resting on the doorknob. For a moment, Remus thought he might turn back. But then Peter pulled the door shut and locked it behind him, leaving Remus alone with his pain and panic. He had no way of knowing that 500 miles away and deep in a restless sleep, Harry had seen the whole thing. Chapter 14. Sirius paced across their guest suite agitatedly, waiting for someone to come find him to say that Mad-Eye and Kingsley had returned. The plan was in motion. They had it on solid intel that the Malfoys had a secret chamber under their drawing room floor, and they all agreed that was the most likely place Remus would be. Narcissa would be the first person Bellatrix would go to if she needed somewhere to hide, and she and Lucius would be only too happy to house their old master too. Sirius and the rest of the Order had exhausted all their other leads, and this was the only one that made sense. Though they'd staked out Malfoy Manor several times, no one had been able to get inside to verify if their suspicions were right. That's where Mad-Eye and Kingsley came in. If everything was on schedule, Frank would be signing a search warrant right now, giving them permission to drop by unannounced and search the premises. Once they found the secret chamber, and hopefully Remus within it, they would call in the rest of the Order. Sirius's stomach was in knots just thinking about it. He missed Remus so much it had turned into a physical ache he carried with him everywhere, and he couldn't suppress the waves of anger and grief he felt every time he imagined what he must be going through.
Just hold on, love.
He thought, willing Remus to hear him from hundreds of miles away.
I'm coming, just hold on a bit longer.
He needed a distraction, something to keep him from thinking about dank basements and cruel Death Eaters and the pain and fear Remus must be feeling. But Harry had gone down for a nap and Sirius couldn't leave him while he was still sleeping. Even if he could, everyone else was busy with their own preparations. Hence the restless pacing. He looked around, searching for something that might take his mind off his own anxiety, but the room was the same as it had been for the past 2 weeks, just a small sitting area with 2 plush armchairs facing a fireplace, 2 doors on either side that led to the bedrooms. A large window overlooked the sprawling forbidden forest and the mountains beyond, and a window seat had been turned into a cozy reading nook, complete with built-in shelves crammed with rows of colorful books. Sirius stared at the nook, thinking about how much Remus would love to sit there and read, how his careful hands would open each book and studiously inspect their contents. Harry would crawl up on his lap and ask for a story, and of course Remus would acquiesce, reciting a story from memory if he didn't have a children's book handy. Then Sirius would bring them biscuits and tea that he'd nicked from the kitchens and curl up next to them. He'd try to jump in with his own modifications to the story, which would make Harry giggle and Remus sigh with exasperation. Then Remus would eventually give in to Sirius's retelling and they would end up in a heap on the floor, all 3 of them contributing to the story to see how ridiculous they could make it. The imaginary scene and all its warmth vanished into the afternoon air, leaving nothing but an empty sitting room and a heavy weight in Sirius's chest. He sighed and resumed his pacing, running his hands through his hair and tugging at the roots. Remus was always admonishing him for that bad habit, and if he were here then he'd take Sirius's hands in his to keep him from pulling at his hair. But Remus wasn't here, and Sirius couldn't help the nervous coping mechanisms his anxiety drove out of him. An ear-splitting scream suddenly rang out across the room, coming from the bedroom Harry was napping in. Heart-hammering, Sirius whipped his wand out and sprinted towards the room, shouldering the door open and nearly cracking the doorframe in his panic to get to Harry. He knew it was impossible for anyone to have gotten inside, but he took a quick scan around the room anyway just to double-check. As expected, the room was empty other than Harry, who was twisted up in his bed sheets and clawing at them frantically. Sirius strode over and dropped to the edge of the bed, trying to untangle the mess Harry had gotten himself stuck in.
Hey, it's okay.
Sirius said soothingly. He placed one hand on Harry's back and used the other to free him from the knot of sheets.
I'm here, I've got you, it's okay.
Twin tracks of tears ran down Harry's face, and as soon as he was free, he leapt from the bed and into Sirius's lap, flinging his arms around his neck and sobbing into Sirius's chest.
It's okay, Sprog, I'm here.
He pressed a kiss to the top of Harry's head.
It was just a bad dream, I'm here now.
But Harry shook his head vehemently.
It wasn't a dream.
He choked out. A chill crawled up Sirius's spine.
What do you mean?
I saw her again.
Harry was gulping down air, taking great heaving breaths he could hardly speak through.
The mean lady. She has Mooney. Anne.
Another sob came out, and Harry barely managed to stammer.
He's really hurt.
Before coming apart completely and pressing his face back into Sirius's chest, clinging to his shirt while he cried. Sirius wrapped his arms around him and made soft shushing noises, but his movements had become robotic. Harry's words had split him open completely, and he couldn't keep the panic back now. His hands were trembling and his breathing had started to hitch. He was vaguely aware of Harry saying something more, and his little voice was like a lifeline at sea. Sirius clung to it desperately, but even so, it took him a few moments before he could hear him through the storm raging on in his head.
Don't know where I was.
Harry cried.
But there was a snake, and I could talk to it, and I told it to get him, and the snake bit him.
It could have just been a dream, it sounded like a dream. But it may not have been, and Sirius was too desperate for information on Remus to risk it. Besides, hadn't Harry already proven that he could see things others couldn't? Whether it was the sight or something else, something more sinister that Sirius wasn't ready to think about yet, he trusted that whatever Harry had seen, it was real.
Okay.
He finally murmured.
It's okay, Harry, I believe you.
We have to help him.
We will. We're going to figure this out, okay?
He tried to keep the tremor from his voice, not wanting to scare Harry or make him more upset.
Now, do you remember where Mooney was, when you saw him?
A house. A big house, like a mansion.
Okay, that much fit with Malfoy Manor. But it also fit with hundreds of other manors and mansions across the country.
That's good, Sprog, that's really good. Do you remember anything else that you saw? Do you remember what the house looked like, or if you could see anything out the windows?
Harry screwed up his little face in concentration.
I don't know. There was a fireplace, and I was in a chair. And then I went upstairs and...
2 fat tears leaked out of the corners of his eyes.
I went upstairs and Mooney was there, and he was bleeding real bad.
Another sob racked Harry's body, and Sirius pulled him close as he shook and cried. Inside his own head, however, Harry's words were ricocheting around and tearing him up like shrapnel. Horrifying images of Remus, hurt and covered in blood, were coming to him now. He rubbed Harry's back to try to calm him down, but he also needed the movement and tactile sensation to stay grounded.
It's okay, Harry, it's okay. You don't need to talk about it.
He needed more information if he had any hope of saving Remus, but he couldn't force Harry to relive whatever he'd just seen. He was clearly reeling from the traumatizing vision he'd had, and Sirius couldn't put him through it again. But he also couldn't leave Remus in the hands of Bellatrix and whoever else she had with her. This could be the key to finding him, but it was locked inside Harry's head. If only he'd mastered legilimency, Sirius thought with frustration. With Harry's permission, Sirius would be able to see the dream for himself, find the clues to Remus's location that Harry would miss. But he'd never even tried to study legilimency, too put off by all the times his mother had done it to find whatever Sirius was trying to keep private. He regretted it now, though, because without that trick, there was no other way of seeing what Harry had seen. Oh. Right.
Harry.
Sirius carefully peeled him off his chest and met his eyes.
I need to ask you something important. There's a spell I know that will let me see your dream for myself. It won't hurt, but, well, is it okay if I take the memory out of your head?
20 minutes later, after dropping Harry off with Lyle and promising that he could eat as much chocolate as he wanted, Sirius sprinted up the stairs to Dumbledore's office. He burst inside, file full of silvery fog in hand, and strode right up to the desk where the headmaster had just looked up from his stack of parchment.
Harry's had a vision,
he blurted without preamble, shoving the file towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows as he looked between Sirius and the bottled memory.
A vision?
Yes, and I know how that sounds, but he's convinced it was real, and I believe him. He said he saw Remus.
I see. What sort of vision did he have, exactly?
I don't know.
A prickling wave of irritation crawled across Sirius's skin. Couldn't Dumbledore tell how urgent this was?
If I'd seen it, I wouldn't have run here with his memory in a bottle, would I?
You misunderstand me. I mean, did the vision come to him suddenly while he was awake? Did he see this in a dream?
Sirius didn't like where this line of questioning was leading, but he had no choice if he wanted to save Remus.
In a dream. He was having a nap.
And has this happened before?
No. He wanted to say. This is what he'd been afraid of, that Dumbledore would take too keen an interest in Harry's dreams and whatever strange connection he had. Sirius folded his arms, refusing to answer, but his shift in body language was as good as a confirmation. A thin crease appeared between Dumbledore's eyebrows, then he was up and moving towards his cabinet in a sweep of robes. The cabinet doors swung open with a flick of Dumbledore's wand, revealing an assortment of strange contraptions inside. There was only one that Sirius was interested in though, and sure enough, Dumbledore carefully took out the pensieve and placed it on the desk between them. He gestured at the shallow stone basin.
Go ahead then, Sirius. Let's see what Harry has witnessed.
Shakily, Sirius popped the cork off the phial and emptied its contents into the pensieve's bowl. The memory swirled around for a few moments as it took form, turning from a silver fog to a multicolored river that morphed into different shapes. Finally, Sirius found himself looking down into a dusty old drawing room, 3 people gathered around a wingback chair.
After you,
Dumbledore said, and Sirius plunged face first into the memory, Dumbledore close behind him. Sirius thought he was prepared for whatever awaited him in that memory. He was wrong. He was not prepared to see Peter again. He was not prepared to see a sickly and misshapen Lord Voldemort discuss his own resurrection and his plans for Remus and Harry. He was prepared least of all for Remus's scream of pain that tore through the air, for the slick trail of blood he left on the floor as Peter and Crouch dragged him through the house and up to the attic. Sirius and Dumbledore had to follow behind them, and Sirius couldn't stop thinking about how it was too much blood, it was far too much, how could Remus have lost so much? He nearly retched. When they finally reached Remus's attic prison, Sirius let out his own cry of pain at the sight of Remus curled on the floor, hands clutched around his mangled leg while blood continued to spurt out of it at an alarming rate. Sirius's breathing grew faster and shallower as he ran to Remus's side, but there was nothing he could do. He had to watch, helpless, as Remus's body started to convulse, as he turned from sheet white to a sickly gray. When Crouch kicked him and wished aloud that Remus only lose his muggle blood, Sirius actually snarled and lunged for Crouch's throat. But of course his hands passed through him like he was smoke. Even after drinking Crouch's restorative potion, Remus did not look well, and Sirius knew that whatever he'd had wasn't enough to counteract the damage Nagini's attack had left. He was still far too pale, far too clammy, far too skinny. Sharp collarbones peeked through Remus's skin in a way Sirius hadn't seen since the weeks following James's and Lily's deaths, and his face was sunken and hollow, dark purple bags beneath his eyes. Sirius wasn't aware he was crying until he felt the hot tears splash onto his hands. He swiped at his face furiously, fighting to see through his suddenly blurry vision. But no, it wasn't his vision that was blurring, it was the room. A white fog was rolling in, clouding over everything and obscuring Remus from view.
No.
Sirius choked. He reached for Remus, thinking that if he was stubborn enough about it, maybe he'd actually be able to grab hold of him. But Remus was gone, and his physical body was far away from Sirius, who let out a sob at the same time a gentle hand touched his shoulder.
This is it, Sirius.
Dumbledore said softly.
The memory is over.
Sirius shook his head.
He's hurt.
Yes. But there's nothing we can do about that here. It's time we return to my office and planned our next step.
A gentle lifting sensation, then Sirius was floating up through the memory and landing back on Dumbledore's office floor. As soon as he touched down, Sirius collapsed weakly into a chair and put his head in his hands. He was panting as though he'd just run a mile, and he was still fighting the urge to vomit all over the floor.
Here, drink this.
Dumbledore was trying to press a cup of tea into Sirius's hands, but Sirius batted it away.
I don't want any damn tea.
For some reason, the fact that Dumbledore was trying to care for him while Remus was so badly hurt was incredibly insulting to Sirius. He shot to his feet and started pacing furiously.
I want to get Remus back and burn that fucking house to the ground along with everyone inside it.
We are going to get Remus back.
Dumbledore brandished his wand and created half a dozen silvery phoenix patronuses, who instantly shot away with their messages.
The rest of the Order will be here soon. As soon as they arrive, we'll put together a plan to rescue Remus and stop Voldemort before he can hold his resurrection ritual.
But where do we even start? Wherever we just were, it wasn't Malfoy Manor. We still have no idea where Remus is being kept.
Actually, I do.
You what?
Sirius stopped mid-stride and turned to face Dumbledore.
You know where he is? How?
Because Voldemort said it. My father's bone sits waiting for us in the cemetery outside. Tom Riddle Sr. was murdered by Lord Voldemort himself and is buried in the graveyard of Little Hangleton, Lancashire. It seems Voldemort has been using his father's old house as his base. That's where we will find Remus.
You knew where his father's house was?
Sirius's anger was building at an exponential rate.
This whole time, you knew where Voldemort's father's house was, and you never thought we should check there?
He's never used it as a base before. And as he's fought hard to destroy all trace of his Muggle heritage, I never thought he would turn to that house for sanctuary.
That doesn't matter.
Sirius exploded. He slammed his fist on the wall, earning him stern reprimands from several portraits of Hogwarts's old headmasters.
It was a lead and you kept it from us.
I assure you, this was not a secret I deliberately hid. I am on your side, Sirius, no matter how badly you wish to believe the contrary.
Sirius glared Dumbledore down for several tense seconds until finally, with a frustrated growl, he broke eye contact and started to pace again. His anger and fear and adrenaline were all building up inside of him and threatening to blow. If Sirius didn't redirect his energy towards a fight soon, he was going to start fighting everyone within sight.
And what about Harry?
He demanded, refusing to look at Dumbledore directly.
How could he have seen this? Is he some sort of seer?
I do not believe so.
Dumbledore spoke slowly and deliberately, choosing each word with caution.
The reason Harry could see this is because he has a mental and emotional connection with Lord Voldemort. The scar he carries is no ordinary scar.
Sirius stopped dead in his tracks, his limbs suddenly frozen and numb. Hearing Dumbledore give voice to a thought that had only just begun to take form in Sirius's subconscious was both terrifying and infuriating, and Sirius wasn't sure how to respond.
Another secret, Albus?
Sirius's voice had dropped down to a whisper, although he wanted to scream and rage.
No. A theory. One that I could not confirm until you brought me the memory of that vision.
And when exactly were you planning on telling us about this theory?
Sirius.
Because if you told us earlier...
Sirius's voice began to grow louder.
Like, when Harry first came to live with us, then we wouldn't be in this situation now. We would have known what was coming before Bellatrix attacked us. Remus would still be here.
Yes, and if I'd just recognized Lord Voldemort for the threat he was when he was still young, then we'd be better off still.
The usually calm headmaster didn't quite match Sirius in tone and volume, but his eyes were blazing and he radiated authority.
Hindsight is a cruel friend, Sirius, and it does us no good to ruminate on what could have been or what may have happened. We are where we are because of our choices, and now, you have a choice. You can choose to fight me on every mistake I've ever made, or you can choose to join me in making better choices and fighting for a future worth having. The decision is yours.
Sirius stood there fuming, his hands balled into fists. There was no denying it, he wanted to fight. But Dumbledore was the wrong target, and shouting at the headmaster would do no good. What he really wanted was to rip Peter limb from limb, to wring Crouch's neck, to lock Bellatrix back up in the deepest, darkest cell in Azkaban. He wanted Voldemort dead, not just to avenge James and Lily, but to sever whatever twisted connection he shared with Harry. Finally taking a deep breath, Sirius unclenched his hands and turned to face Dumbledore.
I still don't trust you.
I understand.
But I need you to tell me everything you know or suspect or theorize about Harry and his connection to Voldemort.
There are some things I cannot.
No.
Sirius cut across fiercely.
Everything.
Dumbledore held his gaze, those piercing blue eyes seeming to look right through him, but Sirius held his ground. Finally, Dumbledore bowed his head.
As you wish. When we have returned from our mission, I will tell you everything I know or suspect.
A sharp knock on the door interrupted them, and Sirius turned to see Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Emmeline Vance, and Sturgis Podmore walk in. Followed closely behind them was Andromeda, Ted, Molly, Arthur, McGonagall, and, Sirius clenched his fists again, Snape.
Excellent.
Dumbledore said, rising from his desk to greet them.
Come in, quickly. Minerva, lock the door? Thank you. Now, we have very little time and even fewer numbers, but we must pull together and act swiftly.
He waved his wand, conjuring up a floating 3D map that showed the layout and terrain of a small village. The map rotated slowly in the middle of the room, eventually expanding to the size of the desk. Sirius could make out rows of houses and storefronts, a village green, a wooded copse, and a modest cemetery. Sitting on a hill above it all was a large manor, and it was here that Dumbledore pointed. The manor glowed blue at the touch of his wand.
We know where Remus is being kept, and unless we act immediately, Lord Voldemort is going to rise again tonight.
The sun was low in the sky when Remus decided to kill himself. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't let Voldemort return to power, and it seemed his blood was essential to that. If he bled out before the resurrection ritual, he could ensure that Voldemort stayed powerless and Harry and Sirius remained safe. At least for now. It took him a while, digging at the bandage that bound his leg. Crouch had made sure it was tightly secured, and Remus struggled to find anywhere the bandage would open or tear. Finally, his fingers soaked in his own blood, he managed to grab hold of the tiniest corner of bandage and, after much pulling and tugging, the whole thing started to unravel. Remus sighed with relief as the blood began to pour out of him. He kept at it, tearing the bandage off even as he grew lightheaded and weak. He was almost done, just a few more seconds. Until Peter Pettigrew walked into the room and looked down at him with horror.
Oh, for Merlin's sake!
Peter muttered. He flicked his wand and replaced the bandage, then fixed Remus with a heated glare.
What the hell are you playing at?
What, you think I'm going to willingly be part of a ceremony to resurrect Lord Voldemort?
Remus's words were slurring and a pounding had started in his temples. He couldn't keep his head up, so he tipped it back against the wall, eyes half closed. Peter shook his head.
It didn't have to be like this. Why couldn't you just give him what he wanted?
Because what he wanted was to murder a child. You might be okay with having that on your conscience, but I'm not.
Please, like you're any different than me.
Remus tried to raise his arms to indicate look where I am, you idiot. But his limbs were too heavy and wouldn't cooperate, so he settled for cocking an eyebrow instead.
Evidence would suggest that I am.
Peter just scoffed and looked away. Remus waited for him to go. The bandage he'd replaced was much looser than Crouch's, so it shouldn't take him long to tear off this time. But Peter didn't leave. He sat down against the opposite wall and trained his wand on Remus, clearly in for the long haul.
So this is your big important Death Eater job? Babysitting duty?
Peter's cheeks flushed and his wan hand tightened slightly.
Someone has to make sure you don't go running off again. Or try to off yourself, apparently.
Remus grinned. He felt delirious. Maybe he'd lost enough blood after all, or maybe Peter's sloppy bandage work was doing the job for him. Either way, he felt confident and brazen enough to plow through whatever remained of his self-preservation and ask a question that had been torturing him for years.
Why'd you do it, Pete?
Do what?
You know what. Why'd you betray James and Lily?
He shrugged, not quite meeting Remus's eyes.
Voldemort was taking over everywhere. You really think there was any point in resisting him?
Yes, but you didn't just join up with Voldemort. You killed your best friend. James treated you like a brother, and you killed him.
Peter let out a cruel bark of laughter.
You really believe that? Merlin, listen to yourself. You're more delusional than I thought.
What do you mean?
James and Sirius were the brothers, not me. Not you. Those two decided everything we did, dragged us along for every prank and adventure like it was some privilege just to be in their presence. They never respected us or cared about what we wanted.
Oh, and you have that care and respect now, do you? Voldemort known for his kindness.
I have agency, which is more than I can say for all the years I spent running around with you lot.
Peter looked like he didn't quite believe his own words, but he rambled on angrily nonetheless.
I was always at the bottom of the pecking order, and I got tired of it. I could only take so many years of being Sirius's verbal punching bag and James's charity case. And you really think you're so different from me?
I am different.
You're not. You just couldn't see it. James and Sirius liked anything dangerous, so of course they wanted to be friends with a werewolf. But they never really cared about you.
The blood was pounding in Remus's ears, and he couldn't tell if it was from his wound or his anger.
You're wrong,
he said coldly. He remembered the concern in James's eyes every morning after the full moon, the way Sirius would embarrass him with how much he doted on him the next day. You didn't do that for someone who was no more than a curiosity.
Face it, Remus, you were their fun little pet project, just like me. The only reason Sirius kept you around for so long is because he figured you'd be good for a shag.
Remus actually reeled from his words. This was not the Peter Pettigrew he remembered, the nervous, stammering boy who was happy just to be included. The Peter sitting in front of him now was cold, calculating, and only too willing to dish out pain.
Such vitriol,
Remus said. He'd wanted it to come out scathing, but the words just sounded sad. Perhaps he wasn't as good an actor as he thought.
I don't know how we didn't see it before.
None of you wanted to. That was the problem all along.
There was nothing Remus could say to that, and he was tired of talking anyway, so he let them lapse into silence. He was still determined to die by his own hand before he could be used as part of Voldemort's resurrection ritual, but with Peter watching him, there was no way to do it. He tried fiddling with the bandage under the pretense of scratching his wound, but Peter realized what he was doing right away and hit him with a stinging jinx, threatening to bind Remus's hands if he tried it again. Remus made a joke about bondage that caused Peter to turn bright scarlet, and in his half-deluded state, he almost felt like they were back in their Hogwarts dorm. But then he remembered that Peter had killed James. He had killed Lily. He would have killed Harry, and suddenly, Remus was filled with a white-hot rage so violent he wanted to tear across the room and throttle Peter with his bare hands. He thought he would have, were he able to move his legs. Time passed strangely as Remus floated in and out of consciousness, but finally, he heard footsteps approaching. Peter scrambled to his feet just as Crouch walked into the room. He was in a set of dark hooded robes, a mask pulled to the side as he looked between the two of them disdainfully.
It's time,
he said to Peter.
Get the half-breed and let's go.
I don't know about this, Dumbledore,
Mad-Eye Moody said in his gravelly voice. He and the rest of the Order members were still standing around Dumbledore's rotating map, having just gone over the plan.
We're going into unknown terrain with who knows how many Death Eaters waiting for us. I don't like it.
Sirius, who'd been very patient for this whole discussion, in his opinion, couldn't keep from snapping back.
It's not an unknown number of Death Eaters, it's 3. I told you that.
3 that you know of. How do you know he hasn't called in more?
Enough.
Dumbledore interrupted as Sirius opened his mouth to respond.
Alastair, I agree it's not ideal, but we don't have time to do more reconnaissance. We have to move now if we hope to stop the resurrection ritual in time.
Fine.
Moody grumbled.
I'll lead the first wave. Shacklebolt, you lead the second. Black, you're going in the back way. Who's going to be covering you?
I will.
Andromeda stepped forward determinedly.
No.
Both Sirius and Ted said in unison, but Andromeda stared them down.
We need the numbers.
Then I'll go.
Ted insisted.
You stay here with Dora.
Absolutely not. If Bellatrix sees you, she'll kill you in an instant. But if it's me, she'll want to play a little.
Andromeda looked between Sirius and Ted, her face set in a fierce mask.
I know her best. I can handle her. So let me.
Ted didn't reply. He just nodded and gripped Andromeda's hand tightly, his usually cheerful face now pale and lined with fear. Andromeda squeezed back and returned to examining the map.
All right then, Black and Tonks, you're coming in here.
Moody continued as though there'd been no interruption, jabbing his wand at the back entrance of the manor.
And you'd better be damn careful, because once you're inside, you're on your own.
Remus could barely keep his eyes open by the time they reached the cemetery. His head had become so heavy he couldn't even hold it up anymore, and he felt the thud 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 of his pounding heart reverberate through his whole body as blood steadily poured down his leg. The cemetery was old, overgrown, and clearly as neglected as the manor on the hill. Remus could make out a small church in the distance, but its windows were dark and shuttered with no sign of life inside. They walked past rows of crumbling tombstones until finally, Crouch and Peter steered him towards a marble obelisk and slammed him against it, Remus just managing to make out the name Tom Riddle in the sun's dying rays. They didn't bother tying him up, and he was so weak that it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. Once they were done with him, Crouch and Peter directed their wands to an enormous cauldron, big enough that Remus himself could sit comfortably in its belly. They levitated the cauldron through the graveyard and towards them, moving slowly to keep whatever potion was inside it from splashing out. As soon as they'd lowered it to the grass, Peter crouched down and lit a fire under it, and the potion within sparked to life. Remus's breaths were coming out in short, staccato bursts now. He looked desperately towards town, where he willed someone to notice what was going on and come to investigate.
Please.
He thought.
Someone, anyone, please help.
But no one came. The potion had started to bubble and glow, fiery sparks jumping and dancing on its surface. A thick plume of steam was billowing into the air, and through it, Remus could just make out the shape of Bellatrix walking towards them, the bundle that was Lord Voldemort in her arms.
It is ready, Master,
Crouch said when they arrived. He and Peter were on either side of the cauldron, both in their Death Eater robes with their heads bowed low.
Now, Bella,
came Voldemort's cold voice. Bellatrix walked towards the cauldron and gently lowered Voldemort into its depths. Remus heard his body hit the stone bottom and he hoped fervently that he would drown, that he would be boiled alive, that something in this ritual would go wrong. But Bellatrix gave no indication that anything was out of the ordinary as she raised her wand and started to speak.
You'll need portkeys.
The map was gone now, the plan was memorized, and all that was left were the Order members gathered in their various ranks. Mad-Eye, McGonagall, and Emmeline Vance made up the first wave. Kingsley, Arthur, and Sturgis Podmore made up the second. Sirius and Andromeda stood off to the side, and Ted and Molly were near the door, wringing their hands and looking at their spouses anxiously. Snape, the greasy coward, was staying behind so he wouldn't blow his cover as a double agent. While Dumbledore and Snape were arranging the portkeys, Sirius took the opportunity to lean in close to Arthur and say quietly,
"You don't have to do this. You're a father, Arthur."
But Arthur just smiled sadly at him and replied,
"So are you."
Right.
Dumbledore said, turning around with a hairbrush, a goblet, and a stuffed vulture hat, which he pushed into Snape's hands.
Everyone form up.
Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son.
The ground at Remus's feet split open and he watched as a small cloud of dust rose up from the grave and floated towards Bellatrix. She directed it towards the potion, which hissed and turned bright blue the moment it touched the surface. Bellatrix withdrew a long silver dagger from her robes and held out her right arm with a flourish. Her eyes were wide and eager as she gently pressed the blade against her own skin.
Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master.
Remus wanted to look away, but he was transfixed by the sheer horror of it all. With barely a flinch, Bellatrix swung the dagger down and sliced right through her bony wrist like it was butter. The scream Bellatrix let loose was wild, unhinged, a violent mix of both pain and elation. Remus watched with revulsion as her hand splashed into the cauldron and the potion turned a vivid shade of red. Blood dripping from the stump of her arm, chest heaving with every breath, Bellatrix turned her eyes on him. She wore a deranged smile as she licked her lips and staggered forward, blade outstretched.
Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe.
First wave, your portkey is leaving in 30 seconds.
Mad-Eye, McGonagall, and Emmeline all queued up around the hairbrush. They wore matching expressions of grim determination as Moody growled.
Constant vigilance, all of you. Wait for my signal and don't let your guards down for a second.
20 seconds.
Dumbledore counted down, looking at his watch.
15.
And that was when Snape gasped and clutched his forearm. The whole group turned to look at him as one. Snape was bent double over his left arm in pain. He glanced up at Dumbledore, panic crossing his features, and Dumbledore threw out his hand to the rest of the order.
Hold. First wave, step back from the portkey.
All three of them obeyed, and the hairbrush winked away without them in a flash of electric blue.
Severus.
Dumbledore said sharply.
What is it?
The mark.
Snape hissed, and Dumbledore's eyes widened.
What do you mean?
Sirius demanded, surging forward.
What mark?
Snape didn't even look at him, but with a nod from Dumbledore, he pulled up the sleeve on his left arm and showed it to the rest of the order. The group gasped. Branded into Snape's forearm was the dark mark, that terrifying skull with a snake protruding out of its mouth, burning jet black. They were too late. Lord Voldemort had risen again. Chapter 15. The steady drip, drip, drip of blood trickling down his fingertips was the only thing Remus could hear. His vision was still working, and he was reasonably sure his hearing was as well, but a low, staticky roar now filled his ears and he couldn't make out any other noise. It made him think of the crash of the ocean and the first time he'd taken Sirius to his favorite beach in Wales.
It's like watching the world breathe,
Sirius had said of the rolling waves. But the world held its breath now, as a newly risen Lord Voldemort stepped out of the cauldron and into fresh robes offered to him by Crouch. Remus could see their mouths moving, so he knew they were speaking, but no sounds reached him. Drip, drip, drip. The jagged gash Bellatrix had left in his arm was throbbing painfully.
How far out do you think we can swim, Moony?
He felt the current trying to tug him underwater and wanted so badly to stop fighting it. What was there left to fight for, anyway? The scene before him played out like a silent horror film. He watched Voldemort rip back Peter's sleeve and press two long, white fingers to the dark mark branded there. He watched Bellatrix stagger towards her master, her stump of an arm wrapped in her robes, and drop to her knees in reverence before him. He watched Voldemort shape a new hand out of quicksilver and fasten it onto Bellatrix's mangled wrist. Bellatrix, Peter and Crouch all crawled forward on their knees and kissed the hem of Voldemort's robes. Finally, he saw the Death Eaters come. Robed in black, hooded and masked, they apparated in twos and threes across the graveyard. Remus watched as the Death Eaters took hesitant steps toward their master before they, too, fell to their knees at his feet. Voldemort just waited, indifferent, as they touched his robes, kissed its hem, bowed to their Dark Lord. Finally, once everyone had paid their respects, they fell back and formed a partially completed circle. Bellatrix, Peter and Crouch took their places and filled some of the circle's gaps, but others still remained. Voldemort, standing tall at its center, didn't seem surprised. Drip, drip, drip. The blood still oozing from his leg had dried into a tacky pool beneath him, and it was now joined by the blood flowing down his arm in rivulets. He noticed he was getting colder, his limbs stiffer.
Good.
Remus thought sluggishly.
That's good. Time to stop swimming now.
But it seemed his spirit was determined to stay put, at least for now, tethered to this broken body. Remus stifled a groan as a surge of pain ripped through his leg. Then, like a final wave crashing over him, Remus's hearing returned just in time to hear that cold, high-pitched voice slither between the tombstones.
Welcome, Death Eaters. 5 years since last we met.
The energy in the room shifted the moment Snape held out the dark mark for all to see. There was fear, yes, but something else, and Sirius hesitated to call it what it was, defeat. He felt it in the sag of Kingsley's shoulders, the downturn of Moody's mouth. Their small group was defeated, and the drawn-out sigh Dumbledore released seemed to solidify it.
Well,
Dumbledore said sadly.
That's it, then.
Sirius snapped his head up.
What do you mean, that's it? What about Remus?
We can't risk a rescue now. Not if we're facing a Lord Voldemort who has returned to his full power and has called his Death Eaters back to him.
But he'll die.
Sirius strode forward, and only the desk between them stopped him from grabbing Dumbledore by the shoulders and shaking him.
You saw him. He'll die if we don't get him out of there.
I'm sorry, Sirius. Truly, I am, but the circumstances have changed too much from when we started planning this mission, and the risk now is too great. I simply cannot put 8 lives in danger to save one person.
Dumbledore's words sliced right to his core, and Sirius actually had to take a step back. To hear Remus's worth boiled down to such simple numbers hurt him in a way he hadn't expected, like saving Remus's life was just an arithmancy problem to be worked out. He wanted to scream that Dumbledore was wrong, that Remus wasn't just one person to Sirius, he was his person, and he was worth every risk Voldemort could throw at them. But the electricity flowing through his veins felt like it was burning him from the inside out, and it choked off his words while they were still in his throat. Sirius had to take several steadying breaths before he could gain enough control to speak again.
I'll go, then.
He finally said.
I don't need your help or your permission. I'll go, and I'll bring him back myself.
Sirius, please. I beg you to think this through. Think about Harry.
I am thinking about Harry.
Sirius roared, rounding on the headmaster furiously.
He needs Remus. He loves him. But you wouldn't know a thing about that, would you? You were happy to just lock him up in a cupboard until he was 11, where he would never know kindness or affection.
I understand how you must be feeling.
Sirius scoffed at Dumbledore's words.
But it is suicide to think about going after Remus on your own.
He won't be alone,
said Andromeda, who strode forward to stand at Sirius's side. She crossed her arms and fixed Dumbledore with a pointed stare.
Even with 2 of you, it's too dangerous.
You're wrong.
McGonagall stepped towards them too, and Sirius felt such overwhelming love for these 2 women that it left him dizzy.
What's dangerous is not acting on this opportunity while we have it. Voldemort has just returned, and he's gathered all his Death Eaters in one place. When will we ever have a chance like this again, to strike at Voldemort and his innermost circle when they least expect it?
Minerva is right,
came Kingsley's rumbling voice.
We may be outnumbered, but we have the element of surprise. If we attack now, we can do some real damage to Voldemort's movement, maybe even put some of his top Death Eaters behind bars.
Listen to yourselves.
Moody sneered.
Do you even know what you're suggesting? Attacking Lord Voldemort's strongest, most loyal Death Eaters? You have no idea what you'd be up against.
We have some idea, Alastair.
McGonagall said coldly.
After all, you didn't fight the war single-handedly last time around.
She looked between Dumbledore and Moody, her lips a thin line and her expression so stern that Sirius swore she was about to hand out a detention.
Have you forgotten what the Order of the Phoenix is supposed to be about? Since when do we pass on the chance to ambush our enemies? Since when do we leave our friends behind to die? This is cowardice, not strategy.
Minerva.
No, Albus, I don't want to hear another word. I joined the Order to fight Voldemort, and so help me, that is exactly what I intend to do, with or without your blessing.
The room stood divided. Dumbledore, Moody, and Snape on one side, Sirius and the rest on the other. A tense silence stretched between them until it was finally broken by Snape, of all people.
If you do this,
he said silkily.
If you go to Little Hangleton, it will make the Dark Lord suspicious of me. He'll assume I informed you of his return and gave you the location.
Sirius snorted.
Like I give a shit, Snivelus. Sorry you won't be invited back to the Death Eater Christmas party.
You should give a shit.
He snapped back.
Because only by seeming to remain loyal to the Dark Lord can I continue to pass information to the Order that could help us win this war.
Or is it the other way around? Surely you're greasy enough to slip over to whichever side suits you best.
Speaking of sides, how is James these days? Doing well since you chose to stand by Peter's side as their secret keeper.
Enough.
Dumbledore slammed his hands on the desk and glared between Sirius and Snape, who'd both taken out their wands and were getting ready to curse each other.
You are not school children anymore, so I implore you to stop acting like it.
Sirius looked away, ashamed. Even with Remus in danger, he couldn't help but goad Snape, or rise to the bait himself. What was wrong with him? Snape was just such an easy target for Sirius to aim all his anxiety at, and the longer this discussion went on, the more his anxiety levels spiked.
Severus is right.
Dumbledore continued, as though they were having a pleasant conversation and Sirius wasn't about to spontaneously combust on the carpet.
If the Order goes to Little Hangleton, he might lose Lord Voldemort's trust and we will lose our double agent.
He might.
McGonagall agreed.
Might. But if we don't go, then Remus will surely die, and his life is not something we should be willing to gamble away on a presumption.
He's dying right now.
Sirius burst out. Gods, why were they still talking about this? Couldn't anyone understand how badly Remus was hurt? Panic was clawing its way through Sirius's chest.
Look, Dumbledore, either green-light this mission or don't, but I am leaving in 30 seconds whether you agree to it or not, along with anyone who wants to come with me.
Dumbledore sighed and leaned forward, resting his forehead against his steepled fingers. The rest of the group waited, Sirius counting down from 30. With 15 seconds to go, Dumbledore stood up and locked his blazing eyes on Sirius. Remus would have run, if he could have. Hell, he would have crawled away, but what was the point? Whether it was here, 10 feet away, or in the village street, he was dying tonight. A lifetime of lycanthropy meant that Remus knew injuries, and he knew he couldn't survive with the amount of blood he'd lost already. His limbs had started cramping up, as though they were preparing for the rigor mortis that was soon to set in, and he was so goddamn cold despite the evening air being sticky and hot. He looked down at his hands, pale and shaky, and knew it wouldn't be long. Other than a few curious glances thrown his way, none of the Death Eaters were paying him any attention. Voldemort clearly didn't see him as a threat either, or else he would have killed him already. It seemed he was content to just let Remus slowly bleed out. Why waste energy on a soon-to-be dead man? Instead, Voldemort was making his way around the circle and greeting each Death Eater in turn.
McNair, putting down beasts for the Ministry of Magic now, I hear. You'll return to hunting mudbloods and muggles soon. Lucius, you will join him. You may present a respectable face to the world, but I expect you to remember the old ways. Not, I want better out of you this time, and you, Avery.
The more he droned on, the sicker Remus felt, and he wished that it could just all be over. He still felt that preternatural current tugging at him, but his spirit was resisting its pull.
Not yet, not yet.
It whispered, and Remus wanted to sob.
When, then? If not now, then when? It's over, I just want it to be over.
But it seemed his death could not be rushed. He'd heard that in your final moments before death, your life would flash before your eyes. Remus had never put much stock in that belief before, but as he sat against the obelisk measuring out his last breaths, he found his mind's eye was flooded with a ream of memories coming to him unbidden. He saw his mother with her honey-gold curls tumbling over her shoulder as she read him a story, and Remus swore he could smell the lavender and peppermint lotion she used to wear. He saw his father in his prime, his face still free of the wrinkles and worry lines that would come from years of keeping Remus safe, and he felt the protection of his strong arms as he hoisted him into the air. He saw James handing over a newborn baby Harry. He saw Harry turning towards him with trust in his eyes, the exact same shade of green as Lily's. But most of all, he saw Sirius. He saw Sirius as a cocky 11-year-old stepping off the Hogwarts Express, when Remus thought it impossible that a boy like that could ever want to be his friend. He saw Sirius dressed head to toe in his Quidditch kit, beater's bat slung over his shoulder and promising he'd make it a quick game so Remus could get back to studying for owls. He saw Sirius the day in 6th year when his glances began to linger, his smile growing softer whenever Remus entered the room. He saw Sirius on a dewy August morning with tears in his eyes, leaning over Remus and declaring that he still loved him even after a year apart. He couldn't explain what happened next, whether his mind was playing tricks on him or his thoughts were so powerful that they summoned Sirius to the cemetery. But 1 second Remus was staring at a gnarled old yew tree, lost in the memories of Sirius's face. The next, he saw a flash of blue light and Sirius himself winked into existence. His face was twisted in anger as he faced off against the group of Death Eaters, feet planted in a dueling stance and his wand outstretched. Remus blinked and sat up straighter, convinced he was hallucinating, but Bellatrix's scream of rage told him that he was not seeing things.
Avada Kedavra.
Bellatrix shrieked, and it was like Remus was trapped in one of those false memories again. He let out a strangled cry as the killing curse flew towards the man he loved, but unlike in those distorted memories, Sirius disapparated away in time. Bellatrix's curse hit the yew tree and splintered it down the middle in an explosion of green sparks, just as Sirius reappeared behind her on the other side of the circle.
Stupefy!
Sirius shouted. Bellatrix dodged his spell, but he managed to hit one of the other robed figures before disapparating again, missing the next volley of killing curses by a hair. It was like watching a horribly choreographed, incredibly stressful circus act. Over and over Sirius disappeared and reappeared around the circle, firing off spells then disapparating mere microseconds before the Death Eaters could hit him in retaliation.
Kill him, kill him.
Voldemort kept screaming, and the Death Eaters abandoned their circle formation and scattered throughout the graveyard. Their once orderly structure devolved into chaos as the Death Eaters spread out haphazardly to pursue Sirius, who was evading their curses through a combination of well-aimed shield charms, half-remembered ballroom dancing footwork, and just sheer luck. At one point, Sirius appeared not 3 feet from Voldemort himself, and Remus nearly screamed at him.
You stupid man.
He raged in his head, transfixed by the smoking crater that filled the space where Sirius had just been.
You're going to get yourself killed. What were you thinking, coming here alone?
But another flash of blue light told Remus that he wasn't alone. The Death Eaters were so intent on killing or capturing Sirius, who continued to dance all over the graveyard as he disapparated again and again, that they didn't see the others appear over the hill behind them. But Remus saw, 7 in total, all faces he recognized, led by a grizzled and battle-ready Mad-Eye Moody. His arm was on fire. His leg was in agony. He couldn't breathe without hearing a rattling in his chest, and this time when the current pulled at him, Remus knew he could let it take him. But he fought it.
Not yet.
He thought, joining the chorus his soul was still singing and fighting to stay afloat.
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
The Order of the Phoenix had come for him. Sirius spun on his heel in time to dodge yet another killing curse, watching as it shattered the gravestone behind him instead and sent a shower of stone raining down on him. The Death Eaters were in disarray, their spells slamming into gravestones, mausoleums, trees, even each other as they tried to hit a constantly disappearing and reappearing Sirius. He could already count 4 Death Eaters down, 2 by his own hand and 2 by spells meant for him. Meanwhile, Moody and the rest of their company had just appeared on the hill behind them. Like they'd planned, the order remained unnoticed by the Death Eaters, who were too divided and disorganized in their hunt for Sirius. Voldemort was screaming something, maybe instructions, maybe a warning, but the air was filled with so many shouts and battle cries that his words were lost in the din. Sirius turned and disapparated again, ensuring that he drew the Death Eaters' fire away from Remus. He'd only caught glimpses of him so far, lying broken and bleeding at the foot of a black obelisk. But he was alive. Once the order joined the fray, Sirius could apparate to his side and get them both out of there. He was growing dizzy though, and the constant disapparitions were starting to take their toll on his stamina. Finally, he felt a curse brush by him so close that it actually grazed his cheek and left a patch of singed skin, and he wasn't quite fast enough to get out of the way of the blast radius. The curse plowed into the ground behind him and tore the earth apart in an explosion of orange and red light, sending Sirius flying backward. He struck a tree, hard, and fell to the ground with the wind knocked out of him, but he managed to throw his arms up to protect his face from the onslaught of dirt and rocks now pelting him. Sirius coughed and felt a spasm of pain rip through his back, could be a broken rib, could just be a bad bruise, but he had no time to focus on it now. The other Death Eaters were taking aim at him again, and he only just managed to dart behind the tree he'd hit and take cover from the dozens of curses now flying his way. He couldn't see Remus from this angle, couldn't even see the rest of the order, so he had no idea what else was going on, but he knew he had to get out of there, and fast. The tree that was sheltering him was gangly and sun-starved, barely thick enough to shield his body. Sirius tapped his wand to the trunk and muttered a hasty protection ward to reinforce it, but even that wouldn't hold for long. One strong curse and he would be out in the open. However, he could hardly move without risking exposure. The curses had him pinned down so he couldn't stand up to disapparate or even turn around to return fire. Red and green jets of light rend the air apart, snapping off the tree's branches and hitting the earth around him like missiles. These near misses sent plumes of dirt spraying into the air, making it hard to see and even harder to breathe. Sirius choked on the dust and dug his hands into the earth, trying to stay grounded as he searched for an escape. That's when he heard her.
Bellatrix.
Andromeda watched as a blasting curse missed Sirius by millimeters and sent him sailing through the air, as he scurried behind a tree to take shelter from the volley of curses now flying at him. The Order had finally joined the fight, and she could see the other members fanning out and getting into battle formation. But they were still outnumbered at least 3-1. They had known going into this that their ranks couldn't hold for long, so their mission was simple: get in, get Remus, get out. She could get to Remus. But she couldn't leave Sirius behind. A group of half a dozen Death Eaters were advancing toward Sirius now, keeping him trapped with their non-stop stream of curses and spells. Hardly any of them were recognizable in their hoods and masks, but the one leading them had a stance that Andromeda would know anywhere. Her blood boiled as Bellatrix cast yet another killing curse at Sirius. She missed, but barely, and Sirius flinched as it struck the earth beside him. Suddenly, Andromeda felt like she was being pulled back in time 20 years, stumbling upon a terrified Sirius in a full-body bind while Bellatrix tortured him with stinging and laceration jinxes. Though Bellatrix was older and Andromeda was terrified of her too, she'd still run at her sister in a fury and managed to push her back from their younger cousin. She hadn't realized it at the time, but that was the day she'd become Sirius's protector. Sirius may be older and stronger now, and he may have already faced a war that Andromeda hadn't fought in. But she was fighting now. And she wasn't going to let Bellatrix get her hands on him again. A fire raged inside her chest as Andromeda sprinted across the battleground, barely breaking stride as she hit 2 Death Eaters with stunners on the way. Bellatrix and her gang were almost at the tree, where Sirius was choking on the clouds of dust their curses had sent swirling around him. Andromeda skidded to a halt 20 feet away and bellowed her sister's name.
Bellatrix.
She saw Bellatrix stiffen, then turn around ever so slowly. The rest of her Death Eaters hesitated, just for a moment, but long enough that Sirius could get to his feet and fire back at them. He hit one, injured another, then led the rest of them away as they continued their firefight throughout the graveyard. Bellatrix, however, stayed put, her wand hand glinting silver in the low evening light. Was that a glove? A metal prosthetic? She couldn't make it out. But then Bellatrix ripped off her mask, and Andromeda was transfixed by the gaunt face underneath and the manic smile Bellatrix wore as she stared down Andromeda like she was prey.
Well, well, well.
She said softly.
If it isn't Whittle-Bitty Andromeda. How's the mudblood?
Better off than your husband, at least.
Andromeda spat, refusing to rise to the bait, but Bellatrix just threw her head back and laughed.
Good. Then when I've finished with you, I can go and find him. With both of you in the ground, I expect Nymphadora will need her aunt to take her in and show her the proper ways of a pure blood.
You keep my daughter's name out of your filthy mouth.
With that, Andromeda surged forward, slashing her wand through the air as she fired off the first shot. Bellatrix rolled out of the way of Andromeda's curse and sent one of her own shooting back, which Andromeda only just managed to block. She gasped as the shock waves reverberated back through her wand. She'd never blocked such a powerful spell before, and the blow of it sent a stabbing pain down her wand arm. But Bellatrix was firing again, so Andromeda pushed her shock to the side and let her instincts take over. Jets of light shot from their wands so fast that they became a blur, encasing the two women in what looked like a multicolored dome. Bellatrix started off lithe and spry, laughing as she led Andromeda around in a circle. But the more they dueled, the more she began to flag, and soon she was panting and snarling as she tried desperately to hit Andromeda. She was aiming to kill, and though she was clearly the more skilled and ruthless dueler, she was also still weak from Azkaban. All Andromeda had to do was keep outpacing her and wait for her opening. Finally, she saw it. Bellatrix's recovery from a parried curse was just a little too slow, a little too drawn out, and Andromeda took the shot. She could have killed her. Bellatrix certainly wouldn't have shown her any mercy, were their positions reversed. But Andromeda wasn't willing to become a murderer, no matter how much she hated her sister. Instead, she fired off 3 stunning spells in a row. Bellatrix managed to block the first one, but the next 2 shattered her shield charm and hit her squarely in the chest. Her mouth opened in a surprised O before she crumpled to the ground in a heap. Andromeda's arms were shaking, but there was no time for a break. Almost as soon as Bellatrix fell, another Death Eater was there to take her place, and she was thrown into the chaos once more. Stun. Block. Disarm. Block. Stun. Petrify. Stun. The Death Eaters were coming faster than she could deal with them, and from what little she could see, the rest of the Order was overwhelmed as well. She saw Emmeline thrown through the air by a blasting curse, Arthur bleeding down one side of his face as he squared off against 2 Death Eaters. McGonagall, Kingsley, and Moody were all fighting Voldemort at once, whose lipless mouth was turned down in an ugly sneer. Another blast sounded, and Andromeda was suddenly knocked off her feet. She landed face down a few feet away, the sounds of battle now replaced with a high-pitched whine. She groaned and tentatively reached one hand up to her head. It came back covered in sticky red blood. Someone was yelling something, but she couldn't make it out, the whine was so loud now. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands grabbed her roughly by the shoulders and hauled her up, steadying her as she stumbled.
We're falling back.
It was Sturgis, his straw-blonde hair soaked in sweat and plastered to his head. His voice still sounded like it was coming from far away.
Have we got Remus?
I don't know.
Andromeda's chest tightened. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Sirius was supposed to get to Remus and sound the retreat himself. But she hadn't seen Sirius since he ran from his cover behind the tree, and the press of bodies and bursts of light around her were so thick that she hadn't a hope of spotting him now.
Come on, we have to go.
Sturgis shouted, then disapparated with her alongside him. Before she was pulled into the oppressive darkness, Andromeda caught one last sight of the raging battle. Sirius was nowhere in sight. The moment he heard Andromeda shout Bellatrix's name, Sirius was on his feet. He didn't care what she'd said in Dumbledore's office, he couldn't leave her alone to face Bellatrix, who'd wanted her dead ever since she ran off to marry Ted. He sprang up and fired off 2 curses back to back, intending to get through the remaining Death Eaters and over to Andy's side. But even with 2 of them down, he was greatly outnumbered, and the remaining Death Eaters weren't going to let him pass that easily. Sirius swore as the 4 remaining Death Eaters returned fire, his evasive maneuvers sending a wave of pain ripping through his injured back. He managed to block their curses before retreating, leading them back through the graveyard and over to the main battle. He could see Andy squaring off against Bellatrix now, but he couldn't reach them. He just hoped she was quick enough to come out unscathed. The Order were in the thick of it now, each member taking on at least 2 or 3 Death Eaters at the same time. It wasn't sustainable, and though he longed to throw himself into battle next to them, he had a more important mission to accomplish. He needed to find Remus so the rest of them could get the hell out of there. He still had 2 Death Eaters on his tail, but a quick disapparition to the edge of the battle shook them off. A searing pain shot through his arm as soon as he landed though, and Sirius hissed and clapped a hand to his bicep, which was bleeding liberally. At first he thought he'd been hit by a laceration jinx, but then he realized that he'd splinched himself. Fuck. He was losing focus, and he absolutely could not splinch Remus when they made their escape. He wouldn't survive any more injuries or blood loss. From his current vantage point, he could make out the black obelisk where Remus lay, standing tall and foreboding on the other side of the battle. He groaned and cursed himself, why hadn't he apparated over there? He could try again, but his head was already swimming from all the disapparitions and he didn't want to risk splinching himself again. Making his way there on foot was still dangerous, but it was better than accidentally leaving a limb behind. Sirius took a steadying breath, as though preparing to dive into the deep end of a pool, then cast a chain of shield charms around himself and ran straight towards the obelisk. He tried to keep to the edge of battle, but the 2 warring sides were constantly moving and redefining where the edge was. Curses flew at him from every direction, exploding near his feet or ricocheting off one of his shield charms. He had to keep reinforcing them, and more than once he was forced to dive out of the way as a spell flew straight through his shields like they weren't there. His back was in absolute agony, but he kept running, trying to curse as many Death Eaters as he could along the way. He was losing strength though, and he needed as much of his strength as possible to rescue Remus.
Remus.
His name rang through his head like a symphony.
I'm coming, love, I'm coming, please hold on.
Another Death Eater down. Another spell blocked. Another curse sent flying out, and another, until suddenly, he was there, sliding to his knees next to Remus's splayed figure and sobbing his name.
Remus. Oh, gods, Remus.
He was waxen, sickly and feverish, but he was alive. Sirius's hands roved all over his body, lightly touching his hair, his face, his chest. After 2 weeks of grief and stress and guilt, he could hardly believe he was real. Remus just gripped him by the arms fiercely, his eyes shining as he took Sirius in.
You found me,
he said thickly, his voice barely above a whisper.
Of course I did.
He gave him a quick kiss on the lips, no longer than a second, but having Remus in his arms again quelled all the noise in his mind and filled him with a steadiness that had been missing for the past 2 weeks.
Let's get you out of here. Can you walk?
Remus shook his head.
My leg.
Sirius blanched at the sight of Remus's torn and mangled leg, his bandages and trouser leg soaked in blood. It looked so much worse than in the memory Sirius had seen just hours ago.
Okay, that's okay, hang on.
He pointed his wand at Remus's chest.
Renervate.
Remus's eyes widened slightly as the revival spell took effect. It wouldn't do anything to actually heal him, just give him a burst of energy to get through the next few minutes, but Sirius figured it was better than nothing. All the healing spells he knew were inadequate for an injury this severe anyway. He was better off spending that time getting Remus to someone who could properly help. He eased Remus off the ground, one arm wrapped around his waist and his wand arm out and ready to signal to the Order that their mission was complete. Remus had his arms slung around Sirius's shoulders and took as much weight as he could on his good leg, but he almost immediately buckled and Sirius had to catch him before he hit the ground. Remus sagged against his side, trembling and panting. His face was sweaty and ashen, and Sirius heard a deep rattle in his chest that he hadn't noticed before. His stomach clenched, he worried Remus didn't have the strength for even side-along apparition.
Remus, wait.
Look out.
Remus pushed him aside and they both toppled to the ground just as a jet of green light streaked past them. Sirius scrambled to his feet, immediately placing himself in front of Remus, and turned to see Barty Crouch Jr. stalking towards them, teeth bared.
Black.
He snarled.
Still on the wrong side of things, I see.
It was like no time had passed since they'd faced each other in the White Wyvern, the night the Lestranges went to Azkaban. Crouch had fired a killing curse at him that time too, but Sirius had been too blind with drink and grief to care. Now, though, a simmering rage filled his veins as he thought of Crouch hitting Remus, torturing him, aiming a killing curse at him. Sirius wanted to do more than just stun this time, he wanted to kill. With an animal growl, Sirius lunged forward and fired a curse back at him. Crouch easily deflected it, but Sirius followed with another, weaving between tombstones as he and Crouch started to duel in earnest. He kept half an eye on Remus the whole time, who was still fighting to stand, and maybe that was why Crouch managed to sneak a curse through the armor of shield charms he'd built himself. Sirius dodged in time to miss the brunt of the attack, but it still caught him in the shoulder and sent him sprawling onto the ground. Sirius gasped as his back flared up in pain again from the fall. A shiny, angry burn appeared on his shoulder where Crouch's curse had hit him and it felt like wildfire was coursing through that arm, which was shaking so badly he could hardly hold his wand. Crouch surged toward him with his wand outstretched, a triumphant glint in his eye. He drew his wand back.
Avada Ked.
Remus suddenly came flying out of nowhere and knocked Crouch to the ground before he could finish the incantation. Sirius froze in shock. He didn't know how Remus had managed to get to his feet, but he must have found some sort of strength, as he now grappled with Crouch on the ground. Sirius clambered to his knees and managed to hold his wand steady, fighting through the pain of his still burning arm, as he took aim at Crouch. But the spell he was about to shout died on his lips. Crouch and Remus were too close together in their fight, each one trying to get the upper hand, and Sirius didn't dare fire off a curse in case he hit Remus by mistake. For a moment, it looked like Remus might come out of the struggle victorious. He was on top of Crouch, one arm pressed against his throat while he rained down blows with his fist. But he was still injured and weak, and whatever adrenaline surge had propelled him forward was fading now. Taking advantage of Remus's declining strength, Crouch got his knee between them and flipped Remus onto his back. Sirius flew towards them, but he wasn't fast enough, and he had to watch, horrified, as Crouch dug his hands into the wound on Remus's thigh and ripped his flesh wide open. The scream that tore out of Remus's chest would haunt Sirius for years to come. Sirius howled in rage as he reached them, not even bothering with his wand, just kicking Crouch under the chin as hard as he could. Crouch's head snapped back at a sickening angle before he fell spread-eagle to the ground. Sirius dropped next to Remus and grabbed him by the shoulders, trying to steady him as he convulsed and hyperventilated.
Remus!
He shouted, but Remus didn't react, his body stiff as a board.
Remus, please, look at me.
Finally, Remus managed to turn his head and lock eyes with Sirius. His pupils were blown out in pain as sweat poured down his brow. Sirius tried to keep it together.
I've got you, it's okay, I've got you. We're getting out of here.
Pads.
But a movement in the corner of his eye caught Sirius's attention. Crouch, getting unsteadily to his feet and drawing his wand arm back. Sirius didn't even think. He let instinct take over and shouted.
Avada Kedavra!
For the first time in his life. It didn't occur to him that he was risking a life sentence in Azkaban, that he was openly murdering another human being, and the Minister for Magic's son, no less. All he could think of was keeping Remus safe, and as Crouch's battered corpse finally hit the earth with a dull thud, Sirius felt nothing but relief. Remus, however, was shaking worse than ever. Sirius started to reach for him, but Remus shook him off and pointed over Sirius's shoulder.
Peter!
Remus hissed, his eyes now burning with hatred. Sirius whipped his head around. Sure enough, there was Wormtail, glancing around frightenedly as he scurried away from battle. Fury rose in Sirius as he zeroed in on the traitor, and the urge to run straight at him and kill him was overpowering. He'd already killed one Death Eater tonight, why not another? Remus seemed to be thinking along the same wavelength.
You can't let him get away,
he said, his voice pitched low and straining from the amount of pain he was in.
Padfoot, you have to go after him.
And he almost did. His hatred for Peter was so powerful that he almost abandoned the man he loved, bleeding and dying, to chase down his years-long revenge fantasy. He'd tightened his grip on his wand, tensed his muscles to run, was plotting his course through the graveyard, when a voice rang through the air that shocked Sirius back to his senses.
Fall back.
It was Mad-Eye Moody. He was bleeding badly from one eye, that entire side of his face looking like it had gone through a meat grinder, but he still commanded the attention of every Order member within earshot.
Fall back, everyone, fall back, now.
Sirius hesitated, his eyes still on Peter, but his hands holding Remus's tense and trembling shoulders. If he didn't take this shot, Peter would slip away into oblivion again, and who knew when he would pop back up.
Black.
Sirius jumped as Moody's voice cracked across him like a whip. He was fighting 3 Death Eaters at once, but he sent them all sailing backwards as he rounded on Sirius and roared.
What the hell are you doing? Get him out of here.
Remus. White-hot shame filled Sirius's chest. What was he thinking? He turned back to Remus and hoisted him up, trying to ignore how much weight he'd lost, his groans and gasps of pain, and most of all, his strained protests that Sirius.
Go, get Peter, he's right there.
But Sirius wasn't leaving Remus again, and he hated the part of himself that had even considered it. When Sirius finally made it to his feet, Remus in tow, he was shocked to see that the battle had reached them once more. He panicked, scanning the horde of bodies for Andromeda, but he couldn't see her anywhere and there was no time to look properly. Curses flew through the air, heading straight for them, and Sirius almost lost his grip on Remus as he threw up a shield charm to protect them. The curses glanced off them, cratering into the ground instead. The smoke and dust were so thick he could hardly see his hand in front of him, and both he and Remus were choking on the fumes as they struggled forward.
Sirius.
Remus's voice was weak, pained, and fearful for the first time that night. Sirius tightened his grip on his waist.
I've got you, Moony,
he said, and just as another round of curses were flying towards them, Sirius twisted around and pressed them into the suffocating darkness. They landed outside the Hogwarts gates, and the fresh Scotland air was such a sudden change that it sent Sirius into another coughing fit. He and Remus both fell to the ground, Sirius hacking and choking, but overwhelmingly giddy at their escape.
We made it,
he gasped.
We made it, Moony, we're safe.
But Remus was silent.
Remus?
Sirius pushed himself up. His eyes were streaming from the smoke and debris he'd just been breathing in, but even through the film clouding his vision, he could see that Remus was not stirring.
Remus.
He scrambled over to Remus's side and turned him over, stifling a sob when he felt how cold and clammy his body was. He was still breathing, but that bone-chilling death rattle was back, and his eyes were glazed and half-closed. Sirius placed his hands on his chest and shook him.
Remus. Hey, no, look at me. Come on, Moony, look at me, damn it.
Remus barely tilted his head.
Sirius.
His voice was so quiet and his words so slurred that it was hard to tell he'd even spoken.
Yeah, hey, I'm here. You're going to be all right, okay, Moony? Look at me, love. You're going to be all right.
Remus was trembling, no, convulsing, his breathing growing more and more ragged, and his skin had turned a mottled blue-gray. Bile rose in Sirius's throat as he felt the heartbeat in Remus's chest growing weaker. A Patronus. He needed to send a Patronus, to send word back to the castle that Remus needed help. He took a deep breath and searched for a happy memory, but none were in reach.
Expecto Patronum.
A whisper of silver escaped his wand and immediately evaporated into the night air. Another sob escaped Sirius's throat. Remus's chest was barely rising anymore. Tears streamed down Sirius's face as he grasped Remus's hands in his, they were stone cold.
Remus.
His voice broke on the second syllable, a strangled, choked-off sound.
Remus, stay with me. Please.
But Remus didn't respond. His eyes were shut, sunken in his gray face, and Sirius gave in to the panic that had been trying to take over all night.
Help!
He shouted, abandoning all pretenses of magic now.
Help, someone, please help us.
He thought the order must be nearby, or a professor, or Hagrid, but no one answered his calls.
Please, anybody, please help us.
Silence, except for that continuous death rattle.
A Patronus.
He told himself again.
You need to send a Patronus.
This time when he reached for a happy memory, he found one. A humid August morning. Sirius and Remus stumbled out of the forbidden forest together, their hands intertwined. It was nearly a year to the day since they broke up, but they still fit together as though nothing had changed. Sirius hadn't meant for them to get back together like this, in fact, he hadn't meant for them to get back together at all, convinced as he was that Remus deserved better than him. But the truth had come tumbling out regardless, and somehow, he'd gotten everything he wanted. It made him deliriously happy.
I suppose I didn't say it back.
Remus said suddenly, startling Sirius out of his reverie. Sirius sauntered a little closer to him.
Say what back?
That I love you too. That I always have. I always will.
Expecto Patronum.
3 great, silver dogs came bursting out of Sirius's wand tip and sprinted away into the night, the same moment that Remus gave one last exhale and his chest stopped moving at last. Chapter 16. Sirius knew that the human brain could only go without oxygen for about 4 minutes before brain damage started to occur, so the moment his Patronuses were off, he turned his wand on Remus and started applying every healing spell he knew while counting the seconds that passed.
You can't die.
He kept repeating to himself, ignoring the unnatural stillness of Remus's body and the eerie silence now his rattling breath had stopped.
You can't die. You have a life with us and we need you. You can't die.
At 45 seconds, Hagrid appeared at the gates. He took one look at the two of them before scooping Remus up in his massive arms and sprinting towards the castle, Sirius keeping pace beside him. At 82 seconds, they encountered a harried Madame Pomfrey as she ran across the grounds to meet them. Right away she started barking orders, which Sirius and Hagrid hurried to obey.
Binding spell here, another one there, I need some cloth. Sirius, transfigure this, we need to make a tourniquet.
Her wand roved all over his body as she muttered various diagnostic and healing spells. At 116 seconds, Remus inhaled shakily. At 120 seconds, he stopped breathing again. The three of them burst into the hospital wing at 197 seconds. Madame Pomfrey cleared a gurney with a sweep of her wand and they laid Remus down on it, where she immediately ripped open his trouser leg and started working on his injury. Sirius stood near the head of the gurney, his eyes wide and unable to look away. Trembling, he reached out a hand and gripped Remus's wrist, begging to feel just the faintest flutter of his pulse. He was vaguely aware that Hagrid had gone, but Sirius couldn't leave, even if there was nothing he could do to help.
210, 211, please, Remus, please, 213.
Madame Pomfrey's face was grim, but she kept working determinedly, her hair frizzy and coming undone from its bun. She held her wand in one hand, performing a series of spells too complicated for Sirius to follow. With her other, she held a bottle full of a bright red potion. She yanked the stopper out with her teeth before pouring it on Remus's wound, still casting spells as his wound smoked and hissed. At 236 seconds, Remus finally took a short, shallow breath, and Sirius felt a very weak pulse return.
He's alive.
He couldn't help but choke out.
Not for long if we don't get this bleeding under control. Damn it all, this wound won't close. There must be something in the snake's venom that prevents it from healing.
Sirius kept counting seconds, his eyes glued to the slight rise and fall of Remus's chest to make sure he kept breathing. He could only look at his chest, his face was bone-white and waxy, looking so much like a corpse that Sirius could only glance at it periodically. His leg, meanwhile, was pumping out blood as though the bite were fresh, and it made Sirius sick to look at the life pouring out of him. Madame Pomfrey kept up a string of healing spells, anti-venom antidotes, and blood-replenishing potions, but all her best efforts only just kept Remus on this side of the veil. Sirius was terrified that at any moment, he'd see Remus take one final breath, or his pulse would stutter and stop. He just kept counting, each passing second a victory that Remus was still alive.
407, 408, 409.
At one point he heard footsteps approaching and looked up in time to see Snape and McGonagall rush into the ward. He was so relieved for the help that he didn't even feel his usual hatred towards Snape's hooked nose and sallow features. McGonagall, still covered in soot and scrapes from the battle, immediately rushed to Madame Pomfrey's side and helped staunch the bleeding, while Snape took note of the venom's qualities so he could try to find the correct antidote. Sirius kept counting seconds, counting breaths. 721, 722.
Moony.
Sirius whipped his head around at that small voice he knew so well. His stomach plummeted and his mouth went dry at the sight of Harry, standing in his borrowed Chudley Cannon's pajamas, a look of terror on his face as he took in the scene before him. How he'd gotten away from Lyle and wandered over here, Sirius didn't know, but he rushed forward to intercept him as Harry sprinted towards Remus's prone figure.
He's hurt. He's hurt, Moony.
Harry shouted. Sirius wrapped his arms around him but Harry fought back, struggling to break free and reach Remus's side. Harry kept half sobbing, half screaming Remus's name as he fought tooth and nail against Sirius's strong arms. Sirius tried to shield Harry's view of the hospital wing, but Harry was twisting and squirming too much in his efforts to get to Remus. Sirius was crying too, whispering useless platitudes that Harry couldn't hear over his continued shouts, and it wasn't until he felt McGonagall's kind but firm hand on his shoulder that he finally stood up and carried a still struggling Harry out to the corridor, collapsing on the floor and leaning against the wall with Harry in his arms. Harry had stopped fighting by then, but he was still crying, clutching Sirius's shirt as great, heaving sobs racked his body. Sirius just rocked him back and forth, rubbing his back, stroking his hair, cradling his head and whispering,
"It's all right, everything is going to be all right,"
while tears streamed down his own face.
939, 940, 941.
There was nothing he could do to console Harry, who had his face buried in Sirius's chest and was soaking his shirt through with tears. Sirius wanted to erase that memory from his mind, make it so Harry had never seen Remus injured. But of course, he couldn't. He couldn't even talk Harry through it, not yet. Not when he was keeping himself together by the barest of threads. The door to the hospital wing was closed, but he could still hear Madame Pomfrey and McGonagall shouting, interspersed with Snape's occasional comments.
1555, 1556, 1557.
Andromeda eventually came rushing down the corridor, immediately dropping to her knees and pulling Sirius in for a fierce hug, Harry between them. She was crying, which she hardly ever did, and blubbering something about the battle. Sirius just held her tightly, relieved that she was okay. She could only stay with them for a few minutes, since Ted and Dora were waiting for her, but she gave them each a kiss on the forehead and promised she'd come back to check on them and Remus soon. Harry was still crying, now mostly silent aside from the occasional hiccup or sniffle. Sirius was quiet too, and so was the hospital wing. He didn't know if that was a good sign or not. It didn't feel like a good sign.
2166, 2167, 2168.
Harry finally fell asleep mid-cry, his little body exhausted from everything he'd had to see today. Sirius knew he should go find Lyle, or at least send him a message, but he couldn't do it. He didn't want to tell him any news about his son unless it was good news.
2817, 2818, 2819.
What had happened to the rest of the order? Sirius clutched Harry closer at the thought of what else could have gone wrong. He'd lost track of nearly everyone during the battle, and if someone had died or been permanently injured, he would never be able to forgive himself.
3543, 3544, 3545.
Finally, at 4,691 seconds, Madame Pomfrey opened the door to the hospital wing and stepped into the corridor. Her face was somber, and Sirius's stomach twisted itself into knots as he prepared himself for the worst. He was glad Harry was asleep and wouldn't have to hear this. When she said that Remus was going to be okay, Sirius burst into tears and cried for so long and so hard that she had to give him a calming draft. He wasn't allowed to see Remus quite yet, but he managed to send a message to both Lyle and Andromeda telling them the news. Lyle showed up shortly thereafter, pale and out of breath, and he dropped down next to Sirius's side with his hands pressed over his face. Neither man said anything, just taking comfort from the other's presence. After a while, Lyle offered to take Harry back to bed. Sirius gratefully passed him over, his head lolling from Sirius's shoulder over to Lyle's, but he remained asleep. Lyle promised to wait up with him and tell him the news once he awoke.
Are you sure you don't want to wait to see him?
Sirius asked, but Lyle shook his head.
You should be the one to stay with him tonight. I'll take care of the lad.
So Sirius was left alone again. It was nearing midnight when Madame Pomfrey finally let Sirius in. She led him to the far side of the hospital wing, where the large windows overlooked the grounds, over to Remus's bed, the same one he'd always occupied after a full moon at Hogwarts. Sirius dropped into the chair Madame Pomfrey had left at the bedside, taking in Remus's battered but beautiful face. He was going to be okay, thank Merlin, he was going to be okay. Sirius wiped away a fresh batch of tears. Madame Pomfrey left him alone, saying she was going to see to the other order members' injuries. Sirius's back was still burning in pain, as was the shoulder where Crouch's curse had hit him, but he didn't say anything. She could see to him in the morning. He owed her, and the rest of the order, Remus's life. Their rest and their injuries could take priority over his. Once the hospital wing was deserted, Sirius laced his fingers through Remus's and brought his hand to his lips, gently kissing each knuckle. Remus didn't stir, but his hand was warm and his pulse was steady, and that was the reassurance Sirius needed. He laid Remus's hand back down and started his count over, this time counting heartbeats.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Remus didn't wake the next day, or the day after that. Madame Pomfrey assured them that this was to be expected, that after the physical and mental trauma Remus had endured, it may take a few days before he regained consciousness. Of course, that didn't keep Sirius from worrying. He hardly left Remus's side, almost obsessively watching his breathing pattern and checking that his pulse was still strong. This was unnecessary, of course, since Madame Pomfrey had spells set up to monitor this and tell her if anything changed. But Sirius still needed to check for himself. The feeling of Remus's chest stilling beneath his hands, of his heart suddenly stopping, was haunting him. Remus had died, for all of a few minutes, and Sirius had felt it happen. He lived in fear of feeling it happen again. So he stayed curled up in the chair next to Remus's bed, which Madame Pomfrey had transfigured from the usual wooden visitor's chair to a plush, comfortable armchair. The only time Sirius left it was to trade off with Lyle. They took shifts so that one of them was always with Remus, the other always with Harry. Harry had been unusually subdued since he'd come across Remus's injured form in the hospital wing that night, and Sirius was concerned that he may never recover from everything that had happened the last few weeks. They'd finally managed to piece together a picture of how Harry had ended up in the hospital wing by himself. He'd been staying with the Weasleys, who were just as worried about Arthur as Harry was about Remus, so Molly and Lyle thought a sleepover would help take the kids' minds off what was going on. It worked, but when Arthur returned, Harry slipped out in the chaos to look for Remus. He'd wandered around for a while until he overheard McGonagall and Snape talking about Remus's and Sirius's return, so Harry had followed them unnoticed to the hospital wing. Molly felt horrible, of course, and had apologized to Sirius again and again for losing track of Harry. But Sirius waved it off. It was a mistake, no one's fault, and completely understandable given that awful night. Miraculously, all of the Order members who had gone with him to Little Hangleton had returned alive and mostly unharmed, aside from a few gashes and breaks that Madame Pomfrey had easily healed. Mad Eye got the worst of it. He was sporting a rash of new scars from being on the wrong end of a blasting curse, and he'd lost the eye on that side of his face. But he was in surprisingly good spirits about it. St. Mungo's was fitting him for a new magical eye that Mad Eye said would both help him as an Auror and help him explain away his nickname, which he'd apparently earned thanks to a conjunctivitis curse gone wrong, and he was getting tired of people telling the story.
We fought like hell, though.
Mad Eye said emphatically about their battle in the Little Hangleton graveyard.
Outnumbered 3-1, and still gave those bastards what for.
Mad Eye told them that after their retreat, Frank and his team of Aurors had arrived on the scene and rounded up as many Death Eaters as they could. Voldemort had escaped, unfortunately, along with Bellatrix, and Sirius's skin crawled thinking about what their next move might be. Peter had evaded capture, too, and though the thought of him still at large filled Sirius with rage, all he had to do was look at Remus to know that he'd made the right decision. He still had every intention of killing Peter someday, but he would do it with Remus at his side. The Aurors had captured Lucius Malfoy though, along with Avery and Goyle. And since Crouch Jr. was dead, a death that would be written off without an investigation, Mad Eye told him, the imperious curse he'd placed on Crouch Sr. was broken, so the Ministry of Magic was safe from Voldemort's influence for now. Supposedly, Crouch Sr. had tried to resign as Minister for Magic the moment he'd regained control of his mind, horrified at the danger he'd put the wizarding world in. But Dumbledore had talked him out of it, at least for now.
Because none of the other candidates have even half a brain between them.
Mad Eye had growled when Sirius asked him why Dumbledore still wanted Crouch at the helm.
Crouch may be arrogant and stubborn, and he's damn difficult to work with sometimes, but he'll stand up to Voldemort and at least he's the devil we know.
Sirius picked up lots of tidbits like this over the days, as various Order members drifted in and out of the hospital wing to visit with him while he sat at Remus's side. A mound of Honeydukes chocolate was growing on the bedside table, which Sirius let Harry help himself to whenever he visited. Harry was nervous about Remus's continued unconscious state, constantly asking Sirius when he was going to wake up. Sirius just held him close and told him they needed to give him time, that Remus would wake up as soon as he was ready. In the meantime, he spoiled Harry with too much chocolate, the way Remus would have wanted him to, and picked up where Remus had left off with their reading lessons. He and Harry would cuddle up in the armchair, sometimes with Lyle in a chair opposite, and take turns reading out loud to Remus. Harry hadn't quite progressed to reading chapter books by himself yet, but he was getting better, and he could make it through reading a page out loud if he went slowly and Sirius kept his finger under the word they were working on. In the evening, the three of them would eat dinner around Remus's bed in the hospital wing, then Lyle would eventually take Harry by the hand and lead him back to their guest suite so he could go to bed. Sirius, still plagued by insomnia, always took the night shifts with Remus, and he liked this time alone. At night, he could pretend Remus was just sleeping, that he'd never been hurt, and he would rise out of bed in the morning along with everyone else. Sirius would fall asleep just before dawn, his hand on Remus's, and convince himself that he was going to wake up the same way he had for so many years. Remus's arm curled around him protectively, Remus's legs tucked behind his legs, his steady breathing tickling the hairs on the back of his neck. Light. Fog. Remus was standing alone somewhere, mist swirling around his ankles as bright sunshine poured in from the windows above. He didn't know where he was, exactly, but he knew he was here because he was supposed to do something. Something important. A train. That's right, he had to catch a train. He looked around, wondering where to go. Ah, there it was. The platform. Remus started walking towards the train waiting there, following the smell of lavender and peppermint wafting out from the carriage. But as he moved forward, he started to feel sluggish, like trying to run in a dream. Something was holding him back. He could hear voices now, voices he recognized. He looked around but couldn't see anyone else. The train was leaving. He should be on it. But his vision was tunneling as a force beyond his control pulled him backwards, back to the dark, back to the pain, back to those voices he knew so well. A fiery pain was winding its way through his limbs. He burned in agony, and he didn't want to be alone, he wanted to find that voice and stay with him. Light. Fog. No, not fog, pillows. Blankets. Remus blinked slowly, coming back to himself in pieces. His neck was stiff, his head was pounding, and his mouth and throat felt like they were coated in sandpaper. His limbs were alight in pain, especially his leg, which seemed to be throbbing in time to his heartbeat. Despite all this, an overwhelming feeling of relief settled over him as he took in the Hogwarts hospital wing, its high windows shining light down on him and a cool breeze playing over his face. He worried, for a moment, that this was another false memory, that he was back in the attic and this was yet another mind trick from Voldemort. He certainly had enough memories of the hospital wing to choose from, and his muddled and hazy thoughts seemed to confirm his theory that he was not in control of his own mind. But then he saw Sirius, and Remus felt his solidity in a way he never had during those false memories. He knew then that this was real, he was safe, he was in his own mind and didn't need to fear that someone else was in his. Sirius was asleep next to him. Most of him was in an armchair, but his top half was folded over the bed, his head resting on top of his arms. His hair spilled across the bedspread, the black locks standing out spectacularly against the white sheets, and his chest rose and fell in an easy rhythm as he slept peacefully on. Merlin, but he was beautiful. Remus tentatively reached out his hand, that small movement taking all the energy he had, and rested it on top of Sirius's head. He rubbed small circles into his scalp, smoothing out the hair there, until Sirius stirred and looked up at him muzzily.
Remus?
He slurred, then sat up straighter and exclaimed,
Remus!
Before he broke down crying. This sudden show of emotion was so overpowering that Remus jolted.
Pads.
He tried to say, but he couldn't tell if he'd even spoken, his voice was so hoarse. He reached out instead to try to offer comfort, and Sirius grabbed his hand and covered it in wet kisses.
I'm sorry.
He blubbered.
I'm so sorry I left you that night. Gods, it's all I've been thinking about. If I hadn't gone to the garage, or if I'd gotten back sooner.
It had been such an intense and chaotic few weeks that Remus had no idea what he was talking about at first, and when he finally worked it out, his confusion only increased. He tried to tell Sirius that he'd done nothing wrong, but his throat was so dry that no sound could get past his cracked and swollen lips, and Sirius's face crumpled even more.
I'm such an idiot,
he said. With a tap of his wand, he filled the glass on Remus's bedside table with water and gently lifted Remus's head so he could drink. Remus tried to gulp it down as fast as he could, but Sirius made him go slow, and when the glass was empty, Remus was relieved to lie back down.
Pads.
He tried again, this time with more success.
It is not your fault.
Just trying to string a sentence together was leaving him out of breath. Sirius looked like he wanted to argue with him, but perhaps he decided to save it for when Remus had regained his strength, because he just shook his head and pressed Remus's hand to his lips again.
Merlin, Moony, you really scared us.
Sorry.
Don't apologize, you wanker.
A fresh wave of tears leaked out of Sirius's eyes as he choked out.
I missed you so much.
A lump rose in Remus's throat and he, too, began to well up. He'd been forced to watch Sirius die in 23 different memories, had watched Crouch nearly kill him in the graveyard, but here they both were. He was so grateful to have this brave, loving, wonderful man in front of him, safe and whole.
I missed you too.
And then they were together, their hands roving each other's bodies, Sirius's lips pressed against his. They were both stale-breathed and clumsy and embarrassingly weepy, but they were alive. Remus pressed his hand over Sirius's chest to feel the steady thump-thump-thump of his heart, just as Sirius cupped the nape of Remus's neck and leaned their foreheads together.
Never again, you hear me?
He pressed another kiss to Remus's lips, his cheek, his nose, his eyebrow.
That's never happening to you again.
I'll try my best to avoid it.
Sirius smiled, but it faded almost instantly.
Moony.
He looked at him so tenderly, his gray eyes brimming over with tears.
You died. I watched you stop breathing. I felt your heart stop.
Hearing this sent a shiver through his body, but he pushed this information away and filed it under deal with later, if at all. He placed his hands over Sirius's and said,
You brought me back.
I don't know about that. Pomfrey brought you back, really.
As if on cue, Madame Pomfrey came bustling around the corner, 2 different potions in her hands. Her face broke into a smile when she saw Remus awake, and Remus smiled back at her. A swell of emotions filled his chest at the thought of this woman and all she'd given him over the years. Now he owed her even more.
I thought I heard your voice. How are you feeling, Remus?
Okay.
Young man, I did not stay up all of Tuesday night, and half into Wednesday morning just for okay. Here, drink this.
She unstoppered the green potion and carefully tipped it into Remus's mouth. It burned, but not unpleasantly so, and Remus felt a slight rush of energy as he finished off the phial.
Wait half an hour.
Madame Pomfrey continued.
Then drink this one.
She placed the pink potion on his bedside table, next to what Remus was only just now realizing was a veritable mountain of chocolate.
You'll feel much better afterwards.
Remus was already feeling better now, emboldened by whatever had been in the green potion. His body still ached, and his leg was still throbbing, but it was somehow more manageable.
Thank you, Poppy,
he said. Madame Pomfrey just nodded briskly.
I'll be back in half an hour to make sure you take that potion,
she said, before disappearing back around the corner and into her office. Feeling a little bit stronger, Remus leaned forward and grabbed Sirius by the arm. Sirius looked taken aback by Remus's sudden intensity, but Remus didn't hesitate as he gently inspected Sirius's shoulder, the one Crouch had hit.
You're all right.
Of course.
Because I saw Crouch curse you.
It was nothing. No lasting damage, I had Pomfrey check.
And the others?
All okay. Well, Moody needs a new eye, but he's pretty excited about it. Everyone else is okay, though. No deaths, no serious injuries.
And Harry?
He's okay, too. He's with your dad right now. Love.
Sirius stilled Remus's rambling with a touch of his hand.
We're all fine. You're the one we've been worried about.
Remus sighed and lied back down.
But Voldemort is back.
For the first time, Sirius's face darkened.
Yeah. He's back. We tried to get there in time to stop the resurrection ritual, but we were too late.
How did you even know where to go?
It's a long story. And complicated. I'll tell you another time, okay?
Remus took a good look at Sirius then, noticing for the first time how tired he seemed, how dark the bags under his eyes were. His stubble had grown in, and his clothes had a rumpled air that suggested he'd been sleeping in them. Remus didn't think he'd ever seen him look more beautiful. All he wanted was for Sirius to curl up with him so they could both go back to sleep. But they had things to talk about, and Remus couldn't rest until he'd said what he needed to say.
Sirius.
He reached his hand out again, and Sirius laced their fingers together.
We're going to have to get through another war.
Sirius nodded solemnly.
I know.
And Voldemort still wants to kill Harry. We have to protect him.
We will.
Right, but that's why.
He didn't know how to phrase this next part. He wanted to get it right, but he was also bursting to just get it over with.
That's why you can't do something like this again, all right?
Sirius furrowed his brow.
Something like what?
Like putting yourself in danger the way you did, coming to the graveyard.
Remus.
He shook his head incredulously.
You were hurt. Are you seriously saying that you'd rather I had just hung back?
Yes, I mean.
Remus sighed and rubbed a hand over his face.
Obviously I'm glad to be out of there and safe. But coming to that graveyard was so dangerous. You could have died.
You did die, Remus.
I know. Look, this is going to be different than the last time we were at war. We're not 18 anymore, we have Harry now, and we have to think of him.
What are you talking about? I was thinking of him.
But if you died, then what would have happened to Harry? That's what I'm saying. I'm beyond grateful that you helped rescue me, but you shouldn't have put yourself at risk like that. Not when Harry needs you alive.
He needs you alive too, you know.
Sirius grumbled.
I didn't go to that graveyard just for you, or for me. I also went because Harry has been going out of his mind since you've been missing, and he needed you back.
Even so, look, if we're going to do this, if we're going to be facing a war again, then we can't both be gone at the same time. Even if I'm in trouble, you have to stay back. Harry comes first. Before me, before everything.
Sirius mulled that over for a few moments, his eyes averted and his face difficult to read. Finally, he looked at Remus and nodded.
Harry comes first.
Thank you.
Except for when you do.
Remus started to protest, but Sirius cut him off with a shake of his head.
No, I'm sorry, Remus, but you're going to come first sometimes, even if you don't like it. I can promise you that I'll put Harry first 99 times out of 100. But if you're ever in danger like that again, you can't ask me to stay home. You just can't. It's not fair.
Usually when Sirius got stubborn about something, he got petulant. His face would turn stony and his lips would pout. Not this time, though. Now, Sirius was looking at him with such sad, pleading eyes that Remus felt all his resolve melt.
He can't lose both of us,
he said quietly, his last attempt to make his point.
And we could have both died the other night.
But we didn't. Moons, listen to me, we'll figure this out. We don't even know what's happening right now, whether the Order of the Phoenix is rebanding or if we're going to be a part of it. So until we have to cross that bridge, let's not worry about it. Please, love, I just got you back. I don't want to think about losing you again.
Remus deflated and finally nodded. He was too overcome to speak, but they always knew how to reach each other without words. Sure enough, Sirius smiled and got up from the armchair, moving to perch on the edge of the bed instead. He kept Remus's hand clasped in his as he gently leaned in for a proper kiss. Remus was self-conscious about his chapped lips and what he imagined must be terrible breath, but Sirius didn't seem to care. He pressed their lips together and kissed him, long and slow, until Remus parted his mouth and the kiss deepened. He still wasn't ready to face everything he had to process, the abduction, the torture, the fact that he'd died, however briefly, but so long as Sirius held him, he thought he could hold himself together. They spent the next half an hour lying side by side in bed, sharing a box of Honey Duke's chocolate and working their way through the Daily Prophet's latest crossword puzzle. Madame Pomfrey eventually returned, making sure Remus drank every drop of the pink potion, and she had just gone back to her office when 2 more visitors turned up at the door. Remus's heart expanded as he watched his dad and Harry walking hand in hand towards him. Lyle was trying to hide his stress, but years of practice meant that Remus could pick out the fine lines and creases that showed his breaking points. As soon as they reached the foot of the bed, Lyle let go of Harry's hand and came to stand next to Remus. His eyes were shining as he took him in, and Remus might have felt embarrassed if he weren't so relieved to see him.
You had me worried,
Lyle said in Welsh.
I missed you, my son.
Remus nodded, his emotions making it hard to speak, but he managed to find the words in Welsh and reply thickly.
I missed you too.
He fixed his eyes now on Harry, who was still standing back and looking at Remus almost warily. He was reminded of the first time he'd met Harry, the day Sirius had brought him back to their flat. Harry had made so much progress since then, but looking at him now, Remus could see the shadow of that former life still clinging to him.
Hello, Harry,
he said softly.
Hi.
Harry replied, not quite meeting his eyes. Sirius looked like he was going to intervene, but Remus held out a hand to forestall him.
Harry,
he continued.
I'm so sorry I was gone for so long. I didn't want to be. I wanted to be with you and Padfoot, but I couldn't get home.
Harry finally looked up, his lip quivering.
You got hurt.
He blurted out.
I did.
I saw you bleeding.
Remus winced.
I'm sorry you saw that. You shouldn't have had to see me hurt. I bet that was scary.
Yeah, it was scary.
Harry sniffled and wiped his nose.
But you're better now.
Much better, and I missed you so much.
Harry's eyes spilled over with tears, and Remus opened his arms.
Come here, Sprog.
All apprehension forgotten, Harry went sprinting towards him, leaping onto the bed and crawling up to burrow his head into Remus's chest. Remus wrapped his arms around him as Harry cried and babbled nonsensically. He was too warm and one of his hands was sticky and his messy hair was tickling Remus's nose, but he smelled like home and Remus loved him so damn much. He felt Sirius lie down next to him and wrap his arms around the two of them, and Lyle placed a hand on his shoulder, and finally, Remus felt complete. Chapter 17. Remus was released from the hospital wing a few days later, and though he smiled broadly at the other members of the order and doted on Harry as usual, Sirius could see the darkness that lurked beneath the mask. Remus seemed distant, distracted, hardly speaking unless it was to Harry. More than once Sirius heard him tossing and turning long into the night, and he sometimes even disappeared for hours at a time. Where he went, Sirius had no idea, and he could hardly follow him and leave Harry on his own. Not for the first time, he wished desperately they still had the Marauder's map.
Sorry, did the smoke wake you? I cast an imperturbable charm, but it's been a while since I used one of those.
No, the smoke didn't wake me.
Sirius passed the charm's barrier, where he was immediately assaulted with the smell of stale tobacco, despite the open window.
Since when did you pick up smoking again? We quit for a reason.
Remus shrugged, taking a long drag on the cigarette. The glowing embers flared briefly in the dark, casting the shadows on his face into stark contrast.
Old habits, I guess. Helps settle the nerves.
Sirius made a non-committal noise and hoisted himself onto the window sill, leaning back opposite Remus. They must have spent countless hours arranged like this in the window of Gryffindor Tower, sharing a cigarette, or occasionally a spliff, and talking about everything and nothing all at once. James would always give them hell for smoking in the dorms, even after they'd mastered the imperturbable charm, because the smoke would cling to their clothes and reek for days. Sirius wished now that they'd quit while he was still alive. He wanted to ask Remus to talk to him, to share what was on his mind and what he was thinking about all these sleepless nights. But he had to tread carefully. If there was one thing he'd learned the hard way, it was that he couldn't force Remus into a conversation he wasn't ready to have. Instead, he asked,
"What are you nervous about tonight?"
I don't know.
Remus muttered.
Lots, I expect. There's a war brewing somewhere out there, and I don't want to talk to Dumbledore tomorrow.
Right. Their meeting with Dumbledore. Remus had been out of the hospital wing no more than 5 minutes when Dumbledore sent them a meeting invitation, something that infuriated Sirius to no end. Not once had Dumbledore been by to check on Remus's recovery, but he seemed happy enough to squeeze him for information once he was up and moving about. Sirius had tried to postpone, but Remus convinced him it was better to just get it over with.
I'm not looking forward to that either,
Sirius replied.
Just remember, you don't have to talk about anything you're not comfortable with.
I don't have any useful information for him anyway. It's not like I overheard anything while I was there.
While I was there. Remus was still talking about his capture and imprisonment like it had been some sort of work trip, or a detour to the grocery store. Sirius didn't need him to share every gory detail, he'd seen enough for himself, but he wanted Remus to feel like he could process what had happened to him without dancing around it or using evasive language. But he couldn't force the conversation.
Well, I'll be there with you, at least. And I won't let him pester you for any information that you don't have or don't want to share.
Remus offered him a weak smile.
I know you won't.
The silence stretched between them then, and while it wasn't exactly uncomfortable, it certainly wasn't the companionable silence they were used to. There was a tension to it, and Sirius was afraid of anything he might say that could cause it to snap. With nothing better to do, he finally gestured to Remus's cigarette and said,
"Go on, then."
Remus smirked and passed him the cigarette, and Sirius took it with a deftness he'd forgotten he possessed. Gods, he missed smoking. But he didn't miss having the lung capacity of an obese walrus, and he couldn't make this a habit with Harry around. Still, a smoke every once in a while couldn't hurt. He brought the cigarette to his lips, already anticipating the taste and the rush of nicotine that accompanied it. He inhaled deeply. And nearly died hacking up a lung.
"God's almighty, Moony,"
he spluttered, coughing and wheezing as Remus raised his eyebrows at him.
"This is awful. Where did you get this shit?"
"Our old stash."
"Behind the 6th floor tapestry? That's still there? Merlin, this must be a decade old."
"Yeah, I put a preservation charm on them, but I think it's worn off."
"How can you stand smoking this?"
It's not so bad. You get used to it."
Sirius doubted that very much, and he was only too happy to pass the cigarette back to Remus. But he didn't turn it down when Remus passed it back to him a few minutes later, and though the cigarette still tasted like old cardboard and burned like hellfire, it wasn't as bad when he was expecting it. Neither of them spoke, and when the cigarette had finally burned down and Remus stubbed it out on the window ledge, he let himself be led back to bed, where Sirius wrapped his arms around him and pulled him close. He was still much too skinny. Sirius could feel his hip bones poking out, but he was starting to gain back some of the weight he'd lost. He still wasn't eating nearly as much as Sirius wanted him to, but when Sirius asked Madame Pomfrey about it, she assured him that this was normal, that you couldn't push your appetite when you were recovering from being starved. Starved. Sirius tightened his grip on Remus as that word echoed through his head. That's what they'd done to him, starved him, beat him, tortured him. His Moony, who loved old books and oversized jumpers and would always stop to rescue worms from puddles after a rainy day. Who dived into the darkest depths of Sirius's trauma and pulled him to the surface for air. Who knew exactly what to say and do to bring Harry out of his armored shell. His Moony, who practiced patience and kindness as though they were as natural as breathing. Crouch was dead, but he wanted the rest of them dead, too. Wormtail, Bellatrix, Voldemort. Sirius would kill them all for what they'd done to Remus. His dark mood carried on through the night and into the morning, right up until he found himself fidgeting in a chair opposite Dumbledore's desk. Remus's hand was clasped in his, and though Remus wasn't happy either, he was hiding it slightly better than Sirius. He mindlessly stroked Sirius's thumb with his own, and Sirius used the sensation to stay grounded. He wondered if Remus knew how much Sirius had come to depend on these sorts of small gestures, which had just become part of the way they existed with each other. Sirius himself hadn't realized how much he needed them until Remus was gone. Rain lashed against the windows behind Dumbledore's desk. It had started storming heavily that morning, and the thunderhead outside seemed to reflect Sirius's current state of mind. Across from them, Dumbledore hummed distractedly while he straightened a stack of parchment, looking entirely unbothered by both the storm outside and Sirius's mood inside. When he finally turned towards them, Sirius was relieved to see that his blue eyes seemed kind instead of calculating. But he was still on the defense.
I'm very relieved you're back safe and sound, Remus,
Dumbledore said with a small bow of his head. Remus smiled tightly.
Thank you, Professor.
I am sorry to call on you like this, but there are matters we must discuss, and I'd rather we do so sooner rather than later.
Sirius squeezed Remus's hand, but before he could say anything, Remus plowed ahead with,
If you want me to tell you what happened those 2 weeks, I'm afraid I don't see much point in it. I don't have any useful information on Voldemort or his plans.
No, I suspected as much, and I have no desire to make you relive those horrible memories. That's not why I called you here today.
Oh, then, why did you?
I wanted to talk to both of you about Harry.
Remus straightened up, but Dumbledore continued before he could get a word in.
I talked to Sirius about this briefly, but now that you are out of danger and we're staring another war in the face, it is imperative I give you all the information I have on Harry and his connection with Voldemort.
Sirius's heart plummeted. With everything that had happened the last few days, this issue had been pushed almost to the back of his mind. He'd at least remembered to fill Remus in on the few details he had, and he was glad he did, or else he'd have been blindsided just now. Still, Remus looked particularly unhappy with the topic of conversation. He kept his lips pressed into a thin line and didn't interrupt as Dumbledore told them about Harry's connection with Voldemort, how they had the ability to share one mind, how this could be used to their advantage, like when Harry saw where Remus was being kept. However, Voldemort could just as easily infiltrate Harry's mind, and now that Voldemort was back to his full strength, they would have to start teaching Harry occlumency right away.
I don't understand,
Remus finally said at the end of the explanation.
How is this connection even possible?
Because the scar Harry carries is no ordinary scar,
Dumbledore replied.
Through it, Harry and Voldemort share a mental and emotional connection. I believe that the night Voldemort went to Godric's Hollow and tried to kill him, he transferred a little bit of his powers to Harry.
Remus visibly paled at these words, and Sirius demanded.
What kind of powers?
Not anything harmful, I assure you. Small things, his ability to talk to snakes, for example.
What?
Harry's a Parselmouth.
Did you not know?
Dumbledore frowned pensively.
I found him conversing with a grass snake in Hagrid's garden. He seemed quite happy to talk about it, so I assumed it was an open topic of conversation between the three of you.
Of course we didn't know,
Sirius snapped.
We live in the middle of London, and we don't keep snakes in the house. How in Merlin's name would we know he's a Parselmouth?
Really, Sirius, it's nothing to fret about. It's quite a harmless skill, despite its association with the dark arts.
Sirius crossed his arms sullenly. Nearly every item in Grimmauld Place was adorned with serpents, and he'd grown to hate them for their association with Slytherin. The idea that his godson could actually talk to snakes was not one Sirius could accept lightly.
So, what, then? Voldemort's rebounded curse created this connection between them? That doesn't make sense.
Perhaps not, but what happened that night was of the oldest, deepest sort of magic, and there is much we do not understand about it. All I can tell you is that this connection exists, and we must teach Harry to be vigilant of it.
Does Voldemort know?
Remus cut in.
Does he know about this connection with Harry?
I cannot say for certain, but I do not believe so. And we must ensure that he never finds out, or else he would surely use it to lure Harry away from you or possibly even possess him.
Both Sirius and Remus recoiled at the thought of Harry possessed by a Lord Voldemort at the height of his power. Still, something didn't quite add up. An old curse scar, with the ability to mentally link two people separated by hundreds of miles, to allow Voldemort full possession of Harry's mind? No, there was more to this than Dumbledore was letting on. Sirius locked eyes with the headmaster and said in a low voice.
You promised that you would tell us everything you know. So tell me the truth, is this everything? Is this all there is to Harry and Voldemort's connection?
Dumbledore held his gaze, and for a moment, Sirius thought he was going to relent. But then he just nodded and replied.
Yes. That's everything.
I don't believe you.
Sirius thought.
I don't trust you.
But just like with Remus, he couldn't force the headmaster into having a conversation or revealing information when he was unwilling. Still, he was getting tired of people shutting him out.
Right.
Sirius grumbled.
If that's all, then.
It's not, actually. I have one more matter I'd like to discuss.
And what's that?
A job.
He turned towards Remus, who was still looking pale and shaken, but perked up slightly when Dumbledore's attention focused on him.
As usual, Hogwarts is one staff member short. The position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor needs to be filled, and I'd like to offer it to you, Remus.
Remus blinked in surprise.
Me?
Certainly. Your work history makes you an exemplary candidate, not to mention your time fighting with the Order. Hogwarts would be lucky to have you.
Oh, absolutely not.
Sirius barged in, earning him a reproachful glare from Remus.
Sirius.
That job is jinxed, Moony, you know as well as I do. We never had a professor last longer than a year. You can't put yourself at risk like that.
The job is jinxed, it's true.
Dumbledore admitted.
But I have very good reason to believe that the jinx will not apply to Remus.
Sirius scoffed.
Oh really? And why's that?
Because the job has only been jinxed since I denied it to a young Lord Voldemort more than 20 years ago. And as Voldemort's new body was resurrected using Remus's blood, I believe the jinx will recognize them as one and the same.
A stark silence followed this proclamation. Sirius snuck a glance at Remus, who was chewing on his lip and seemed to be lost in thought. Dumbledore, as usual, looked smug at his own cleverness, and it filled Sirius with a simmering anger. This man was playing with his family's safety and well-being, holding back information on Harry's connection with Voldemort, and now toying with Remus's emotions by offering him a job that could very well end with him hurt, or worse.
What about my lycanthropy?
Remus asked.
It's not safe for me to be around students on the full moon, and I'll need time to recover.
I'm glad you asked. You've heard of the Wolfsbane potion?
Remus and Sirius nodded. They'd both been following the news of the Wolfsbane potion closely, and Sirius in particular had been waiting for the recipe to become available to the general public so he could try brewing it for Moony.
You'll have a limitless supply for as long as you're here, brewed by Professor Snape himself. In fact, the first batch should be ready in time for this month's full moon. I believe you'll find your recovery time is much shorter with the Wolfsbane potion.
And that was the final straw for Sirius.
Stop it.
He growled, staring furiously at Dumbledore.
I'll not let you put him in danger, again, while dangling the Wolfsbane potion in front of him like some sort of incentive.
Put him in danger? I am merely offering him a job.
A job that could kill him.
As I told you, I believe the jinx will not apply to Remus.
That's nothing more than a theory, and you can't test it unless Remus takes the job and risks his safety.
I assure you, he will be perfectly safe.
You can't assure me of anything. You assured me James and Lily would be safe. You assured me Harry would be safe. Why should I take you at your word?
That's hardly fair.
No, what's not fair is you risking the lives of the people I love again and again.
Sirius, please.
I'll do it.
Sirius whipped his head around to stare at Remus. He'd let go of Sirius's hand and had his eyes fixed straight ahead, a determined expression on his face.
Moony.
He started, but Remus talked over top of him.
I'll do it. I want the job.
Splendid.
Dumbledore smiled pleasantly as though he and Sirius hadn't just been arguing.
I'll draw up the contract for you to sign in the next day or two.
Good, thank you, Professor.
Remus said, then stood up and strode out of the room. Sirius sat there for a moment, stunned at the abrupt end to this conversation, before muttering a hurried goodbye to Dumbledore and rushing after him. By the time Sirius passed the gargoyle outside of Dumbledore's office, Remus was already down the hall and disappearing around the corner, his long legs carrying him away fast. Sirius had to jog to cover the distance between them, and when he finally caught up with him outside the school trophy room, Remus turned on him furiously.
What?
He snapped. Sirius took a step back, but his defenses rose immediately.
What do you mean, what? You just took a job without even talking to me about it first.
Oh, did you want to talk? Because you seemed happy to do the talking for both of us in there.
Come on, I wasn't talking for you. I was just.
Yes.
Remus prompted when Sirius didn't continue.
I was just. I don't know, look, you know what I'm like. He's putting you in danger again. And it got to me.
He's not sending me on a dangerous order mission. He's not asking me to go undercover with the werewolves. He's asking me to teach.
I know, but is that a decision you should even be making right now?
Whoops. He hadn't meant to say that, and judging by Remus's narrowed eyes, he wouldn't be able to just gloss over it.
And what is that supposed to mean?
Sirius sighed, there was no avoiding it now.
Just that, you haven't been well since you got back. You're still recovering from what happened, you won't talk to me about it, and now you've taken a job without so much as a conversation between us. I don't think you're in the right frame of mind to be making big life choices.
So I'll just let you make those choices for me, shall I?
No.
Because if you had your way, I'd be tucked away safely inside for my whole life, never able to go anywhere or do anything in case it put me in harm's way.
That's not true.
Sirius's voice had taken on a desperate tone.
Mooney, you know that's not true.
What I know is that I'm getting tired of you treating me like I'm made of glass.
That isn't my intention.
Merlin, how did this conversation get so terribly derailed?
But you've just gone through something terrible, and I'm worried about you.
Well, save your worry. I'm fine, and I can make my own decisions.
With that, Remus turned back around and continued his angry march down the corridor, Sirius trailing behind him.
Mooney, come on.
He tried to take his hand, but Remus whipped it out of his grasp.
Don't.
Please just talk to me.
I don't want to talk.
Remus.
No.
His voice echoed through the hallway, and Sirius flinched at its volume.
I don't want to talk and I don't want to see you right now, so stop following me, Black.
Sirius stayed frozen to the spot, watching as Remus's retreating figure got farther and farther away. He'd called him Black, that was never a good sign. They only resorted to surnames when they were truly angry at each other, and though he couldn't quite pinpoint how things had deteriorated so quickly between them, Remus was clearly very angry. Every instinct was screaming at him to go after him, to chase Remus down and make sure he was okay. But he knew that would only make Remus more angry, and maybe Remus had a point after all, maybe Sirius had crossed the line from protective to controlling. Those 2 weeks without him had been unbearable, the night of his rescue excruciating, and looking back, Sirius thought that maybe the trauma of it all had pushed him into becoming some overbearing version of himself that he never wanted to be. But, no, that wasn't quite it. There was a ring of truth to it, certainly, but there was more to the story. Sirius had always been protective, at times even overprotective, that wasn't new. What was new, however, was Remus's sleepless nights, his distance, his complete refusal to talk about anything that was bothering him. Sirius could always wheedle Remus's feelings out him eventually, but this sudden change in their dynamic reminded Sirius of when Remus was undercover during the war and completely closed himself off. And that terrified him.
Stop it, stop it.
He could feel himself start to spiral into dark memories, and Sirius gripped his hair to keep himself tethered to the present. He didn't want to fall apart, not without Remus to put him back together, and not when he had more people who were relying on him. Harry had just started to let himself shine again, and he needed Sirius, too. So he let Remus go, though doing so twisted his stomach into knots, and went to find Harry instead, whom he'd left with Andy and Ted. He wandered through the castle in a daze, eventually finding his way to the Tonks guest suite, where Andy opened the door, took one look at his face, and suggested he come in for a cup of tea. Harry and Dora were lying on the floor, using a battered old wizard's chess set to play some made-up game called Treasure Seekers. The pieces kept shouting at them that they were playing wrong, but it just made Harry and Dora laugh. The sight of them getting along so well and Dora being so kind brought some warmth back to Sirius's chest. They spent a pleasant afternoon sitting side by side on the sofa and watching the storm rage outside, Andy talking to him softly and in a way that grounded him, so by the time he and Harry left, Sirius was feeling remarkably better. That feeling quickly dissipated, however, when they returned to their own guest suite and found Remus still gone. Sirius tried to stuff his anxiety down, but the day continued on and Remus still wasn't back by supper time, or by bedtime, and Harry started getting nervous, too. Sirius assured him that all was well and Moony would be back soon, and he gave him a kiss on the forehead and wished him good night. Then he went back to their own bedroom and succumbed to the panic attack that had been building for the past hour. It was nearing midnight when the front door of their suite finally opened and Remus walked in, soaking wet yet somehow still reeking of stale cigarettes. Sirius had been pacing the sitting room floor, but he stopped mid-stride as soon as he saw Remus and just took him in, savoring the relief flooding through him before he allowed his anger to take center stage. He cast a silencing charm on Harry's bedroom door before hissing,
"Where the hell have you been?"
"Nowhere important,"
Remus replied with a shrug. He brushed past Sirius on his way to the bedroom, taking off his wet jumper as he went and tossing it over a chair.
"You'll have to do better than that,"
Sirius said, closing the bedroom door behind them as he followed Remus in.
"You've been gone all day."
Remus laughed hollowly.
"No, you do not get to be the righteous one here. I'm still angry with you."
"Be angry all you want. That doesn't give you the right to just disappear like that without a word as to when you'll be back. Do you have any idea how worried Harry has been? He nearly lost you once already, and now you take off on him for an entire day."
Remus, who'd been struggling to peel his wet t-shirt off, suddenly looked ashamed. His shoulders slumped and he let go of the hem of his shirt, staring at the floor.
"Is he okay?"
"Yes. But I'm not."
Remus looked up and Sirius met his eyes, a warm honey brown that he could get lost in. He glanced away before that happened, though, and continued.
"I know I was being an arse this morning, and I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken for you in Dumbledore's office. But you can't just leave me like that. You're my partner, we're raising a kid together, for Godric's sake. We have to be able to talk things out."
Remus nodded.
"You're right, I'm sorry, too, I shouldn't have left, I don't know."
He heaved a sigh.
"I had to get out, and then I couldn't bring myself to come back. But that wasn't fair to you or Harry."
"Yeah, well, thanks for saying that."
Sirius offered a shy smile.
"And you've gotten yourself all wet, you tosser. Why didn't you cast an impervious charm?"
Remus smiled back.
"Maybe I wanted you to get me out of my wet clothes."
Sirius laughed, but Remus had moved closer and was eyeing him up and down. Before Sirius could say anything, Remus pressed him against the door and started kissing him hungrily. Sirius parted his mouth, allowing the kiss to deepen, but something about it felt wrong. Remus rolled his hips against Sirius's and bit his lower lip, pulling a low moan out of him, and Sirius lost himself in the pleasure of it for a moment before bringing his brain back online.
"Moons, wait,"
he gasped, carefully pushing Remus back.
"Slow down."
"Why?"
Remus whipped his shirt off and tossed it to the floor.
"I want you, we haven't done this in ages."
"Exactly. We haven't done this since before Bellatrix attacked us, and I think we should talk first."
"I don't want to talk."
Remus nipped gently at Sirius's neck and pinned his wrists down.
"I want to fuck."
"Remus."
But Remus wasn't listening. He was kissing his way up his jawline, moaning in his ear, reaching down his trousers. He put a hand on Sirius's cock and began stroking him so surely that Sirius's eyes rolled back in his head.
"Remus, fuck, Remus, stop."
And he did, mostly. Though he stayed pressed against him, Remus took his hand back and placed it on the side of Sirius's face instead, kissing him so tenderly compared to his intensity of a moment ago that it made Sirius's head spin.
Please, Sirius.
Remus whispered, his eyes shining.
Please, I want you to fuck me. I want you to take me apart and put me back together again.
Gods, he wanted to. The thought of Remus spread out beneath him, soft and pliable, shot straight to his groin. But Remus wasn't acting like himself. He wasn't in the right headspace, and years of experience had taught him that Remus only acted like this when he was emotionally distraught and trying to avoid it. So Sirius just shook his head, and Remus pulled back like he'd been slapped.
Mooney.
Sirius reached for his hand.
Please talk to me.
Remus snatched his hand back and turned away, a disgusted expression on his face.
Again with the talking. I don't want to talk about what happened.
You don't need to talk about what happened. I just need to know what's happening for you now.
Well, I'm being turned down for sex for the first time in my life, for starters, and I feel like a right prick.
Remus.
What do you want me to talk about, Sirius?
He snapped.
What can I say that will make you stop badgering me? Do you want me to talk about how I thought I was going to die in that house? How I thought I'd never see you or Harry again? Is that what you want to hear?
No.
Sirius replied quietly, but Remus steamrolled on.
Or maybe you want details on the Cruciatus curse. How's that for pillow talk?
He was pacing agitatedly now, his movements jerky and erratic.
No, that's right, you want to hear how I'm doing now. How I can't sleep because of the nightmares I have. How every time I wake up, I'm convinced I'm still in that attic. How I can't even trust my own goddamn mind most days because he was in it.
His voice finally broke, and Sirius watched as Remus's face crumpled and his knees buckled. Without thinking, Sirius rushed forward and wrapped his arms around him, holding him tightly as he began to shake. He didn't know if Remus wanted to be held at all or if touch was currently unbearable to him, but he couldn't stand the thought of Remus enduring this alone. After a few moments, Remus tentatively raised his arms and returned the embrace. He buried his face in Sirius's shoulder, sobbing.
I've got you.
Sirius kept murmuring, rubbing his back and rocking them side to side.
I've got you, love, it's okay. I'm here.
He made me watch you die.
Remus cried.
Every day, he went inside my head and took my memories, twisted them, turned them into something horrible. And in every one, I had to watch you die. And now I can't. I can't stop seeing it.
This was news to Sirius, who just held Remus closer and whispered.
I'm so sorry. None of this should have ever happened to you, and I'm so sorry that it did.
Remus nodded and tightened his grip. He was shivering now and still soaked from the rain, so Sirius nudged him towards the bed and took off the last of his wet clothes before stripping down himself. They got under the covers together and Sirius pulled Remus tight against his chest. He was still crying, still shaking, so Sirius kept rubbing his back and kissing his hair and whispering.
It's all right. Let it out. You're safe now, love.
Little by little over the course of the night, Remus started to take down his walls. He told Sirius about what had happened in the Riddle House, his conversations with Peter, the Cruciatus curse, Voldemort's mental torture. He told him how he thought he would die there and that towards the end, he wanted to die, partly to escape the pain and partly because he couldn't think of any other way to keep Harry safe. He told him that he could still feel the effects of the Cruciatus curse sometimes, even now, when a random wave of pain would ripple through his body and light every nerve ending on fire. He told him that he couldn't sleep anymore without waking up in a panic, that he didn't think he'd ever feel safe again. That was why he spent his nights wandering around the castle and grounds, he explained, smoking too many cigarettes and doing anything he could to take himself out of his own body. Sometimes Remus became so overcome that he couldn't speak anymore, and Sirius had to hold him while he sobbed. Sirius cried too, though he tried not to, but his resolve broke at the thought of Remus hurting and alone, first in that horrible attic, and now when he was safe but still haunted by what he'd gone through.
I can't tell the difference anymore.
Remus told him haltingly.
Between my real memories and the false ones. They both feel so real, and I'm mixing up details between them. Sometimes I think I'm still back there, in that attic. I feel like I'm trapped in another false memory, and I don't know what to do or what's real.
Then I'll tell you.
Sirius replied, tracing patterns up and down his back.
I'll tell you every day if I have to, that this is real and that you're safe.
Seems a bit over the top, don't you think? Besides, a false memory Sirius would tell me that a false memory is real to earn my trust.
First of all, nothing you need is over the top. But all right, I see your point. How about a code word, then? If you're having a flashback and need to know if something is real, I'll say flobbering tigwidget, and that will be your sign that you're not in a false memory.
Remus snorted, his first sign of genuine laughter in days.
Flobbering tigwidget, why that?
Well, I've never said it before, so it wouldn't be a word any of the false memory Siriuses would know, and I doubt Voldemort would think of it. Plus it makes you laugh.
Remus smiled at him. The orange glow of sunrise was starting to creep over the mountains and into their bedroom, and the light washed over Remus's face and softened it. Sirius placed his hand on the nape of his neck and stroked his thumb along Remus's jaw. He could still feel the tension there, but Remus leant into his touch and Sirius sensed the slightest loosening of clenched muscles.
Harry will be up soon,
Remus murmured. He'd already started to drift off, and if the purple bags under his eyes were anything to go by, he desperately needed the sleep.
Then we had better put some pajamas on so we don't scar him for life.
I'm too tired for pajamas.
Come on, I'll help you.
Slowly, with much fumbling and tripping, they managed to extricate their pajamas from the small pile of clothing Dumbledore had provided them and got dressed. They fell back into bed together, pulling each other close, and when Harry wandered into their bedroom an hour later, he crawled under the covers between them and immediately cuddled up to Remus. Sirius put his arms around both of them, planting a kiss first on Harry's head and then on Remus's lips, and watched muzzily as the two of them quickly fell back asleep. He loved them both so much it caused a physical ache in his chest, but it also filled him with a warmth he'd never known. His upbringing had been so cold, he never thought it was possible he could feel like this. James and the Potters had provided the first spark. Remus had stoked the fire. And now with Harry, he no longer felt like that flame could be snuffed out at any moment. He felt like he was home, sitting around the hearth that the two of them provided, warm for the first time in his life. It didn't matter that they couldn't return to their flat, Sirius thought as sleep started to take over. It didn't matter that they had no idea where they were going to live next. Wherever the three of them went, he would be home. Chapter 18. Remus spent the next few days quietly withdrawn, not closed off, just reserved, preferring to spend the little energy he had with Sirius and Harry. He and Sirius took long walks around the castle grounds, skirting the edges of the forbidden forest and skipping stones across the lake's surface. Sometimes they talked, mostly they didn't, each learning to find comfort in the other's presence again. When the weather was bad or when Remus felt especially overwhelmed, they holed up in the school library. Harry would crawl into Remus's lap to read with him in an armchair while Sirius pored over old books and cross-referenced them with the school's other texts and reference materials. What he was researching, Remus didn't know, and he didn't have the mental capacity to ask. If it was important, Sirius would tell him in time. He still wasn't sleeping well. Most nights he woke up in a cold sweat, a shout caught in his throat and a flood of pain coursing through him as his body remembered the Cruciatus curse. Sometimes he shot straight out of bed and ran to the window, flinging it open and taking great heaving breaths. The fresh air always helped steady him, helped him remember that he wasn't trapped in that attic. Somehow, Sirius knew exactly what to do every time. He could sense when Remus needed to be held, when he needed space, and when he needed to be grounded back in reality. Remus felt embarrassed at how much coddling he needed, but Sirius just scoffed and told him in no uncertain terms that he wasn't coddling him. Besides, hadn't Remus always done the same for him when his panic attacks took over, or when he got lost in memories and nightmares about Grimmauld Place?
You don't need to be the one who always keeps it together, Moony,
Sirius told him quietly one night, rubbing his back as Remus gripped the window ledge and tried to steady his breathing.
You can fall apart and trust that I'll be here to help put you back together. You've been doing it for me long enough, and I can do it for you too.
I want it to stop,
Remus said, his voice hoarse. He thought he might have been screaming in his sleep that time, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. He was glad they'd started casting silencing charms so Harry couldn't hear him.
I just want my brain to work properly again.
I know.
Sirius's sympathetic tone conveyed that he knew exactly how that felt. That was the new routine: sleep, wake up, panic. Let Sirius take him back to bed. Sleep, wake up, panic. Fall back asleep in Sirius's arms. Sometimes he woke at dawn and just stayed up, watching the sunrise and trying to ignore his cravings for a cigarette. Other times, he slept fitfully until noon while his body tried to catch up on its much-needed rest. He was privately relieved when the others finally went home. They'd all been endlessly kind, but he felt like they could see right through him to all the broken parts inside. Every time Molly asked him how he was feeling, or Ted clapped him on the shoulder and said it was good to see him up and about, he cringed. He appreciated their concern, but he was tired of being on display. Fortunately, the Order had been monitoring everyone's homes to determine when it was safe for them to return. After a lengthy surveillance period and the Ministry arranging for the most stringent security measures possible, the Weasleys and the Tonkses were cleared to go. They all had one last big breakfast together before walking back towards the entrance hall, where McGonagall was waiting with their luggage and portkeys. While Remus shook hands with Ted and Arthur and assured Molly he was eating enough, Sirius and Andy cloistered together in a corner and said their goodbyes in hushed tones. Sirius and Remus still had no idea where they were going to live, so they didn't know when they'd be able to see anyone else, or indeed, if it would be safe to. It could be years before Sirius saw his cousin again, and when the two of them rejoined the larger group, they were both brushing away tears. Harry, always sensitive to his caretaker's moods, immediately latched himself onto Sirius's leg.
Promise me you'll write?
Andromeda sniffed, leaning into Ted's one-armed embrace.
Even if you can't tell me where you are.
I promise.
Sirius replied.
Dora, promise me you'll keep up on your record collection?
I promise.
Dora was practically bouncing up and down in her excitement to return home.
Mum is taking me to see Prince at Wembley, and I've already got all his records.
That's my girl.
Another round of hugs. Another promise to write. A final roundup of Weasley children. Then, in a flash of blue, the portkeys were off and the Tonkses and Weasleys winked out of existence, leaving the castle feeling unnaturally silent. Sirius sighed.
Come on, Sprog,
he said sadly, taking Harry by the hand.
Let's go meet that grass snake you keep telling me about.
When he wasn't with Sirius and Harry, Remus was with his father. They never talked about what Remus was going through, although Lyle could tell he was suffering. But his father had already been through so much with him, between the initial werewolf attack and the years of transformations that followed. Remus could remember his father's stress and sadness almost as far back as his memory stretched, and he'd vowed from an early age that he would never do anything to add to it. So he couldn't talk to his father about it, and anyway, he didn't want to. Sirius was the only person allowed to see him in his most vulnerable and broken states. But there were other things to fill the silence between them. In his boredom, Lyle had started a new research project involving Peeves and the Hogwarts ghosts, so Remus was always willing to talk about that. The two of them would explore the castle together, Lyle prattling on about his latest hypotheses and Remus chiming in now and then with his own thoughts. They even stumbled upon a Boggart one day, which Remus quickly banished before Harry could stumble upon it, much to Lyle's annoyance. He'd wanted to study it. But no matter what they were doing, the issue continuing to weigh on all of their minds was where they were going to go from here. Lyle thought he might build a new cottage somewhere else in the Welsh countryside, but Sirius and Remus didn't have that sort of freedom. The two of them talked at length about their limited options. They couldn't return to London, and though they were both torn up over that, they agreed that it was much too dangerous. Another possibility was to just stay here. With Remus's acceptance of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teaching position, Dumbledore had offered to allow Sirius and Harry to live on campus with him, an arrangement neither of them was comfortable with, though for different reasons. Sirius didn't like the idea of Dumbledore having so much influence and surveillance over their lives. Remus didn't like the idea of Harry growing up near so many other wizarding children, who could either be a threat to his safety or overwhelm him with their interest in his tragic and famous backstory. The only other solution available to them, which Remus thought was the obvious answer, was for them to get a secret keeper. However, Sirius flat out refused to even consider it. They argued about it more than once, and Remus was starting to reach his wit's end.
It's the safest option for us,
Remus said one night, exasperated.
There's no other way to protect Harry so thoroughly.
Right, because having a secret keeper went so well for him last time,
Sirius retorted.
It's not going to be like last time.
Gods, how many times did he have to say it?
My dad has already offered to be secret keeper. You really think he's going to go running to Voldemort?
Oh good, so then we'll just place your dad in danger. Put a big target on his back, send the Death Eaters to his doorstep again.
That won't get them anywhere. The secret has to be given up voluntarily.
That won't stop them from trying to torture it out of him.
Sirius snapped his fingers.
Wait, now I've got it. Your dad will be secret keeper for us. Then we'll get a secret keeper for your dad. Then we'll get a secret keeper for that secret keeper, and another for that secret keeper, on, until we've got a whole army of secret keepers.
Remus ran a hand over his face, sighing.
Merlin, you're infuriating.
Look, Moons, it's not just the human error side of it. When James and Lily were under the Fidelius charm, they couldn't even leave their house. Is that what you want for Harry? For him to never be able to go anywhere, make friends, or even play outside?
Those words carried a heavy impact, and Sirius knew it. Remus himself had never been allowed to make friends growing up in case it led to someone finding out about his lycanthropy, and he knew only too well the sort of pain a lonely and isolated childhood could inflict.
Of course not,
he muttered grudgingly.
Exactly. So please listen to me when I say that a secret keeper is not the right option for us.
Then what is?
Remus threw his hands up.
Honestly, Padfoot, if you have a better idea, then please tell me, because I cannot think of any other solution except to live at Hogwarts or have a secret keeper.
I'm working on it. And I think I'm getting close. Just give me a few more days in the library and I'll have worked it all out.
Worked what all out?
I don't want to say just yet. It's old magic, ancient, really, and I might be wrong about it. But if I'm not, then it will be the perfect solution.
Remus just sighed. He didn't have the energy to press him for the details. More than anything, Remus wished that they could return to living in their flat. He missed its old wooden floors and the big windows that overlooked the bustling London street. He missed his armchair that got the perfect afternoon light for reading. He missed his favorite Thai restaurant down the block. That flat was where the three of them had first become a family and where they'd done some of their deepest healing. He felt adrift without that anchor in his life. Thankfully, they weren't completely starting from scratch. 2 days after the July full moon, Kingsley surprised them by showing up at Hogwarts with a load of boxes that filled the entrance hall, their belongings, all packed and neatly labeled. Moody had been against even stepping foot inside their flat, but Kingsley had risked it just long enough to magically pack everything up and shrink the boxes down so he could easily transport them.
I know this must be difficult for you,
he said in his deep voice.
So I wanted to make it a little bit easier. I didn't like the idea of you losing all these memories on top of everything else.
Remus, who'd opened the box with photos written on the side, had become too overcome to speak. He gripped the framed photo of him holding baby Harry while Sirius shook Kingsley's hand and thanked him profusely. Harry, meanwhile, was elated to have Snuggle Bunny back and immediately ripped into the boxes containing his remaining toys and books. They'd been in the middle of reading Charlie and the Chocolate Factory before the June supermoon, so as soon as he unearthed it, he grabbed Remus's hand and begged him to read another chapter. Remus was more than happy for the excuse to just curl up in an armchair and read. He was still recovering from the July full moon, although this time, the scars his transformation had left were mental rather than physical. The wolfsbane potion had helped prevent the injuries he normally sustained while he was a werewolf. Being able to keep his human mind meant he wasn't trying to run himself ragged hunting prey or hurt himself out of frustration, even locked up in the shrieking shack as they were. Remus had refused point-blank to roam the forbidden forest with Harry so near, wolfsbane potion or not. Unfortunately, the potion did nothing to ease the transformation itself, and Remus didn't anticipate that the pain of it could trigger another flashback. But this was his first full moon since the 2 weeks he'd spent locked up and tortured inside Riddle House. When he regained his human form at dawn, the pain of the transformation, so similar to the Cruciatus curse, still rolling through his body, he looked around at the boarded-up windows, the creaky wooden floors, the thick layer of dust, and like a flipped switch, his brain knew that he was still in that attic. In fact, he'd never left. His memories of being rescued and reunited with his family were another false implant by Voldemort. He was still trapped, he was going to die here. He wasn't sure how long it took Sirius to realize that his cries of pain had changed into cries of fear, but suddenly, he was there, his hands hovering near his shoulders but not quite touching. Remus flinched and scrambled backwards, convinced it was Crouch or Bellatrix about to fire off another Cruciatus curse. Sirius held his hands up placatingly and stayed where he was, kneeling on the dusty floor in front of him.
Hey, it's okay,
he said softly.
You're safe. You're not in the attic, you're in the shrieking shack. It's the morning after the full moon.
But Remus just shook his head and squeezed his eyes shut.
Moony, please, look at me. Flobbering Tigwidget. You're safe, I promise. Deep breaths, love, it's okay.
That was 2 days ago. Now, sitting here and reading about Augustus Gloop while a sleepy Harry nodded off in his lap, Remus didn't really feel here. He felt unmoored, broken, like his mind and his body weren't connected anymore. He was aware of his lips moving, his hands turning the page, but it was like someone else was operating the controls for him. He knew what this was, he'd seen Sirius experience it countless times over the years, but it was his first time feeling this way himself, and he didn't know what to do about it. By the time he realized that Harry was completely asleep, Sirius was already scooping him up into his arms and carrying him to his bedroom. Remus just sat there, book still held loosely in his grip, until Sirius came back and took that from him, too. He bookmarked the page before crouching down in front of him and gently taking Remus's hand.
Bedtime, Moons?
He asked. Remus nodded and allowed Sirius to guide him out of the armchair and across the sitting room. Once their bedroom door was shut and their nightly silencing charms cast, the two of them stripped down and got under the covers together. They didn't do anything more than just face each other and curl up close. Neither of them had tried to initiate sex again since the night of Remus's breakdown. He still felt a hot swoop of shame whenever he thought of his behavior that night, even though Sirius had never brought it up again or acted as though anything was different between them. Sirius pulled Remus closer towards him and started playing with a lock of his hair.
You should take that sleeping draft again tonight, love.
I don't want to keep taking it every night.
I know. But it's been a rough few days, and it will keep the nightmares at bay. You need your rest.
When does it stop, though?
Remus drew a shaky breath before meeting Sirius's eyes, quicksilver in the glow of the waning full moon.
Will it ever stop? The nightmares, the flashbacks.
Sirius was silent for so long that Remus thought he wasn't going to answer. Finally, speaking slowly and deliberately, he replied.
It might not.
Remus huffed out something caught between a laugh and a sob.
But hey, that's okay.
Sirius continued, cupping the side of Remus's face.
We can get through this. Flashbacks are hard, but there are ways to manage them.
So I'm just going to be broken forever, then?
Don't say that.
Sirius said fiercely.
You're not broken. People are never broken. Is that what you would say about me? Or Harry? That we're broken?
Mutely, Remus shook his head.
Then don't say it about yourself. You went through something horrible, and your brain is still trying to protect you from it. That's what this is.
I can't keep on like this.
You can. It won't be like this forever. We just have to start managing your triggers, find ways to keep you grounded. The flashbacks and the nightmares might never stop completely, they haven't for me, but they'll get less frequent. They'll stop controlling your life, I promise.
Remus didn't know what to say. His first instinct was to snap back, but he reminded himself that Sirius wasn't just feeding him useless platitudes, he was speaking from experience. Tentatively, Remus reached out and started tracing his fingers up and down Sirius's arm.
I hate what your family did to you,
he said in a low voice.
I hate that you still have to deal with it all these years later, and I'm worried that I won't be able to help you anymore. What if you need me and I can't be there because I'm in the middle of my own flashback?
We'll deal with that when we have to. But maybe it's time we let go of this idea that one of us always needs to be taking care of the other. Maybe instead, we can agree that I'll take care of myself for you, and you'll take care of yourself for me.
I'm not sure I even know what that means,
Remus replied, but he was smiling.
Me either. I just know that I don't want you to be worried about me when you should be focused on your own healing. And I can't exactly give you that advice without following it myself, so, you do your work. I'll do mine. We'll still support each other and be there for each other, especially when one of us is having a bad day, so nothing changes there. But you're not responsible for my healing and I'm not responsible for yours, yeah?
Sirius Black, that may be the most emotionally mature thing you've ever said.
Well, that's me. A fountain of wisdom and sage advice.
Remus laughed, burying his face in Sirius's neck. He felt more complete all of a sudden, more solid, and the sensation of it spurred him into keeping the conversation going.
I'm going to talk to Dumbledore tomorrow,
he said.
About the job.
Yeah? Are you still going to tell him your conditions?
Yes, and I won't sign the contract unless he agrees to them.
Good. You deserve that much.
Sirius averted his eyes as he asked.
What if he wants you to rejoin the Order?
Although he hadn't yet talked to them about it, Dumbledore was building up the Order of the Phoenix again. Remus and Sirius both had some issues with his methods, mainly, Dumbledore's continued recruitment of 18-year-old witches and wizards who were barely out of Hogwarts. But they couldn't deny that the Order did good work, and with Voldemort back in the open again, they needed as many people working against him as possible.
I think I want to rejoin,
Remus replied carefully.
But not yet. It's been too soon since everything, and I need more time.
That's the right decision. And Dumbledore had better not give you any grief about it.
Sirius heaved a deep sigh.
I still don't trust him, Moony. There's something he's not telling us about Harry's connection with Voldemort.
Dumbledore keeps his cards close to his chest.
And that's fine, when those cards are about Order missions and top-secret intel. But when they have to do with our godson, I need them laid out on the table.
Remus nodded.
Tell him that, whatever he's keeping from us, I'm sure he thinks it's for the best, but you're right. Dumbledore has been pulling the strings in Harry's life for long enough, and he needs to stop.
Thanks for saying that. I know it can be hard for you to see Dumbledore the way I do.
It's not anymore, not since you brought Harry home and I saw what the Dursleys had done to him, while Dumbledore just stood by.
Sirius didn't, though, Remus thought. He didn't let Harry stay in that dark cupboard. He'd acted immediately to get him someplace safe, and Remus loved him for it. A fierce protectiveness suddenly filled Remus's chest at the thought of Harry's broken fingers, his bruises. Once, and only once, because the Blacks had kept their sons under lock and key, he'd seen Sirius's broken fingers too, his bruises. Two abused boys, both of whom grew up without the love and protection they deserved, now under Remus's care. Sirius was right. Remus couldn't do their healing for them, and they couldn't do his for him. But he could help them in other ways. He could show them both how very, deeply loved they were, how deserving of that love they'd always been. Remus felt self-conscious initiating any kind of intimacy between them again, after what happened last time, but he still leaned forward and pressed a chaste kiss to Sirius's lips.
I love you so much,
he said quietly.
I love your strength, and your warmth, and your loyalty. I love your intelligence. I love how well you take care of Harry. I even love how stubborn you are, because it's always over the things that matter. I love everything about you.
Moony.
Sirius started to say, his face tender, but Remus cut him off with another kiss.
No, please, you don't need to say anything back. I just want to be here with you.
So that's how they stayed, neither of them speaking, communicating instead through soft looks and gentle touches. Before sleep carried them off, Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius and held him close. He was far from healed, the road ahead was so long that he didn't even want to think about it, but for the first time since his rescue from Riddle House, Remus felt strong. He drifted off with Sirius's scent filling his nose, his arms curled protectively around the man he loved, and by the time he realized he'd forgotten to take his sleeping draught, he was already too far gone to care. He had no nightmares that night. Remus wrung his hands nervously as Dumbledore hummed to himself and sifted through his desk drawers, searching for the contract for the defense against the dark arts teaching position. He wished now that he'd taken the tea initially offered to him, just so he had something to occupy himself with. Instead, he stared out the window and tried to look forward to the walk around the grounds Sirius had promised him once he'd finished up.
Ah, here it is,
Dumbledore proclaimed, pulling out a thick piece of parchment. He smiled at Remus as he pushed it across the desk.
I'm very pleased you're taking the job, Remus. Our students will benefit greatly from your knowledge.
Thank you, Professor.
He passed him a quill and inkwell.
Just an initial here, if you please, and signature at the bottom. I encourage you to read it through, but I think you'll find everything is in order.
It was indeed a decent salary, more than he was making at the publishing house, plus guaranteed room and board. Remus read it through twice over before taking a breath and pushing it back towards Dumbledore.
I have a couple of amendments to make, and then I'll be happy to sign.
Dumbledore's eyebrows raised and were lost in his silver hair.
And what amendments do you propose?
First, the room and board.
Remus crossed out the clause in question and initialed the change.
I won't be needing that. You'll let me live off campus with Sirius and Harry.
There's no need for you to live off campus. I've already told you, Sirius and Harry are welcome to live here with you. It's an unusual arrangement for our professors, but I'm happy to make an exception in this case.
I appreciate the offer, but no. Sirius and I have discussed it, and we're not comfortable raising Harry here. We'll find our own home, one where Harry will be safe and can have a normal childhood.
Remus, it is standard that our professors live on campus.
I understand, but that won't work for me. I'll not be separated from my family for months at a time. I'll teach during the day, but evenings and weekends, I'm going home to Sirius and Harry. If you can't accommodate that, then I won't be able to accept the position.
Remus's palms started to sweat, but he held his ground. In the past, employment was so difficult for him to both come by and maintain that he would never be so brazen as to set conditions. He would accept whatever he was offered and be grateful for it. In this case, however, he felt that he had the upper hand. If Dumbledore was right and the position's jinx didn't apply to him, then Dumbledore needed him more than Remus needed the job. That being said, he very much wanted the job. He loved the idea of sharing his knowledge and helping shape young minds. It was the exact sort of purpose he'd been looking for, and he was worried that his sudden show of boundaries might threaten the offer on the table. Dumbledore steepled his fingers and sat back in his chair, staring at the ceiling pensively. After a few uncomfortable moments of silence, he straightened up and nodded.
Very well. You may live off campus. I'm not pleased about it, but I accept your reasoning.
Remus released a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. That was the condition he'd been the most worried about, but with that out of the way, his chest felt much looser.
Is there anything else?
Yes.
Remus replied.
One more thing, my lycanthropy won't be kept a secret.
My dear man, do you know how many howlers and hate letters you'll receive if parents know you're a werewolf? Keeping your lycanthropy on a need-to-know basis is for your protection more than anything else.
But Remus shook his head.
If parents have a problem with a werewolf teaching their children, then they are more than welcome to express their concerns. But I won't let this dangle over my head, waiting for someone to use as blackmail, and I won't let it stay as some shameful secret. I will teach here with my lycanthropy out in the open, or I won't teach at all.
Remus, please, you know better than anyone how our society treats those with lycanthropy.
Yes, I do, and that's why I won't hide. Change needs to start somewhere, and it can start with me.
Remus shook his head, avoiding Dumbledore's eyes. He was straying from his carefully planned script now, but he had to say his piece.
During the war, you sent me on mission after mission, running with the werewolf packs every full moon and trying to get them to join our side. But what motivation did you give them? Whether they were on our side or Voldemort's, they were still social outcasts. That has to change. Now we're on the brink of war again, and if you want the werewolves to fight for you, then you have to give them something worth fighting for. They need laws that protect them from violence and discrimination. They need equal access to employment and job security. They're human beings, not monsters, and it's time society saw them that way.
And this is how you propose we change minds? By teaching with your lycanthropy status disclosed?
It's a start.
You will face a very difficult battle. Parents and school governors will be calling for your resignation.
I know, but I can handle it, so long as I have your support.
Dumbledore bowed his head, eyes twinkling.
You have it, Remus. You always have.
And just like that, it was done. Dumbledore amended the contract with a tap of his wand, and Remus, hardly daring to believe his eyes, read it through again. The changes were all there, his conditions of living off campus and teaching as an open lycanthrope captured in ink. Hands shaking, Remus picked up the quill and scribbled his initials and signature.
Excellent.
Dumbledore clapped his hands and the contract rolled itself up and shot out of sight.
Thank you, Remus. I look forward to our professional relationship.
Yes, me too. Thank you, Professor.
They stood up and shook hands, Dumbledore clasping both of his over Remus's.
I expect to see you on the 1st of September. Whether you live off campus or not, new faculty must be present for the sorting ceremony and welcome feast. We'll have to introduce you to the students.
Of course.
And your course syllabuses are due no later than August 31st. Do let me know if you have any trouble.
I will, thank you, sir.
He practically bounded down the steps of Dumbledore's office and back through the corridors, feeling lighter than he had in weeks. His feet carried him past the familiar tapestries, the paintings of monks and knights and maidens, down the staircases including one with a trick step, until he was through the entrance hall and throwing open the front doors. Sirius was waiting for him under the beech tree next to the lake. Remus's face was already split into a wide smile, and Sirius mirrored it as Remus approached. Before he could say anything, Sirius pulled him into a fierce kiss, one arm around his waist and the other tangled in his hair, and it was several frenzied seconds before they parted and Remus could regain his bearings.
Hi.
He breathed.
Hi.
Sirius kissed him one more time and intertwined their hands.
Fancy a walk?
As they strolled around the lake, Remus told him how his meeting with Dumbledore went. Sirius was shocked that Dumbledore had agreed to Remus's conditions, but pleasantly so, and they started bantering about what Remus's new position might bring.
We'll have to get you a proper briefcase,
Sirius said.
With a monogram. Professor R.J. Lupin. I want to see that engraved on everything.
Please don't engrave Professor R.J. Lupin on my briefcase.
Too late, I've already imagined it. And we're not stopping with the briefcase, Moony. Your watch, your mugs, your robes, they'll all have Professor R.J. Lupin on them.
And here I thought my lycanthropy was going to garner the most hate. Turns out it will actually be my monogrammed robes.
At one point, Sirius asked him about his lesson plans, and Remus started rambling about his thoughts on textbooks, defensive theory, hands-on work, and an entire tangent devoted to jinxes versus hexes versus curses. They'd reached the far side of the lake by now, and Remus had just started talking about what materials he thought would be appropriate for each year when he noticed Sirius was no longer next to him.
And I thought the third years could learn about different magical creatures, though it might be a bit awkward when we get to the chapter on werewolves. Bet Snape would love to sub for me that day, eh? I suppose I could always get pads.
Remus stopped, looking to either side, but Sirius was nowhere in sight. A wave of panic started to creep through him, but when he spun around, he saw that Sirius was just a few feet behind him. He was down on one knee, his face a mixture of apprehension and joy, and suddenly, Remus knew exactly what was happening.
Oh, Sirius, no.
He didn't really mean no. He just didn't know how else to react, because what did you say when the man you loved was about to ask you something that would change your lives forever? He wanted this, but he was terrified of getting it, and Remus was suddenly very self-conscious that he was still standing. He stumbled forward and dropped to his knees in front of Sirius, eyes wide, and Sirius frowned at him.
No, Moony, you have to stand up.
What are you doing?
You know what I'm doing. And you said you wanted me to ask properly, so that means you have to be standing when I ask it.
When Remus didn't move, Sirius rolled his eyes and huffed.
I'm only going to do this once, you know, and this is it. Go on, get up, you're ruining your own proposal.
Choking out a laugh, Remus got to his feet unsteadily. He still felt odd and uncomfortable towering above Sirius as he was, and he felt his face heat up when Sirius took his hand. Sirius looked so vulnerable, though, that Remus didn't dare move or protest.
Okay,
Sirius said, speaking shakily and all too fast.
I haven't rehearsed this at all, but you've already made a mess of things by not knowing to stay standing when a gent gets on his knees for you, so here we go. I never told you this, but this is where we were when I first realized I was in love with you.
Remus let out a noise that definitely wasn't a sob as he looked around at the rocky lakeshore. He couldn't recall anything significant happening at this spot, and Sirius obviously knew what he was thinking, as he went on in a rush.
I know it doesn't look like much, and it's not, really. That's the thing, though, nothing really happened here. It wasn't like you said something or did something that changed the way I saw you. The four of us were just out mucking around one day, and I looked over at you, and suddenly, something clicked.
Sirius paused for a moment to swipe at his eyes and clear his throat before continuing.
You were laughing at something James had said, wearing this ridiculous red and gold bobble hat that I think one of the girls had knitted for you, and your hair had gotten too long so your curls were everywhere. You looked so happy and light, and that was it. I just knew that you were it for me. I felt it right here.
He placed a hand on his sternum.
That I wanted to make you look like that and laugh like that every day.
He let go of Remus's hand for a moment to fumble in his pocket, where he pulled out a black velvet box. Remus, who prided himself on his usual emotional control, felt embarrassed at the small gasp he let out when Sirius opened the box to reveal two silver rings, one with stars etched around the band, the other with the phases of the moon.
Silver.
He stammered, now trying to ignore the prick of tears in his eyes.
Really?
Tungsten. Come on, Moony, I'm not that much of a knob.
Sirius plucked out the ring covered in stars and looked up at Remus, his eyes shining and wet.
I've wanted to do this so many times over the last couple of months, but I kept telling myself it wasn't the right moment. And then you were gone, and I was so scared that I'd never get another moment with you again. I've wasted all this time thinking that I needed to say the perfect words, at the perfect time, but I'm tired of waiting and I was an idiot for ever waiting in the first place. I love you more than anything. You're the light of my life, the best part of my day, my absolute favorite person in the world. You are the kindest, gentlest man I've ever known. Before you, I never knew I could feel this loved. But you fill me up with it, you make me feel seen and cared for and safe, and if you'll let me, I want to spend the rest of my life making you feel just the same. I don't know how I got so lucky as to find someone like you, and even though I don't feel like I deserve it, I'm asking you anyway. Remus John Lupin, will you marry me?
This time when Remus sank to his knees, Sirius didn't object. He was too overcome to speak for a moment, like his chest had burst into a million tiny pieces trying to float away and the only thing tethering them to earth was Sirius. Ignoring the tears streaming down both their faces, he gently ran a hand through Sirius's hair and pulled him in for a kiss. He felt Sirius's arms wrap around him, felt the steady thrum of his heart in his chest, and the rest of the world melted away until Remus finally broke the kiss to lean their foreheads together.
Yes.
He finally said, breathless.
Yeah?
Yes, obviously, yes, who else would have you?
Sirius let out a wet laugh and slipped the ring onto Remus's finger, where it magically shrunk down to the perfect size. Hands trembling, Remus took the ring box from Sirius and got out the other ring, the the one covered in the phases of the moon, and placed it on Sirius's left finger before bringing him in for another kiss. The sun was beating down on them and a cool breeze coming off the lake made it the perfect day, but Remus no longer wanted to be outside. He hauled Sirius to his feet, the two of them hardly separating long enough to take a breath, and they began to messily make their way back to the castle. They were laughing, elated, barely able to keep their hands off each other. It was like they were teenagers again, pulling each other close to kiss here or touch there, and only by some divine intervention did they manage to make it through the castle and back to their empty guest suite without being caught. They fell onto their bed in a tangle of limbs, Remus straddling Sirius and crashing their lips together. Sirius's hands were in his hair as Remus led a trail of kisses down his neck, down his stomach, to his waistline and the divots of his hips while Sirius writhed under him. They were quick to divest of their clothing, then Remus was back to work, his lips just brushing over Sirius's cock. He looked up to meet Sirius's eyes, and with his nod of permission, Remus took Sirius into his mouth in one languid movement. He heard Sirius gasp, felt him start to cant, and Remus gently pushed his hips down so Sirius lied still. He worked his mouth up and down, dragging his tongue along Sirius's length, until Sirius had melted into a babbling, moaning mess. His hands were still in Remus's hair, guiding his head, but he didn't try to stop him when Remus pulled back and his lips slid off with a pop. Sirius's pupils were already blown wide, his chest heaving as he gulped down air, and Remus's cock twitched at the sight of him so undone. But before he could make another move, Sirius had grabbed his hand and started sucking on his fingers, eyeing Remus up hungrily.
Sirius.
Remus whispered it like a prayer. He crawled up the bed and cupped the side of Sirius's face, brushing his thumb along his cheekbone. He took his fingers back and planted a tender kiss to Sirius's lips before heading back down the bed. He took his time working Sirius open, relishing every gasp and moan and curse he could pull out of him. It wasn't until Sirius started to beg,
"Please, Moony, now, do it now, oh gods, please,"
that he finally came up for air. Sirius was already reaching for him, his bottom lip swollen and red from biting down on it, and Remus paused just long enough to put a pillow under Sirius's hips before lining them up and slowly, carefully pushing inside him. That tight coil of muscles, that burning pool of pleasure, the tremors that rippled through his body and turned his knees to jello, and then fireworks. He gave himself over to Sirius completely, buried so deep that he could hardly tell where one ended and the other began. Beneath him, Sirius met every thrust with one of his own. His hands were everywhere, his hips, his chest, his shoulders, pulling him closer, pulling him down for one breathless kiss after another. It was better, more intense than he could ever remember, and he drowned in Sirius's scent, his hair, his lips, his body, moaning his name over and over. His orgasm had started to build when he reached down and began stroking Sirius's cock in long, sure movements. Sirius's breathing hitched, and with one clever twist of his wrist, Remus managed to bring him teetering over the edge. Sirius moaned and held Remus's hips in a bruising grip while his orgasm took over, his head thrown back in ecstasy to expose his elegant neck, and Remus loved seeing him this wild. He latched his lips over his pulse point to kiss and tease the tender skin there, leaving goosebumps wherever he touched. Sirius was still so tight around him, so warm, and Remus couldn't keep his cries back any longer.
"Gods, Sirius!"
he panted in his ear, hips starting to stutter.
"You feel so good, you're so.
But he couldn't find the words. His hips snapped forward once more, then that mounting pressure finally released and Remus was spilling into him, gasping,
"I love you, I love you, I love you,"
while Sirius cried out his name. He collapsed in a trembling heap, and it was only the feeling of Sirius's fingers trailing up and down his back that kept him present. Still shaking, Remus managed to prop himself up on his elbows to look down at Sirius's beautiful face. He was flushed, basking in the afterglow, his kiss-swollen lips blooming into a warm smile. Remus's face had grown wet, and Sirius reached up to brush away the tears he didn't know he'd shed.
"I love you, Remus,"
he whispered.
"I love you, Sirius."
He was loved. He was whole. He was safe. And he never wanted to leave this moment. Epilogue. Nearly 2,000 years ago, the Druids made their last stand against the invading Roman conquerors on the island of Anglesey, at the site that would later be known as Kai or Wythe. The Druids could easily see the Roman army crossing the Menai Strait, and they were confident that their magic and their gods and their knowledge of the land would be enough to guarantee victory. However, they didn't count on the Romans' advanced weapons, their razor-sharp strategy, their flawless training. They didn't count on their cruelty. Once the Romans had won the battle at Kai or Wythe, they moved on to razing the rest of the island, destroying the sacred oak groves and burning the Druid temples and altars to the ground. After, when the pillaging and ravishing was done, the handful of remaining survivors had to decide where they would call home. A few remained on Anglesey, determined to rebuild. Others fled to Ireland. The last group, who believed it was only a matter of time before the Romans conquered the rest of the known world, chose to find a new home. Led by the seer Bronac, these Druids sailed to another island, one that the Romans hadn't yet reached. This time, though, the Druids fortified their island in a way they hadn't done with Anglesey. They used runes, carved into the island's heart and brought to life with the Druids' most sacred magic. Through these runes, the Druids formed a pact with the land, promising to care for and tend to the island and the creatures that lived upon it. In return, the island would protect the Druids from any invading force. Whether it be the Romans or another foe, if anyone came to the island with the intention of harming an inhabitant there, the magic of the runes would keep that intruder from ever stepping foot on the island. The land accepted the pact, and even after the last of the Druids had died hundreds of years later, it kept its oath. To this day, the inhabitants of that island are protected from any outside harm, any invading force, thanks to runes long forgotten and a people more myth than fact. The runes themselves are faded, the magic weak in places, but the land still remembers the promise it made nearly 2,000 years ago. All of this is impossible to prove, of course, since all that is known about the Druids is through the writings of Greek and Roman scholars at the time, Cicero, Strabo, Tacitus. But modern historians agree that the Druids kept no written records of their own, as no one has ever found them. Well, no Muggle has ever found them. The Hogwarts Library, on the other hand, is very well stocked on the subject and home to the Druids' most meticulously kept histories and texts. Sirius found them very easily. Their new home had a wraparound porch and a hammock that swayed in the wind. Before they joined the First Wizarding War, when they were still two teenagers who had their whole lives ahead of them, Sirius and Remus used to dream of living by the beach, and Remus had always insisted there be a hammock.
You haven't properly relaxed until you've spent an afternoon reading in a hammock,
Remus used to tell him. He'd spent many afternoons reading in that hammock now, often drifting to sleep when the wind coming off the ocean died down to a breeze. On those days, Sirius would always spend a few moments just watching him. He still wasn't taking for granted the sight of Remus so healthy and peaceful, and he hoped he never would. The rest of the cottage was small, but not too small. The main floor had a cozy kitchen, a dining nook, and a spacious sitting room with a large river rock fireplace. Tall windows filled the space with light and gave them a beautiful view of the sparkling blue-green sea and rocky cliffs beyond. Upstairs was the bathroom and 3 bedrooms, the walls of which Remus called
dreadfully yellow.
And
why?
Depending on his mood. Still, none of them cared enough to actually repaint them. The land, though, was magnificent. Rolling green fields, luscious forests, and a freshwater stream that eventually joined the island's larger river. The nearby village was just a short walk down the road, and Sirius had already registered Harry to start school in September, just over a week away now, a concept that filled him with no small amount of anxiety. What was he going to do every day with Remus at Hogwarts and Harry at school?
I'll go crazy just stuck at home all the time,
he told Remus one night, the two of them sipping tea on the porch and listening to the crash of the waves.
I'll have to find a job. Or maybe I'll open another shop. Not a garage this time, something else. Like a surf shop.
Remus burst out laughing.
What do you know about surfing?
Nothing I can't learn. I've always wanted to try surfing. But I already saw a couple of surf shops down in the village, so maybe I should focus on something else. Oh, I know. A record shop. The village doesn't have any of those. Sirius records, I can see it already.
You have got to stop naming things after yourself. Horrible puns aside, it's basically a homing beacon to the Death Eaters.
The Death Eaters can't get us here. Even if they know where we are, the island won't let them within a 5-mile radius, them or anyone else who wants to hurt us or Harry.
I know, I'd just rather not have to put that to the test.
Despite Remus's worries, Sirius felt confident in the island's runes. He'd reinforced them himself, after all. All those hours spent researching in the Hogwarts library had finally paid off when he narrowed down which island the druidic texts were referring to, and he was ecstatic that it was one of the islands already settled and inhabited. Harry could go to school and play with other children and have a normal childhood, all while being kept safe. Still, Sirius couldn't move them out of Hogwarts and to their new island home until he'd found the runes and checked their strength for himself. It had taken a while, navigating the twisted sea caves, always on the edge of hyperventilating as his body remembered days spent locked in the dark cellar of Grimmauld Place. But finally, he found them, their magic pulsing like the heart of the island itself and so strong he could almost taste it. Yet despite their power, the runes were weaker than they should be, worn down by age and cracks in the cave walls. They still offered protection, but they had been neglected for too long. They needed another druid, another wizard, to awaken the magic within them. Sirius had been prepared for this, and he quickly got to work reinforcing the runes, the ancient Druidian clumsy on his tongue. As he spoke, it was as though the island were speaking back. He felt the power of the land thrumming through his veins, guiding his wand as he traced the runes in the stone and spoke the words of a pact made nearly 2 millennia ago. No English translation existed, but it was the intention that mattered more than anything. We will protect you, you will protect us. He thought that finding his way through those caves would be the scariest thing he had to face for a while. But now, sitting in the porch swing with Remus as his cup of Darjeeling cooled off in the night air, an entirely different sort of fear was working its way through him. As if reading his mind, Remus asked,
"Are you ready for tomorrow?"
Tomorrow? Yes. Every day after tomorrow, we'll see.
You know nothing is actually changing between us, right? Married or not, we'll carry on the same way we have for the past 10 years.
I know. It feels different, though. It feels more important, and I'm scared of screwing it up.
You're not going to screw anything up.
Sirius saved himself from replying by gulping down more tea, though it did nothing to help his dry throat. He was glad for the cover of darkness when he finally whispered.
What if I'm like him?
Like who?
Orion. What if I end up being a horrible husband and father? What if I hurt you? What if I hurt Harry?
Only his growing anxieties on the eve of their wedding could have pulled this confession out of Sirius, and he was glad when Remus didn't immediately dismiss it as unfounded. Instead, Remus set down his tea and turned to face Sirius, taking in his jittery knee, his clenched hands, his worried lower lip. Carefully, he lifted Sirius's teacup out of his grasp and placed it beside his own before taking both of Sirius's hands in his.
Sirius,
he said gently.
If I thought you had even the capacity to be anything like your father, I would have left you years ago, and I certainly wouldn't let Harry anywhere near you. But you don't. You are nothing like Orion, you could never be like him. He was a cold, cruel, hateful man, and those traits died with him.
I can be cruel.
So can I, so can anyone, but that doesn't make you like Orion. Listen to me, love, you are good. You're kind and open-minded and generous. You love with reckless abandon, and you know that a person's value lies in who they are, not what they were born into.
Remus tucked a lock of hair behind his ear, and that light touch sent a shiver rippling through Sirius's body.
I understand why you're having these thoughts tonight, but you could never be like your father, do you hear me? Never, it's not in you, and getting married isn't going to change that, okay?
How did Remus always know exactly what to say to talk him down? Grappling for words, Sirius just nodded, and Remus smiled before giving him a peck on the lips.
Good, Wedding's still on, then. I'd understand if you want to call it off.
What?
Sirius sputtered, the sheer absurdity of that suggestion shocking him out of his silence.
Of course I don't want to call it off.
Just checking.
Call it off, Merlin, Mooney. I have one little spiral about my parents' sham of a marriage, and you jump right to thinking I have cold feet. Nothing is going to stop me marrying you tomorrow. You know I already got new dress robes for this.
I know.
Not to mention all the time I spent stocking up our sex drawer.
Remus's eyes darkened at that.
And you're sure we can't sample any of those new items before tomorrow night?
Absolutely not. I'll not have you taking my virtue before we're wed.
Remus laughed, and Sirius put an arm around him and pulled him into his side. He felt lighter already as he pressed a kiss to the top of Remus's head and just stayed there, breathing in the scent of him and savoring the feeling of Remus so solid in his arms. His nightmares still hadn't disappeared completely, neither of them believed they ever would, but he had put on weight and his skin was back to its healthy glow.
Tomorrow is going to be perfect,
he murmured into Remus's hair. And it was. True, Sirius didn't write his vows until half an hour before the wedding started, and Dora went overboard on decorating judging by the extraordinary amount of fairy lights covering everything. The cake they'd ordered was too small, the near gale force wind was threatening to ruin their outdoor ceremony, and one or more Weasley children was in real danger of falling off the cliff edge if they kept running around the wedding arbor like it was a maypole. But when Harry grabbed Sirius's and Remus's hands to escort them down the aisle, when Remus gave him the smallest of smirks before saying,
"I do,"
when the Weasleys and Tonkses cheered at their kiss, and Lyle very surreptitiously dabbed at the corners of his eyes. Perfect. It was funny, Sirius thought to himself later, taking a break from their garden dance floor to devour more cake. Mrs. Weasley had tisked at their too small cake and fixed it immediately with a neatly cast engorgement charm. They were staring down another wizarding war, their futures uncertain, safe from Voldemort and the Death Eaters only so long as they physically remained on their island. Things had never been dicier, and yet, Sirius had never felt calmer. For once in his life, his anxiety wasn't whispering to him about everything that could go wrong and everyone who could get hurt. He was happy, happier than he ever believed he could be, all because Remus had said yes and their island had said yes. The road ahead of them was long and uncertain, and he was under no delusions that it would be easy. But as he watched Harry spin around with Ron and Ginny while Lyle cut an impressive waltz with Andromeda, he thought that it was still worth traveling.
Pads, it's Suffragette City. Come on.
Remus grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the dance floor, breaking his "no ridiculous dance moves" rule only for Sirius's favorite Bowie song, and Sirius felt it in every fiber of his being.
Yes.
Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic composed by Burning Aurora.